welcome. Saturday morning, McDowell Mountain Regional Park, just outside of Fountain Hills, Arizona. I'm Chris Warden, joined by Andy Jones-Wilkins. Andy, it is Javelina season. It is Javelina 100 day. Mm-hmm. And I don't know about you, but I am over the moon about this. I am so excited. How you feeling,
Chris? This is always your day. I've known you now several years, and nothing gets you jazzed up more than Javelina Saturday. And you arrived with coffee a little while ago, and I could feel your energy just oozing out of those beautiful pores of yours. So yeah, I mean, we've been thinking about this. We've been thinking about this and talking about this and getting excited and exchanging text with Matt on an almost hourly basis. And dang, here we are, man. Javelina 100.
I can't even begin to tell you how excited I am about this late breaking news. I think we have to
lead with that.
We have to lead with that. Apologies, I'm having some technical
issues. So we've learned we have learned, audience, I know you're just waking up and getting your coffee and getting your day started, but we've learned of a late breaking entry into the race. And this is sort of late breaking news, and we want to be the first to report it. So Chris, can you lay this all out for us? What actually happened? Because I mean, Javelina, there's a wait list. This is not an easy race to get into. All of a sudden we got this person just popped into the race.
So we have a wait list that typically goes off in January.
Yeah.
So for this race to get into, you have to be either very quick on the draw in terms of getting on and registering, or you probably got to know people.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I think I'm going to try and speculate here, but I think that there was some sort of blood pact made that if Michael Versteeg showed up and ran, that this other person would have to show up and run, because I was under the impression that Versteeg was not running yesterday. It turns out I happened to be in line to use the facilities, and he was standing right next to me. So I come over here, and I say, Michael Versteeg is here. And I'm told that, that means that none other than Bib 1556, Jamil Curry, is racing the Javelina 100.
Jamil Curry, you heard it here first, is racing the Javelina 100 today. I've got a little more inside info because we were sharing a space here in the RV that's about 15 yards from where we're sitting. I was sleeping in there. Jamil got in to sleep around 3:30, and I heard him grumbling at about 5. Oh, they started the music already. So, yeah, it's game on. Literally from where we're sitting, there's Versteeg, obviously trash talking into the RV right now. He's dressed and ready to go. I think his bottles are filled with Floda. And Jamil's right there, got his running shoes. Let's go. The big news, and I'm curious about what folks in the chat might think. This is another contender for a golden ticket, no doubt.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna
100%.
Push that. Get away with it. Of course, Jamil Curry with the famous mileage totals in the 5-6 mile range. Oh, we have a special guest, perhaps, that can shed some light on this. Can we get this man a microphone?
All right, yeah. So while we're getting organized, we're a little bit off script, but as you know, we're like that here at Aravipa. Here we go, Mike. We got one for you. We got one for you here, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Versteeg, the person who's responsible for all this. We'll just have Matt. We'll just have Matt get the camera. So, Michael, how are you this morning?
I'm okay.
You're okay? You ready to run?
Yeah, we got 30 hours. I can do it in 30 hours.
Lots of time, not so hilly.
Yeah.
So tell us a story about why it came to pass that Jamil is running this race. Yesterday midday he was planning on doing what he normally does here at Javelina, but late last night after dark he had to run home, get running shoes, get ready to run. Was there some sort of arrangement you all had?
Yeah, I mean, if I came, he had to run. That's it.
And he agreed to that?
Yeah.
How'd you work that out?
We have a complicated relationship.
As do most.
Yeah. So yeah,
it will only be made more complicated by this.
We're ready to go for some shenanigans and good times.
Are y'all going to run together?
I don't want to take that long. Maybe for a little bit.
Maybe up to the road crossing.
I don't want that much time on my feet. Yeah.
I know. I can feel for you. You don't want to end up being a babysitter out there.
Yeah, it is nice to know that even on my best day, there's absolutely no way I can compete at this race. So that's a bit of a weight off, which is really nice. But I also don't want to take that long. So,
yeah.
So we'll see. Yeah.
So do you have some insight into Jamil's training cycle here? I mean, how much time and effort is he
Yeah, let's hear. Let's
How
hear
many miles per
what does
week
his
are we
training
hearing
peaks
from
look
Jamil Curry
like.
right now?
It's pretty impressive. Yeah, it's a lot of live streaming and technical data that I'm not exactly sure how it all works and goes down, but yeah.
But we know the training benefit of that. I mean,
yeah. No, I mean he actually probably has like sleep depravity dialed better than anybody.
That's
probably does.
So,
Yeah. So
Yeah,
do you think
I mean,
he's doing more? He's done as many miles a week as you coming into this race. Like, do you think he's hit double figures for miles per week?
Well, I've done 0, and
You're hitting 0.
I'm hitting 0 for 2 weeks. I ran Kodiak a couple weeks ago. That was a disaster. I'm actually just really excited to run a non-UTMB event and not have to carry mandatory gear like I'm an actual adult.
Oh, I think
That's
everybody
really
here is
awesome.
excited that
Yeah.
it's a non-UTMB event.
Yeah. So
Well, that's a whole another live stream that could.
yeah, I just
go-
wanted to
we-
take.
we-
I just wanted to take a quick opportunity to just talk shit real quick on UTMB takeover of U.S. events.
Oh, I couldn't imagine why.
Yeah. So that's great. I'm glad they're getting a lot of bad press right now. But
So if, when you think about, Kodiak didn't go well, I suppose you're hoping this goes better, or are you anticipating it to be similar?
I've just never run this race, and I'm getting to be one of those old guys now, and I've never been a part of Javelina, so it's just mostly for the experience.
That's
Come
cool.
down and, yeah, like I said, not be forced to carry like snow pants in the middle of the desert. But
4 headlamps, a phone.
yeah,
3 watches.
and dress up. Halloween. I'm the guy I'm dressing up as the guy on the floater can.
Oh, that's cool.
So, yeah, that's my Halloween.
Wait,
What a
costume.
great idea.
Yeah.
There it is.
I see it. I
Yeah.
see it. I
Yeah,
totally do.
I pulled it off, didn't I?
Yeah, you made it work.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go bother Jamil.
All right,
Sorry
hey,
for crashing your
have
life.
a great
thanks
race,
for
man.
joining us.
And when you come, say hi when you come by.
Mike Verstegen.
The course comes right by here, so when you come by, say hi.
Okay, I will.
All right.
Bye,
Have a
guys.
good one, Mike. Yep. Well, there you have it.
Wow, what a start to our morning. The first thing we get is a special guest in Michael Versteeg to talk about our breaking news that Jamil Curry is running the Javelina 100. I'm
Just
pretty
awesome.
sure he's not run this race before also. Like
That's good. We
I think
should-
people that operate on the assumption that Jamil has run everything there Vipa does. That's just not the case.
Yeah.
Back in the early days, he might have done it a little bit more often, and sometimes you would see him drop in to try things. Obviously, he's run Cocodona, but I don't believe I've ever
I don't know. It might
before.
be good to get our research team on that, because he might have run it actually in the Jerry or Linda years, or even the Roger and Jimmy years,
That's an excellent
in the 6.5 washing machine loops. 05, 06, 07 ish maybe, but I mean, completely different race right now.
Yeah.
But since we are talking Javelina, we're a little bit less than 15 minutes from the start. The evolution of the race is such that there was, for years, this is the 21st running. For years, it was a 6.5 loop course, 15.3 mile Pemberton loop, followed by about a 10-mile loop that was the half loop at the end. When they say washing machine loops, back then with only a couple of hundred runners, there wasn't as much traffic on the trail. You just switch direction each time. There was always Jackass Junction as an aid station. There was always Rattlesnake as an aid station. There was always Coyote Camp as an aid station. There wasn't that extra section that we now have on Escondido, and then that other trail that I forget the name of that makes the first loop 22.3. Which what?
Cinch Trail.
Cinch Trail, right. So, for those of you tuning in for the first time at Javelina, we've got starting out with a 22.3 mile loop, followed by 4 19.8 mile loops afterwards. So, most of the time, the first loop takes a little bit longer for people, but since they're so eager and excited and ready to go, they probably overdo it and run it about the same time they're going to end up running their 19.8s.
Yeah, one of the cool things about the setup this year. Let's talk about that.
Yes.
This is completely different. So in years past, we've been at the Aerovipa Studios in Central Phoenix, and it's a great setup. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love it. This is leveling up.
Yeah.
This is a game changer because we are literally trackside. Right behind us is a screen that obviously, like, you can't see what's out there right now, or at least very faintly. But during the day, we're actually able to watch runners go by. And right now, when people are going by, they can actually watch us from out there. It's a little bit voyeuristic, to be honest. We're kind of in a...
all right. Hang on a second. There they go. There goes Jamil Curry. He's loaded up. He's telling Matt he's got his phone. We're learning that he's still busy working on the live stream. Still busy. You want to come and say hi? Come on in. Come on in. Come on. Come on in and say hi. Come on and say hi.
Our late breaking news.
Just real quick, while Matt gets the camera set up. Here we go, Jamil Curry. We've just chatted with Mike Versteeg. So how did this all happen?
Oh, like me running?
Yes.
Well, number one, I don't have a Western States qualifier this year. I've only run one ultra this year. It was the Saddles 50.
Mm-hmm.
And so
great new race up in Prescott, by the way.
Yeah, but there's so much that goes into this race, and I want to, we level it up every year, and it's stressful, but my team is great. Our team is incredible, and so everyone's encouraging me to run this race, get that qualifier, but just maybe experience this race. I've never run this race before, so but I did tell Michael, I was like, all right, that's like the final thing. Like, if you show up and run, like, I'll toe the line too.
That's awesome. Awesome. Well, we'll let you go. You got a few minutes more to prepare, maybe get another mile in, and we'll see you out there.
Yeah, we're about 11 minutes from the start of the race here, so time is ticking down for the latest entry to the Javelina Jundred. I believe that this was, like he said, very late breaking. Obviously, he's got the connections to sneak into this race at the 11th hour.
Yeah.
Literally the 11th hour.
Literally the 11th hour. But also cool, that Jamil's thinking about Western States qualifier. By the way, 900 people out there are thinking about Western States qualifier. Yeah,
you bet.
Maybe 30 or 35 are thinking of golden ticket, but 900 are thinking, if I can get across that line in 29:59, I can be in that lottery pool in a month and a half from now, and possibly get that dream start at Western States 100.
Yeah, absolutely. That was my original. One of the first time I tried to run this race was in 2016, and that was my intent. I actually had a bad day, didn't finish, but I continued my journey on and eventually got into the lottery, and I'm working my way through. And so
before we go with just under 10 minutes, continue. I interrupted you, but continue with the setup here, because there's so much work of Jamil's and Matt's and Bryce and the rest of the Aerovipa team to get us here on site, rather than 32 miles away in the flanks of the Phoenix airport. So how did this come to pass? Was it you just nagging and being like, I want to be on site?
I think that just seeing the couple of times that we did some other live streams, I think that Jamil saw the value in it. Yeah. Like, having us here, I mean, I love broadcasting these events from our studio, but this is different. This is, like, you can feel the energy and the bite in the air at the largest 100-miler in the United States.
Yeah.
People going by, you can hear and feel the buzz here, and it's going to be that way for the next 30 hours. I mean, we're not going to have more than 20 seconds at a time without a runner going by us at any given time for the next 30 hours. Yeah. So that's what I'm really excited about. And what we'll see is that after the sun rises, by the time the 100K takes off at 7 a.m., we're going to see these people coming by in our background. So when you watch us on TV, as we see some of the crew setups out on course right now, you're going to see all of the runners coming up behind us as well. And I'm hoping that energy and that all of that helps to keep us going as well, because it's a long endeavor to be on the microphone for that long.
On the crew setups this year, as with that, the game is raised every year. Last year we realized there was a fair bit of congestion, maybe even a little bit of stress and tension around the crew spots, and a little bit of almost a running of the bulls to get to some of these crew spots. The Jubilee and the race organizers did a much much more sophisticated job opening up even more crew spots. In some of these places, these 10 by 10 pop-ups are as much as 5 deep into the field. Well, as daylight comes and our on the field reporters can show. But just looking at this view right here, we can just see the sun starting to rise. Those crew tents are going to be bustling and hustling all day long, and just adding to the party atmosphere of the greatest ultra running party event in the desert. And in my opinion, and I think as we went through the interviews yesterday and the preview show, arguably the second most competitive 100-mile race in North America.
Yeah,
Western States has the number one spot for sure, but Javelina 100 now for the past several years, truly with a competitive field. And interesting in this field, quite a few first-time 100-milers, ladies and gentlemen in their early mid-20s. This is going to be an exciting race at the front of the field with veterans and rookies and in between vying for that golden ticket.
I have an idea, and it just came to me while you were talking about this, and this might be the hottest take so far. Is it possible that the Javelina 100 is the most competitive open ultra in the world? Open entry.
It may be.
Because you don't have to have qualifiers. You just basically have to be early enough to register. And if not, it's definitely in the team photo.
Certainly for 100-milers. It might be, for example, I don't know, in any given
year. Oh, that's
year,
true. I can talk about the comrades or something.
But JFK or comrades in South Africa. But certainly for 100-mile races, 100-mile trail races for sure, I would say yes. You have to. All the other ones have lotteries, and if you are ready with your submit button on January 1st, and you're in this thing.
Yeah, and that's one of the amazing things about this race is that it's popular enough that it sells out within the first 2 weeks or so.
Yeah.
And registration opens January 1st. We know that people are going to ask about that, so we're going to let you know right now. Registration opens on the 1st of January, but you can get into this race if you just actually register and go do so like in the first week or so.
Yeah.
And if you're on the wait list within the first few months, really, you're still going to get in. Now, the thing is that the wait list gets really long for this race. Like 600 names. I've seen as many as 600 names on the wait list at times, and they still.
And the wait list moves.
And yeah,
the wait list moves. One of the other pieces of the January 1st entry time is that people, their minds change. They get injured. So the turnover on the wait list. I mean, I've had friends who were 250, 300 on the wait list end up getting in.
Absolutely.
So I want to jump in here now with 4.5 minutes. What you're seeing right here. Keep in mind for the Javelina 100, it's a wave start of a 6 a.m. start, which it's self-selected. People who are thinking or scheming or dreaming of a 24-hour finish or less are encouraged to take the 6 a.m. start. And then those who are more likely to be between 24 and 30, again, self-selecting, will take the 6:30 start. And then 30 minutes later, the mass start of all starters for the 100K. And let's not forget about the late night run, the Jackass run, the 31K, which will take place later on this evening.
And one of the things is that we have, like we've mentioned, we have 30 hours. We have plenty of time. We're going to talk about as many of our contenders as you can. I see right there we've got a couple of them. Brett Hornig, the man in the mustache right in the middle of your screen. If he wasn't on the start line, he would be on the couch. Mm-hmm. He would be hanging out here with us as he's been part of our live stream team for several events.
Other notable veterans, Zach Bitter, Joe McConaughey, String Bean, some rookies on the women's side. Tara Dower, recent winner of
I
Run
see Joe
Rabbit
Corcione
Run.
right there.
I see Joe Corcione.
Actually, is that String Bean going by and high-fiving and hugging everybody? Yeah.
Looks like it.
Yep.
We got our camera in there. There's Zach Bitter.
Zach Bitter.
My pre-race favorite.
Is that Andy Glaze to the left?
Andy Glaze, just getting a spot in the front row. There's a nice shirt right there. Look at that with the streamers.
The fringy.
Yeah, a little fringy.
Oh, that's Ryan
action.
Montgomery.
Oh, that is Ryan Montgomery. Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
Ryan Montgomery, one of my picks to finish in the top 2 or 3.
And Jonathan Ray was one of your picks.
Yeah. So Ryan actually is not not eligible for the golden ticket because he's already got entry to Western
That's
States.
right. So if he were to get one of the top 2, it would roll down to 3rd place.
But interestingly enough, that means he's here to win.
yeah. Oh,
Like
yeah.
he's not coming here to play around. He didn't. He came here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and he's all out of bubble gum.
Yeah.
So,
right.
I love this scene. I love this shot. I love this emotion. And I'll be honest, like normally I'm right there. I showed you last year because this was me filming this, like right there, high-fiving and hugging the runners, and we go out on the course and catch them at the first road crossing. But I don't feel disconnected of it because I know they're going to come right by us in about 3 minutes.
Right, so they're just so you know, they're going to burst out of here, doing a loop around the tent city. They will come by us, you know, in a blaze of glory. You know, in probably 2.5, 3 minutes. They'll then make their way onto the trail. Hopefully, we'll get some. Here's another great drone.
Beautiful
shot.
drone shot.
We'll get some drone shots of the headlamps making their way up to the Pemberton Trail, which they hit shortly before what we like to call the road crossing, which is where you usually are, but you won't be there this year.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a different perspective for me early in the race. Now, I'm going to still try and make my way over there when I'm off the air just to kind of, you know, use my unfettered access to the course. But yeah,
well, and that's true. We should mention that as we get going, as has become our custom with Aravaipa, thanks to Matt and Bryce and the organizers, we're going to have a whole array of different folks coming in here to the studio. We're all taking, here's our fire dancers. We're all taking shifts, you know, of ranging from, 3 to 5 to 7 hours. So we'll switch up with one another, switch partners. We'll have obviously we'll have our field reporters. We'll be hearing from them too. So you'll have a lot of different voices to entertain you through the day and night. We're about 30 seconds from go time.
Yeah, you can see the people filming, camera, and this has become one of those events where there literally is like a media line.
Oh,
you know, whether it's content creators or people covering the race for various news organizations. The hype is real as we get down to the 20-second mark.
When I ran it in 2007, nobody
Not
had
like
to have,
this?
Nobody had to have media credentials.
That's true.
None of this.
All right, we're about 10 seconds to the start of the 2023 Javelina 100.
We can hear Jubilee behind us doing her countdown.
Here we go.
They're off. It's a roar out there. It is definitely
It's about to get loud for us here, too, because
Yep.
they're right behind us. Or they're going to be right behind us as soon as they go by. And we're maybe about 250, 300 meters from the start line.
That's right. And they're going to come in. There's a big top, circus-style tent, big top, where the expo and packet pickup was yesterday. They run through there. Actually, they run through there 10 times.
That's right,
they go
yeah.
both ways, and they run by us 10 times. But again,
I hear the cowbell starting to pick up right behind us.
6 a.m. start of the Javelina
Yep,
100.
the runners are going to come by here.
And
Yep, I can see the headlamps in
front
my
runners.
background.
You'll hear a little bit of the
There's our tent
noise.
actually on the right, just to the upper right-hand side. You can see us inside that
There
tent
we go.
right there.
There we go. There's our,
And they're going
there-
right
and they're
by
off.
us.
And they're off. This is so great. This is, again, so new for us. Being trackside, literally, we could reach out and high five.
Congratulations
these
to everybody
athletes
out
as
there. Get it done. See you in a
as
few
they're coming
hours.
through. Our producer Matt Feldick who's envisioned this for years, celebrating that it's actually come to fruition. So you can see we're still in the pre-dawn dark. Most runners, I would say, are going to be with a with a headlamp for 30, 40 minutes, and then that'll be about it until 12 or so hours from now. But this drone shot, you're seeing them make their way around the little loop here at Javelina headquarters, and then they're off into the desert chasing bunnies and javelinas.
Ironically, I think this is one of those situations where it's kind of reversed, where the faster runners are the only ones needing the headlamps, because the first couple miles are very smooth, very buttery, easy running. And if you're just shuffling along, there's a hint of light to the point where you can actually see the course underfoot, and other people will have headlamps as well. I am so excited because I can hear and feel all these runners coming up behind us right now. I can't even tell you how much fun this is to be right here.
Just
I can
real
see,
quick on this drone shot where those Hoka blow-ups are, that's the entrance to the trail. So there's not much time for the field to break apart. Potential of conga lines building up is pretty – it is going to happen as they're on this first little about one – what would you say it is up to the road crossing? Maybe
about 1.5 miles. I believe I just heard Susan Donnelly in the background.
Susan Donnelly running her 16th Javelina. Hey, Javelina runners, say hi.
Nice job. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Yeah.
These are the runners right here, just cheering as they go by. Love to see it.
Javelina. Let's go.
Oh, man, this is awesome. This is everything we dreamed it could be.
Here's a great shot right here. This is up towards the top. This is the actual aid station, a huge, massive start-finish area aid station. There's a Hoka Village there where there will be events for children and families through the day.
There's a beer garden there as well.
There's a beer garden up there. Freak Brothers Pizza will be around. Fantastic pizza. And by the way, if you're listening to this and you're within a couple hours of McDowell Mountain Park, come on out.
Yeah,
come on out just to see the race for a few hours. It's if you've never seen a 100-mile ultra,
and just getting the atmosphere. I always love to do that. I did I did probably 50 runner interviews yesterday, just out man on the street type stuff. Give me your name, your bib number, where you're from, and give a shout out.
And by the way, I was talking to Jen Laughlin, the person who puts all that stuff together for Aravipa, and she was working desperately to get that reel out and get the editing done. I know it might not be out yet. Things were sort of clogged up on her phone, but yes, indeed. By the way, if you don't know Chris, like the man in the field roaming around the tent village, we had an opportunity in our coverage last month at Run Rabbit Run where we were in the middle of the night. We always get assigned the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Where it was a little bit of a
public affairs programming hours, I like to call it.
A little bit of a dark zone. And here we have a shot of what we're referring to as the road crossing. But we were just kind of not having a whole lot to do. And Chris, in his infinite wisdom, was like, I'm going to get a gimbal, I'm going to charge up my phone, and I'm going to go out here and talk to some of these crews and pacers. And it turned into some great television. So
absolutely.
We might even do that again.
Well, you know what? If things get kind of lean in the overnight hours, I have no shame. I will walk out there. I will depart from my chair here and head on out there and talk to and film people because there's always something going on here.
Absolutely.
And that's again one of the unique aspects of this race. It's a looped race, and sometimes you have people who aren't interested in the concept of a looped race. This is not that looped race. This is a race where all of the energy is, it just keeps on rebuilding itself lap after lap, because after the first runners come through, I would say the fast loops will be about 2.5 to 3 hours.
Yep.
After that, we're going to have runners coming through constantly.
Yeah.
Like it's always this excited anticipation to see those first runners come through. For lap
those of
one.
you watching Javelina coverage for the first time, Chris, set the stage of this spot, because in other years, this is you would rush out here, drive out in your car. This is a spot around 1.5 miles into the race where the runners get onto the Pemberton Trail, the traditional 15.3 mile loop. They cross the road. They're going to cross this 5 times. This is like the day starts.
So what you're seeing right here, this is the first road crossing. It's about 1.5 miles to 2 miles in. It's just past the old Javelina headquarters, Pemberton Trailhead. So these runners are crossing here. This shot right here is my favorite one of the entire race when I'm out there on the course. That's Four Peaks in the background. When you've heard of the Four Peaks Brewing and everything, those are the Four Peaks right there for you to see. And
Four Peaks Brewing, yum.
And I can tell
if anybody wants to bring some wows later this afternoon, we're ready for you.
The porta potty cam also, so we can tell who's making those early breaks as well. So we've got those hot takes. From where you're sitting, AJW, you've even got a better view than I do. Look to your left and take a look and see that morning sunrise.
Now, just so
the silhouette of the mountains is unbelievable. And of course, we've got.
And
we also got.
There's Mike McMonagle right there. I was confusing you for the sunrise.
Equally striking views.
Mike McMonagle is here doing lots of content for us, as well as his wife Leah Yingling, who we'll hear from shortly. But we've got an all-star team, both in the studio and on the field, for this race. But again, there's the Four Peaks. This is a spot where, from this road crossing on the Pemberton Trail, people talk about how kind of sort of easy and gentle a lot of Javelina is, and that is true. But in the 4 or so miles from this spot to Coyote Camp, which is the first aid station, there are a few sections, both kind of sandy through wash sections, and a couple of hills, especially a hill that's maybe 150 feet of vertical up to the actual aid station. That's rugged, that's rocky, and that hill gets longer and steeper.
The same the same hill on loop 4 and 5 is far more daunting and frustrating than at loop 1 and 2.
Absolutely.
So actually, if you look closely, depending on what kind of resolution you've got in your screen, if you look to the left, you can see that the runners are actually starting to make their way up towards the road crossing. I think we're actually going to have the first runners hit it at maybe about the 13 and a half, 14 minute mark. So probably about 4 or 5 minutes out. But yeah, so this is just short of 2 miles into the race, and we'll see those runners. And again, that's one of my favorite places to be. Uniquely, I think that maybe we'll have to talk about the strategy here. They put the porta potties on the other side of the road this year, because last year they were on the...
Yeah, that's true. They're on the... I think that would be what we would call the near side.
So now the runners actually have to decide, before they get to the road, whether they're going to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, there for sure you can see a couple of headlights.
Yep,
And at this time, typically, there's a line of runners coming through it. It might be difficult for us to identify all the runners coming through, but we should have a good idea of who might be coming through. But we're about 10 minutes into the race. Reminder that we have a second start at 6:30 for those runners who are anticipating taking longer than 24 hours to finish, and then the 100K start with everybody in the 100K at 7 a.m. We haven't even done it yet because we've been so wrapped up in our excitement, but I want to give a quick shout out to our cast of sponsors. Of course, Hoka, Goo, Gooder, Tannery, Squirrels Nut Butter, and Game On Live Studios. Thank you very much to all of these companies. We'll be rotating through on the upper right-hand side as far as giving them their shine. None of this would be possible without their support and their dedication. Also, Matt, Bryce, could we possibly put up a tracker link for the audience in the chat as well? Want to make sure that people are able to follow their favorite runners, because there's 1,000 of them. Absolutely. And by the way, speaking of the chat, we at Aravaipa pride ourselves on interacting with the chat. We love to hear from you in the chat. We love to have conversations. We love to hear your questions, what you might be interested in knowing about, what you might be interested in talking about. If you have your own prognostications on the race, if you'd like to just throw something in the chat, let us know. We'll monitor that. We love to engage with everybody as a part of this. It's a truly interactive experience.
We have 30 hours to answer these questions, so we're more than willing to take them on.
I just want to hop in here with one more thing. Sorry, guys. A huge shout out to West Networks, who is a technology partner of ours. Without their assistance and help with the tech, this remote studio from On Course wouldn't be possible. Most of these shots from remote aids and On Course wouldn't be possible. So huge shout out to West Networks for all of their help as well.
Once again, that's West Networks. Yeah, thank you very much, because this is awesome.
Oh, and my gosh, if you were here and just the area we're looking at, I mean, it looks like a full-blown television network studio set in the middle of the Sonoran Desert. It's just it's incredible what this group has put together for this coverage.
It is so cool. I mean, we've got everything we need here at Javelina headquarters.
Yeah.
I know that we've got a few food. Here's the thing. You mentioned talking about coming out here, within the sound of our voice, quite literally. Yeah. I mean, you can get here from anywhere and still catch the end of the 100-mile race.
Absolutely.
You've got 12 hours to get here. So, for
example, if you want to escape the frigid temperatures of Flagstaff, we know how miserable it is up there. I mean, Matt Feldick lives there. We know how miserable Flagstaff is. You can come 2 hours down the road, and it's nice and warm, and you can enjoy the coverage here and see the runners. And I think it's worth it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And you know what? Frankly, half the field is from Flagstaff anyway. Some years. So
all the fast people. From Flagstaff.
All of the elites that come down, all those kids, the Ryan Rafts, and people of that ilk who come down the road down I-17 from their frigid Coconino County situation.
Rob Carr's going to make an appearance later this afternoon.
Is he really?
Just to hang out and see some of his athletes. So maybe we could get him to come in and sit on the couch with us for a little while.
Back in the day, when I was the aid station captain at Jackass Junction in 2018, I had a pretty decent crew, but after the race, after Pat Regan won, I believe, his second time here, the Coconino Cowboys and Pat Regan all hopped in a truck and headed out to Jackass Junction, and
there you have it.
And we're hanging out and kind of encouraging runners and celebrating with them, and they helped us feed them as well.
I think the year Tim Tollefson won Javelina, he did the same thing. He got in, he cleaned up a little bit, and he went out there and joined the dance party.
It's almost becoming a tradition out there. So,
and later on, I hope we get some camera shots of our good friend Scott Mojalewski, the best looking 62-year-old in the world. Usually works
giving
out there giving massages. If those of you want a Scott Mojalewski massage, known by Mojo, 28-time
here we go
Crown King, a 50K finisher. Mojo is out there at Jackass Junction every year. Here are our first runners coming into the aforementioned road crossing, as predicted, right about 15 minutes into the race.
Oh, that's okay. So that's actually a camera person right there. They're not quite there yet. So maybe it's a little bit further than I realized. Maybe it's closer to 2 and a.
Either that or they're just dogging it this year, but I doubt that.
Yeah, there's always somebody that goes out front. Of course, we talked to many runners right here on our couch. All of those interviews are available on the Mountain Outpost channel. Now we can see from right to left on your radio dial. You can see them moving.
Indeed, you can.
And they're going to take. Basically, they're going up the.
It intersects. It intersects with the Pemberton. Just behind those runners is the Pemberton parking lot, where the race started and finished for years before moving down here. But now they're on Pemberton proper, and it's just a little incline into here. And then, as I mentioned, about 4 miles to Coyote Camp, the first aid station.
Let's see if we can.
Which I suspect they'll make
these
front runners will make pretty quick work of before the climb to Jackass.
That's a Hoka kid in front. That's John Ray. John Ray was our first
Leah,
one.
who knows everybody's kit, is identifying us some runners for us.
I believe we should encourage runners to
send their kits
post their kits on social media and tag the race. I've always been a big proponent of that because, frankly, help us identify you if you're an elite runner.
That's a little pack with a little bit of a gap, actually. It's super, super, super early, but that's 6-7 runners who've.
Yes, this is Mountain Outpost, not Mountain Outhouses.
Yes, Mountain Outpost.
Yeah, it could have been. I wouldn't have been surprised to find out Ryan Miller was part of that lead pack as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, those headlamps are only going to be on for another minute or so for most of these runners too, unless they just forget to turn them off.
Garmeyer spotted. I think that was Matt Daniels.
Heather Jackson right there. Yes.
Who has not been shy about saying she's going to take it out hard.
Ragna DeBots.
Right there.
And we're not IDing all of them. We've also got Leah Yingling providing the heads up. So we definitely don't want to take any credit that's not due us. Yeah. Because not only are we here on this side of the camera, but on the other side, in addition to Matt Feldake and Bryce Brooks doing a great job with production, Some of our other broadcasters, Leah Yingling and Corinne Chalvoy, are also watching the monitors as well and pointing out runners that we otherwise wouldn't be able to ascertain.
And Leah, we all know Leah. She's outstanding on-course reporter. She's
best
going to be
the best in the biz.
Best in the biz. She's going to be posted up at Rattlesnake for hours and hours and hours, I think.
Rattlesnake Ranch, a very convenient place to get to.
A convenient place to go, and it's the last aid station before they get back here. So she'll be posting up out there, by the time the front runners get there, and we'll be hearing from her on a regular basis throughout the day and night.
Yeah, we're going to do our best to try and ID some of these runners. Our feed is decent, but that's Nicole Monette right there. Was Steph flipping right there? Okay, that would make sense.
Steph
I know that
Flippin,
they've run a
Nicole Monette.
lot together, so I saw
It's
them.
nice to see Stephanie here.
It is.
Psyched about that.
She-
I know
she
she's
definitely
had
is-
she's had some ups and downs.
You
but,
know it.
I mean, I'm really excited to see how she does. I mean, just getting to the starting line is
Yeah,
is a
and
lot for her,
she's-
so I'm psyched for her.
For those that aren't familiar with her name, she's an extremely talented runner, talking sub 15-hour 100 milers.
Yep.
She's been on the podium at the US ATF 100-mile championships. So she didn't come up during our pre-race discussion. I think it's because we don't really
There's
see her
Hal
on
Kerner,
trail.
everybody. The
Hal
big
Kerner-
cat.
Hal Kerner,
in the
probably
house.
the most decorated athlete in this field. Actually, you know what? No, not probably. He is.
Yeah.
Multiple Western States winners, 3-time Javelina 100 champion, Hard Rock winner. Hal Kerner has the best resume of anybody in this field.
And 47 years old. He has battled injury for the last 4 or 5 years. Owner and founder of
damn good looking man.
of Rogue Valley Running. Maybe we could get a picture of him with Mojo.
The internet may break if we put Mojo on. And 'cause
Absolutely.
For those that aren't familiar, Mojo is a local legend here, but also I believe a Ford agency model.
He is.
as well
He
as
is.
an ultra
Yes.
runner.
And not just regular clothes, but underwear.
Yes, he was the jockey guy back in the 90s.
Absolutely.
He was the jockey guy.
A quick note on Hal too. For about 8 years, his Rogue Valley Runners has been the aid station hosts of the Quarry Road aid station at Western States.
Yep.
Mile 90 aid station at Western States. And as most viewers probably know, each aid station is awarded a spot in the race, where they can choose one of their people that will take that spot. And the aid station has strongly urged Hal to get a qualifier and take that spot for the 2024 Western States 100. So while Hal is here to run Javelina, have a good time, have a great finish, there's also the motivation of getting back to Western States, a race that he won twice in 2007 and 2009, as well as has had top finishes in a host of other times. So it'll be fun to follow Hal. He probably won't be in the front of the pack, but knowing Hal, he'll be in the hunt starting loop 4, and he'll be thinking about, well, could I break 20 hours? Could I break 18 hours? He had some 13-hour finishes back in the day. Might not be that fast anymore, but it's Hal Kerner. He can do anything.
He's a former course record holder at this event, so that's something to think about, because I want to say
if you go to his ultra sign up, it'll probably break your computer.
but Hal Kerner's Javelina 100 here, I want to say, was the course record for years until another of this year's competitors, Zach Bitter, broke it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see. I've actually got my. I have my notes. I'm not going to go to Ultra Sign Up for this. I'm going to go to my actual notes, where I actually have a list of all the time finishers for Javelina 100.
Yeah.
I've got stats that
Chris is a Javelina geek. There's no doubt about
absolutely.
it. Great shot here.
Okay.
Drone shot Matt, are we looking in
Pemberton.
Coyote?
That's Pemberton. No, that's okay. So that's not Coyote. That's actually the road looking back
To us?
from on course at the road crossing. So that's
Okay,
about
got it,
mile
yeah.
3 is where the drone is at.
So that's the section they're running just after crossing that road. By the way, about 8 minutes to the 6:30 start. About 8 minutes to the 6:30 start. We can hear the tunes pumping in the back. Again, those 6:30 starters are self-selected. Those who anticipate taking longer than 24 hours to finish the race. And they'll be storming by us probably in about 10 minutes. But great drone shot here of that crossing of the McDowell Park Road on Pemberton Trail proper.
So Hal Kerner actually, as I believed, did have the course record here. He was the first person to ever break 14 hours here at Javelina 100, and he did so in 2011, and that record held for 5 years until Zach Bitter broke it in 2016. Hal Kerner in 2011 running a 13:47.43, and Zach Bitter breaking that in 2016 with a 13:30.28. Of course, the current record holder was set last year by Dakota Jones. Dakota, the first person to break 13 hours at this race last year. Something we actually thought might not be doable because Pat Regan's 2017 record of 13:01.14 had held for quite a while. But yeah, now the course record on the men's side is 12:58.02. On the women's side, another very recent run and one that I was privileged to follow pretty closely. 2021, Camille Herron's 14:03.23. Do you think that either of those numbers could be in play here this weekend?
Oh, I mean, I think with the competitive field, I think a lot will depend on how hard driving these first two loops are. But absolutely, I think every year here at Javelina, the course records are in play. I think temperatures, we're watching a beautiful sunrise, by the way. I think temperatures are going to be, right around average for Javelina. We're anticipating low to mid 80s. Now, of course, it feels a lot hotter out in the exposed desert, but most of the front runners are prepared for the heat as they are every year when they get to Javelina. I would say that both of those, less than 50% chance that those would be broken, but absolutely. I mean, Dakota's last lap last year was just insane to come in under 13. So
he was on a full send for the last couple miles.
Full send, especially from Jackass to the finish. It was just like, where's this coming from? And of course, Camille's time. It may stand for a while. We shall see. But as I said, we've got some of these young runners here who running their first hundreds or second hundreds. A lot of people coming out of, as we're seeing in the sport, quite a bit coming out of collegiate cross country and track. I mean, we don't know. We don't know what we don't know. So I think it'll be interesting as we get into loop 3 and 4. But I think you'll know by loop 4 if either of those records are in play. One more thing about Hal before we move on from that.
Sure.
Hal's a true student of the sport too. He, yes, with his successes here in Western States and Hard Rock, also has finishes at Wasatch, Angeles Crest. Only 4 people have run under 19 hours at Angeles Crest. He's one of them. So, a guy who's been in the sport a long time, an ambassador to the sport, someone who's ingrained in both the Ashland, Oregon community and the trail and ultra running community. Just thrilled to have him out here. And it's been a while since he ran a 100-miler. So it'll be fun to watch him again.
Austin Jeffers with a question in the chat. Has anyone with a 6:30 start break had a top 5 finish before? The answer to that, I'm fairly confident, is no. But that's because anybody gunning for that that sub 24 or faster, like the fastest runners almost always go in the first wave.
Yeah.
I believe it's also a fairly recent development. I believe that it's 2017. That's the first time they did that.
Started the wave start, yeah.
But I can think of the most notable runner is somebody we saw at the road crossing to be in the, at least the most competitive runner in the second wave ever, I believe, was Mark Hammond last year.
We saw Mark Hammond last year, and we talked to him right at that road crossing. He basically was late.
He overslept.
He overslept.
And
he didn't
finish top 5, but you're talking about somebody who is a 13, 14-hour 100-miler on a great day. So
yeah, you can see now daylight, the headlamps will be turned off. They're on the Pemberton right there. It crosses a series of washes. There's a crossing right there. Again, not technical, but can be a little bit of a momentum breaker as you're.
Well, that Hoka kit still has a headlamp on. We can see it kind of. They're chasing a light spot. Okay, so this is from Coyote Camp, our drone out there. So
they're coming into. So yeah, it winds through. There's an old ranch site. The Tonto Ranch site is out there. A beautiful little spot where there used to be an old ranch. They make a turn to the east and then a almost 180-degree turn back to the west, and that small climb that I told you about that becomes bigger with each successive lap. But this is that lead pack we saw. I mean, there was only probably 45 seconds separating this group crossing the road, but right there you've got 6 runners, clearly establishing a little bit of a gap, this early. That bend that I was telling you about is right there. What a great drone shot, getting us an idea of where that next group is, and they've got a little bit of a gap again. So super early in a 100-mile race.
Isn't it fun to prognosticate about a race? 4 miles in when they've only got 96 to go.
So there is the Coyote Camp aid station, and they are blowing right through it. Great still cam there from the Coyote Camp aid station. Again, those 6 runners. I think that blue shirt was our friend Preston.
Yes, Preston Cates, a guy who put it out there yesterday on our chat. I didn't catch the costume.
I didn't catch the costume, but he said something about Prince of the Desert.
Okay. So we're about 2 minutes from the start of the second wave here, and we're getting some sunlight in the background. So if we are picture in picture, you'll definitely be able to see us see the runners go by in the background. But yeah, we're here. This is the Coyote Camp shot. This is beautiful. Look at the desert background. This is why we're so proud of this race. The scenery in the background, you cannot beat the early morning vibes of Javelina 100. I'll stack it up against any other race out there. You can see this is along the Pemberton Trailhead. Basically, they're going to keep going west here, and they're kind of going to loop to the south a little bit, kind of head around a pretty stout rock cropping, and then they're going to hit Coyote Camp, which will be the first aid station. From Coyote Camp to Jackass Junction is closer to about 6.8 miles. As you can see in the corner of your screen, we've got a reading of 64 degrees, but that's down in Fountain Hills, and we are about 4 or 5 miles outside of Fountain Hills.
There's another group hitting Coyote Camp.
And there's Brett Hornig.
There's a Hoka Kit. There's Matt Daniels. I would expect.
So the lead pack is hitting the first aid station as
there's Zach Bitter.
We're about 30 seconds from the start
would
of
be a chase pack per
wave
se. Not
2.
First woman not yet through. But again, this is about 4.3 miles into the race. Don't quote me on that. Getting there.
Yeah, it's the Coyote Camp, I believe, is 3.8.
Okay, 3.8. So getting there in under 27, 28 minutes for that first 3.8. And
I hear Jubilee on the 10-second countdown.
Here's the countdown for the.
Don't know if we have a camera at the start-finish line to catch wave 2,
there
but
it is.
You can see that we actually have a little bit of daylight now, and those runners are going to be heading out there onto the course as well. They're going to be coming right by us.
They'll be coming right by us momentarily. The second wave. You
made a smart play there with that puppy there, AJW.
Oh, yeah,
it got chilly all of a sudden.
It gets chilly right before sunrise. But the second wave, again, those who self-select to anticipate taking a little bit longer than 24 hours to finish will be coming by us shortly. This is, by the way, as Chris mentioned earlier, really, really a fun part of our new coverage here right now. Let's see this pack also hitting Coyote Camp.
I've got 59 degrees on my phone.
At least two runners from the women's field that came through there.
You may be able to hear the cowbells in the background as the first runners of Wave 2 go by. You can see them.
There they
We can see them behind us. You can actually see a little bit of the silhouette of them in the background of our shot here. These first runners of Wave 2 coming by the broadcast tent. And, just...
Wave 2. This is the other camera angle we've got from Coyote.
That was Nicole Monette and Stephanie Flippin just coming through there.
So they're
I'm
moving.
not sure if they're first, but
so
they're
we
definitely
have
close.
I've definitely ID'd at least 3 other participants in the women's field coming through, including Heather Jackson. And so again, we've got a on-the-ground camera. That's what this is. On the ground at Coyote Camp. We'll be providing that all day, as well as that still cam that is just above. That is just above.
I love this setup. We're still just fanboying over it.
We're still getting excited, by the way, about these runners coming through behind as they begin their journey. 5 loops of the Javelina 100 course. It's really cool to see.
All the runners, the cowbells in the background.
Some long sleeve short. There's Hal Kerner coming in. We've mentioned him
There's
already.
so much to watch. Was that Riley Brady as well? Did we see?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Again, good little view into the aid station here at Coyote Camp. Again, if the Javelina 100 course has a quote-unquote climb, it is from here to Jackass Junction. Jackass Junction is the high point on the course.
Probably about 1,000 cumulative over the course of that 5.86 miles.
5.8 miles, yeah.
Yeah. It's not like it's a daunting task at 9 in the morning or 8 in the morning, but when it gets to be about 8 in the morning tomorrow, it's going to feel like Everest for some of these runners. Yeah, we got our link to the runner tracking up top. You're probably going to only have a few runners having registered making it to Coyote Camp, because we've only seen perhaps maybe about 2 dozen. So and we'll be following that as well. We'll be keeping an eye out. In addition, for those just tuning in, welcome. I am Chris Warden. This is Andy Jones-Wilkins. We're about 30 minutes into the race itself for the Wave 1 and about 3 minutes for Wave 2. And I think we're still kind of digesting our big news of the day here.
That's right.
We had a late-breaking, high-profile entrant into the Javelina 100 this year, and it is none other than Aravaipa man in charge, Jamil Curry. Jamil Curry has entered the Javelina 100 this year at the I guess he and Versteeg had a blood oath that they swore to one another that Jamil would have to run if Versteeg ran. And, of course, actually Versteeg did not show up to packet pickup yesterday, but he also knows people.
Right.
So Versteeg showed up this morning. I actually saw him at the porta potties as I was heading there myself. And I came back to mention this, and all of a sudden somebody mentioned, that means Jamil has to run. And I thought they were kidding. And I looked on, and I said, oh, my goodness, bib 1556 is indeed Jamil Curry. So,
and as he mentioned when he came and sat on the couch for a few minutes with us, he has been interested in getting into the Western States 100 for a couple of years, and he's only run one race so far this year, and it was not a Western States qualifier. So he's hoping to check that box and maybe find his way to Olympic Valley in June.
What's funny is that Jamil always was very nonchalant about the idea of Western States, because as a fanboy myself trying to get into Western States, and I've been on the lottery ticket hunt for years, and I'm on 5-6 years at this point, and Jamil is either with me or maybe a year ahead of me, and he was always so uninterested, or at least he tried to give off that vibe. But he entered the lottery every year. And so this year, with it being October and the qualifying period ending as of next weekend, what better place than the race you put on than to jump in last minute and get that Western States lottery ticket to maintain. So
and on that note, on the note of Western States, Craig Thornley, the Western States race director, is here.
Yeah,
he's here on the property. He has come here now for the last several years. He especially with the golden ticket recipients, he greets them and chats with them and asks them if they're going to take their golden ticket. Most of them say yes. So we're hoping maybe we can get Craig to come by and chat with us a little bit later. He usually hangs out with his brother Chris at the Squirrel's Nut Butter tent.
That's where I saw him yesterday,
which is right up in the front row by the start-finish line. But it'll be nice to visit with Craig a little bit later today.
Yes, Skyler. Oh, there's Versteeg right there. Skylar mentions that nonchalant also applies to Jamil's overall training at this point.
Yes,
So,
indeed.
got a few costumed runners there. We saw somebody in a nice little fun kit.
Yeah, we were anticipating that Jamil's training has probably been somewhere in the area of about 6 miles a week.
Yeah, Versteeg probably also wanting that Western States ticket as well.
Yeah.
And he came in and he was our first guest of the morning.
Yeah.
Showed up bright and early and to let us know that he's just coming out here to have fun. Really, like he says, he doesn't believe that he's competitive in a race in a field of this caliber, and this is also not his wheelhouse. Like this is way too flat and fast for him.
Well, and in true Versteeg style, when we asked if he and Jamil were going to run together, he said, "No, I don't want to run that slow."
Yeah, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to be out there that long. Yeah,
so that was a little bit of a dig.
So
right there out of the gate.
I could see, Versteeg coming in, maybe in the 17, 18-hour range, and Jamil. It's kind of hard to handicap because you don't know what you're getting out there. I'm assuming at the very least sub 24.
I am too. Yeah,
probably in the 20 to 21 hour range is what I would predict for Jamil Curry. So,
and mind you, Jamil Curry is the guy who took a 4-hour nap at mile 68 of Hard Rock and then proceeded to run the fastest split ever from that point to the finish. So you never know what he's capable of.
This is true. As more runners hit
getting
Coyote
a good
Camp, the
view
first
of
aid
the
station.
pack. There's
Andy Glaze. Let's see if we can identify some of these other runners.
Again, coming into the Coyote Camp aid station, mile 3.8. We have a camera on the ground as well as a static cam there. We'll also have cams up at Jackass Junction where the front runners are. They're headed that direction right now.
So the first runner or the first finisher of the Javelina 100 this year, by my calculations, will be the 4,006th finisher of this race all time.
Really?
Yeah, we crossed, as far as I can tell, we crossed the 4,000 runner, or actually 4,007th. We have 4,006 finishers all time here at Javelina, and so we had the 4,000th finisher
and this
come
goes
through
back,
last year.
as for those of you who are fans of the sport, goes back to 2003 when the first Javelina 100 was run. They were successful. Jamil and his team and Jubilee were successful in staging it during the COVID year. It was very different in 2020 with
it was hard. It was emotionally to be here. I was out here that year. I did not stay out here very long. Like most years, I'm out here from start to finish. At one time or another, I might leave to go to the bathroom or take a nap somewhere, but I'm always out here at the start. Yeah. I always have a pair of sunglasses on in the dark because I'm getting so emotional, so excited. But that year was really, really tough with every protocol in place. Obviously, safety was, paramount. So what happened was I got here, and they had starts staggered over days. Like you were not starting with an established wave. Like you were a wave of one in some cases, and I couldn't emotionally handle
literally
it.
days. I think it spread out over 4 days.
Yeah.
Runners
were starting like Wednesday or Thursday into Sunday, and it was emotionally difficult for me to. I lasted a few hours, and I had to leave because I was not feeling it that year. But ever since then,
it's changed since then.
Oh, it's
You're
just
certainly
bigger
feeling it now.
Yeah, so we are. Just less than an hour into the Javelina 100 at this point. These are runners
great
hitting
shots
Coyote
of
Camp.
Coming into Coyote Camp.
As the sun is rising over the Four Peaks in the background. The Four Peaks actually just to the left of the logo shot right there on your screen right now. These runners have until noon tomorrow to complete the 30-hour or 100-mile journey here. That is Henry Ward right there, local runner. Henry Ward has run this race several times. I think he's going for number 5, typically in the 20 to 22-hour range. Yeah. He's also my neighbor.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, he's a
great local figure in the
author,
sport.
A sober runner. He's known for the Boston Quad, where he runs back and forth, with his fourth run of the weekend being the actual Boston Marathon. And he usually gets it done in about 22 hours for 106 miles or whatever it happens to be.
And a true desert rat. He
Yes.
loves he's one of those guys who just loves the desert.
Yeah, this race definitely plays to his strengths because he is a flat, fast runner. We'll be keeping an eye out on our early splits and deliver those as soon as we have them.
This is our static cam at Coyote Camp, so this is just after the aid station as the runners are coming out again, beginning that what basically amounts to a long, gradual climb to the Jackass.
I believe that was
Junction
Daria
Stadium.
Cropper, who I met yesterday from Blackman Run. That's Willow Dolda, one of our non-binary runners, right there as well. We have, I believe, 7 or 8 non-binary runners over the course of this race, and there is a first place award for them as well. There's not a golden ticket in that category. We want to be very transparent about that. And the runners had to self-select as in the male or female race, men's or women's race, rather, in order to pursue a golden ticket.
Correct. So identifying as they register as a non-binary runner and then declaring which race, if they're interested in a golden ticket or in contention for a golden ticket, which race category they're running.
Yeah, these runners right here are still going to be in the, probably 19, 20, 21 hour range right here. They may be sometime back from the lead pack, but they're still, they're still very early on in their day. And if I can recognize and identify a couple, I will do my best in that regard. These are
By the way, one of our
ones.
colleagues, Corinne Shalvoy, who will be on the stream, I think with 4 different shifts through the next 30 hours, has come down from Colorado with an enormous bag filled with costumes. I just saw her go into the RV, likely to change into.
I believe she was dressed as the mascot of Jackass Junction, Boner, a skeleton. That was her early morning costume. We'll be keeping track of those as well. But as many costumes as she has, who's got more costumes than anybody out here, and that is, of course, the race director, Jubilee Page. Jubilee has roughly 30 costume changes in store for the Javelina 100 this year, pretty much one for every hour.
Yep. Her RV closet looks like something out of a Broadway show.
Yes.
Where there would be
full-on wardrobe,
costume, wardrobe changes. Just an incredible array of costumes.
Yeah, Jubilee goes all out, and the decorations here are all out as well. I mean, we have, you've seen those. Like, I think people have joked and made memes out about the. Like the 12-foot tall Home Depot skeletons out there. Right. We got 2 of them.
Yep.
We got 2 Home Depot skeletons that are 12 feet tall hanging out here at Javelina headquarters. One is at the start-finish line. One welcomes runners to the expo as well.
Yeah.
And
I want to jump in here because before we get to the Jackass Junction section of this first loop, I want to mention something that it's in the rearview mirror now, but late spring. This area, the area up in that corner of the park, experienced a wildfire.
Yes,
there was,
we'll be talking about that.
Big section of it. It didn't affect a lot of the actual Javelina course, but it did affect some. It got very close to the pavilion upon which Boner sits. Boner is the name of the skeleton who sits atop the pavilion at Jackass Junction. And I know the park was closed for several weeks as they were just making sure it was safe to come back. And while none of the course is affected by it, the course is the pure standard Javelina course. There was some concern at the time. It was a pretty quick and hot burning fire, as they often are here in the desert. And fortunately, while there's some black and some soot out there, the desert is already coming back, and it won't affect the race.
And that's actually, I was going to allude to that as well. It's not going to affect the fundamental running of the race, but it is going to affect what they see out there, because there is going to be a lot of burn scar on both sides of their trail. What's crazy to me is how close the fire got to Jackass Junction. To Granite Tank is what the area is called 363 days of the year.
That's actually its real name.
Yes. Granite Tank is the name of the area, and there's a bike shelter structure out there permanently that has been, I guess, built over time by runners, bikers, hikers, and also been decorated by runners, bikers, and hikers. But
there are a couple hundred beer cans, for example.
Yeah,
hanging
from the structure at Granite Tank. But the fire, when I saw pictures afterward, I believe Nick Curry was one of the first people to head out there and take photos. You could literally see the burn in the background, as in like
from
maybe 30 feet, 40 feet from the structure at Jackass Junction. So the fires got that close. So we're grateful and we're lucky that the fire did not claim those structures. So as the runners get closer to that area in the very northwest corner of the park, basically bordering on the... So there's McDowell, there's two parts of McDowell. There's the McDowell Mountain Regional Park, which is where we're at. And to the western and part of the northern border is the McDowell Sonoran Preserve, which is a different park, but all kind of part of the whole McDowell Trail system.
Both of which, by the way, are incredible gems of the desert.
Absolutely.
And if you ever visit this area, those two are must-go-tos. Want to interrupt for a second. We're getting this beautiful drone shot. So this is heading west from Coyote Camp. So these runners have gone through Coyote Camp, that first aid station.
McDowell Mountain in the background there.
What we've been referring to several times as this long, gradual climb. I mean, it's basically a tilt, right? That's Thompson Peak up there, and it's basically just a big tilt that they are going up pretty much all the way to Jackass Junction. They'll make a right-hand turn trending north, where they'll go through a series of washes before they actually hit Jackass. But this is one of those areas that, as the race wears on, this grindy section of uphill can wear on you.
I think that we're about 11 minutes out from the start of the 100K at 7 a.m. here. We've kept something under wraps. I mean, it's not a secret if you know where to look for the information, but of course, the 100K is not a golden ticket race. It's not a Western States qualifier, but it is a 100K, and it's one of the largest in the country, and it's still a big old party. The cat's been out of the bag in terms of one of the major names that's in this race, and so you're probably going to see a little bit of Courtney DeWalter here on the live stream at one time or another. Courtney showed up, and she's got an interesting story. She's not. My understanding is that she's here to run but not race. My understanding and my belief was that she was here to pace her mom, who was going for her first 100K finish. But I read something online that actually posed a very interesting question, because she had the course record prior to Lottie Brinks breaking it last year. Somebody actually brought up the idea, what if Courtney goes out full send, gets the course record back, finishes in 7.5, 8 hours, then catches her mom coming in from her second loop and paces her for the third. I laughed and I said, you know what? Knowing her, that's crazy enough to be a possibility. So yeah, but of course there are plenty of other, highly talented runners. We interviewed some of them here this weekend. Pedro Gomes joined us yesterday. Air Viper Racing Team is
a professional triathlete running his first 100K.
So we'll have some updates on that field as well. We'll try and keep an eye on it. The thing about Javelina 100 is that there are so many people running these races. There are over 1,200 runners between all distances that it's darn near impossible to keep them all.
So here we're seeing them, probably what would account to the mid pack, the mid pack of at least the early wave zooming down in on Coyote Camp. That road, by the way, heading towards the sun is how they access Coyote Camp. There's a small little rugged dirt road that comes in from the main highway. But what a beautiful, beautiful morning these runners have as they're traversing. Good friend from Single Track.
You want to come out and say hi? You want to come join us for a couple minutes?
Melanson is in the house. He's doing.
We got a couch.
Some content creation. We're going to see if he can come in and chat with us for a second.
One of the friends of the family is
one of our regular contributors on.
Going to join us here.
Running and. Has come down from Salt Lake City. Finn,
that's a great shot.
Actually, let's see if Matt can get the camera going. Finn, good morning. How are you?
Now that I've seen you guys, it's going amazing.
course, Finn, this is not your first time being out here. You were out here last year as well to pace Brett Hornig. We talked about that yesterday. You're not running it, but you're out here. What brings you out here, and what brings you back?
I talked about this with Brett Hornig earlier this week. I think this is one of the few races in the sport that does a great job at balancing sort of both ends of the sport, the sort of the local grassroots community sense, obviously on the other side of things, the professional, like let's race for a golden ticket sense of things. And that's a really hard balance to strike, and this race does it almost perfectly, and I love that.
I was mentioning that. I forget who I was talking to, but, I have history of this race going back to 2006, 2007, when we were just up the trail at the Pemberton parking lot. And while the environment is much bigger, the community vibe is still the same. At that point, it was 200 runners coming, but there were still party, there were still costumes, there were still people coming here to try and go fast, and people here coming here to have a good time. And what Aravaipa, Jubilee, Jamil, everybody else has done is they've kept that community spirit alive. And it's just so worth being here every year just for that reason.
Amen.
So you're going to pace Brett.
I'm going to try to
How many loops?
I'm going to try to pace Brett on lap 4. Emphasis on the try. Brett is super fit, and I may be fit enough to help him 60 miles into a race.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about pacing is that when you think about it, like, oh my goodness, this runner is so fast. Well, last year, that's one of the things that, we talked about with him yesterday is just like, coming back, he's one of the, his time last year is one of the best of all time here. And so for him to come back, we expect great things from him here this year.
I'll be curious to get your takes here. My bold prediction on the men's side is we're going to see all of the top 5 under 13-15.
Under 13-15.
Under 13-15.
I might be with you. It's not going to be super hot.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's going to be medium hot for Javelina. And I think there's enough density in that front group that unless there's tons of crashing and burning, I could see that.
Yeah.
And I could see a top 5 that's, by the start of lap 5, separated by 15 minutes to half an hour. Like, I don't see a ton of separation going into lap 5.
Yep.
So
and
that
as Brett predicted when we chatted with him yesterday, the winner might not emerge until lap 5.
Yep. Yep.
So that basically means that you're thinking that there have only been 5 of those in history.
Yeah.
So you're thinking that's going to double up this year.
So Mike McMonigal said this after Black Canyon earlier this year, that the level of professionalism that we witnessed at that race was sort of a watershed moment in the sport. I see another opportunity for that at Javelina this year, where we just see a redefinition of what's normal among the professionals. I just think there's enough people, like you just said, in this field that can do it. The weather, I think, is going to be somewhat favorable, and I think we're going to see really smart racing today. I think we're going to see that pack stick together for 3-4 laps.
We've also got this really, and we see this a lot recently too, this unique blend of sort of seasoned vets, like just on the men's side, let's just, for the sake of time, the Zach Bitters and String Beans.
Yes.
And then these kids coming at it, and 2 of whom are coached by a String Bean. Like these 24 to 28-year-olds that are, wide, Preston Cates, for example, like wide-eyed, bushy tail, like, I'm going to send it.
Yep. I love it.
I'm excited about that. Somebody actually asked in the chat, do you have any random baller picks this year?
Oh, wow. First of all, love that this term is getting some additional airwaves.
It's got traction.
It's awesome. No, it's got traction. I think you guys have talked about him, Blake Slatengren. I'm really excited about, coached by Joe McConaughey. Saw him on a shakeout run yesterday, and just like his demeanor, his focus, looked at his Strava. I think he's primed to run a really good race here. He also just seems to bring sort of like this humble mentality. Blake stands out for me. I'll go with Blake. I think Blake's my guy. How about you?
Hey, Blake reminds me, he reminds me a little bit of Anthony Costales.
Yes. Yes.
We didn't talk about this ahead of time, but Anthony comes into the sport with a great deal of humility, great background, just kind of see what the day brings.
Yep.
I've seen that in Blake as well, but my Preston Cates, that guy impressed me. I think Preston will.
He was hilarious.
I think
he's got a great personality.
Wonderful spirit. He's embracing the party atmosphere. He's going to be in costume. He's kind of just like, I'm here to have fun and go for it.
Yeah, so the notion of somebody who's like going to potentially run like a sub 15-hour race in costume is mind-blowing because that's not the realm of the ultra or the elites.
Preston is interesting to me. He kind of reminds me in one small sense of Scott Jurek in the sense that he's very interested in like personal development. He's reading all this like philosophy pre-race, impressed by like the existentialists and all this stuff outside of running. That kind of informs his approach. So yeah, Preston excites me a lot too. And
just to jump in for a second, because we're just a few minutes away from the 100K start, we can hear Jubilee in the background. They'll be coming by us as
that was Raj
as the first two
right
starters.
there. Raj, one of the favorites here in the 100K. So did you hear what I actually just said right before you came on? Of course, Courtney Dauwalter is running the 100K.
So exciting.
So here's the thing. Like, I was under the impression that she's here to pace her mom for this race, which somebody brought it up last week. What if she's here to win it, throw down a course record, and then pace her mom for the final lap? And I started doing the math in my head. It's like, well, if her mom's a decent runner, 2 laps, 8 hours, 8.5 hours, Courtney's going to be done by then.
And to your point, and that reminds me, at the very least, I hope that this is an opportunity to do recon for a future course record attempt at the full 100-mile course. I think that what Camille Herron did a couple years back is so impressive. I think it's
for sure.
I think it's one of the best course records in this entire sport, bar none. And it's one of those really interesting, still left to do things in the sport for Courtney. So maybe that could be one of the objectives here today.
Hey, before we let you go, while you wait for Brett, what are you doing today? You kind of taking in the Javelina scene? And
one of the best things about Javelina is you are never wanting for entertainment. You're never wanting for things to do. There's just so much like people watching to do. There's so many. It's kind of a reunion in a sense for a lot of people. So a lot of conversations. Maybe I'll snap some photos, maybe take some video. But I think just celebrating the fact that this is one of the best races, events in the sport, and it happens once a year, and I'm just going to soak it in.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming on.
Finn, thanks for joining us. It's so good to see you, man. Have fun this weekend. We'll talk soon.
We'll talk again soon.
Finn Melanson of the Single Track Podcast, content creator, and all-around fun guy. Big fanboy of the sport, just like the two of us.
Absolutely.
So,
one of the great geeks of the sport, along with Brett and Leah, who's going to be out there at Rattlesnake. Jamil and Matt and Bryce have done a fantastic job of bringing together some of the best geeks in the sport, and Finn is toward the top of the list of ultra running geeks. No doubt.
Know it. We're about 35 seconds from the start of the 100K, as we mentioned. Another group of runners heading out into the desert. These runners going out for three laps rather than 5.
They're still doing the
Escondido.
The 22.3 Escondido extra section for lap 1, and then 2 of the 19.8 mile loop. So just a few seconds away from this 100K start, and then all the runners will be on course.
And we'll see them come right behind us, just as we have the 2 previous waves of the 100 mile. 3, 2, 1, and they're off.
Again, as we've said now several times this morning, this is our first time being trackside at the Javelina 100, and it's just
the
so
runners
much
are
fun.
The runners are about
It's just
60
so
seconds
much fun.
from passing us here as they head their way through
headquarters.
Right.
If you see that big Hoka tent, just where all the sleeping tents are, we
right
are
next to it
just to
almost.
the left of that.
Yeah, so they're heading down through the crew zone setups, the no man's land, as it has been.
There's that's a really good shot of all the tents. 2, 3, 4, even 5 deep as they get down here.
Yeah, those are all crew tents, all set up by the runners themselves.
Get a good idea of this crew coming through. Here they are.
Here they are. Raj leading the pack on the men's side, on the women's side.
100K runners. All right.
Hopefully you can hear them in the background. That's one of the cool things about this setup is that they're literally right behind us.
They're literally running right behind us. These guys get to start in full daylight, make their way up to the road crossing.
Yeah, right behind us. Now the
Pemberton.
screen is since the sun is up, the screen is reversed, so we can see out better than they can see in.
Costumes.
Oh, there's Katra. That's Katra right there. So it looks like it's thing 1 and thing 2.
There we go.
What she's doing this year.
I like that. Katja Corbett comes here every year and outdoes herself each year with her costumes.
Yeah, Katra Corbett with the best costumes in Javelina history, in my opinion. When she did The Purge a few years ago, it was terrifying.
That was terrifying.
It was scary. But, yeah, a lot of local flavor for the 100K, but also a lot of people coming out here to
Lots
test
of costumes.
themselves for their first 100K.
Here they are. All right.
These runners are loving it, and we're loving being a part of this
What a
too,
nice
here at McDowell Mountain Regional Park.
Nice big field in the 100K. Good stuff.
Somebody mentioned AJW. You might want to talk in your mic a little bit more because surprisingly, it's not picking you up.
Oh, really? All right. Is that better? Can you let me know if you can't hear me?
First time that
I almost never have to be told that people can't hear me.
Loud, honest, and whole, folks. Also likes IPA, as his Twitter handle specifies. So
I was so excited. I was just wandering over to watch all the 100Ks, and I probably just moved away from the mic. So we're an hour. Just so you know, we're an hour into the elite start, the first start of the 100 mile. The lead pack is probably a couple of miles from Jackass Junction.
we'll have to clarify and figure out where the timing mats are on course. I'm assuming that they're all out at each, but we don't have any readings from Coyote Camp yet. If we can get those readings, we will definitely pass along what we know in terms of the leaderboard.
We should certainly have a mat at Jackass.
Absolutely,
and
yes.
we have had a mat at Rattlesnake before, but as we remember from last year, it was a somewhat inconsistent mat at Rattlesnake.
We're having just the final runners for the 100K are passing us at the Big Top and the Hoka station here. You can see now in the background that the shade behind us is very see-through.
Mm-hmm.
So we can see these runners. Now we wait. At least here in terms of the crew and the people out here at headquarters. This is where the lines for Freak Brothers Pizza, the coffee vendors, the Acai Bowl food trucks, that's where this is going to get real, real long. The setup out here is insane. I want to see if maybe later on I can, maybe while some of the other hosts are on, I might just go on and throw a gimbal on my phone and kind of show people what it looks like for those who aren't running. For those who are being able to be out here. I think that's a very important aspect of the Javelina 100, showing people that, the race is awesome, but everything surrounding the race, the hoopla, the crew setups, the expo tent now, I believe, is turning into a viewing center.
Yeah,
because
a large screen TV in there.
How big is that thing? It's big enough that it wouldn't fit in my house. It's probably about a 140-inch diagonal screen in there. I mean, it's a monster. Do we have the specs on that thing, Bryce? On the TV and the expo
By the way,
tent?
if we can get back to that drone shot, that was certainly the section going into Jackass Junction. It was clearly they were doing that bobbing and weaving, as I mentioned, through the washes, and then once they clear Jackass Junction, it is a smooth, buttery, fantastically fast run down to Rattlesnake.
So this shot is as the runners for the 100K are departing Javelina headquarters. They're basically going to be heading out on a couple of connecting trails until they hit Pemberton. So Pemberton Trail is basically the heart of this race.
Yeah.
It's a 15.4 mile loop that originates from the Pemberton Trailhead, but that's where the race previously was staged. It's not staged there anymore, but the runners still are on that on about 95% of that trail, and then of course, as you mentioned, they take a diversion down Escondido Trail, which is a notorious cooking zone.
Absolutely,
people
absolutely.
are exposed, and it's kind of cool because at least I liked it. Running down the Escondido, you're actually paralleling McDowell Mountain Road, so you see some traffic going by. I know that's not everybody's cup of tea, but it's the last vehicle traffic you're going to see for 60 or 100 miles.
I would note too, the Pemberton Trail is really the original trail of McDowell Mountain Park. To this day, now there are about 75 miles of trails coming through here. But back in the day, and I know I bore you all with the back in the day stories, but that was kind of it. And by the way, it's a legendary Strava segment, if nothing else. If you want to come down here and throw down against the likes of Jim Walmsley,
I was
going to
say, I assume he's got
and Camille
that.
Herron and everybody else. If you just want to run, park at the Pemberton Trailhead, start running, and 15.3 miles later, come back and see how you measure up against some of the best, because that pure 15.3 mile loop is just one of the kind of classic trail loops, at least in this part of the country. And I think everybody should give it a shot, whether they come out to Javelina or not. It's a fantastic little section of trail.
I believe that Walmsley's course record for the Pemberton 50K, two loops of that, this is for a 50K, is like 2:49.
Yep.
It's insane.
Yep.
I just got some intel from a friend of mine, John Armstrong, who is here to crew his wife Kat in the 100K. Shout out to John and Kat. And he said, well, holy blank.
Bleep.
Someone in the 100K is dressed as the Hamburglar and actually giving out McDonald's hamburgers. Why did they not stop by here?
How did we miss that?
Where are our hamburgers?
Okay,
here
the second loop. If someone knows that Hamburglar, we want some burgers here in the second loop.
Liam, Aid Station Fireball, ran the Pemberton 25K last year and can testify, as he is in the chat, that the back half of Pemberton Trail is literal butter.
Oh, it is literal butter.
Coming back from Granite Tank, from Jackass Junction, it's a very slight downhill, and it is people throw down hard on that section of trail.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's as close to like a flat canal gravel path as you'll get on a trail.
No, in that Walmsley Strava segment, he was doing like 440s, 435s on trail going down there.
Yeah, back half of this race is very fast, and I mean it's not like flat track fast, but it's probably one of the fastest trail segments in the entire U.S. in terms of what runners have put down there.
So again, this drone shot here is the section going in. I'm recognizing it now. This is this somewhat rolling section that will bring the runners into Jackass Junction, and it looks like if we're seeing what we think we are, that pack of 6 that came in together to Coyote Camp has the rubber band is stretched a little bit. Again, super early. Jackass Junction is about mile 10 on Loop 1.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, these guys are hammering. They're hammering right along Shalmo Wash.
No, Shalvo's on with us later.
Yeah, Shalvo is on with us later. Shalmo Wash is that wash just to the left of the trail in this drone shot. Thank you, Bryce, getting us a little liquid refreshment.
A little bit of wake-up juice here. Of course, I did bring some coffee.
Thank you for that, by the way.
I actually, it made me nervous because when I was I stopped at one of a few local places that was open to grab some, and I'm heading down the road, McDowell Mountain Road, through Fountain Hills, and I see a fair amount of cars behind me. I know that it's race morning for the biggest trail race out here, and then but I get like fairly close to the park, and I can see the big top. The lights are already up and everything in the background. But then I notice that there's a stream of cars heading onto the road, and I'm thinking, oh no, I'm going to be late. And of course, I messaged the communication that we have, the race communication, and let them know that I might be a couple minutes late, and of course Matt messages back, rookie mistake.
Yeah.
And I message back, but I'm a veteran in knowing where to park. So
and you chose to go home and sleep in your own bed, and
I did.
So the price you have to pay for that is bringing coffee to the team.
Well, I know you stayed out here last night, but part of that was because you didn't want to be interrupted with your viewing
of the Diamondbacks baseball
of the World
game.
Series. Yeah. So HAW,
which sadly they lost. Diamondbacks lost in 11 innings last night, but hope springs eternal. They've got Merrill Kelly going tonight, and hopefully it'll be 1-1 when they head back here to the desert for Game 3 on Monday. Oh, look at this shot right here. This is going into this. We were chatting just a while ago about the section that was burned. There it is. You can see the distinct brown and then you almost see you'll see a residential area that's green, which borders up to there. You're seeing it right there, borders up to McDowell Mountain Park and the McDowell Sonoran Scottsdale Preserve. Those two areas that make this incredibly large area of public land here in this section of the valley.
What you're seeing here is Coyote Camp once again. That's about mile 3.8 on the first loop. I'm assuming these are runners from the wave 2 of the 100-miler. They are about 43 minutes into their run. And the 100Kers will be coming through in maybe probably not another
25 minutes.
Yeah, they'll be moving fast because we saw some talent in.
I would actually check that. Yeah, no, probably closer to 20. Yeah.
I think that they're going to move through here really well. Shout out to Matt Emerson in the chat. Matt, I saw you walk by us yesterday. You didn't come by and say hi or anything. Matt Emerson has run the 100K here multiple times, running the 31K tonight, the Jackass Night Runs. Of course, I'm excited to see your costume. Matt is a very tall individual.
All right,
say about 6'4", 6'5", and I'm kind of looking forward to see what he throws on for a costume tonight. Kim Gaylord, a tour of the village and crew scene would be great. Thanks for tuning in, Kim. That's something I want to see. If I have to, I'll facilitate myself. I want to make sure that we can show people what it's like just walking through all of these tents. There are probably 250 to 300 crew tents. I'll see if I can get Mike Santos to come on for a couple minutes with us.
Oh, that would be great to have Mike on just to explain the whole process that they've gone through this year.
So Mike Santos is basically the ops logistics guy for Aravaipa Running, and he has been out here working tirelessly all week, doing everything from marking the course itself within Javelina headquarters to directing traffic for vendors and RVs, helping to get like the lights set up, the generators, all of these huge tents get set up, as well as check in runners and campers themselves. And he has been also sharing as much time as he can on the Facebook grouping where runners get a lot of their information. And I do my best to try and monitor that chat, but there are so many times I'm asked questions that I don't have the answer to, so I have to defer to Mike. And unfortunately for him, somebody gave me his cell phone number, so I have been texting him on a fairly regular basis. I try and limit it to like 2 a day, but I'll hit him with like 5 questions, so he can kind of just batch them. And also when he sees that, rather than answer me, he just answers them on the page himself.
By the way, I will say this about Mike Santos also. If he tells you to do something, do it.
Yes.
If he tells you not to go somewhere, don't go there. He is a guy you do not want to be on the wrong side of.
He will. if you were to do something like, for instance, if you set up your tent in the wrong spot and you got belligerent, he'll take it down for you.
He will take it down, pack it up, and show you the door.
And he's a big dude. But you know what? He's a very cuddly.
Gentle giant, but stay on his good side.
But I've seen that man carry a rucksack and extra weights around the Nardini Manor course for like 30, 40 miles. So he's definitely somebody you don't want to mess with because he can throw weight.
But on Kim's request too, we will get out there into the field, but just ball. But we've got fire pits out there. We've got buffets. We've got sort of classic. Some of these places it would look like you're at an SEC football game tailgate. I mean, we've got Christmas lights. We've got smart speakers. We've got people who've set up TVs so they can watch the college football games.
People watched World Series last night.
People watching the World Series last night. We've got all kinds of different food. This is perhaps, as I said in some of our interviews yesterday, perhaps the most enjoyable race to crew.
Yes.
You don't have to move.
Yeah.
You can set yourself up here on Friday morning and not leave until Sunday afternoon.
You greet your runner once every 3 or 4 hours, 4 or 5 times if things go according to plan. And the rest of the time you're here hanging out. And I've told people, because the crew spot chase is one that has stressed out a lot of people.
Yes.
So what I've tried to impress upon everybody.
I think we have eyes on Jackass.
Is that Jackass Junction?
Yeah, that is Jackass Junction
right there.
And some runners hitting it, which makes sense. We're about an hour and 15 minutes into the 100-miler.
Leah is on the spot out at Jackass. We'll see.
Nope, Leah's at Rattlesnake.
Okay.
Zach Marion.
Zach is.
We think Zach Marion's on the ground.
So Leah has it easy in terms of the drive.
Oh,
That
yeah.
drive out to Jackass is no fun.
Yeah, Leah got the good assignment.
It's the drive out to two of the aid stations, Jackass Junction into Coyote Camp, is closed. Like you can't access any of the aid stations as a spectator.
That's right. That's right.
But there are two that you can't even drive to without like permission and permit. And frankly, you wouldn't want to drive out to Jackass unless you had a hardy beast of a vehicle anyways, because that thing will mess your rig up.
Whereas
That
going
drive
out
is
to
brutal.
Rattlesnake, as you mentioned, Leah's got the easy drive. It's about 3 miles on a paved road. And,
Yeah,
and you're good. But please, if you're listening, do not go out there as a spectator.
Correct. Yeah,
that's
it's
just
limited space,
Yep.
and the logistics are just such that we can't have crews out at Rattlesnake Ranch and spectators out at Rattlesnake Ranch. It would gum up the works of the back half of the park, basically.
Absolutely.
So,
we did see some drone footage of a runner. It looked like runners hitting Jackass Junction. Don't have confirmation of that yet, but there's the overhead shot of the aid station. Again, you can see it's a little bit brown and burnt, but that is the aid station that is about halfway through the loop, this big loop, and a little bit less than halfway through the big loop. About halfway through the loops 2 through 5 or 2 and 3 in the 100K. It's a place that historically has been very festive. It's a great spot. Drop bag service out there. Wonderful volunteers. And there's a good shot. There's another runner coming into it. So we certainly have runners coming in to Jackass Junction. We're trying to. There's the drop bag pile. We're trying to connect with Zach Marion out there.
So on our back channel communications here, for those of us on the live stream, Jamil's still trying to like direct traffic and talk about things on there, and Skylar's like, "Just go run, dude! Like get off of our
We can
chat.
do it without you, Jamil.
Like,
we can do it.
If we want to, I mean, if you want to like dial in to the live stream, feel free. We'd love to have you, but concentrate on running. We'll find the USB cords. We don't need any help with that. So I'm just calling the guy out because, frankly, it needs to be done. Go out there and again, for those just tuning in, Jamil Curry is running the Javelina 100 for the first time. And we're really excited to see what happens. And frankly, I think that the biggest battle for him is not going to be whether or not he's able to cover 100 miles, but whether he's able to stay the hell away from us and do the task at hand. Because the man will not stop trying to do what he can to help us.
Yeah. Here's a good shot of what looks like Matt Daniels, who looks like Matt Daniels. I would also say, too, if Skylar Hall's in the chat, Skylar, if you could hop on a plane, I bet you Jamil would like some company on his last loop. So come on out.
Okay, so we actually have splits. We have splits from Jackass Junction. Our first runners through: Ryan Montgomery, Jonathan Ray, Matt Daniels, Paul Jacobs, John Dean, and Preston Cates, all through the first 6 in under an hour 17.
Okay.
Last year, Dakota hit that in 1:20, 1:21.
Okay, so they're
a
moving.
couple minutes ahead of course record pace at this point. They are flying. They're cooking. We've got a couple other through. Our first woman has hit that section. Dan Green at 1:18. Heather Jackson leading the women's pack at this point at 1:18:40. And Ryan Miller, our 8th male, 9th overall, at 1:18:47.
Man, Heather is putting it down as
She
predicted.
did last year.
Yep.
She did last year. And, of course, Heather, last year we talked about at length how it was her first ultra. And she was leading, and she was in the golden ticket chase pack for the entirety of the race.
Yep.
She faded late. She did fade late, but she still had a very impressive 100-mile debut in the in 5th place, and I believe that her time was somewhere in the 15.5-hour range, but let me see if I can pull that up with certainty.
And while you're doing that, here we are, as we've been mentioning several times already, Jackass Junction to Rattlesnake Ranch is full-blown desert butter. Dropping 2 to 4% grade all the way down, smooth trail. Nothing in your way. Little maybe a wash here and a wash there. These guys are going to make quick work of this section down to Rattlesnake. And then from Rattlesnake, they've got that little extra part that adds about 2.5 miles to the loop for only loop 1. And then the more standard 19.8 after that.
So Heather Jackson ran this in 15:42.18 last year. That is the 10th fastest woman all time at this course. And actually, that's got to have kind of a star, an asterisk to it. It's probably because the old course from Pemberton actually accounts for 2 of the top 10 times. Devin Yanko in 2015, a record that stood for many years, and Casey Lichtig in 2014. So Heather's time is the 8th fastest from the current course, 15:42.18. She was 5th last year. Yep. So this race is getting faster. We've seen some numbers.
That's Heather right there.
Yep.
I know her stride. And by the way, hey, triathlete people, come join us in the chat. Chris, you probably remember last year, all kinds of triathlon people came out of the woodwork because Heather has a massive following in the world of Ironman triathlon. She is a highly decorated Ironman triathlon athlete, several top results at Kona. Also, by the way, an accomplished gravel cyclist. Just rode Big Sugar gravel last weekend back in Bentonville, Arkansas, as part of the Grand Prix.
Is that a Scott Traer sighting that I see?
Oh, look at there.
You want to come around here and join us for
Scott
about
and Cali, come on in.
We've
got a spot on the couch for you.
Yeah, come on by.
A couple of
the
most notable last year's 100K champion
and of course record holder.
Some notable locals. Do we have a second mic?
Come on in, have a seat.
Well, hey, come on in. Good to see you, Scotty.
Costumes right here.
Right. You guys look awesome.
It is the Javelina power couple right here is what we got going on.
With another mic. We
got Scott Traer and Callie Vincent joining us here at Javelina Jundred.
I'm thinking
also known as Ken and
Barbie. I'm thinking Ken and Barbie, yeah.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
You ain't gotta tell me twice.
So, you're out here. Neither of you are running this year, but you still wanted to be out here and be a part of the festivities. Scott, you had so much fun out here last year. We could tell. We could see it. You were like running around like a spaz. That's the best way that I can think of. You set the 100K course last year, and you were the fastest person on the course the entirety of the day. I mean, obviously with the shorter distance and just your energy, you're high stepping it through the cruise zones, and watching your energy was palpable. What's it like to not be on the course this year, but still be out here and be a part of the party?
Oh, yeah. This is just a great place to be. So yeah, last year I was trying to party out there while running, and the crowd here, right? You just feed off the crowd, especially when you come through here. So it can be a little dangerous because you get all fired up. So yeah, when I came through here, it's like, let's get the crowd fired up. You got to give them some excitement. They're here all day. They need some fun. And now I get to return the favor. Now I get to be on this side of it, cheering on the athletes, trying to get them going. So it'll be a nice little contrast this year and last year.
I want to go back a couple months. Tell me about Leadville. I saw you from afar. A lot of folks might not know, but you had you turned some heads at Leadville this year. Tell me a little bit about your experience out there at the Leadville 100.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it was a typical race for me. I was obviously in the back of the field or not near the front for the beginning of the first half of the race. And then I felt pretty good through the middle, so I got to move up a lot of spaces. And again, you come through Twin Lakes where it's just wild. It's, just a wild space. So got a lot of energy there. Closed okay. Got a little sick towards the end, but it was, I think I had some Coke and potato chips coming out through my nose going up Powerline Pass there. That wasn't a fun experience, but I was happy to get to that finish line.
Well, Powerline climb is paved with vomit. Everybody knows that. But before we move on to, when you got through Twin Lakes the second time, I was like, oh, he's going to catch him. Yeah. He's going to catch him. And it was like the one time I've seen in your career where it was like because the minutes were counting down up and over Hope that second time. And then it was just, I knew something had to have happened.
Yeah, I made a hydration mistake, and it ended up catching up to me, and just got super dehydrated. You know, when you get really dehydrated, then you try to drink, it usually comes up. And I'll tell you, I was up when I got on top of Powerline. I was actually thinking of DNFing at the last aid station there at May Queen, because I was so dizzy, and I was like, this isn't a good place to be. But then I got to May Queen, and I'm like, oh, I'm kind of like in town now, so I think I can get there. But it was a tough 12 miles to get in, you know. And then we sat at the finish line for a few hours, me just trying to rehydrate.
Yeah.
Quick jump in here. It looked like I just saw Nicole Monette and Stephanie Flippin coming through Jackass Junction.
Okay.
I'll verify those times. Callie, you haven't run Javelina 100, but
No.
you've been out here on this course. You ran the Pemberton or the Javelina Hangover earlier this year. So, what's your experience with this course, and what kind of advice would you have for runners that are looking at coming out here?
Oh, man. I mean, the course is going to do what the course is going to do. It's got that slight, sneaky uphill on the way out to Jackass. And I would say if this is your first time out there, like, just take your time going out to Jackass. Because that hill, if you're going too fast, is going to catch up with you later, especially when the heat sets in. But once you get to Jackass and you can make your way back home, I mean, just enjoy it. Savor that little downhill. And watch out for those sneaky little rocks, too, because they'll get you.
They are sneaky.
They're sneaky.
They are
bastards.
sneaky. All right, Callie, I asked Scott about Leadville. I have to ask you about my favorite race. I know that you went out there to Western States this June. My good friend Magdalena Boulay was out there helping you, and Magda's one of the best in the sport, by the way. Magda, shout out. Hope you're doing well. Tell me about your experience out there. I know I saw you a little bit from afar. You made it out to the Memorial Day training weekend, kind of soaked that whole scene in. While it wasn't necessarily the day you wanted at Western States, it was the day you got. Yep. How'd it go?
Oh, man. I knew going into that. So going back to the training camp, that race, that event starts 30 miles in. And when we got dropped off at Robinson Flat and I step out of the school bus and I see that the snow is over the school bus, I'm like, fuck. I'm used to training in the desert. There's no way this is going to be good. So, and that was a month before the race starts. So I knew going into the race it was going to be a very, and I use snowy very loosely. It was an icy start to the race. Very hard, slippery ice. And I call myself a terrible trail runner. I'm like a newborn giraffe out there. I don't know how to use my limbs yet. And as soon as I saw the snow at the start, I was like, well, let's just give this our best shot and hope we get somewhere. I got to just when the snow ended, and that's when I got cut off. But I was feeling great, felt fine. But I was also not like bummed. I was excited because then I got to go see Scott finish, which I knew I would have been able to do if I
so many people's experience of that snow this year, even though of course the big story was, it's the coldest Western States ever, but that snow ripped apart people's hip flexors and quads and all these muscles, that Achilles, everything was like, man, I haven't felt those in years. Slipping down tree wells and things.
Many moments where I was like, I almost slid off this mountain and no one would have seen me. So glad to have made it back safe.
Scott, we're probably about maybe, I don't know, a little bit more than an hour away from those first runners coming through. As somebody who's had a lot of success in this course, what's your mindset after you've come in from Loop 1 and heading out into Loop 2? Because in a race like this, it's highly competitive. And in the case of the 100-miler, like, you can see your opposition coming in and out of having a headquarters. Like, you're passing one another. There are no secrets on this course, especially when you're hitting aid. Like, how would you perceive that? Like, for instance, if you're coming in and you're coming out, like, is there any sort of mental game that goes on between the tops, the elites in this race?
Sure. For me, I don't really get too caught up in it. For me, I always have process goals. So mine, for this race, if I was racing this, I would have 5 process goals, and for each loop, I would know what I need to do to put myself in a position to be successful in the next loop. So, like, Loop 2, it's the hottest loop. You can't be too concerned with your competition. You need to be more concerned with your hydration and your cooling, because if you get dehydrated or start to overheat, you're not winning the race. Like, if that's just it. So that's how I would approach that. I'm like, I need to get past Loop 2 into Loop 3 feeling well hydrated so that you have an opportunity to actually race in Loop 4 and 5, because that's when the race is won or lost. It's not won or lost in loop 1 or 2. So you got to just put yourself in a position to strike for those final 2 loops.
Absolutely. You need to be able to be on the course for loop 4 and 5 in order to make the move to loop 4 and 5.
Yeah, and we see it every year. There'll probably be an elite or 2 that maybe doesn't make loop 3 or 4.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think now that with the sport being so competitive, sometimes some athletes say, hey, I gotta, if I'm gonna do this, I gotta take a chance early. So if it's a calculated risk, it's a good decision. But if you're out there kind of just running by feel or by emotion, it's probably not a good decision.
As you can see, this is a shot of Jackass Junction. It looks like we've got another one of those 12-foot-high skeletons out there. I don't know if there's a bulk discount or if Costco had them this year, but it seems like
Jubilee just stocking up on 20-foot-tall skeletons.
I think that the decorations budget here at Javelina 100 is approaching infinite.
Yeah.
I mean, and just also the idea, where do you store? I mean, think about storing those things year round. You've got these gigantic skeletons.
It's like tables, water coolers, skeletons.
Yeah, Jamil's gonna have to get another whole warehouse just for skeletons and Javelina Halloween costumes.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Jubilee's Halloween closet, her wardrobe.
Oh, just her wardrobe alone.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to see. We're gonna, and that's one of the things we're gonna try and do. You two have been out here before and been a part of this party, and you know how magical it is out there. One of the things we're gonna try and do is convey to people and show people what some of the crew setups are like. Show them, now we've got that big old 140-inch diagonal in there or whatever the heck it is, and we're going to be broadcasting the live stream. We've got these multiple large crew tents. We've got food truck vendors. We've got something going on here. It's a fully operational, living, breathing city at this point in Javelina 100's existence.
Jumping in here, Chris, is this Rattlesnake? I think we're on Rattlesnake
Ranch
okay,
right there. I can tell by the arch in the background.
We would expect this front pack of men within, I want to say, 20 minutes of that. We're at 1:33 elapsed. And
here's something. Heather Jackson's split at Jackass is, thank you, Liam, on this one, 2 minutes ahead of Camille's 2021 split. We might have something cooking out here in the desert. Our day might be perking up pretty quickly here. So,
by the way, I ran into Heather down at one of the convenience stores down here, and Devin Yanko, last year's winner, is pacing her.
Oh wow!
So she's got some good experience. It's going to help Heather out, and that'll be interesting to see how that unfolds.
That speaks to how cool this race is. Even if you're not running it, you want to be here and be a part of it.
Sure.
Are either of you pacing anybody or crewing anybody out here?
We live so close that we were just like, you know what? We got to come out here and find something to do.
That is awesome.
Yep.
No responsibilities. You get all of the fun and none of the stress.
Yep. Got my training in yesterday, so I can.
Saw you out there, yeah. Saw you heading out for your run.
That was hot. So I can feel what they're gonna do today.
Yeah. No. Scott, Cali. Thanks for joining us. You two look fantastic. Can we get another shot of them here in the studio?
Yeah, let's get a shot of Ken and Barbie. Check this out.
Power couple. Ken and Barbie right here. Scott Trayer, Cali Vinson. You two, thank you so much for coming on, and we'll see you around for sure.
Oh, yeah, we're not going anywhere.
All right, awesome. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Part of the magic here at Javelina 100 is the costume. And speaking of costumes, I see that Corinne Shalvoy has
she's emerged in her
She went from her
Cali.
best Jackass Junction mascot costume to it looks like a steampunk vibe over there.
Something like that.
Jules Verne steampunk vibe. It's actually a really cool costume.
Do me a favor and toggle back to the splits. Let's see a little bit more about that kind of chase pack on the men's side as they rolled through Jackass. Again, we're getting a great drone shot. So looking up I've been talking about the tilt. Looking up the tilt towards Jackass Junction. This is running. Eastbound down the tilt towards Rattlesnake Ranch. Looks like our drone is looking to find some runners. So we had at last summary the top 10 or so, including Heather Jackson, who I think was running as first in the women's field and 8th overall.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of the runner tracking is a little bit
sketchy?
suspect in some
Okay.
cases. Some other notable times at Jackass Junction I can pull up. This is going to be kind of in a haphazard way. Joe McConaughey, 119. Ryan Raff, 119. Blake Slattergan, 119, because, of course, they're running together.
All right.
Apparently, a half second behind them, somebody we spoke with yesterday, Antoine Ballon Saint Ange.
Okay.
So
from
our
Quebec.
Quebecer.
Yep.
Jeff Garmeyer right there as well. Ragna DeBots, Brett Hornig, Jeffrey Stern. Hurricane Stephen Cornelius.
The Hurricane.
Part of that. That's
Steamboat's finest.
Stephen Cornelius has a very vocal following in the chat already.
He does.
That's our first mention, and frankly, we're probably an hour too late on that.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from the Hurricanes groupies.
It looks like there's Stephanie Flippin, Nicole Monette about 125, Sarah Beal, same, Tara Dower, Riley Brady, Lauren Puritz, Shay Acliano, who Jamil interviewed during the Chasing Gold segments.
Yes, Shay. I think
Midwesterner.
only 22 years old.
Yeah, one of the youngest, highly competitive runners out there in this field.
Someone I know Leah has had her eyes on for a little while now.
Excited to see what she does out here. Zach Bitter, 121. Joe Corcione, 121.
All right, so they're all in that range from, about 117 to 121. So, again, we're about the very first man through was 117?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Hal
that's
Kerner, 128. It looks like.
All right, Hal.
Let's see. Nathan Moody, 129. Selena Langner, 129. Sonia Ahua, 131. Michael Versteeg, 134. Jamil Curry, still nothing. So Versteeg has opened up a lead on Jamil Curry of at least 4 minutes as Jamil has yet to hit Jackass Junction. So
he's busy texting us.
Yeah,
making sure we get USB cables and Garmin chargers.
Jamil's phone and tell him
would somebody
to put
please
it away.
take the guy's phone away.
These shots here from the Pemberton Trail out here at McDowell Mountain Regional Park. This is the Javelina 100. We are about an hour and 38 into the 100-mile race, about 30 minutes into the 100K race. I am Chris Warden, joined as always by Andy Jones-Wilkins. You're probably going to want to drop that puffy here in a little bit.
I know, but I got chilly right before sunrise. I think I am just about ready to drop the puffy. But
it was in the upper 50s out
here
here this morning.
Indeed.
And I didn't bring a puffy, but I did bring an ASU, Arizona State hoodie. I'll throw that on later, even though I probably shouldn't want to rep it during the football game. But yeah, it gets cold out here at night. It gets unbelievably warm during the day.
Yeah.
So these runners, the temperatures will read about 83 to 85 degrees in the shade. So they're going to be in 95 to 100 degree weather during the day, and at night it's going to get out. Now, it said 59 degrees, but that's a reading from Fountain Hills. We are 4 miles outside of Fountain Hills and probably about 500 feet higher in elevation.
So we got a bike cam here.
I love it. Bike cam from runners that are I believe that's actually just before Jackass Junction. Oh, Jamil's in this pack.
Jamil gets his own bike.
Oh, yeah. How far back are we? Yeah, we have a dedicated bike cam for Jamil Curry here today. So, but we'll be doing our best to keep up with all of these runners. You can see and you can follow all of the runners here, all 1,200 plus of them across all races via the runner tracking that we've got pinned at the top of the chat.
Yeah, and you've nailed it. This is about half a mile, 3/4 of a mile before Jackass Junction. There's a couple of more little washes they have to go through, and then there's one final little downhill into the little basin that Jackass Junction sits in. So, a really great new feature. This bike chase cam. Jamil was setting up the helmet cam for him yesterday.
Yeah, probably like making adjustments to it right now as we speak. Like that's why we don't see Jamil on the cam, because he's actually like helping with that.
Exactly.
Aaron Davis, so the question, if puffies legal in Arizona? Yes, anytime the temperature drops below 77.
Absolutely. I mean, yes, it was 100 degrees 10 days ago, but I pulled out the puffies. In fact, I pulled out double puffies when I saw the weather report of going down into the low 50s tonight, for Aravaipa After Hours that we're going to be broadcasting. After dark. Aravaipa After Dark.
The branding is very important. We don't want to upset the marketing manager
Exactly. Aravaipa After Dark. I will be probably sporting my double puffies for that. So 100% puffies all the way here in Arizona.
So, yeah, we've got more runners. It looks like these are runners that are potentially these are 100Kers. So I'm assuming hitting Coyote Camp at this point. Coyote Camp just short of mile 4 in the 100K on their loop 1, about 42 minutes into their race. So that would be about an 11, 12-minute pace. So we're talking mid-packers here at this point. People who are probably, hopefully
there's a
going
quick
up conservatively.
on-the-ground shot at Rattlesnake. That's definitely Rattlesnake.
Yeah, Rattlesnake is right off the main road. Again, we don't have
good shot of it.
We don't have the ability to be out there. We don't have spectating there.
Right.
That's why we do our best to bring cameras there. The only area to spectate this race is at Javelina headquarters, but with all of the camera work that we've got around the course, hopefully we're able to bring as much of it to you as possible. I see people actually setting up. So yesterday, the expo, there's a Hoka tent, a Hoka shade that's, I believe I heard 2,700 square feet. And yesterday, Soul Sports, one of the local retailers, had set up their shop here. They had Hoka stuff, Nathan, I know Goo, all sorts of, running gear and last-minute things for people to pick up. They had all of that stuff here. And now that area has been cleared out by the vendor and turned into a crew zone. So it'll be...
And it's sort of an all-purpose, come-as-you-go, shady crew area.
Yeah, it's fully shaded.
All comers.
It's fully shaded, and we'll be bringing cameras around the site to show everybody that how cool the setup is here. I can't wait to actually throw on a gimbal and
I love this bike cam here that we have with following the Jamil group.
Robert Cogburn, is that who is on the bike?
On the bike?
Shout out to Robert. Look at that shot. It's
nice
such a
work,
beautiful,
Robert.
This is the essence of that trail right here. This is we said this is the area leading up to Jackass Junction, I believe.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny. I didn't realize how well I knew this trail. I've done hundreds of miles out here, if not thousands of miles at this point on the McDowell Mountain Regional Park trails. Having done having 100 a couple times, having done having a hangover, I believe 4 or 5 times. I spent a lot of time out here.
There's one last grindy up, and then there's a little bend to the left, back to the right, and then it drops down into as I mentioned, the little basin that formed. Oh.
We're not going to follow that runner off. I believe that
bio break.
Yes. So yeah, these are runners that are going to be approaching Jackass Junction, which is mile 10 of their first loop.
We get all kinds out here at Javelina. Gary Wang, 13-time Western States finisher, one of the great historians and chroniclers of the sport, just darted his face in to snap a picture.
He'll be pacing Lindsay DeRoche later.
Pacing Lindsay a little bit later. And Tropical John and his better half Lisa are here as well to do a little crewing. Tropical John Medinger and Lisa make the long trip down from Sedona to take in the vibe of Javelina.
And they're all here to take care of Lindsay. I mean, this is for a first 100-miler to have Gary Wang and John and Lisa taking care of her.
Yeah.
You can't find a better crew for a first-timer here.
She can just go into autopilot.
Absolutely.
100%.
That group is going to do all of the thinking for her.
Yeah,
all she's got to do is keep moving forward.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you want to hear some stories, just go find John and ask him a question.
Dancing volunteers at Coyote Camp here as they await the first runners to hit the second road crossing of this race here at Javelina 100. We'll keep an eye out here for those runners. Going to see if we can actually kind of guess how long it's going to be based on where they're at and historical splits. As we mentioned, the lead runner through was Ryan Montgomery in the men's race, and in the women's race, it was
Heather Jackson.
So if at 1:15:59, so 1:16, it's about 6 miles, but it's a fast 6 miles.
It's a super fast 6
I mean, you're
miles.
talking probably 45 to 50 minutes for that stretch. So 1:15, doing the trail math.
An hour.
Yeah, so you're
2
talking
o'clock.
about the 2 hour mark.
2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're talking probably 15 to 20 minutes away from our first runners hitting Coyote Camp.
Rattlesnake.
I'm sorry, Rattlesnake Ranch.
I confuse those two all the time, too.
I need to get more of this coffee
Yeah.
in my system. I brought it, but I barely drank it. And thanks to Bryce for grabbing us some more as well. You know, got to make sure that we stay hydrated and full of as much caffeine as possible, because it's going to be a long weekend. This is a 30-hour race, and we are covering it from wall to wall.
Absolutely.
But it's not
all
just us.
the way to that final finisher.
It's not just us, though. We've got an Aces team that is going to be part of our coverage here. We'll shout out some of them here momentarily once we actually have a full roster here in front of us. I know that Zach Marion is going to be out there on course, and he's also going to be here in studio. Leah Yingling, Dan Ryan, Corinne Shalvoy, Matt Feldake, Dylan Bowman going to stop by and make an appearance here. Debo probably going to be calling the winners in here tonight.
Yep,
so,
probably will.
Good.
Mael.
Mael, what's
Backhausen.
Thank you, Corinne, for clarifying that. And frankly, one of the cool things about us being out on a location, and this is why I love this so much, we're able to pull in darn near anybody we
exactly.
please. We'll be able to have the winners here on the couch with us here on the live stream. We'll be able to bring in, people that are crewing, people that are pacing. You know, we like. Finding out that Devin Yanko is pacing Heather Jackson means that Devin Yanko is going to be here on the couch with us sometime here.
Oh, today. I mean, my shift ends in a few minutes. I might just grab her and bring her over right now.
That'd be wonderful.
I mean, if Devin Yanko likes to do anything, it's talk.
Yes.
I mean, she wouldn't mind me telling you that.
The first time I met her was an interview before Javelina 100 a few years ago, and we had a blast. I had never met her before, but she's a sweetheart.
Oh my gosh, I had her on Crack a
fun.
Brew a couple of months ago, and we just had a blast. We could have gone on for hours. We didn't, but we could have.
Yeah,
it was great
it's
stuff.
So easy to lose track of time with her. She's truly one of the great ambassadors in a sport full of great ambassadors. She's yet another one of them.
Yeah, really fun to know that she's here, and yeah, we can pull anybody in. The sun is out in full style right now.
It's cool now, but
we
it
have
is
a
gonna
Courtney
heat up
sighting
quickly.
at Coyote. We have a Courtney sighting at Coyote, probably with her mom. Again, running the 100K, so she's about.
There's an OBS
50
notification on our monitor. I don't know if you're able to
about 50
wipe that
minutes.
out. It's kind of in the middle of the screen.
Oh, it's been there for about an hour.
Yeah. There's Katra Corbett right there on the lower left.
I think that's Courtney right there with the red pack. Yep, that's Courtney.
Could be.
Yeah, she's wearing her shortnies.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's got to be Courtney DeWalter right there.
So Courtney here
out with the
pacing
signature
her
Solomon red.
pacing / running with her mom, running her first 100K.
So that answers the question that we had of whether or not she was going to win then
I think
pace.
it does. I think
She's going to be pacing her mom for the whole 100K, which is just awesome.
I love it.
You know, truly a family endeavor to have, Courtney be out there with her mom. Of course,
I could barely convince my kids to pace me like 7 miles.
Well, it's pretty much a family endeavor for Courtney when she runs as well,
Yeah.
because Kevin is always there to take care of her. So
I think we have Leah.
At Rattlesnake Ranch. Oh,
and there's a pack that
that's
came
the
through.
lead men. So
Bryce, can
wrong.
we get Leah?
That's Preston Cates right there. I just saw. I believe is that Heather Jackson in the background. We'll see if we can get Leah's audio up here, so we can talk to her.
Well, she's definitely got some data. We just don't have her audio. I'm sure Bryce can figure it out.
Yes. got the best in the biz here with us with Matt Feldake and Bryce Brooks, and Jordan Schmidt as well.
Oh yeah, Jordan crushed it at Run Rabbit.
Yeah,
when all these guys went to sleep.
He's an up and comer. He's a kid too.
Absolutely.
His of course his dad is Aaron, basically directing Race Command, making sure that everything goes smoothly, that all runners are taken care of, that anybody who has any sorts of issues. Jordan's father Aaron also race directs for Aravaipa as well, so he knows protocol procedures, and we do our best. Obviously, things can happen in a race of this magnitude. You got 1,000 runners out there, and it's going to be hot. If there are any sorts of issues, Aaron's got them covered. The likelihood of a runner going off course here is nearly nil.
Oh, you have to try hard to get lost.
You
here.
have to make such an outstanding effort to go off course here at Javelina, because it is the most straightforward loop. We see Leah in the lower right-hand corner. We'll see if we can hear Leah here momentarily.
Now there is one note here that after Rattlesnake Ranch, so we're looking at the aid station right now. There is one turn that they make only once.
That's true.
To make the 22.3 mile loop, and then the rest of the day they do not make that turn. So there is a little bit of a slight variation. They usually have a person out there telling them where to go, but
we've had her in our ear this morning, but this is the first time she's in yours. Leah Yingling, welcome to the broadcast.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. It's a little bit
Awesome.
quiet, but
Yay.
sounds good.
Okay, well, we just had our first lead pack of males roll through Rattlesnake here. We had Ryan Montgomery, John Ray, Matt Daniels, Paul Jacobs, Preston Cates, and I believe John Dean from British Columbia.
And that was about 5 or 6 have come through so far?
Yeah, I think there was 6 of them.
Okay. It's too early to ask if anybody's looking worked or in trouble, but everybody.
But is anybody looking worked or in trouble?
Yeah.
Great question. I would say Ryan Montgomery looked a little bit more stressed than most.
That's surprising because he's a veteran of this race, has earned a golden ticket here in the past. Curious if that continues. It'll be something that we might have to keep watch on here early in the race. What else
and I
do you know
with
out there?
Ryan, he's one of the few with really nothing to lose today. He's into Western States next year with a top 10 position from this past year. Told me he's gonna go for broke today. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I would say that Ryan is probably the one person who would not be satisfied with second here today, as far as placement. Of course, Hal already having his Western States golden ticket punched, he's here to win. And he's here to, I would assume, probably take a crack at that course record, because he's not that far off of it in terms of his skill. And Ryan is so gritty. I've seen him in the past, and
Chris Warden fan club coming into the other upside of being trackside is all of Chris Warden's groupies can.
Looks like we got our chase pack coming in.
All right. See who we can.
And this is going to be a nice long train of people here.
All right, we're going to send it.
I see Ryan Raff here.
Okay.
Hey guys, looks like we got Brad Hornig.
All right,
He's
Brett.
leading the chase pack. Maybe I'll give him a high five.
Oh, do it.
Go, Brett!
There it is. So Ryan Raff and Brett Hornig.
Actually, I think. Oh, now we got Heather Jackson, and I lied about Ryan Raff. He's actually in the pack right behind Heather Jackson. Nice work, Heather.
I think I saw Joe McConaughey.
Awesome.
Ryan Raff.
We got Joe McConaughey, Ryan Miller, Ryan Raff.
There's Heather.
And then we got Ragna DeBots right here behind Heather.
Oh, right there.
Good job, Ragna. And Jeff Garmeyer with quite the outfit.
Garmeyer's sending it early.
Cornelius bringing up the rear of that group too.
Yeah, Heather is out to make a statement early.
But Ragna staying right with her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is about an hour 56 right now. And for reference, last year when Heather went out pretty fast here, she rolled at 2:01. So they're about 5 minutes faster than Heather's blazing pace last year.
Yeah, it's just something that happens every year. Runners inching ever quicker. Even, in terms, you have names like, Camille with the course record. They're running underneath those times.
Yeah.
We'll see if they
Yeah,
can
when
sustain
Camille
it.
came through here during her course record year, I think that was still hour 57. So about a minute from now still.
Impressive.
Wow. Yeah.
Impressive. What kind of costume theme do they have going on out there at Rattlesnake Ranch?
Oh, I see a lot of Queen of Hearts. I think we've got like an Alice in Wonderland theme going on.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah.
Yeah, those.
I missed the memo.
Yeah,
You
but
got more
you're
important
comfy.
things to do.
You're very comfortable, so.
Not for long.
One of the cool things about from where you're standing, or at least from the other end, you're actually from the exit of Rattlesnake Ranch, if based on where you're standing. From the other end, I don't know if you're able to get a view, but when you stand out by the road, you can see them coming for quite a long way. It's actually a pretty great shot to be out there. So, not sure from your end. So you can, from where you're standing. From where you're standing, I believe you could.
I'm actually at the entrance of the aid station.
Oh, they moved the
And
sign
I can
then.
see
Yeah. There's Zach Bitter.
Yeah.
No, I think she's on the roadside.
Yeah. Normally that arch has been on the other side of the
Yeah.
aid station, though, in years past. That's why I got confused. Yeah, I see it now. Yep. Yeah, because normally they would have actually gone through the arch as they depart. And
Hey,
now.
Chris, I'm just going to take a moment here to
Sure.
thank you for this first few hours. I'm going to take a couple-hour break and pass it on to Corinne Chalvoy. We'll join you for a few more hours, and
Our
I'll
first
be back in a little
costume
bit. Our first
commentator.
costume commentator, and I'm going to go roam around the camps, check in on some of my runners' crews, say hi to the Thornley boys, and I'll be back in a little bit.
Absolutely.
Thanks, everybody.
So, yeah, Lee, I apologize. I didn't realize that they had moved the Rattlesnake Ranch sign that's right behind you, because in years past it had been on the other end of the aid station. But, yeah, no, from where you're standing, you actually have an excellent vantage point to see that there are, when there's a chase pack or when there's a group of runners coming as they steadily head down that sloping section leading up to the road.
Yep, I've actually got some good eyes on the runners as they're rolling through. I think we just saw Joe Corsione roll through here. And I'd imagine our next pack of women will likely be coming through here soon. And from earlier, I think that should be Tara Dower, Shea Aquilano, Nicole Manette, Steph Flippin, a few of those gals, and Sarah Beal as well.
Of course, we're hitting the 2-hour mark for the runners that are in Wave 1, the 90-minute mark for runners in Wave 2, and the 1-hour mark for runners in Wave 3. We'll keep an eye to see when those first runners hit Jackass Junction for the 100K. And, of course, we are watching the fastest runners hit Rattlesnake Ranch. The fastest runners hitting Rattlesnake Ranch on Loop 1. So, of course, this is Javelina 100. The 2-hour mark for the fastest runners. It is 8 a.m. here. It says it's 67, and I feel like that's just a very brief snapshot in time because it's going to get warm in a hurry here. It always does. It goes from puffy coat AJW to people like doing everything they can to avoid the sun here out in the desert. As Leah Yingling is hanging out in Wonderland at Rattlesnake Ranch. It seems like that is the theme out there. Our next co-commentator is fresh off the pages of a Jules Verne novel, so we'll bring her on here momentarily as soon as we get her her audio situation straightened out. Yeah, for those just tuning in, Heather Jackson was our first runner in the women's race to come through Rattlesnake Ranch at mile 16. From there, they will head down Escondido, which is about an additional 6 miles to the main aid. It is the only lap where they actually have the Escondido loop. The rest of the time, they bypass that and head straight down Pemberton. It's basically 22, 19 and a half, 19 and a half, 19 and a half, 19 and a half. So those are basically just ballpark numbers. But anything else interesting going on out there, Leah, while we try and get things set here?
Nothing yet. I'm keeping my eye on the trail here for our next pack of women. Looks like they've got a good gap, Heather and Ragna, from the chase pack. They rolled through here about 7 minutes ago now. Okay.
So, yeah, that's actually a very significant lead at this point. Do we have you up? Do we have you ready?
I can hear Leah. Can
Yeah.
you guys hear me?
All right. Our next member of our commentary team has joined us, Corinne Shalvoy. Corinne has been part of our broadcast crew now for basically almost a year, I think, at this point.
Yeah. maybe.
So, Corinne, welcome. For those of you unfamiliar, you are very embedded in the trail and ultra running scene, especially up in Colorado, where your family's from. Your family has been a part of this scene for decades.
Yeah.
Literally OGs in the sport, as it were. So we're glad to have you on here. You have experience here at this course, Air Viper Racing Team. You've run out McDowell's Plenty, and I can't wait to hear your insight and compare your notes versus those of what you're seeing from the runners on course today.
Yeah. It's already an exciting race. For
Anything that
sure.
you've seen so far that strike comes
Oh,
out?
I don't think we're surprised that, especially on the women's side, that Ragna and Heather are off the front. It's just going to be exciting. It's going to make it exciting to see if that can hold and kind of just observe them coming through this first loop here. It's I don't know. I think that the men's race, I haven't been paying attention to the times, but seems like a little more packed together. And then
There's
we had
Riley Brady right there.
Oh, Riley coming through. I love the Alice in Wonderland theme out there.
Yeah, oh, for sure. And a lot of the aid stations are going to have themes. But yeah, that was Riley Brady we just saw through.
And this Lauren Peretz, I think I saw.
Oh,
Yep,
Lauren
that was
Perez?
Lauren.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's Riley Brady in third, and Lauren Purett's right behind them. Lauren is a runner for the Air Vapa Racing Team. Corinne, you might know a little bit more about her. I know she's had some pretty solid results this summer.
Yeah, for sure. No, Lauren's quick. She is based down in kind of the Springs area. She's a doctor or an OB, and she is. This is her second 100-miler. She raced this same race last year as her first 100-miler. So, but she's got some wheels, and she's done a lot of fast racing, shorter distances, 50K, 50-mile this summer.
Looks like we got Sarah Beal coming in next, fourth place. Steph Flippin right behind her. Good job, Sarah. Yeah, Steph. And Nicole Manette right behind her. So that's our 5, 6, and 7 in the women's field.
Nicole Monette was one of my picks for the golden ticket here this weekend. She is so fast, and you don't realize how fast she is until all is said and done, because she just her stride is such it doesn't seem like she's picking up her feet very much. So, in some cases that would signify that somebody's struggling, but she's just that way from mile 1 to mile 100, and when all is said and done, she's finished 100 miles in 14 hours. That's just how she
Looks
is.
like we got Tara Dower coming in here in 8th place.
Okay.
Tara Dower just coming off a win at Run Rabbit Run in a stellar time. Yeah, Tara, way to go. Looking awesome there.
The women
and
aren't
more to add about
necessarily
Nicole
running
Manette
together.
Too. Yep. What was that, Corinne?
They're not running in a pack necessarily. They're kind of strung out, huh?
Yeah, it looked like Steph and Nicole were working together. I know that the two of them were teammates for the Hoka team for a while there together, participated in a few of the similar jackpot races, a lot of the flatter, faster 100Ks and 100 miles. So not surprised to see those two working together, and they both looked awesome.
And it looked like Tara was starting cooling strategy early. I had mentioned to her lap 2 for sure, but she's on lap 1, and it's only 8 in the morning, and she was stuffing her sleeves in her pack, which I think is a smart move.
That signifies how warm it's
Yeah.
getting already.
Shea Aquilano's coming in here next. So yeah, these are the women that I was kind of expecting to see right around each other around here. I think Tara and Shea often find themselves running with each other in these races.
Yeah, I would say, these are all names that we expected to see. There haven't been any significant surprises in the women's race, at least to this point.
Yeah. With Nicole Monette, I was going to say I met her yesterday, and she's also quite tall. And as a fellow tall runner, sometimes it doesn't look like we're running very fast because our legs are long, but we're working hard. So yeah, I think maybe that's just kind of indicative of her. Her
something to add to about the faster pace of these women is last year at this point, Riley Brady, who went on to take second place, came through here, I believe, at 2:09. And they rolled through here at 2:05. So I think the lead women are definitely pulling the rest of the field to some faster times right now.
Mm-hmm.
These volunteers look like they're on point. It's a full-on NASCAR or IndyCar style setup. I mean, we just saw a runner come through basically splashed with water, ice being shoved down their sleeves as it all happens, and just boom, done.
Yeah, and plenty of volunteers out there. It's like a very well-staffed. I remember that from racing, that the aid stations, like, they know people are trying to run fast, so they're on point.
Who was that you went by?
That was Bib 602.
Let's see if we can find out.
Like we got Hal Kerner coming in here right now too.
Go Hal. Nice. Rocking that serious beard.
That was Jill Wida.
Oh, Jill on the. She's a rabbit.
Bib 602. Yeah, a
Rabbit
Midwesterner.
Trail Elite. Yep.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Go Jill.
This course will probably play to her strengths in terms of the surface.
Yep.
We'll see how the heat goes for her, but
Right, 'cause she's
I
in
have
the
no
mid-
doubt that she's able to handle this course pretty well.
Yep.
So now we've had the first 10 women through Rattlesnake Ranch in a sub 208. And how does that compare historically? At least
last
from
year,
what we know?
Riley came through here at 2:09, and I know last year Riley was in a pretty solid pack of Casey Lichtig, Nicole Bitter, a lot of those women working together.
Yeah, that was a very stout field last year as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Riley does out here today. After getting a golden ticket last year, didn't quite have the Western States that they wanted to have. So wanting some redemption, and I think this course really suits their strengths well.
I have to agree with you. That's one of the kind of storylines that I'm looking forward to following is Riley. And also, on the men's side, Jonathan Ray is kind of in the same situation. Came here, had a very successful run, got a golden ticket, then went to Western States and didn't have the day he expected either. So between Riley and John, those are going to be two stories that are going to be fun to follow all day here to see if they are both able to replicate their success last year and come away with golden tickets.
Looks like we have Selena Langner rolling through here in 11th place for the women.
Okay.
Super fast. Super fast. Have you seen any costumed runners yet?
I know Preston Cates looked like he was Aladdin. And I think his
Prince of the
pacers
Desert.
are
That
in
makes
similar
sense.
costumes.
Yeah, and I think Garmeyer.
Oh, that's right. Garmeyer as well?
He's wearing a full kilt, I heard. So it might not be visible on the live stream, but the running in a kilt, it's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, that's not something you normally see with the front end elite runners as Halloween costumes. They're usually here to get down to business, but looks like some of them might be taking in the costumed atmosphere here at Javelina 100.
Yep, at least touches.
Nice work.
We did see a lot more costumed runners at the start of the second wave. As
That's true.
I think I heard Jubilee say that was the party wave.
Yeah, that's the getting it done. The first wave, it's supposed to be sub 24 for the first wave, but nobody's ever, chastised for jumping a wave if they wanted to be on the first wave. We just try and keep it balanced so there's not such a jam when people hit the single track for the first time right outside of headquarters.
Yeah.
So
Makes sense. 850 people is a lot to get into one wave.
oh yeah, yeah.
Job.
And go ahead.
It looks like we just had our 12th and 13th women come through Rattlesnake here too, and that's Sonia Ahuja and Jacqueline Ferogi.
All right. Yeah, here at headquarters, the last year that I ran it was the first year here, and once you got to the single track, we basically my first mile I believe was about 21 minutes, simply because we had to kind of walk until we filtered out a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that still happens to some degree, but not nearly as much as it did that year because we had all of us going at literally the same time into the small single track area.
Exactly. It turns into single track.
Whereas the old Javelina headquarters at Pemberton Trailhead, it's single track, but it's a wider single track to start with, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like a double track.
Yeah, double track. There we go. That's what it's called. Look at that. You have like double concierge service there at the aid station, and they're going to be going through tons of ice. There is an ice machine out there, right, Leah?
I believe so, and I think I've been seeing several of the women especially take some minutes to fill their sleeves up, fill their sports bras up, get some ice down the back of their pack. So I love seeing that this early in the race because I think they know what's about to come their way in the afternoon.
Does that surprise you that they're hitting the ice that early?
No, they're smart.
Is it warm or is it...
No, it's not warm standing here, but I guarantee you in the sun
She's in the
right
shade.
now it's probably feeling a little bit of the exposure, a little bit of the heat. And I think if I were racing this, I'd be shoving ice in all my crevices.
Crevice ice for the win.
Randy, that's an excellent way to put it. First wave is to get a good time. Second wave is to have a good time.
Okay.
We got Michael Versteeg
Get a
here,
good
so it
time.
looks like he dropped Jamil.
As expected.
Yeah, and I think everybody saw that one coming.
It was when Jamil was replying and trying to work at the same time that he got dropped.
Yeah, when you see Jamil go by, make sure that he's not on his phone trying to communicate with us.
Just take his
Leah.
phone from him.
I'll steal it, don't worry.
Yeah, right. Graham Shalvoy in the chat. I think cooling early is so smart for this race, says someone who unfortunately has overheated at this race.
Oh, no.
So, yes.
Did Graham have
Love
a
you, Graham.
bad experience here? Or?
He did. He dropped at about 65 miles, heat exhaustion. I think it was a combination of heat and, unfortunately, heat and electrolytes, as we've learned. Very, very salty sweater, and that's something that's important to know about yourself because over the course of hours and hours, it really can start to become a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So they say 12, 13 hours in, if you've even been a couple 100 milligrams behind for that long of a period, it might just then all of a sudden hit you, and it's really hard to come back from that.
And if your body's out of whack, trying to catch up is just got to be too difficult.
Yeah, and Kern Malcolm saying that it actually helps keep your gut working well as well. So, yeah, that makes sense because then if you have a good working gut, you can take in fueling later on.
How many runners have you seen out there to this point, Leah? I was trying to figure it out off the top of my head, but you would know better than we.
Sorry, Chris, I lost.
Oh, no, I was just wondering how many runners in total you think you've seen out there at this point.
We've seen about 12 women, I think, and probably a good 30 men.
Okay.
So probably
okay,
top 50 we're looking at right now.
All right. That makes sense. Actually, you know what? I just got my connection reestablished, and yeah, it looks like we're about 46, 47, so you're dead on.
Top 50. Good guess.
Yeah, and it's feeling pretty warm out here. This is my first year experiencing Javelina, so I can't really speak to what it's been like in the past, but I've heard it's pretty similar to what we're experiencing today. I think we'll get up to about 85 degrees, but the course is relentless in terms of the exposure that the runners will experience. There's no shade. You need to be taking care of yourself, and I think seeing your crew once a loop is kind of challenging and really forces the runners to be accountable and take care of themselves at some of these aid stations that are out here a little bit.
Sorry, we just had somebody come through and we were...
There were two guys that were sprinting through headquarters, and all of a sudden the people started cheering and they thought they were the lead guys.
Yeah, but
like,
Zach Marion confirmed not racing. That would be something. Is there music out there at that aid station? Yeah.
We have no music out here, actually.
We need some music to get the vibe pumping.
Yeah, I need to get some tunes going. I mean,
drown out my voice.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things about these aid stations, it's, with it being a looped race, once they're on till the end. And that is going to be, Rattlesnake Ranch is going to be the last pit stop for runners as they finish this race. And there are going to be people coming through that aid station until 11 a.m. or after.
Yeah.
So
they'll be working for hours, taking care of folks.
So those aid station captains are...
Yeah, this is also mile 96.2 on the course.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's going to be a long day.
And after this, like that last 3.8 miles is a very fast section of trail. It's gently sloping downhill, but at the same time, at that point in the day or days, you might not have a whole lot in the tank to take advantage of it, and you're just kind of wanting to get through and survive.
Yeah. But on that first loop, they have the add-on. So
yes, that's true.
It's going to make it, how many, 22 miles for that first loop?
Yeah, so this will be an extra
3
3 and change.
Yeah. And that's got a little climbing in it.
A little bit, yeah. In the first half of Escondido, it does kind of climb a little bit here and there. It's a rolling, and then there comes a point where you're actually almost like on a gentle little, almost short cliffside.
Yeah, it's some exposure.
And it starts to go downhill. And one of the things that I noticed about this, and nobody ever talks about it that I've heard, but the side of that trail is very soft. Like when I was out hiking and marking that course a couple of years ago, that section, I actually fell down because the ground came out underneath me.
Yeah.
So runners have to be careful in Escondido. Yeah. Like there's a bike race that goes out there, and there's no way in the world I would take a bicycle out there because it's just too narrow. Yeah, I could totally see sliding off the shelf. Okay, we have other eyes in the field, Leah. We're going to bounce really quick. It sounds like from Matt that we're going to hit Zach Marion.
Zach Marion at Jackass.
Awesome. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right.
Thanks, Leah.
Leah, the eyes out on the course at Rattlesnake Ranch. I know that she and Mike are going to be out there for a lot of time.
All right. Hey, Zach. How's it going?
Is.
Can you hear us?
Good morning, Zach.
Hey, guys. What's up? I am here. Can you guys hear me okay? Are we good?
Absolutely. We got you.
Awesome. Fantastic. I'm here at Jackass Junction. We've had some technical difficulties this morning, so we are rolling with the iPhone. It's not going to be the best quality, but we wanted to bring you as much action here from the course as we possibly could. Follow me. We're going to walk through the aid station a little bit. This is the party in the desert right here. If you can't tell from the outfit, we are having a good time today. It's all parties. It's all parties. Aid station's going fantastically. We've got music blaring. We've got everybody, all the athletes are coming through. We've seen a couple of the 100Kers come through. Raj Paul came through. He had another athlete chasing him, a Merrill athlete. I did not catch his name or number. You guys already got the details on the 100-milers. They've already gone through. We're going to wait for them to come back again. But this is the party in the desert. This is why we're here. This is the fun we're having. How are things going with you guys down at headquarters? Are you starting to feel the sun like we're feeling the sun?
Well, we've been shaded. Everyone's doing a great job of putting up barriers around us, so it feels decent in here right now. Not too bad, but I think a very important question. I do believe Pete's Meats is going to be setting up at Jackass.
Oh, we'll cover that one.
And so has the cooking started yet? When does the cooking start?
Well,
do we know?
Here's the thing: Pete is not here.
What?
Pete's running man against horse right now.
The cooking has not started yet.
Pete is running a 50 miler this morning.
Does this mean that Pete's Meats has scaled to a point where there is another individual who
They
is
started days ago.
holding it up? Oh, they're already done.
Yeah, they've been doing the
Okay.
prep and
Okay.
basically
Yep. Smoking.
And so they'll be they were smoking meats and everything. We'll go over the Pete's Meats menu a little bit later for Jackass Junction. But Zach, I wanted to give you a heads up. Gordon Clark is the name of the runner that was with Raj Paul Panu. It sounds like Pedro Gomes and Jesus Topete have come through as well. But yeah, Gordon Clark, I believe, is the second man through Jackass Junction. Oh, there we go. That's a great shot. Yeah, Jackass
Awesome,
is
great. Yeah, it looked like it was.
Go ahead.
Sorry, it looks like it was a pretty. They were moving pretty hot. They were coming out wanting to push, wanting to make some efforts. We've got Shit in the Woods a little. That was not a costume. That was Mr. Shit in the Woods himself, Mike McMonagle. But yeah, we've got some amazing costumes out here. This is a fun time. This is a great race. But do not be mistaken. The front pack of this race these guys are coming in to throw down. We had Heather Jackson, who obviously you guys have been caught up on. She is moving extremely well. Ragna's not letting her make any moves on her. She's going to keep her within her sights so that she can strike when she wants to strike and be ready to make that move if she has to. With the 100K, Raj Paul out there, we had right behind him was at second place, and he's moving super, super well. Raj Paul has every ounce of opportunity to take this course record. He is fit. He is ready. Kauai 50 miler told us that he is competitive. He's going to dig deep. He's going to get to the well if he has to get to the well in order to make something happen. And he looked like he came out with some determination on his face. So when they went through, he was smooth but determined, which is, I think, the best place to be on this first lap.
Yeah, that course record in the 100K on the men's side is very stout. Scott Traer last year with a 7:31.46 won the race itself by over an hour, and the gap between the Scott Traer number and the second place is about 27 minutes. So if Raj Paul takes down that course record, that is taking down a very stout number. Hey,
that
Zach,
is a feather in his cap for sure.
Absolutely, Zach. You can. We're also in the background as well, getting some visuals of the burn scars on the Pemberton Trailhead. I don't know if you were familiar with this area prior to Javelina, but can you describe what the runners are seeing? I mean, obviously we had a fire out there, but it seems like nature is healing.
Absolutely. So I actually came and ran part of this trail yesterday from our Airbnb is just really, really close. So we can get the drones over here. So I came out and ran the course just to see what it was looking like so I can give you guys some like real proper firsthand experience out here. And the burn scars were very definite. You can see exactly where the fire came through. You can also see where there was a break in the road where they had to like a burn scar, but the desert here, it wasn't very long ago, but you can already see some new growth and some of the trees that were spared, the bushes that were spared are looking very, very healthy, and they're going to propagate on and make sure that this place looks just like it used to. But for those of you who aren't, I mean, I'm from the Denver mountain area. I'm used to a lot of greenery. I'm used to tons of mountains. This is definitely going to be the desert for them. So nothing here is going to give you shade whatsoever until you get into these the death, the rebirth that is.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot right there, as you can see in the background. The thing about Jackass Junction, and we're blessed to have any connectivity out there because it sits low. Like when you're coming into Jackass Junction, you're coming down off of a bit of a higher elevation, and then you head down into it like a mini, not a ravine, but it's a definitely lower area by about 30 feet on each end, and then you climb back out of it, back onto the trail almost. So when things cut out, that'll hopefully explain why. But yeah, this is a great shot telling the story basically as Zach has rejoined us. But yeah, the runners are coming through the desert, and it's not always green anyway, but it's especially stark this year to me and to you, I'm sure, as well.
Yeah.
It's definitely different than we're used to seeing out there.
Can you guys hear me okay? You got me in?
We got you.
We got you back, Zach.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. What I was alluding to previously is I did come out and run the course. So I got to see a little bit of this death, and what a better, hopefully this is a good signal to all the athletes out here running the 100-miler that there is death and there is rebirth. And that's what a 100-miler is, right? There's lots of series of death and rebirth. So maybe it's a good foreshadowing of what's to come here in the 100-miler.
Yeah. Hey, Zach, have we seen the first female for the 100K come through yet?
We have not, at least we have not recognized the first female 100K come through yet. It is very, they're right in the middle of the 100-miler, middle of the pack, coming through in the back of the pack. So it's kind of hard to differentiate between athletes. I mean, when Raj Paul came through here, he was dodging and weaving through athletes to make sure that he was not running people over. That may have actually just been the first females that ran past. They're looking really peppy and really fresh, and it looked like they had the orange bibs on, not the blue bibs. So
yeah.
I did not catch who they were. They were to my back, but I believe those were the women.
I think according to the tracker, we might be able to tell you who that is. And the reason I was going to mention is because the 100K course record on the women's side, also we heard Anna Cassius was going to be going for that. And it looks like Natalie Gorance was maybe first, and Anna Cassius a couple minutes behind her. That course record previously held by Courtney DeWalter was broken last year by Lottie Brinks, and who ran an 8:36. So we've got the 8:36 for the women's 100K is the current course record held by Lottie Brinks, who is going to be pacing Jeff Stern later on.
Well, we'll have to see if we can bring Lottie on.
Having talked to Anna Cassius yesterday, interviewed her. Oh, sorry guys, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yep. Okay, sorry. So yeah, having talked to Anna yesterday and interviewed her, and then talked to her a little bit post-interview about her game plan and what she was going to do. She is going to run a more conservative
Looks like we're as I mentioned, where Zach is standing, it's literally a depressed area down by about 30 feet from everything else around him. So we'll see if we can bring him back. But yeah, this drone shot is wonderful. To see these runners, coming into the Jackass Junction area with the McDowell Mountains in the background. The McDowells basically separate Scottsdale from Fountain Hills. There are a couple of pathways that bridge that range, but the McDowell Mountain Regional Park itself and the Javelina 100 course is fairly flat. I mean, it's not completely flat. I mean, you've still got over 100 miles, just 8,000-9,000 feet to climb, but compared to what you see in the background, they don't go up there. It's just a really, really beautiful backdrop, though.
For sure, and Corinne Malcolm pointing out, looks like we've got 4 women separated by 4 minutes at Jackass in the 100K. So Natalie, Anna, Rachel, and Janelle, thanks for that intel, other Corinne.
It is a team effort and community here at Javelina. Oh, this is a great shot here of runners. They're coming into Rattlesnake Ranch.
Yeah. People are
Love
pumped
to see
up.
it. Yeah.
Fists
absolutely.
in the air.
The energy level is so high right now. And of course, you mentioned the 100K course record holder is Lottie Brinks. And the fact that Lottie is here to pace a little bit later speaks to how much people come back. I think about the names that we've heard who are coming back to this race that aren't racing it. We've talked about Devin Yanko is somewhere around here.
Courtney's here again.
Yeah, Courtney's here again. Lottie Brinks, Scott Trayer. These are people, course record holders, former winners that are coming here to hang out that aren't racing. Sometimes some of them are pacing, but as Scott, we saw he darn well isn't running out there today. He's in costume and all set to party. It's just that kind of atmosphere. Love this great shot of runners that are approaching the road crossing into Rattlesnake Ranch, which is at about mile 15 and a half, mile 16 here at the Javelina 100 course. For those just tuning in, they are about 2.5 hours in. I'm Chris Warden. Corinne Chalvoy is with me here at Javelina headquarters. And we'll be seeing the first runners come in probably here by the top of the hour. Typically, the first runners come in by the 3-hour mark. I don't have the exact numbers on that. I'm sure somebody will shout them at me, Liam, and let us know exactly when to expect those runners in. But as is par for the course, people are just under the course record. Like, that's how it works here.
Yeah.
And how it works at most races in general, it feels like things are just getting faster every year.
Well, and with all the intel and with Strava and with historical splits, people can do their research and be like, I'm going to run this time, and that means I'm going to run this pace. And so they can have that number in mind as they're going through the first loop and really just be kind of right on that.
Like a mechanical approach to this race.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Wow, Liam said
Ew.
235, 240 is typical, so we're talking the next 5 minutes.
So, and when that happens, this place is going to get loud.
Oh, it's going to erupt,
like
like
it's gonna
right
erupt
behind us.
with noise. And
I don't know if you're able to throw a picture-in-picture in there, Matt, of us here at headquarters, kind of to give people what we've got behind us here. This is literally the race course right behind us. You can see that Hoka, standing on the other side. The one on the left, basically over Corinne's shoulder on the outside, between her and the cactus. That right there. That's on the other side of the course.
Yeah.
That's how close we are to the happenings here at the Javelina 100. We're going to have people coming through here, very shortly, and the energy level is going to be high, and it's going to be exciting, and this is uncharted territory for us.
Yeah.
We don't know how loud it's going to get, if we're going to be able to hear each other or ourselves even, because just speaking from experience, the energy when the first runner comes through is nuts. I mean, I've seen you out here crewing and helping runners here at the Air Viper Racing Team tent in years past, and I've been out there. Typically, usually I'm not here on the call to start the race. I usually don't come on until later. I'm usually out there with a gimbal following the elites in and out, and the energy, the cowbell, so much cowbell out here.
I mean, there's actual cows on the course too. There's an entire run group. I can't remember their name, but they're all wearing cow print shorts. So it's like the cow themed. There might be a runner who actually either works for or is sponsored by I think it's her dad, a family company that has to do with beef. So that's like they've got the cow thing going on.
That is fantastic.
All these stories within stories of.
So, have you seen some costumes that you'd like to give some attention to, or some?
Yeah, so I think it's all about kind of standing out here, and as I bring my costumes, I think I gotta up the game because they don't stand out as much as some of these other ones. So I noticed there was I don't know if it was dead mouse or if it was
I
the
saw
gigantic
that. Yep.
red ears. So
Yeah,
kind of
that was a dead mouse
away,
costume.
Looks
Yeah.
like we got a costume right there. I saw that individual yesterday, dressed in full pink. Huge red, like, I don't know, probably a foot
That's
around.
Willow Dolda, one of our non-binary runners.
Awesome.
So.
So huge ears. I also saw a couple of.
Is that our first runner hitting headquarters already?
Oh.
They're coming in hot.
Who is this? Yeah, they're approaching.
Yeah, they're passing the camp host here.
I don't recognize that runner. Who was leading before?
That originally was John Ray and Ryan Montgomery, but we'll see if we can find out who that is. But we're at 8:34, so yeah, you're talking maybe.
The fastest has been 2:33 according to Liam. So
we hear clapping, and so we're right next to the expo tent, and they're going to come through here, whoever it is. We've got a follow cam that's dressed like a pineapple.
I don't know who that was.
But I don't know who that was.
No, do we know?
Who
is
was
any
that?
ID on that?
John Dean, the Canadian runner. Thank you very much.
John Dean.
Somebody who has definitely been under our radar here.
Legend, we heard.
Squamish legend. Oh, okay.
From the Squamish area.
Okay. Probably has good results at that race, I would assume.
Probably. Yeah, he was rolling.
Beautiful aerial shot here of Javelina headquarters here. And this is going to be our second runner. That looks like a Hoka kit. Oh.
Again, aerial of our second runner coming through here. and you get a great visual of Tent City.
See this shows you how much is going on here. This is Javelina headquarters. This is the best aerial shot I've seen of everything so far today.
That's so clear. Hey, there's a cow print tent. Yes.
That H is basically where we're at right now.
Oh, you got a little thanks, Matt, for the headquarters is right there. That's where we're at. Here we go. Yeah, Matt. Yeah, John. Woo! Okay, sorry, I couldn't help but cheer.
No. Who was that? That was
Matt Daniels and John Ray running together.
And then that was
And then Preston Cates not far behind.
Preston Cates. We interviewed him yesterday, basically making that statement. Yeah, so this is a beautiful, beautiful shot here. We couldn't ask for a better representation. So you can see those tents go 4 and 5 deep in some spots. Those are all pop-ups 10x10s set up by the runners and their crews. I mean, they are all able to set up right here on course.
Ryan
Montgomery. And runners are also, and their crews are also able to access them through the entirety of headquarters. So it's basically about a half-mile cruise zone is what it amounts to.
Yeah, you can run with them, talk about what you're going to do right when you get to that tent.
Absolutely. And there's also a bit of strategy in terms of where you place your tent sometimes. Because I know, for instance, the Air Viper Racing Team is right at the start-finish.
Yeah.
Sponsored runners, all the vendors and sponsors have their tents up there. But then again, Arlen Glick, when he came here a couple years ago, had his tent set up on the other side so he could drop his stuff off, run without it, and his crew, Arlen's Darlings, taking care of all of it. And by the time he came back through, it was all ready for him. Throw it back on, go.
That is super smart. And yes, another runner coming through. I don't know that runner. But yeah, you have to go hit the timing mat.
Yes.
And turn around before you kind of come back out.
It's a little bit of a lollipop, kind of a mini lollipop here, and then of course you go head back out the same way. But yeah, we're those first few runners here. We got Preston Cates coming back through again.
Go, Preston. There we go. And quick in and out. So Preston Cates
and that
now
was John
going
Ray
out
right
ahead
behind him.
of John Ray. So a little bit of a shift there. Maybe we haven't seen Matt yet, but he might be taking a little more time.
Yeah.
So exiting aid station, looks like Preston had moved ahead of.
It's kind of reminiscent of Jacob Puzzi last year, where he came in hammering, but took his time at aid. Took time at. I believe he was actually working out of the Squirrel's Nut Butter tent last year, and he took ample time at the tent.
Here comes Ryan.
Yeah, there's Ryan Montgomery coming through.
Go Ryan.
Yeah, I have to concur with Leah's assessment that Ryan looks like he's working hard. His face was kind of like he looked
a little bit fatigued, but you know what? I heard he looked fatigued at Western States as well, and what did he end up? 6th?
That's a good point.
4th?
Well, and I've seen
Matt coming through.
And I've seen Ryan at Desert Solstice looking fatigued and still like pushing Nick Curry to, the limit and doing 150 plus miles in 24 hours. So maybe that's just the way Ryan rolls,
Also, sometimes early in races, if you have a low patch early, it's like maybe you'll get it out of the way and then it'll come back later on. So
that's a good point.
Not always a bad thing to be going through that early on. You've then entered that suffering and you start feeling good.
I see.
After that, you're okay.
24-hour national team member Jake Jackson just walked behind us. He's that's another example of a guy who is not running this race. Jake has won the 100K here in years past, but he's been out here to crew and pace. And I know that I actually talked with he and his wife Missy yesterday. They have, as far as I know, no serious responsibilities out here. They're kind of like helping crew, but not like actually dedicated to any single runner, from my understanding.
Yeah.
Just another example of wanting to be out here.
Totally. And I saw something pretty cool in the expo tent. They had a couple of big whiteboards signing up if you need a pacer or if you want to pace. So we're doing like on the ground, real time, pacer connections as well, which how cool would that be if there was like all of a sudden your pacer showed up and it was somebody that you were like, you like idolized a pro that was cool. Gonna race
and it's
you.
possible here. It is absolutely possible, because what happens is that, people come out here and they think they're not going to do anything, but then they get that FOMO. And the FOMO's got to hit hard at a race like this. Yeah. Like the idea of, oh man, I wish I were doing this, because I've had that happen where maybe for the first hour or two I'm like, oh, I need to run this race again. I need to get that finish here. I wish I were running this race. But then by about I don't know, 5 hours in, 10 hours in, when I see all the runners coming in a little bit worked and haggard, I'm like, thank goodness I'm not running this race.
But if you're Jamil Curry, you just decide to run.
Or, well, you're forced to run through the pact that you made with your friend Michael Versteeg.
Yeah. He also said he needed a Western qualifier.
Yeah. Well, I didn't realize that until later when I thought about it. When we first heard Jamil was running, it was like, wow. And then a couple minutes after that, I did realize, oh, yeah, he doesn't have his Western States qualifier this year because he's famously not run any. He's only run one ultra this year, and that was Saddles.
Yeah.
So,
nice little tune-up.
another beautiful shot here in the desert. Looks like that is a stretch. Okay, so that is the lead out of headquarters. These runners are heading back out onto the course. This is about a quarter mile to a half mile past. Heading out the Shalmo Wash. From right to left, that would be going from south to north, or maybe a little bit northwest. And from there, the runners will actually take Shalmo and then take a hard left onto the Pemberton Trail and take the Pemberton Trail for basically the next 14 and a half miles or so, give or take. The Pemberton Trail, a loop. A new feature this year, you can see where we are. You can see that H at the.
We need that to be a J, though. That's headquarters. We're using J's.
Yes.
No, the H.
So
is
we've
good.
got a dot on the.
That's where we're
on the live stream representing where we are. We're
right
literally
there. Yeah. In
at
the midst
the
of it
base
all.
of that dot.
The Hoka tent that you can read, one of the biggest tents I've ever seen in my life. Also.
Yeah, I have to admit, like that background shot is so good. We had another runner just come by. We'll figure out who that was here real quick. Looks like we've got somebody's vertical shot. We might need to have them turn their camera.
Yeah, if that
Yeah.
follow cam could turn their camera, we're getting it vertical.
Yeah,
so
we got a
turn-
horizontal shot right now. Oh, that's not live?
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
But yeah, I mean, you can see the amazing, headquarters shot. Like,
Yeah, Brett. Yeah,
hey,
Brett.
buddy, Brett Hornig.
Brett Hornig and Dan Green
Yeah.
running together. We got a What's Up live stream from Brett. So
Brett wouldn't, because he
Comfortable?
knows he would be sitting
He would
here
be here.
if he weren't out there running. Of course, that's actually, you can see them now. Brett on the right, Dan on the left as they head through Javelina headquarters. Again, I love this shot because it represents like how many people are here. Looks like we have another runner that just came through. I believe that was somebody that you interviewed yesterday. Up there's Heather Jackson, first woman through the expo tent. Heather Jackson heading
see him
through.
coming out.
We've got the shot of her live. This is out of control.
Oh, that is Ryan Raff coming in. Jeff Garmeyer. Jeff Garmeyer is full Braveheart.
That's Joe Stringbean McConaughey coming through. This is not something that I anticipated. The sensory overload of having the feed in front of us. We're seeing what you see, but then we've also got it going on right behind us in real time.
Turn the other way so we can't. We need to be
It is awesome.
turn the other way.
That is Antoine Belange Saint Ong,
Okay.
the Quebecer, moving through quickly on his first loop. It is absolutely nuts to try and.
Was that a female? Right after him?
No.
Just running with him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I think I am thoroughly.
Yeah, confident that was not. Oh, well, it could have been the second, but Ragna is in full white, right? So
I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just still kind of overwhelmed at how much. So we're able to see the runners. Like if we tilt our heads just so.
Ragna, woo!
Ragna DeBot's coming through, our second woman, probably about 60 to 70 seconds behind Heather Jackson at this point.
And Ragna looked happy. She was smiling. I think I kind of have noticed a little fatigue. People look a little hot and tired. I mean, it is warm.
And you can see, like, and one of the things that you can leverage here is the space that, like, if you don't want to just...
Jeff Stern. Oh, go Ryan. That's Ryan Miller. Woo!
Yeah, Ryan was actually who I saw that I was like, I can remember you interviewed him.
Let's go, Dan.
And it looks like it's not going to be too long before we see 100K runners because Raj is already through Rattlesnake Ranch.
Dan Green screaming, the race feels good. The race feels good.
So Brett Hornig, as the fourth place finisher last year, split through this loop 2 minutes faster than last year. Shout out Leah Yingling. Heather running 1 minute faster than last year through headquarters. Mm-hmm. And Heather was at the front of the pack last year as well. Stringbean McConaughey coming back through.
Joe looking really calm and just kind of steady. Go.
Of course, that's the shot. You can see runners now coming into the expo tent. What you're seeing there. So they actually run through the expo tent where they picked up their packets. Yes, there's Zach Bitter coming through right behind us.
Zach Bitter, nice and conservative.
Heather Jackson on her way out.
Yeah, Heather Jackson kind of chasing Ryan Raff. They were very, very close.
Yeah. Brett Hornig coming through and
Brett's
having
a good time. Looks like he was iced up with the ice bandana.
Yep.
Stephen Cornelius?
That was Stephen Cornelius, yeah.
Okay.
Hurricane Stephen coming through the expo tent. It looks like the drone is actually centering on Zach Bitter right there, heading into
the red.
And this is what I encountered last year, and you've seen it up close and personal as well. Ragna DeBoss on her way out. Is that it's a who's who coming through all like one after the other, and I can speak from personal testimony that follow filming in this section is chaotic and exhausting.
And a blast. And
everybody feels so sorry
for Jeff.
Everybody feels so sorry for the camera people because they know how hard it is to follow these runners.
This is also, you can see your competitors.
That's true. Yeah, you know how far back you are.
And you can see what they look like too.
Yeah.
So do you smile? Do you tell each other good job?
I think this is Heather Jackson's third 100-miler because she did compete at Western States last year. I believe that she had a sponsor entry. She was here last year. This would be her second finish, I believe, if she finishes today, as we would expect. But it is a long day, and anything can happen. Heather was leading much of the race last year, ended up in a very respectable fifth for your first 100-miler in a highly competitive field. But we'll be keeping
setting a blistering pace for the first 3
Oh yeah,
loops.
and we'll see. We'll see if it is Heather's day indeed this year. There's Zach Bitter heading out, looking good, smiles, throwing a cap on, probably to keep himself a little bit covered.
With some ice.
I know that his wife Nicole, an extremely amazing runner, golden ticket winner here, golden ticket winner in the past, in her own right. That's Hurricane Stephen Cornelius.
I've never seen him run. He's got a very metered, compact style. Looked like a machine.
Cutting his teeth in the wilds of Steamboat Springs, Colorado.
And I think looking for some redemption after Run Rabbit Run this year.
John Dean is 3 minutes off of the fastest opening lap split ever at Javelina, behind Zach Bitter's 2:23.04, and over 9 minutes ahead of Dakota's last year split.
9 minutes ahead. So let's go, Joe. It's Joe Corcione. Joe Corcione right here, trying to run even, conservative, consistent laps this year.
Yeah, these are so fast. We are right now looking at Rattlesnake Ranch again. Runners trying to ice and water themselves down for the Escondido section of the course. It is the only time they go down Escondido Trail, which is a just under 6 mile stretch, and it gets hot. And it's kind of weird because you talked about how it's exposed, but the whole desert's exposed. We tend to forget that sometimes. So we see a group of women coming into Rattlesnake Ranch at mile 15, mile 16, crossing the road. And you can see so now the crowd can see right behind us why this is. So we've got a monitor that we can see what you're seeing, and then we can turn around and we had the course right behind us.
Okay, the question is, can we look at this monitor and identify somebody running behind us
If
without
you've got
turning our
really
heads?
good eyes, let me grab my glasses and see if we can do it. But yeah, this is this spot where we're located here at Javelina headquarters is going to be a hub of action for the next 30 hours.
Our necks are going to be sore.
Oh, totally. Our necks, we're going to get our torso
we're doing
rotations
dynamic
in.
stretching.
Yes. Plenty of torso rotations for the commentary team here today.
Mr. Cactus here has joined wearing a Rad Rabbit Javelina. This is a special edition of the cooling scarf by Rabbit with Javelina emblem on it. So
we're approaching the 3-hour mark. We're about 2 hours and 52 minutes in. Shout out again to our sponsors, Hoka, Goo, Gooder, Tannery Sunscreen, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Game On Live Studios, and the MVP so far this morning, West Networks, helping to get us with these beautiful shots. So that is the road through the park here. That is, it's pretty much as large of a place as McDowell Mountain Regional Park is. There's really only one road that comes in and out. There's a couple of little offshoots that you can head into the campground or off to the Old Pemberton Trailhead, but largely it's a one road park to access most of McDowell Mountain Regional Park.
Yeah.
And it's starting to heat up. I gotta say, like all of a sudden in the last 5 to 10 minutes, I could tell it's starting to get warm. Our tent is very well shaded. We have tarps hanging in very strategic locations, but it's going to get warm here.
What does it say, 71?
It says 71, but it's a dry 71.
It feels
as runners are heading into Rattlesnake Ranch in droves. We've got a couple more coming around the corner as well. Love this shot here. I can't believe how much our coverage has improved over the years. The ability to bring these much more clear shots than in years past. Obviously, there are going to be times in some places where our frame rate and our data abilities are limited, but this is not one of those times. As you can see, a lot of those 100-milers making their way to Rattlesnake Ranch for the first of hopefully 5 trips to the final aid station on course.
Yep. Also, one of our sponsors, Gooder, they do something unique of creating a custom sunglass every year for the Javelina 100. This is this year's edition.
We'll see if Matt can...
modeled by Chris.
Oh, sorry, Bryce is over there now.
Modeled by Chris Warden. We've got the... he's not paying attention, but we do have the Javelina Hot Mess sunglasses. Those are amazing.
They're pretty cool.
Look great on you.
They evoke images of peppermint.
A little Alice in Wonderland-y as well.
That's true. That is true. Alice in Wonderland. You can see runners again. So what you're looking at now is an overhead shot of runners. This has got to be leaving Jackass Junction. I can tell. Yes, actually, those 2 tall rocks. These are runners that are just leaving Jackass Junction and heading out towards Rattlesnake Ranch. And in the lower right-hand corner, those are runners as they cross the road to enter Rattlesnake Ranch, the aid station at mile 16. Of course, the next runner to finish Javelina 100 will be the 4,007th finisher of Javelina 100 all time.
4,007.
Over 4,000 finishers.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
21 years. It can legally drink. Javelina 100. Still got a few years to rent a car, but...
yeah, that's a...
And before their insurance
rule.
goes down.
Right, yeah. This is the road crossing that's about... Yeah, what are we looking at there? Is that Rattlesnake?
So Skylar is mentioning there are only 35 people who split sub 250 for the long loop, and that number just jumped a lot. You know what? Liam, I'm going to send you a link to my my spreadsheet so you can basically shred the data into little itty-bitty pieces.
Yeah, so in other words, blistering pace on the men's side this year so far for this first lap. So the question will be, can anybody hold that, or are the folks that are back in 10th to 20th going to be the ones that move up throughout the day.
And the people who come in sub 250, not all of them are going to be in here at the end. It's an unfortunate fact of the attrition in ultra running is that some of them just aren't going to be able to sustain the pace, or some of them might end up having to call it a day early. But this is so far. Looks like we've got so that's the Rattlesnake Camp. Thanks, Leah. Rattlesnake Camp in the lower right. Okay, so that's Jackass Junction down there in the main shot right now. So yeah, that camera is overlooking runners that are just leaving Jackass Junction, the halfway point of the loop. It's like somebody said they saw Willem Pennings out there. I saw Willem yesterday. He was hanging out here, passing out stickers. I didn't realize he was running today. I thought he was just probably here dancing and partying.
Familiar. Who's Willem?
He's I believe a Southern California guy, I think, but he's been around a while. Usually either bringing the party or following just behind it.
Okay.
So that's Riley Brady coming up right behind us. We're kind of narrating what we're seeing here. Oh, that's the shot right there. This is Javelina headquarters, folks. This is where we are. You can see us. This is where the runners are coming in on down the left-hand side of headquarters, and they circle back around all the way up to those two green structures. They do a quick little loop right there and come back through the same way they came. Is that Stephanie Flippin right there?
Steph Flippin. So Riley Brady with Steph Flippin maybe 30 seconds behind. Lauren Perrott just a few seconds behind her.
Nicole
Monette. So a stream of fast women.
Shout out to Jordan Schmidt for making sure that we are hydrated.
Staying hydrated.
Bringing that coconut water. I'll tell you what, so far I've had coconut water and a Frappuccino brought to me here.
Oh.
I mean, I've been here all morning.
Just stay here and you'll have snacks brought. I brought a whole bag this is my 5-pound bag of snacks.
I have a cooler over there that I brought.
Tara coming in, and Bree Grigsby, who's crewing her, running next to her, talking to her about what she's going to need. So they're being efficient and really utilizing the loop to
Bree, no stranger to this race.
Bree, no stranger
to this race. Several times.
Run the 100-mile twice and the 100K once.
So yeah, these shots, these aerials are over Javelina headquarters. You can see how big this is. We keep on harping on that point. We keep on conveying or doing our best to convey how big this event is. So the center area where those tents are all uniform. Oh, we're going to go back. Okay, so now we're back in headquarters. So the center area is largely, it's kind of like absolutely identical tents. Those are the sleeping area for runners that are coming out the night before. They're camping. Those tents are rentals. There's also a BYOT section here where runners set up their own tents. There's also RV spaces, a very limited number. I think.
But I was so surprised. I drove in and there were a lot of RVs this year.
There were far more this year, I believe, than in years past. I'd say that it looks like there were probably about 60 maybe. And in years past, it felt like there were maybe 25 or 30.
Some serious setups. Looking like some. We need to do a crib.
Leslie asking how far ahead Heather was, and my answer, I don't have it off the top of my head, is not much. It looked
2 minutes.
Yeah, I think we eyeballed it at 60, 70 seconds.
Riley Brady back out and giving some love to Shea Aquilano, who is coming in.
I'm excited to see again where Riley is running this race for the second straight year, and they came away with a golden ticket last year. We'll see if that holds suit again for 2023.
And in a really strong fashion, closing really, really well in that last lap from what I remember. So
yes,
really,
that's true.
Knows how to pace. Riley is smart when it comes to the pacing.
And that is the final section of the headquarters chute that you're seeing. Runners will head up to, you can see some of the sponsor tents there, Goo, Hoka, Tannery, Squirrel's Nut Butter, the Air Viper Racing Team tent. And then they hit basically what amounts to a quarter of the shade on course. You don't see, that's about all you get. Is that a Billy Yang sighting in the lower right-hand corner that we just had?
It is, indeed.
I thought so.
Billy's out here. I
Yeah.
was walking in. He was right behind us.
Of course, Billy ran in this race last year, had a very respectable 10th place finish in the 100K.
Wow.
And
Go
did a
Billy.
movie about it, surprisingly enough.
He what?
He did a movie about it.
All right.
Yeah, Billy had I can't remember, but it was, it came out a few weeks afterwards. It looks like we have, is that a Ken costume? There's Billy right there. Not sure who he's out here cheering and crowing, but
Again, just coming for the atmosphere.
yeah,
Coming to
absolutely.
experience all that is Javelina.
I mean, this combines like the competitive nature of a Western States with the
let's go,
with
Tara. Tara Dower out.
with the party nature of Mardi Gras. Like it's
Yeah.
We've got a we got a Jam sighting in the lower right hand corner. Jamil Curry has hit Rattlesnake Ranch, and by golly, it's about time. Of course, Jamil Curry running this race for the first time.
I'm also just happy he didn't have his phone in his hand.
We lost our monitor on the studio. See if we can get that back. But yeah, you saw some great shots of the aerial visuals in Javelina headquarters, and holy cow! So, yep, looks like we have our Jackass Junction overhead cam right now, as well as the studio picture-in-picture. And you can see right behind us, runners are going to be coming by us all day long right through here. And we have to learn. So this is uncharted territory for us, and Corinne and I are learning this. It's like we have the action right behind us, and we're also tasked with following the actual race monitor here, which is right in front of us. And right now you're seeing an overhead shot of Javelina headquarters. Can't get enough of this shot. Shows people who have never been here why they got to be here. But like we keep on narrating who we see behind us, but at the same time we still need to
Yep.
to keep
So
ahead.
It's a little bit, but that is the beautiful chaos of Javelina.
Somebody asked me somebody sent me a text. Jamil's first Javelina, really, or was that sarcasm?
It's
No,
his
that's
first
real.
time running this race.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yep.
he ran Jackass Night Runs a few years ago in 2020, but this is Jamil's first time running Javelina 100. His brother Nick has run it. Nick ran it last year, I believe, finishing in the top 5 or 6.
That may be his second time
in the
because he
100
also
mile.
ran it in 2020.
Yeah, he's run it He's run this race before, but this is Jamil's first time.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is that Jamil doesn't run races where the course is marked or where it's like less than 30,000 feet of climb at a 100-miler. That's his wheelhouse. As much as he has contributed to this race, obviously being the race director and part of it for the better part of 15 years, this is not what he normally does. So we are not joking when we say this is Jamil Curry's first Javelina and that it is a different experience for him because he's just not used to it. We'll see how it goes. Somebody asking Matt Daniels. Matt Daniels was in the very, very front pack in the top 4, I believe.
Yeah.
So, Matt Daniels is near the lead of this race to this point. Again, if you're asking about a specific runner, you can check on the live runner tracking pinned to the top of the chat here on the YouTube live stream on the Mountain Outpost channel here in McDowell Mountain Regional Park, just outside of Fountain Hills, Arizona. It is Javelina 100 weekend, and we are just getting started. We're only 3 hours into this, and it's going to be going until noon tomorrow. So we're 27 hours from the finish.
We're
got a
going
long
to
way
take
to
it
go.
one step at a time, just like the race.
Yes.
1 hour at a time, one step at a time.
Yeah, covering 30 hours is going to be as much of an effort for us as it is for some of the runners out there.
Yeah.
Although some of the runners do make it look easy.
They
and I'm so
absolutely
jealous.
do. It's amazing. Looking kind of effortless sometimes coming through here.
That is a shot of Javelina headquarters. Freak Brothers Pizza to the left. I believe Huss Brewing's beer garden. Somebody had the notion, really, they grow beer? I'm like, I wish I could grow beer in my garden. That is an overhead shot of Coyote Camp right there. Coyote Camp being the, I guess, like when you look at it in a clockwise manner, that would be the first aid station that runners hit on course, First is Coyote Camp.
Around mile 4.5, 5?
About
4?
3.5 to 4.
3.5 to 4, yep.
So it's Coyote Camp, Jackass Junction, Rattlesnake Ranch. So it's alphabetical. I just realized that. So if that helps you keep track, it's
C first.
C, then J, then R.
R. CJR.
So, and you can also see some runners setting up. Actually, I believe that was So Heidi Garner, for those that aren't familiar, Heidi Garner, it was one of our vendors out here. All sorts of cool race gear, hats, buffs, art. Basically, these hats are works of art. And she and her studio was set up just across the course from us. And now, because they actually flew out last night, somebody has grabbed that as a crew spot. Smart, because crew spaces is a premium here. We just saw Bree Grigsby go back by with Tara Dower again right there.
Not Tara. It was another Rad Rabbit. So
okay.
Maybe another friend that she knows. She's crewing multiple, helping out multiple people.
That sounds like a Bree Grigsby thing.
That sounds like a Bree Grigsby thing. Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, and the runner. Okay, so the runner tracking. I want to explain this for those that are tuning in for the first time. It shows where the runner's placement at a certain spot in time, and especially this early in the race between aid stations, it's impossible to tell who is. Like for instance, if there's been any movement at the very top. I mean, as far as we knew. For instance, Ryan Montgomery was the first person to Jackass, but somewhere along the line, he was not the first person to Rattlesnake Ranch, or he wasn't the first person here to headquarters. So the runner tracking is basically a snapshot in time of where the runners were at a certain point. We don't have, like, for instance, a GPS runner tracking.
Where you can see where they're at that point in time.
Yeah. When that technology becomes more affordable, perhaps we'll be able to implement it. But we're just happy to have enough timing mats and Starlinks that we can.
You can do that for 135 people in the San Juans, not for 850 out here.
Excellent point. Excellent point.
It makes it more exciting, though. Will they be in that same order at the next checkpoint?
Yeah, it gives us a little bit of suspense in between and a reason to keep tuning in just to find out.
Do we have, Coyote 2, do we have Coyote, a camera out at Coyote or Leah? Because on the tracker it's
the Coyote Cam, I don't know. We'll have to see. Coyote Camp is kind of in a weird place. It's kind of like halfway between here and town, but it feels so desolate when you're out there.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Coyote Drone Shot.
Oh, this is Coyote Drone Shot.
And after Coyote, the actual, quote, climb, such as it is, begins.
It looks like, according to Tracker, at Coyote 2, the order was Matt Daniels, John Ray, John Dean, Ryan Montgomery, and then Paul Jacobs and Preston Cates.
Apparently Jamil is still trying to communicate with everybody on the
He dropped
channels.
us a password that we needed.
Oh, that he...
And someone approved of that. He's still working.
So somebody needed the Starlink password for one of the aid stations, and who provides it? Jamil.
Yep.
Poor guy can't just run his race.
This is the ultimate in multitasking. Maybe it'll keep your mind off the pain.
That's true. That's a good point. I mean, there's There's a lot of pain going through some of these runners at this point. I believe that was Shea Akiano that we just... Or did we see Shea already?
I think Shea's already been in and out. Yep.
We're still getting to know people's kits, and I'm a firm believer that we need to, for the races that we live stream, we need people to take pictures of their kits the night before and tag the race on Instagram so we can pull them up so we know exactly what everybody's wearing.
Is there a costume contest again this year? There usually is a costume.
Oh yeah, there's a costume contest, but I'm talking about like the elites in general for this or any race. Like they should post their kits beforehand so we know what to look for, so we don't spend the first lap or so of this race or the first 20 miles of any race trying to
ID. Yeah, we could send out a link and you got to throw in there clothing.
Absolutely.
Yep.
It would do us a favor and also make us, more able to give the audience something to cheer for and something to look for. For instance, people might recognize their friends, or people like you and Corinne Malcolm and Leah might be able to recognize a pixelated runner from 300 yards, but that's because y'all are part of the scene. So
we've gotten used to people's strides and.
So I guess I got to double check the live stream. Apparently, somebody said that Matt Daniels has a 27-second lead at lap 2 at Coyote Camp. That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, the leads are going to be so inconsequential for so long, but that's what we're here to do. We're here to prognosticate and follow.
And it looked like it was kind of like Matt Daniels, John Ray, and John Dean all in that same minute, Route 305. And then 2 minutes after that, Ryan Montgomery. And then a minute back from there, Paul Jacobs. And then a minute back, Preston Cates.
Yeah, Skylar, that's a failing on the part of the broadcaster, not knowing everybody's gate by this point, I have to admit. As another runner hits Rattlesnake Ranch in the lower right-hand corner, our main shot is of the trail between... hey, a person who just walked in, you want to come on and talk for a few seconds? Yeah, just
need
grab
to bring some fire content.
Sit on the couch and grab a chair and give us your first impressions of your first time here at Javelina 100, special guest. We got somebody who's gonna join us in studio here for just a couple of minutes. That's one of the beautiful things of this setup is that we can grab anybody and just kind of flag them down and say, "Hey, you got a minute? Come join us." So this is a friend of mine and a friend of the community and one of my favorite people to follow in this sport, Dylan Bowman. Good morning.
What's up, everybody?
How you doing?
Chris, Corinne, what a morning. What a start. What a studio here. I came by for a new press credential because I lost mine.
And he got corralled into being a part of the broadcast.
Yeah.
Give us your impressions. This is your first morning at a Javelina 100. What do you think?
Well, I mean, it's getting hot. I snuck out for a little jog myself. Not to brag, I got out for about an hour this morning. It was gorgeous, beautiful, sunrise over the desert, spectacular. I sort of went on sort of this edge of the park. I don't even know what direction that is, maybe west. And,
that would be east.
East,
over
thank
to the
you.
competitive track area?
Probably,
so I wasn't on the course. I actually did approach the first aid station from whatever, the south maybe?
Yeah, that'd be east, southeast towards Coyote Camp. Yeah. And so you can take the competitive track trails over there.
That's where I was running. Yeah. Anyway, those trails were surprisingly slow to me. Like when I think of Javelina, I think of like really fast. So
I think they're a bike trail or a biking course, and so
it's
rollers.
There's a lot of rollers there. So anyway, I got a nice little run in this morning and then just scoped out the leaders coming through the first turnaround here. People moving fast. Heather Jackson especially is like absolutely shredding right now.
Looks great.
Yeah, I just talked to her husband, Waddy, and he was like, yeah, she's going fast. Like, we told her to maybe not go out so hard, but, you got to kind of trust her racing instinct. And
I think there were 21 men ahead of Dakota's pace.
Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, I did hear. I was talking to Anime Flynn too, who's crew chiefing and pacing Ryan Montgomery.
Yeah.
And I had heard.
Oh. Hold on, grab. There's another mic over there, right?
Okay, we Michael Versteeg. Michael Versteeg joining the party after.
The plan was to run 100 miles and have it feel good.
How you doing?
That shit's out the window.
Oh no!
But I am beating Jamil and Andrew Glaze. So I'm just here to beat the YouTubers.
Does it feel
Jamil
warm?
is busy texting with us on our feed.
Sorry.
Jamil is actually sending messages and like trying to coordinate things with our broadcast crew still. So
yeah, he's
not even really focused.
What's crazy about Jamil is that when he actually runs these races, it's the only time he can actually sleep. So he actually runs like sub 13, but he sleeps for like 14 or 15 hours.
It's an excuse to sleep. How you feeling, Michael?
Michael Versteeg stepping in. Do we need to get Dylan a towel? Because
I need to immediately get
covered in Versteeg sweat here.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
So you talked about the course itself and what the runners are doing.
Yeah.
What are your impressions now of having a headquarters?
Oh my gosh, I'm actually blown away. Like even my expectations, which were, You know, I've always heard that this is a spectacle, right? And being here, I now fully understand what a spectacle it is and what a great vibe it is, and all the people here that are camping. Just the way the aid station is set up here, and the fact that there's hundreds of crews that all just get to hang out all day and socialize. The vibe is wonderful. They're playing music. There's plenty of cold water around. There's places for shade. There's food. It's just amazing. So now I get to go check out Jackass later today because I've always heard the stories about the far end of the course. We'll do Jackass After Dark tonight to get the full experience.
They have a full-service bar out there.
Thank God.
And Pete's Meats. Pete's Meats, meat sweats, drinking.
Yeah, Noel is the name of the bartender. So if you, I think that he'll take extra care if you tell him you know the people.
Bill. Yeah.
So, no, Debo, cool. I just wanted to. When I saw you come in here, I wanted to drag you on for a couple minutes to get your impressions and your thoughts of your first time here at Javelina.
Yeah, well, we're really happy to be here. My business partner Ryan's right here too. He's been out shooting this morning, and we're going to hang around all day today. I think I'm coming on the stream later tonight.
Yeah.
So we'll be back on
help call in the winners.
Yeah, we'll probably call in the winners. And anyway, happy to be here. Happy to jump on briefly this morning. Keep up the great work. I'm going to go refresh my YouTube stream now.
And
absolutely. Thanks for joining us, Dylan
on.
Bowman, folks. He'll be on later to call in the winners of the men's and women's 100 mile. It again speaks to the vibe here, and I was so excited when I found out that Dylan was going to be here because I knew that he hadn't been here before, and he's seen it all in this sport, but he hadn't seen Javelina, and now he has, and now he gets the feeling. As you can see, runners that are out on the course in the lower right-hand corner, those runners are approaching Rattlesnake Ranch at mile 16. The overhead shot, it looks like that is again out on Pemberton Trail, probably right before Jackass Junction at that point. I believe that would be between Jackass and Coyote somewhere. Perhaps it could be before Coyote. It's a little bit tricky to tell sometimes. The desert palette, while beautiful, still does kind of blend together in spots.
Yeah.
A couple little winding areas. That actually leads me to think that it is right before Coyote Camp. So we'll see if we can verify that. But yeah, you're beginning to see more of the costumed runners at Rattlesnake Ranch. That means the mid-pack is starting to make its way there. And also for the 100K as well. Looks like we've got a pixelated shot there, but I'm guessing that's for Steve
going back out. I just saw him over here. That was okay. That was about as amazing as you.
Of course, those of you that caught Mike Versteeg coming off the course, come over and sit down in Dylan Bowman's lap.
He promised us he would do that.
Yeah, that. You know what? That was absolutely perfect. That's the vibe of Javelina in a nutshell.
I think Ryan also got some good photos of that, so they'll show up somewhere. There will be memes happening.
I cannot wait to see some of the photos of what we've seen in the studio. We've had, Versteeg has come in here twice. Jamil got to stop by. We had Scott Traer and Cali Vincent in their wonderful Ken and Barbie costumes. Debo coming by. We already have people on assignment to try and find other people here in headquarters. And when I'm off the air, in addition to trying to film some of the things going on around here, if I see somebody who I think would be fun to have on, I'm going to send them over here.
Yeah, we need costumes on the couch. That's our segment.
Costumes
on the couch.
On the couch.
Yep.
I love it.
Absolutely. According to our tracker, Heather Jackson was through Coyote 2 at 3:15. So looks like potentially maintaining that lead.
I'm going to double check. I'll be honest. I'm kind of torn. I love broadcasting these races. I love talking about and sharing my excitement for what we do, but I'm also really excited for my shift to end because I can't wait to be out there and do other things, and I'm gonna hack the OBS system without Matt and Bryce knowing, and I'm gonna dial in and gonna film some of these crew setups and situations and try and bring a little bit more to the audience, just from behind the camera as opposed to in front of it.
On the ground coverage, which
yeah,
you can do easily here.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. The idea of possibly maybe doing some, on the spot interviews. or basically, like I said, chasing people down, taking shots of Halloween costumes. This is truly a one-of-a-kind event, and we're very fortunate to be able to do some of the things we can do here.
Chris, do you know anything about the fashion show? Isn't that new this year?
I'm not sure.
There is a fashion show happening?
Is the fashion show like basically the modified or updated costume contest, or is it? Oh, it's something entirely different.
We're gonna get some details, but I think
Absolutely.
that's happening later today, maybe
Well,
5 p.m. ish. I might be pacing, but
Well, Hoka, our title sponsor, definitely has. Oh,
here comes Matt.
we got the boss.
Matt coming in to tell us a little bit about the.
I'm here. Bryce, did you lose anything on your end? I just see an OBS studio quit thing here, but we may be live. So the fashion show is put on by our wonderful friends over at Hoka this year, where right before Jackass Night runs, they want to see everyone's costumes. They want to see everyone dressed to the nines, Javelina style, and out here ready. So in certain ways, it's similar to the costume contest, but it is a separate kind
Is
of
there
thing
like
that
is there a
managed
runway
by
where people walk
I
down?
hope that
pivot?
they have a catwalk.
There's got to be a
I
runway.
want to see maybe Jeff Garmeyer mid loop decide to cut over there, go past the Hoka judges, and
because for those who are
go for
not
the-
aware, if you run the 31K, you must be in costume, correct?
Yeah, well, I think it's
mandatory.
It's like Mike Versteeg early in the morning complained about required gear here on the live stream. I think that the only required gear for Jackass Night Runs is a costume.
A costume.
So
Can be a Speedo. You can go Corey Waltering style.
I mean, it can be anything, So
I mean, you don't have to have the most elaborate costume, but it helps. I mean, not everybody can do what Katra does. Like Katra Corbett sets the world on fire with her costumes.
Like she basically works with like Hollywood fashion designers to nail that stuff. Like that's what it looks like, at least.
Yeah. Oh, she, and hearing her interview yesterday with Leah and Zach, she takes it super seriously. Like she takes umbrage at the notion that anybody would have the audacity to try and challenge her throne.
Did she divulge her costume for this year?
Yeah, she.
Have you seen it?
I believe that it's a Dr. Seuss thing 1, thing 2. She actually is running with somebody else, one of her friends.
I think I saw him over there because they were all kitted up with the masks, with the just a lot of different colors and patterns, and yeah, it did look kind of Dr. Seuss-esque, red and white.
So Heather has opened up a little bit of time on Coyote. She's on her split identical from last year. Thanks again, Leah Yingling, out on course and spoon feeding us information here, and also sharing it with the crowd. Here's the thing. We do have back channels for communication. We try our best to only keep that to official stuff. Like we want to let people in on how the sausage is made here at Javelina 100. Like we don't want to feel like we're withholding any information. So rather than texting us through private channels or through our back communications, our people are putting it out there, like Leah Yingling, letting us know that Ragna's about 4 minutes back from Heather at Coyote Camp. Yeah, I did one thing I did get was the photo of us with Debo and Versteeg, and I'm gonna need that one. Like I'll take a 1 8x10, 2 5x7s, and find out about wallet size. But you come sit down.
That was a command.
Grab that microphone. We need to talk.
What's wrong?
Folks, this is a special guest. Y'all probably don't know who this man is, but for those of you who have been involved in trying to help your runner and help get things figured out, this is the man who has been putting it all together. Mike Santos from Air Viper Running. Mike, good morning.
Hi, how's everyone doing?
I'm doing great. You know why? Because you did an amazing job helping me coordinate all this. For those that aren't familiar with what goes into this kind of race, I guess, you could go into chapter and verse for days and we'd still be here tomorrow and you'd be only through half of the alphabet. But I guess give us the numbers in terms of how many RVs you parked, how many tent crews you had to help set up and everything like that this week.
We've put in over 320 crew spaces which is more than we've been able to fit in the past.
Yeah.
We have 165 camping tents in Tent City. We've got about 100 bring your own tent folks that wanted to pitch their own tent. 60 plus RVs are here. And
That's twice as many as normal,
twice
right?
as many. 6 years I've been doing this event, I haven't seen that many.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
many
no,
RVs.
that's-
It's quite an undertaking. And everyone really has been great about the getting in the parking lot and getting out and moving their gear. Everyone's been really patient, really friendly. I've had a great time.
You know, I look around, and I've been coming to this race for 10 years, ever since we started at this this trailhead. And I thought every year, like, man, there's no more space. You find space every year. Like,
We're squeezing them in.
there's now no more space at this point.
Now there is no more space.
I mean, at this point, the only other option would be to have to shut off the entirety of people driving in on Friday morning. That's the only bit of real estate you've got left.
That's all we have left.
And
so we like the gear drop.
yeah, the gear drop is great for the runners, giving them less of a haul to try and take everything. You know, what are your responsibilities during the race itself? I mean, you're involved in the setup and coordinating everything, but like during the race, where are you and what are you doing?
It is now about 9:30. I'm going home to take a nap, get up, and I'm going to lay by the pool and have a cocktail.
I am so happy to hear this. Like, seriously, that makes my heart warm.
and
Mike,
watch the
because-
live stream, right?
Well, of course I'm going to have the live stream on. We have a big screen TV at the house we're staying at, so
Nice.
I'm tuning in.
Oh, that
I am gonna
staff
get a little
house
bit of
is
sun.
nice.
Actually, we have a TV by the pool at
Perfect.
the house.
Perfect.
So that's where I'm going to be.
Well, there's a table in the pool.
There is a table in the pool. I can
Oh my
face
gosh.
the
Yeah.
TV from the pool, cocktail in hand.
You have to send us a picture of that.
Yeah, we need
I will do that.
photo
That would be
evidence.
awesome. Mike Santos, folks, I just wanted to bring him on. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for everything you do to make this event
Thanks
as
for
amazing.
you helping out on Facebook this year.
Well, you know what? I just tried to direct traffic, and whenever unfortunately, I was able to get your phone number, and then I started texting you, and then your week became less peaceful. But, Mike, thanks
One
for
of my favorite
joining
events
us.
of all time. I love this.
All
Can't
right.
wait
You're
to
a
do it again
pro.
next year already.
Thanks.
Well, Mike, you starting planning next week, right?
I've already started planning. Overhead
amazing.
drone shots, looking at everything, how we can do better.
That would be wonderful. Mike, thank you very much for your
Post-mortem.
time.
All right, guys. You're
Now
doing
go
great
get
here.
that
Keep it
drink
up.
and go hang out at the
Absolutely.
pool.
Okay.
All right, folks. Mike Santos, one of the true people working behind the scenes to make the Javelina 100 possible. Javelina 100 is now, one of the biggest events on the trail and ultra running calendar in the world. And without people like Mike, that doesn't happen. So I wanted to bring Mike on to give him his opportunity to share his experience and also give him the credit that he wholeheartedly deserves.
Absolutely. It takes a ton of work.
Yeah, okay, so now our overhead. Okay, so we've got a shot of the runners approaching Rattlesnake Ranch, and our main shot is of here at Javelina headquarters. Those tents on each side of the course go about 4 or 5 deep. So runners, even in the worst case scenario, are still only like 40 or 50 feet from the course. So
We've got Zach Marion as well.
I see Zach. Yes.
What's up, guys?
Hey Zach, are you at the top of the hill outside of Jackass Junction, perhaps?
I had to climb a mountain to get up here to get a little bit of service, just enough to be able to talk to you guys. We are getting things sorted, so don't you worry. We are going to have a nice, consistent live stream here shortly. We just got all the equipment we needed. But we did want to bring you an update. We had a double Courtney sighting here at Jackass Junction, which was quite exciting. But also, we know that Ryan Montgomery is going to be here any minute, though that lead pack should be coming through here in just a few minutes. Jackass Junction is alive and well. We have athletes trickling in. It's exciting. It is full of energy. They are loving kind of coming up over that hill and then seeing that aid station, getting what they need and getting out of here.
You sound great, Zach. So way to troubleshoot and figure out how to get some clear
And crystal clear video as well.
Yeah, we can hear you
Oh,
perfect.
fantastic. I am literally just selfie moding this with my phone. So this is
You
not
look
a
amazing.
high quality production. But we're doing what we can. We go above and beyond for our viewers. We do whatever we need to. We sacrifice. I'll be eating aid station food for the next 24 hours just
Which
to make
will be
sure that we are
delicious.
bringing you the most
Hold-
authentic thing
Oh,
we
yeah.
can.
You're at the best aid station
My
for the food.
my ears and eyes perked up, and I'm sure Corinne saw this. Aid station food at Jackass Junction this year is gonna be a thing. I don't know if you saw the menu that Pete's Meats, Pete Mortimer.
I have it. I have the menu right here.
Has it's unreal. You want to go down that list here,
Yeah,
Corinne?
so we're going to talk about Pete's Meats here and the menu that you're going to be able to partake in later on. Zach, you ready?
This sounds like it might get X-rated here in a second. Pete's Meats, but please go on. I want more.
This is the Jackass Junction menu here. Keep in
All
mind,
right,
folks,
this
this
is
is
the
an
menu.
aid station.
Aid station menu. Hamburgers and cheeseburgers. We're going to start out mild. Hot dogs, of course. Beyond burgers, we got veggies in a blanket, also known as spring rolls. Nice. We've got herb-crusted spanakopita, crack mac and cheese.
Crack and cheese.
Crack and cheese. Herb roasted potatoes with garlic and ghee. So if you, if you want to just up it from butter, you can go with some ghee. We have peppered flank steak. We've got honey mustard chicken, teriyaki chicken, barbecue chicken, brat bites, which is a Jeff Browning special, honey smoked pork belly, yum, and fire grilled New York strip. I mean,
that is a
this
lineup
is Jackass
worthy
Junction.
of anywhere.
yeah, I mean, so it's basically like 4-star.
Yeah,
Michelin.
You've got a full-blown restaurant menu for runners that are going to be out at Jackass Junction, as well as for the crew or the commentator. Zach, you hit the jackpot with this assignment.
I will happily stay here for the rest of you. In fact, you don't need me for the booth. I'll stay here. I'll sacrifice all night long. I also hear there's going to be a DJ and a bar here at some point tonight. So yeah, it's going to be rocking. This is one heck of an aid station. What's up, buddy? We're got
gonna need
Madge here.
Nice. So you're gonna have to show us shots of the bar as well as of the dance floor out there. That is a shot overhead night right now. You're seeing this. Those are the runners. That's the course that they hit. Basically, that was the Cinch Trail, heading back into Javelina headquarters. The last half mile or so before they hit headquarters, they come up, they come around, they go past through the big top, past the Hoka tent in the lower left. We're under that Hoka tent. And Zach, any other thoughts on what you've seen so far out there at Jackass Junction? I mean, you're going to be out there loaded for bear and for quite a while. What you got in your mind?
You know, I'm really excited to see what kind of happens when the athletes come through here this next round. It's going to be 32 miles in. They're going to be just above a 50K. I think really in a 100-mile race, that's a telltale distance of how the rest of your day is going to go. I mean, there's obviously the highs and the lows that can come from a 100-mile race, and there undoubtedly will be that happen. But at about a 50K in, I typically know how my day is going to unfold, and I know kind of what's going to happen and what's in my legs. So I'm excited to see that point. I think anyone can fake the first lap, but it's really the second and third lap that are going to start giving us more of the drama, more of the excitement and the game plan that's going to be happening. So yeah, I'm all for this next lap and to see how these athletes are coming through here. I want to read some faces. I want to make sure that I'm really catching the drama, and I'm really getting some good descriptors as to what's going on, what's happening, what's unfolding, using some of my own experience in running races and just kind of trying to read the room here. Ryan, as we mentioned earlier, Ryan is one of my favorites as one of my friend that I've run plenty of miles with. I know he's fit, he's ready, and he's not, like you said earlier, he's not going to be happy with the second place finish. He's already got one of those, so it's go for broke. And whether that streams out the field or whether it
quick shot.
Lets things happen, we'll see.
Coming onto the screen right now is somebody that you spoke with yesterday, Dave Bliss. David Bliss is going for his 10th finish here. He's on our main shot, Zach, but David Bliss has hit Rattlesnake Ranch going for finish number 10 after a couple of near misses the last couple of years.
There's that long blonde hair.
With his long blonde wig.
I love it. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of fun and excitement coming through. And having not run Javelina, I'm curious as to these front runner elite athletes who are going to be passing middle of the packer and back of the packer athletes. as they're doing their laps here on the course. I'm wondering what kind of energy that brings them and what kind of excitement that brings them, because Corinne, I'm sure they can get lonely out there sometimes when you're competing and pushing hard and you're there by yourself for quite a while, and it kind of takes some energy from you.
Yeah, this course is unique, though, that you do stay around people quite a bit more than on a lot of races. So I do think, like, most of the time, if you're passing a runner, they step off and they just cheer you on. So it's kind of like you get this constant stream of cheering. You don't feel like you're as alone as much out there at Javelina, I feel like. And then also the in and out, from the aid station, the big aid station here, is also kind of a telling time when you can see competitors cheer each other on. That's a unique aspect to this race for sure.
Right, and I just, it'd be fun to see how that plays out throughout the day. And some athletes, I'm one of those athletes that I love to be around people. I use a pacer not because I need someone there to keep me on pace or tell me where to go. I just get bored and lonely. So that's definitely one of the exciting pieces of this course, and we're going to see it play out. We're going to go ahead and send it back to you guys here. We're going to get I think we've got everything figured out to get our full live stream set up. So We're going to get that going, and then hopefully we have that ready before those front runners come through. Thank you guys for joining in. We're going to catch you guys in a few minutes.
Zach Marion, one of our aces in the field. We've got a pair of aces out there as far as I'm concerned. And Zach and Leah, pocket rockets out there. So the two of them going to be bringing it to us here all race. As you can see, runners, looks like the guy on the left is repping New Mexico, hitting Rattlesnake Ranch. We'll see what else we can get out there. We're going to be here all day. There we go. I'm sorry? Oh, I thought you said. But, we've got excitement right behind us. I'm actually going to be taking a dive out here in just a little bit. And then the returning AJW, I believe, is going to be jumping on here for a while. This is a beautiful shot as well. So this is somewhere around Coyote Camp with the McDowell Mountains in the background. Now, the race, as we've mentioned, doesn't actually go up the McDowells, but you get fairly close to them. You're probably a few hundred meters away. And our shot in the lower corner is of runners approaching the third aid station, Rattlesnake Ranch. That's about 16 and a half miles into their race, regardless of the 50K or the 100K or 100 mile. Yes, Tara, pocket rockets is a poker parlance term as well. I don't know where your mind is going, but I was speaking about it in a poker parlance because we see the decks, the card characters out at Alice in Wonderland in, I think I saved that.
I don't know. I'm just going to step away. I think of something else when I hear that term, so I'm not going to.
I'm an innocent child, so as now we see a shot here of Javelina headquarters. Runners are in and out, but the crews and the supporters, the fans, this is a place where they all are going to be hanging out all day to take care of their runners. The beauty of crewing this race is that you don't have to move; you are stationary, and the runner does all the
hard work.
So,
Chris, did you see Andy Glaze's much anticipated? He kept his costume a secret. I saw it on Instagram.
I saw him on camera briefly. I did not see
he
it.
He is Post Malone.
I heard that actually. Now that I think,
about it. It's got some face tats going on. So he wasn't going to divulge his costume until today, and we got the reveal. Post Malone, Andy Glaze.
That's nuts. That'll be a costume. Oh my goodness.
It's great. I think that's one way to go. Like, if you don't want to, he's got a grill in too. So if you, this is what I did when I raced the 100K, is like a lot of fake tattoos. Like, they don't bother you while you're running, but you can really I had a bunch of lightning bolts on my legs, and Cali was bringing the glitter vibe. There's lots of glitter, so.
Apparently the live stream chat doesn't play a lot of Texas Hold'em. That's all I'm gonna and that's all I have to say about that. Beautiful shot here of headquarters. I hope that this conveys like how much energy and buzz there is, because frankly, this is going to be going on for another 24 hours. This is as the runners are approaching the very end of their first loop. They're heading up to the start-finish line. They will do a quick little turnaround as they hit those final tents. There's a couple of sponsor tents. And then they're going to turn around very quickly. Jubilee will be up there hanging out. Actually, yeah, let's see if we can head all the way up and see what Jubilee is wearing this hour, because she's going to be doing about 25 to 30 costume changes over the course of the day. That's got to be Gene Dykes in the lower right-hand corner. I've seen that costume before. Gene Dykes as a butterfly or beekeeper.
Oh, I talked to him this morning before the start. I said, "What's your costume?" He's like, "I'm a butterfly guy."
Butterfly
like
netting
net.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gene Dykes, of course, the legend. Oh, speaking of legends, that is Cali Vincent and Scott Traer, Ken and Barbie hanging out at the start-finish line.
Directing runners around
so they do like
hit the
quick little turnaround.
timing mat, and then they loop. Yep.
Yeah, so Gene Dykes, I've seen him in that. I believe he wore that costume last year. For those that aren't familiar with Gene Dykes, you want to talk about a legend. The guy holds age group national and world records in the 70 to 74-year-old category, and holds, like, you're talking everything from like 5K up to 100 mile.
So
and
cool. I love it.
He's an unbelievably talented guy for someone who I believe ran his first marathon at like age 60.
Yeah, it's never too late to start running, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, that is proven over time and time again in this sport, that people picking up running for the first time in their lives in their 40s, 50s, 60s.
Yeah, we've got that's another shot here of Rattlesnake Ranch in the lower right-hand corner, and on the main shot, yeah, that is Cali Vincent on the left, Scott Traer on the right, telling runners that lap one is done. Lap one is done. Now you got to turn around and do the damn thing 4 more times.
We're not going to think about that. I was going to say an update on looks like Coyote 2 on the women's side. Looks like Riley Brady, Nicole Manette, and Tara Dower are kind of running all together. 3, 4, and 5 currently, with Shea Aquilano, Lauren Peretz, and Steph Flippin maybe making up a second pack, just a couple minutes behind them. So again, Heather on the women's side of the 100-mile race, Heather Jackson is out front, again by quite a commanding lead, at least at this point in time. She is about 4 minutes ahead of Ragna DeBats, who is running in second. And then we have 3rd, 4th, 5th, Riley Brady, Nicole Manette, and Tara Dower. And 6, 7, 8 currently are Shea Aquilano, Lauren Peretz, and Steph Flippin at about 32 miles in.
Yeah. I just saw one of our non-binary runners, Willow Dolda, just came through under the tent. I believe that Willow is shooting for sub 24. They have run this race in that range in the past. I believe this is their third start here at Javelina, and I think we have 8 or 9, I believe, runners in the non-binary category. So
Awesome. On the 100K and the men's, Raj Paul is out of Javelina headquarters on that first
already
loop.
in and out?
He is in and out. I did see him. I also saw Pedro Gomez come in, so as second. So
we'll have to see how the numbers
the splits.
stack up with
Raj was in at 2:33 to headquarters the first time. I'm not sure how that compares to Scott Traer's split from last year. I wouldn't be surprised if it was faster, because Scott tends to just speed up and he takes it easy that first couple.
Scott is a notorious chase down type
and
of runner.
yeah.
I mean, he moved up
kind of the
a
negative
few years ago.
split.
He loves the negative split. He loves to crush people's spirits along
souls
the way.
after that.
Like, I mean, you talk about a guy who was like 15th at Bumblebee a couple years ago at Black Canyon and finished second. I mean,
at Bumblebee, which is
that's
19 miles in.
Well, and that's where all of the, like, everybody is feeling great, and he's just kind of casually taking it in.
Yeah.
And I think that he had moved, like, maybe just to the inside of the top 10 by Black Canyon City, which is mile 37. Yeah. So, it'll be interesting to see if Raj is able to maintain, because Raj would have to, I guess, just avoid too much of a drop at this point, because the first loop, the math, you kind of have to, at least I have to quickly calibrate the math in my head, because it is about 3 miles longer than the rest of the loops. So it looks like so Scott, thank you very much, Leah, doing the homework for us. Scott split 2:48 last year.
Okay.
So
she must have good cell service. She can get all these stats quickly out there. She's dropping it.
She's wired in herself.
She is her own Starlink,
yes.
walking around.
She is a star, linking us with all of this information.
Yes, love it. Thank you, Leah.
Yeah, thank you.
So yeah, obviously that's a lot faster. 2:48, and Raj was running 2:33.
Looks like, do we have another hit from Zach Marion out at Jackass Junction? So Zach is, at this point, I'm firmly believing that Zach is just trying to earn his keep because he knows he's going to be eaten like a king later. Zach, what you got for us?
I don't know if you can hear
Hold
us.
on, Zach. We'll
Zach,
we'll
we
have
can't
you
quite
repeat
hear
that here
you.
as soon as we
Give
get
us
your mic potted up.
Yeah, we'll let you know. Testing. Nope, can't hear you yet. All right, we're taking a peek at some of the costumes in the. We have inflatables that folks are seemingly riding.
Yeah, Leah talking about Raj having a 5:08 50 miler. He also had an amazing time. I want to say it was like around 6:30 for the Carbon X2.
Okay, Carbon X2
a
project.
A couple years ago. So, yeah, Raj has unbelievably fast times, and we'll see if.
Is Hoka sponsored athlete?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have Raj's number for Carbon X2 in front of me, but we'll see if I can.
Inflatables are coming out all over headquarters. These are good costumes. We got like chickens, hens.
So Rajpal Panu's Carbon X2 run back in 2021, right here in Arizona, 6:28.31 for the 100K.
6:28 100K.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So
Smoking.
if he comes within sniffing distance of that, he's going to have the course record here. And obviously it's road versus trail. I mean, those were somewhat controlled conditions, but at the same time,
that's an hour.
Yeah. This is not a technical course for somebody of that caliber. So.
Do we know what shoes he was wearing? Is he wearing super shoes? We
I'm
had a couple of people talking
I'm not
about wearing
sure.
super shoes on this course. I think it's doable. There's sections that are a little sandy, a little bit rocky, so it kind of depends on how comfortable you are in those in terms of stability.
Did you run this in road shoes or trail shoes?
I ran this in wild horses, so I don't know. Hybrid, I would call it. since they're putting Vibram on the soles now, they've become a bit more of a trail shoe, but I don't know if I would call the old Wild Horse 5s necessarily.
Maybe not like a full blown, high tech trail shoe in terms of of the lugs and everything like that, but it still, I think, qualifies as
a trail shoe. Yeah,
as a trail shoe.
But if I was running this today, I think I'd be wearing the Nike Ultraflies.
Okay.
I think the Ultrafly is a perfect shoe for this course. I tested it out a couple of months ago at a demo, and man, that would be my shoe of choice.
We've got several of the crew tents here.
Oh, Nike! There is Nike. Speaking of which, that was it was on the table right there. We had that was a Ultrafly sighting. I might have to go over to that Nike tent, see if I can
make some friends, see what they got.
Pick up a pair if they need another tester. Or if you were on air with us, what would you be dressing up as? Are you dressing up with your kids this weekend? What's your favorite Halloween costume? Let's get some costume chatter going.
I thought about dressing up this year, but then there's Andy Glaze coming by.
Post Malone, not Andy Glaze. Post Malone.
Right.
So we're swapping.
We got audio somewhere.
We're getting audio there.
It looks like we've got
Zach's
audio. Zach,
is that me?
With us?
Is that me?
Yes, we
hey
got
guys.
Hey.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I guess this isn't working. We're just going straight AirPods. So I hope
AirPods are working.
Okay. We don't have any official updates yet, is what I was going to say. We are expecting Ryan Montgomery to come through, or the leaders to come through. We don't know who it's going to be. We can only assume at this point. But we are expecting the leaders to be coming through here any minute. It's getting hot for those. I mean, you guys are cushy in the studio, and you guys have your shade. We're doing the real hard work out here. So
Hey now, my butt is sore.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you out from my shaded seat while
leader.
I'm drinking a Frappuccino. I have no idea what you're saying.
Matt Daniels. All right, Matt Daniels.
So is Matt Daniels the first man through?
Yes. First male through.
First man to come through right now. He looked pretty good. He was smiling, gave me a little fist pump. As you
All
guys
right.
saw.
Let's go.
I don't think there is another athlete on the course today that has this true turnover speed that Matt Daniels has. I mean, he is a sub-4 minute miler. He's got wheels. He can move. He hasn't quite put it together for the longer mountain type races, but the dude knows how to dig into that 50K to 100 mile or 50K to 100K distance. This is a 100 mile that acts like a 100K. So this might be his opportunity to really exploit his strengths and to make some moves and see what happens. He looked great. I'm really happy to see him come through. With that being said, we're probably expecting the other elites to be coming through here within the next few minutes.
Yeah, that's fantastic, Zach. And Matt has run blistering times, course record times on the Black Canyon course, so no stranger to, running out here in the desert on these desert trails. And I have a theory that his UTMB block and running UTMB just was this massive aerobic base and strength that now he's going to bring into just rolling around those loops out there.
Absolutely. Everything he's done all summer long training for UTMB, even though that didn't go his way, he still put in the hours and put in the miles to build the strength and to build the aerobic capacity. So just because a race doesn't go your way doesn't mean that you're not fit. He is absolutely 100% fit and, changing up the game plan and the style a little bit. Maybe he found at UTMB that this is his true calling, his true strength, and he's going to exploit it here. I've run plenty of times with Matt. I know how the guy, he's very, very conscious of what he does. He wants to do UTMB so well, but he also wants to succeed. So he's making the smart decision to come out here and really exploit his strengths.
Yeah,
Awesome.
he looked, it was the tiny glimpse I got was that, he seemed like he was moving really well.
Looked smooth.
Did you make some modifications to your shirt out there, Zach?
It's just I just tucked it. I've been doing a lot of push-ups lately, so I'm trying to show it off a little bit.
I understand.
I was hoping you didn't call me out like that, but hey, I'll
In addition to a fashion show here at Javelina, there's a gun show apparently.
There's also there used to be a butt contest. Best butt.
Oh,
is
that still
going
still
on?
a best ass contest.
Best ass. I didn't know if we could say that.
Win that.
Well, we'll go over the best ass contest and what that entails here a little bit because people did ask about that on the Facebook group, asking, okay, what is it? Oh, it's that. Who do I have to, I guess, show out to in order to try and win this race? Or this event. So
walk by Jubilee backwards, and then you get judged.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
We did see Katra Corbett come through in her costume, and I have to say, that is a very intense costume. And we've seen plenty of other athletes out here having a good time, enjoying the costume party. A lot of athletes that are keeping it pretty simple with, some little devil ears or something like that. But we've seen some fun ones. So I'm excited to see who wins the costume contest this year.
Is there, I actually heard about one that somebody's dressed as the Hamburglar. And while they were here in headquarters, they were handing out hamburgers.
This next level.
Yes. I absolutely love that. Have not seen the Hamburglar come through, nor Grimace, nor Ronald, but we have seen a lot of other fun characters. So we're going to keep an eye out for not only the fun and excitement, but it looks like we have another 100-miler coming in. If that's not John Ray, I would be completely shocked because it's a Hoka jersey, moving like John Ray, and this might be the Boulder, Colorado throwdown here.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Representing Colorado.
We'll stick
Let's
around.
go.
We've got, as we mentioned, we've got Zach Marion, our our information guy out at Jackass Junction, and the main shot
Color
is of
commentary,
runners
not
actually
information.
headed to Jackass.
Color commentary.
I'm
That
the color
is-
commentary. We'll let Leah be the information, the ultra running almanac that she is. I'm just here to make random comments and point at things and laugh.
Well, you do it so well.
I mean, we got to play
Except
into
your
our strengths,
flowers.
right? I love it. Absolutely love it. So yeah, we're gonna keep an eye on John Ray as he runs through here. Looks like he got doused with water and ice. They do have the tubs here. We wish we could take you into the aid station, but unfortunately we don't have access with the internet to go down there. So we're gonna stay up here. That is John Ray, looking great. Good job, John. How you doing, buddy? Doing great. Nice work. Yeah, so he is at a 5-minute deficit there. So between 4 and 5 minutes from what I got. So he did take his time in the aid station more than we saw Matt Daniels. He came in, got water, got food, wiped himself down, got water, like cooled himself off. And he's doing the right things to have a really good race. If you're not taking care of yourself now in the race, it's really going to come to bite you in the next lap. So that's one of the downfalls of having such a fast race, is sometimes you forget to take care of the little things because you're so caught up on pace and moving and trying to get to the next aid station and playing the professional elite athlete game of who's where and what moves am I going to make. Sometimes you get into an aid station, you forget to do one of the small little things, whether it's grabbing salt tabs, a pickle, whatever works for you, getting yourself really, really wet. It looks like John Ray did that. We also saw Matt Daniels take care of himself really well. So it looks like we got 2 smart veterans up front who are playing a really smart race, and that's going to pay off for them. They're going to be able to maintain those paces a lot longer and a lot better.
Well, that's fantastic, and I'm curious to see how long it takes the next man to come through there, as well as where Heather Jackson is, because she's been rolling with that.
Again, with the lead pack.
Yeah, with the lead guy pack. So I would expect that it's not gonna be long before you see her as well.
When Ragna and Heather came through, they were looking like it was all business the first lap. I was a little shocked to see it be that intense. Heather just races that way. That's Heather. You can't take that away from her. She's gonna race how Heather races. But to see Ragna be right on her heels, it made it really fun and really exciting. We'll see if that continues. We've got 2 more athletes coming through here. We're gonna try to get an eye on them and see who that is. My eyeglasses didn't work with the outfit, so apparently I'm going to have to lean on some other people's eyes.
I was going to ask, Zach,
exactly who it is.
How are you going to see the faces? How are you going to get deep into the faces from way up there? You got some binoculars?
I know, that's going to be the hard part is, like I said, unfortunately, we can't get down into the aid station. But
we have
we're doing
clear...
what we can up here. I've got my eyes on their gate and everything else.
We'd rather be able to hear you.
Amazingly, Leah Yingling giving us a heads up that John's split is about 15 minutes faster than last year. And keep in mind, John ran the 3rd fastest all-time Javelina time in 13:05 last year.
Brian Montgomery coming through here.
Okay, so in other words, this is a very, very fast start to the race on the mid side.
Hi, Barbie.
Makes me wonder if we should have somebody dressed as Icarus here this year. They're flying real close to the sun this year.
Yeah, because Matt was 5 minutes ahead of that.
Yeah, that is, and
And
with
that
John,
was only a 2-minute gap.
Oh, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry. It was Matt Daniels had 5 minutes on top of John. John had 2 minutes on top of Ryan.
Got it.
Ryan did the smart thing. He knows what he's doing here at this race. He's been here before. He's done very, very well. I think he went out a little hot on that first lap. This is just my own interpretation, but he looked really well there. So if he did slow himself down a little bit in order to preserve the rest of the race, he's playing it smart. Ryan is really fit right now. He's very, very fit. All 3 of those athletes are super fit, so it should be really fun to watch those podium spots, them fight for those podium spots. And then, of course, you never know what's going to happen. We do have athletes chasing.
Yeah, and Zach, maybe that was strategy on Ryan's part because it is cooler to go a little hot that first lap. Like even feeling a little fatigued coming in, knowing he's going to maybe intentionally slow down because it's going to warm up. I don't know. Could be a smart move.
That would be a really smart move to get in some faster miles when it's cooler. That way you're maintaining an even effort all day.
Yep.
And if you know your other athletes are going to chase, and you know that you're going to be able to pull them out, and then they're the type of athlete that gets stuck on that pace and doesn't want to back off, that could be a really, really good chess move to pull them out, fall back, making them think that they're doing well, but then they have to maintain that effort. And now he's just running his own race. That is a very good insight for him.
Yeah, and I also saw in the chat someone asking about where you can track runners. If you are trying to follow a friend, any runner running any of the races out today, please go to just the, you can just type in Javelina Jundred and into your search bar, and there will be a live tracking link. If you go to the live stream, underneath that it says track runners, and you can type in a name or a bib number and follow along.
That's how Leah's getting all of her information. Her secret's been ousted.
She's also doing a ton of mental legwork out there as well. There's no doubt about that.
The gal knows everybody's ultra sign up by heart and can calculate a pace faster than I can get out a calculator. So here we've got our next male coming through in the 100-miler. Nice work, man. Nice work, dude. That is 1006 is the number I read with
Was
my
that Dan
half-shot
Green?
eyes.
1006.
Y'all are gonna have to double check on that one.
We will find that.
He looks
Or
pretty
it could-
good. Again, another 2 minutes behind,
Paul
so it looks like there's
Paul
a
Jacobs.
couple. Paul Jacobs. Okay. Fantastic. It looks like that was another 2 minute gap. So we're working with 5 minute lead, and then every athlete seems to be hitting that 2 minute gap afterwards. Which doesn't take a lot to gain or lose those 2 minutes, especially this early in the race. We are at 32 miles in. We've crested that 50K mark. They are a third of the race down. So it is one of those things where a lot can happen. I mean, if you can gain a 5 minute gap in the first 30 miles, you can certainly lose it in the next 60.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Zach.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Zach. I was just going to talk a little bit about Paul Jacobs, but Chris, are you gonna bounce?
Yeah, I'm gonna. I'll be honest. I'm ready to go and get some rest, but at the same time, I don't want to go out of this tent. It's so comfortable. This is
You guys
like
have such a cushy life.
it's shaded.
Quit
It's
it.
shaded.
Oh, it's
it's
mean. You're
comfortable.
mean. You're mean.
And now I got to go out into that hot desert sun, that unforgiving, beating the elements. I'm really upset about that, but I'm gonna.
I feel like I'm gonna sunburn on one side, not the other.
Nice.
This is gonna be fun.
Well, Zach, thanks for getting. I'll see you in a little bit. Be sure to work up an appetite, because when Pete Mortimer comes through, he's going to make sure you're well fed. So
Amazing job, Chris. Thank you so much
thanks,
for
Corinne.
bringing us through the first
thanks
4
everybody for
hours of
tuning
this
in.
race.
I will be back in a few hours, but I'm going to give up my seat, and the legendary, one-of-a-kind, mind-speaking AJW is going to come on and help coast you through the midday and probably lead up right to the 100K winners at that point. So,
Chris, are you
Corinne,
leaving to watch the ASU game?
Why would I want to do that? I'm having fun. I don't want to go watch the ASU game. I'm gonna
Well, I
stay
certainly wouldn't
here
want
and
to
watch.
watch the ASU game either way.
I'm gonna. Hey now. I'm gonna stay here and watch this. But thanks, folks. AJW is gonna take my spot to join Corinne and Zach and Marion and on the crew. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you in a little bit.
Bye, Chris.
So just a little info about, I believe that was 4th place male on the 100-mile, Paul Jacobs. So Paul ran a grindstone just a month ago here and was 4th in the 100K. So nice little tune-up race there. He has won the Massanutten Mountain Trails 100-miler back in May of 2022 in a 17:47. So fast runner. Also, JFK 10th place in 2021 in a 6:11. So quick runner out there that I'm not super familiar with, Paul Jacobs, but running in 4th place right now.
Yeah, good results out east. He's good on the rugged stuff. This is probably one of his flatter and faster efforts, but Corinne, how are you?
Welcome, AJ. It's great to be reunited.
Good to be back again.
Yes.
So I know we've just been talking to Zach, but give me an update. I was out and about exploring Tent City.
Yes, we've had a little bit of a change in the men's side in leading. We've gone back and forth with the leaders, but last we had Matt Daniels leading the race by about 5 minutes over John Ray.
And was that through Jackass?
That is actually through Coyote Camp the second time. So we've seen 4 men come through Coyote Camp. Matt was leading. 5 minutes behind was John Ray, and then we had Ryan Montgomery 2 minutes back of John Ray, and then we had Paul Jacobs. So we've seen 4 men through that. It's, I think, 32-ish miles.
Got it.
Around that 50K mark. And then on the women's side, Heather Jackson continues to be out front. Up in almost maybe the top 10, top 15 overall.
With, I think, Ragna DeBats
behind her.
Yeah,
a couple minutes behind, correct. And then we had packs of maybe 3 women, 2 packs close together, including folks like Tara Dower and Shea Aquilano, Lauren Puritz, Steph Flippin.
Well, I know Matt on the men's side. I know Matt was disappointed last year.
Heather Jackson coming in.
Heather Jackson coming in.
Does that mean she's 5th overall currently?
Well, let me keep it. That might be Ryan Raff. I can't
be.
quite tell. I told you I don't have the eyeglasses because it doesn't fit the outfit. So
okay.
I'm trying to see who that is. So many Hoka jerseys out here. It could be anybody. And they all run so dang fast. I believe that's Ryan Raff, to be honest.
Okay, Ryan Raff potentially coming in.
That'd be him coming through. I think we're going to start to get some of those front elites coming through rather quickly here. As you mentioned, the gap is widening between those front runners and this chase pack. It's still so much can happen out here. I mean, I don't want to say that this is an official placement by any means. It's only 32 miles in. But not only is the sun getting hot, but the racing is getting hot. The aggression's getting hot. I love it. Absolutely love it. AJW, how are you, buddy? Nice to see you.
He's testing his mic.
Yeah, no, not on. Sorry about this, everybody.
No worries.
Zach on my mic here.
Zach said, "How you doing, AJW?"
Love the costume, Zach.
He's working on. Yeah, he said he loves your costume. So Heather Jackson, it does look like maybe Ryan Raff and then Heather Jackson, according to the tracker. So Heather Jackson running in 11th overall currently.
Work, guys. Nice work. Good job. That was Ryan Raff and 488 Nike Trail. Athletes.
Ryan Raff.
Coached by String Bean.
Yep.
Preston Cates. Was that Preston?
Oh my gosh. Okay, we have a sighting of a couple.
Oh, this is beautiful.
They're
actually pretending to be sideline reporters.
Pretending to be sideline reporters. We should get them in here to do some actual reporting.
Yes. I mean, they've got to have the proper gold shorts, but we can let them get away with it.
All right, so Ryan Raff was 5th overall.
It looked like he was 6th overall. It was Ryan
overall.
Raff, and then right behind him, or next to him, was Preston Cates, I believe, Nike athlete, 488.
Okay.
Yeah, 488 is Preston Cates.
Preston Cates, yeah. So again, two of those young guns we've been talking about on the men's side.
Which is always kind of interesting and fun to watch the young guns try to put it together. I mean, this race is so fast, a lot of mistakes can be made. I kind of liken it to being like a pilot or a race car driver. The faster you go, hey buddy, that is Mr. Brett Holmberg right there.
Brett is in like the best spirits ever. He is interacting with everyone like just totally, yeah.
This is my rule for any race. You've got 2 options. You get on the podium or you have the most fun. And it looks like he is choosing to have the most fun and chase the podium as well. So he might get a twofer. We'll find out. But yeah, it looks like, as I was saying earlier, with the faster you go, it only takes a small mistake to create disaster, which is something that if you're into the Formula One series or any kind of racing like that, or piloting, anything like that, the faster you go, it only takes one small mistake to create disaster. And I think that's what those young guns haven't quite learned yet here on these courses. But they can still put it together, still have an amazing race. Don't want to take anything away from them. But I think on these faster races, it really is for the veterans who have learned to take care of those small things. That would be Heather Jackson right there. As I'm just blabbering on, she's over here crushing a race.
All right, Zach, it'll be interesting to get a clock on the gap between Heather and Ragna.
Yeah.
I just checked the time, so we're going to see what's happening here. And right behind her is Mr. Zach Bitter. I like to call him Fast Zach. We've got Handsome Zach and Fast Zach. Yeah, there we go. Get it, buddy. Fast Zach is looking like Fast Zach, just doing his thing.
Who's Handsome Zach?
The guy we're talking to.
This
He's
guy
calling
right
himself Handsome Jack. Handsome Zach.
Zach, Handsome Zach and Fast Zach.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about it, Zach Miller, we got Strong Zach, also Fast Zach, Hybrid Zach. But we did get a clock on her, so we will see what the gap is between her and Ragna and the other female athletes coming through. So we'll keep our eyes posted for the following.
Zach, also, I spent a little bit of the last couple hours, roaming around up in the tent area. It's warm. I'm thinking it's warmer. I mean, we're showing 75 in Fountain Hills. Out there at Coyote Camp, are you feeling the heat start to come up? It's only Loop 2.
You know what's insane is when we came out, we actually came from our Airbnb. We hiked it out here to this, and it took us about 15, 20 minutes or so in the morning at 6 a.m., and we were shedding layers that early. And then as the athletes came through, the first time they were shedding layers, they were getting already icing down. So the heat of the desert is real, and with these burn scars here and a lot of it will attract a little bit more heat and keep the heat trapped in here. So yeah, we are getting hot. If you couldn't tell, I took the sleeves off the shirt. I kind of like pulling up into a belly short, or the shortest shorts I could possibly find, and it's still hot. I can tell you what. Athletes are definitely feeling it. We're seeing it in their faces. We're seeing the heat kind of come out. We have a nice little breeze here. I don't know if you can hear it through the mic, but it is a light breeze that is coming in and out. That will serve to help them a lot here in the near future.
Yeah. And I think cooling strategy, even as early as this second loop, is going to be key. The sleeves, the ice in the hats, the bandanas, and so forth. I think it's a full-blown cooling strategy day.
Absolutely. They've got 2 or 3 volunteers sitting down at Jackass Junction next to the pool with the sponges, just nonstop, working probably harder than anybody else in the aid station, dousing every runner that comes through here. So the cooling strategies have already started. It looks like they started, like I said, on that first lap. So those who were getting ahead of it were doing the right thing. You don't want to play catch up. You always want to mitigate. And it looks like a lot of these athletes are doing just that. I think every athlete I've seen come through here so far in the front of the 100-miler has been drenched leaving this aid station, because it is open, it is bare, and they're not running into any shade anywhere. So it's definitely going to stay that way.
A pretty good gap now that Heather's opened up.
And we also got some intel in the chat from the one and only Lindsay McDonald. Thanks, Lindsay. That Heather is running on Dakota Jones splits currently.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I noted when she came through headquarters. I was with her husband Waddy and Devin Yanko, and as she left, I just quickly checked my watch, and she was 10 minutes up on Camille Herron's women's course record split. So
which is just over 14 hours.
Yeah. So
she's running
Heather
fast.
doing Heather things.
Heather doing
Heather things.
Yep.
Which I don't know if you guys saw earlier. There was a double Courtney Dewalter sighting out here. Courtney's mom decided to dress up as Courtney for the 100K.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It was so amazing to see. I mean, Courtney is running the 100K officially, but she is running with her mom the entire way to pace her through. And they came through, and I I can now see where Courtney gets it. Courtney's mom is absolutely lovely, and she is just as excited and happy and fun as Courtney is. Courtney kind of chuckled at like how much fun it was coming through here, and I just had to tell her, like, Courtney, welcome to the way the rest of us run races.
Welcome to not the pain cave.
Right. Of the world.
This is what it feels like to be outside the pain cave.
Right, exactly. She can learn what a picked over aid station looks like.
Is this
exactly?
And I think this is her mom's longest race. Didn't Courtney pace her for her first 50 miler? So this is her helping her mom step up in distance.
Good. That is 740 just running through here.
Yeah, I can't pronounce. It's a foreign sounding name. 740. Let's see.
By the way, just a quick
AJW.
Just a quick side note here. As I mentioned, I did explore the Tent City area, and I have an early front runner for crew costumes of the day. We learned in our interview yesterday with Riley Brady that their crew had a surprise for them about what their costumes were going to be. They are the Riley Brady Bunch, and let me tell you that it is first rate. Complete with Megan Morgan, 10th place finisher earlier this year at Western States and a golden ticket winner from Black Canyon back in February, is a spitting image of Jan Brady. So I think Chris is going to try and get out there and say hello to the Riley Brady bunch, but they're the early front runners for crew costumes for sure.
That is absolutely amazing. We've seen some fun costumes out here, but nothing quite that well thought out and laid out. When Riley came through, they looked really, really smooth and comfortable, even though they were chasing, which is not a place that Riley is used to being. But they looked great. They looked smooth. So I'm excited to hopefully see them come through here shortly. Looked like some of those women in the back were definitely playing it smart and running together. So we'll see if that's still the case.
Yeah. And I think the runner who came before a couple of seconds ago was Antoine Belland, the tall runner that passed that I couldn't remember his name. Antoine.
That was Antoine.
The Canadian runner that from Quebec.
Is he from Montreal? Okay, Quebec. Yep. That would make sense.
That was exactly who it was. And then we just had, I forgot his name. He's the dude who did all the FKTs. I interviewed him yesterday, but I'm terrible with names, so I'm not shocked. He's wearing a kilt, looking nice and breezy.
Garmeyer.
And doing pretty well.
Was that Jeff Garmeyer?
Thank you. Yeah. It was Jeff Garmeyer.
Also known as the free outside.
He was looking a little. Yes, free outside. That's the handle. He looking good, Ragna. That is Ragna. Cody DeBots right there.
Okay, there we go.
Anybody else listened to our interview we did with her? Her nickname is Cody, after the Kodiak bear. That's why she's wearing little bear ears.
So she has bear ears.
Nice.
So that's where she got it.
So Zach,
gave her
quick
that nickname because apparently she loves salmon.
Quick check of your watch. What's the gap from Heather to Ragna?
That's an 8-minute gap.
8 minutes.
8 minutes. Okay.
That's pretty sizable for a lap too.
Yeah. And I will say, Ragna did not look like she had as much pop in her step as Heather. Nice work, Jeff. Good job, man. That is Mr. Stern running
Jeff
through
Stern.
here.
All right. Or Jeffrey Stern.
I like that Jeff Stern on Twitter. He's not afraid to express his opinion. Like to meet him in person.
Not at all.
Yeah.
He's not afraid to put his nose in the race either. So he's a very, very speedy athlete. This is the longest race he's ever done.
This is his first 100.
So
oh, wow. That's great.
Tackled a 100-mile distance before. So we'll see
fast.
how he's doing.
Former
he
triathlete.
looked control. Yeah. This is where things start to heat up. This is where we're seeing gaps made. Do we see them maintain all day? That's to be determined, but we definitely see them made. Nice work.
Yeah, Jeffrey Stern is also one of those people that's just fully embedded in the community. He writes for Ultra Running Magazine. Yeah. He's just like super is a huge fan, is always, and I loved what he did. He reached out to get advice about 100 milers from as many people as he possibly could for his first one and put it all into an article. So he's doing the
I love it.
The research.
I love it.
He's humble enough to ask what everyone else is doing, and he's going to play smart. He's a well put together athlete.
I'm hearing Leah. Is that Leah in the feed here?
I know she
Yeah,
was.
I can hear you.
I know she was just getting set up. We're not. We don't have Leah yet, but I know our production team is working on that.
Oh,
I don't think you guys can hear Leah, but I could hear Leah.
Okay.
All right. Well, you and Leah just talk amongst yourselves.
And now we're going to send it to Zach and Leah in the field.
This is how I get all my information and details. She just feeds it to me. So I
there's,
now we see her.
There's Leah.
We
see Leah.
I can hear you. Leah, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. This
Perfect.
is all good?
Yep, this is good. We got Zach and Leah.
We got Zach and Leah.
Amazing. Amazing. Well, yeah, I am here at Rattlesnake. This is mile 38 for the 100 milers here, and we're waiting our men's leaders who I believe we should be expecting Matt Daniels first based on where we were at with the last aid station.
15 seconds.
Life in the live stream, in a remote live stream.
We're back. We just wanted to leave
guys got
everyone.
me?
We just wanted to leave everyone hanging. We've got you.
We've got you, Leah.
Yay. Yeah, we should be expecting our men's leaders here in about, I think 10 minutes. Matt Daniels, hopefully.
And you were saying something intriguing about he was how much up on course record splits?
I think 15 to 20 minutes.
Oh,
goodness. So last year, let's see here, we had John Ray and Dakota rolled through here at 10:49. It's 10:22 right now. So I imagine we'll see them right around, or we'll see Matt right around like 10:30, 10:35. Probably a little sooner, honestly.
Kind of reminds me
I think I finally figured out Matt's costume for the day.
Okay, what is it?
I think he's Icarus. He might be flying a little close to the sun.
I like it.
Is that Joe Corson?
Matt, I'm kidding. I love you, buddy.
Leah, when we're looking behind you there, it's breezy.
It is breezy. Yeah, it's kind of nice. I did an outfit change from this morning. I was in a sweatshirt and tights a few hours ago when you guys saw me, and definitely tank top weather now out here. So hopefully we see the runners taking advantage of the ice and the cooling in the aid station. Looks like we got some good canopies over there for some shade too.
I don't know. This running of Matt Daniels kind of reminds me, Camille says she likes to just let the magic come out.
Yeah.
I've actually, Matt has experienced that a few times. The magic has come out at some of his races where it goes well from start to finish, and he just does something incredible. So,
a little hug action. Well, I was talking to Craig Thornley, and Matt's a 4-minute miler, and not like a lot of ultra runners who were 4-minute milers 15 years ago. Like, he's still a 4-minute miler.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good job, my guy. AJW, I have to add a slight correction to that. He is a sub 4-minute miler.
There you go.
Very important detail.
Those extra seconds. Those are very, very hard worked 4 seconds.
Guilty as charged.
Oh, guys, we've got Matt Daniels through. Holy crap.
Speaking of, what's the split?
So early, guys. That is 10:25, so that is 24 minutes up on Dakota and John's time from last year.
My goodness. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
Leah, how's he looking going through there?
Amazing. Yeah, so let's see if he's out of there yet, if he's taking a minute to cool down. Unfortunately, I'm stationary here. Oh, there he goes. Looks like he cooled down a little bit. He did more of a dousing than any icing. Yeah, doesn't look like he's really wearing any ice, but going more about the dousing strategy.
And
that was his strategy leaving here.
The section he has now, they're back there onto the shorter loops, so he's only 3-ish miles from here right now. So
somebody at home can calculate how fast his mile pace is right now, because that's pretty crazy to me. That's 4 hours 25 minutes,
nice
covering
work,
38 miles.
Goodness me.
Oh, we got Courtney.
Yes.
All right.
Courtney and her mom.
The double Courtneys.
Come say hi to all your fans.
Get a good shot. There's
Oh,
Courtney.
Courtney and
There's
Mom.
Courtney's mom,
Quick hug.
complete with the shorts.
Courtney
Very
and Courtney.
nice.
Oh, Courtney skips across
She
the
skipped
timing
across
mat.
the timing mat.
That's amazing. Her and her mom are dressed like twins. That is so cute.
I think he's going to have more fun on the course today than those two.
Yeah, twinning, but do it ultra running
Love
style.
it. Great job, Leah, to get that little clip. They look happy.
Courtney's the best. Yeah, they are all smiles, filling up their water. What a good team. I think Courtney's husband Kevin's crewing them, and so is her dad.
I want to know if there's a spreadsheet for this race, a Kevin spreadsheet for this race.
There might be, I think Kevin would be lost without a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Kevin is a professional. There is absolutely a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
I heard at home he has spreadsheets of when to make spreadsheets.
I mean, let's face it, all mother-in-law jokes aside, he's crewing his mother-in-law.
Yeah.
You don't want to screw that up.
Extra double brownie points for that one.
For sure. So that Daniels split, my goodness, 4 hours and 25 minutes to go 38 miles. It's about 3.5 miles back here to the headquarters. Wow.
Yeah, I did get word from chatting with Matt Daniels, or an acquaintance of Matt Daniels, that he was feeling really, really good after his UTMB training block. And I know he probably didn't have quite the UTMB that he wanted, but maybe it was the UTMB that he kind of needed. I know he helped Amanda Basham get to the finish line, and they squeezed under. I think she got top 20 females there. So I know they ended up sharing the last at least half of that race together. So kudos to Matt Daniels on having a UTMB finish and then doubling back with a strong Javelina so far.
Yeah, and my colleague at CTS, John Fitzgerald, who's Matt's coach, he gave me the heads up. He was like, I think Matt's ready to rip one. Similar to what you just said, Leah. He thinks UTMB was a good little learning experience for Matt, and transitioning into just flat and fast stuff afterwards. He's done a bunch of loops here. He knows what he's in for.
Exactly, and I think we saw an just amazing performance from Matt a couple years back at Black Canyon, and I think that's kind of true to Matt's form. He has several races that don't go quite his way, gets a lot of learning experiences there, but then comes back and blows it out of the water. So hopefully today is one of the ones that sticks.
Yeah. So
he really doesn't know how to race any other way, to be honest. It's all out for that guy. He pushes hard. He is going to, at least the way he looked leaving here, he's got some determination in his eyes. So I don't know if you caught that, Leah.
Totally. He's very focused.
I think if we're keeping score at home, we would be looking for Ryan Montgomery and John Ray.
Yep,
John Ray should be behind Matt by about 6 minutes when he left here.
Next.
Okay. The other way around. So potentially,
and then Ryan
unless there's
Montgomery.
been a switch, John Ray and then Ryan Montgomery.
Yep.
Okay. At least as of their times through Jackass.
Yeah, and I think it's been about 3 minutes or so since we saw Matt through here, and I don't have my short little 5'1" eyes on anybody over the hill quite yet.
Look at Leah getting up on a rock or something.
Don't see anybody quite yet.
6:58 pace.
There we
per
go.
Mile.
6:58 pace, so sub 7.
Oh my God.
Sub 7
crazy.
for the first 38 miles of the race. Overall, with about 1,500 feet of climbing per lap, maybe a little more.
By the way, for those of you interested in some of the subplots of today, Jamil Curry has just come in to the set. He's in the RV. Matt's going in to chat with him. I think he might be changing his outfit, cooling off a
Putting
bit.
on a
but
costume, potentially?
Matt peeked in the RV, shook his head, and then went in. So we'll see. We'll give you an update when Jamil emerges from the tent. But that's a 4.5-hour loop, entirely respectable, well under 24-hour pace.
And
he's out. Changed the shirt.
He was also doing. He was troubleshooting our electronic gear when he came through. He's quality control testing every aid station. He's really putting in the work today.
Yeah, it appears that he might be working currently.
Yeah. Now he's grabbing.
We got some fueling.
He actually just grabbed some energy food.
Nutrition. Keep eating. Shot blocks, cliff blocks.
He looks
smiling.
good. He's smiling. He's Jamil Curry. We love him.
We got lots of cables if he needs any of those.
One of the absolute heroes of our sport. I think that goes without saying. And what fun that he's out here running the Javelina 100 today.
Yeah, so I was thinking about this. I think that Javelina is a race where, like, it proves that you can put on a big race, but make it feel like intimate and small. Yeah. Like, it's a big race, but it also just doesn't lack any of the community culture aspect. And I think that sometimes, could be lost if the field gets too big. I think this race is an example of. I mean, speaking
to some of the folks who've been around the sport for a long time but are here for the first time, the owner operators of Ultra Sign Up, Dylan Bowman and Ryan Thrower, people who've been around the sport for a long time that I've chatted with are like, this is amazing. It's huge. It's an extravaganza, and yet it feels so community oriented and intimate that that's
right, guys,
always
we got a
been the
couple
goal.
runners coming here
Leah,
into
we're out to you.
Rattlesnake. Cool. I see John Ray is coming through Rattlesnake right now, coming right behind me. And so that's probably about I don't know, at least 5-minute gap between him and Matt.
That's Riley Brady for sure.
All right,
so we have the same there.
Zach's got Riley coming through his aid station. Leah's got John Ray through hers.
I didn't need my eyeglasses to be able to see Riley Brady coming down that hill. There's only one Riley Brady that runs with both arms up as she runs down a hill. So we definitely know that was them. Looks like they're getting doused right now, cooling down. Again, the heat is high today. It might not be ambiently hot, but that sun is really, really, really intense. Luckily for the athletes today, we have a nice breeze coming through here. I don't know if you've all felt that back in your cushy pad in the studio, but there is a light breeze out here. And so getting yourself doused and maintaining a wet body is going to help dissipate a lot of the heat that the sun is pounding down on top of you.
No, thankfully, Zach, we are well sheltered from that hurricane that you have to deal with out there. Corinne and I are sitting in the shade. The lights are on. Bryce is bringing us cold beverages.
Second loop, right? Yep. We got an athlete asking if it was the second loop, just making sure. I think he might be getting a little dizzy at this point.
Wow.
And Leah still waiting on Ryan Montgomery. Is that right?
That's correct. And
Okay.
John made really quick work of this aid station. He cooled himself off with some water. Again, I don't think using too much ice. And then he was out of here in less than 30 seconds.
Okay, so there's your top two. Matt Daniels came through now about 9 minutes ago through Rattlesnake where Leah is, and John Ray about 7 minutes behind him at about 10:32. That's clock time.
Riley.
So 4:32 elapsed. Blazing fast, 38 miles.
Heck yeah, Riley! Woo!
The best part about this live stream crew that we have, especially Zach and Leah, is you have no greater fans of the sport than Zach and Leah. They're cheering for their friends, they're hugging, they're high-fiving, and they're giving us insight into the race. We love it.
Oh, and we've got nice work. Oh, we got some carnage on the course today. That was last name Monette. I can't remember her first name.
Nicole,
thank you. It was Nicole Monette. Looked like she had some bloody knees here. So we've got our first bloody athlete of the day. Okay. She was the sacrificial lamb, it appears, but hopefully that means she's going to have a great rest of her race. She looked good. She looked controlled. She was just a few moments behind Riley Brady. So, Leah, they're coming your way, and they're going to start trickling in real fast here.
I think maybe she's just trying to be one with the trail. She's trying to get connected so that they can be friends for the next couple laps.
Yep. So Riley probably about 8 minutes behind Ragna DeBots, and then Nicole right on Riley's tail. So there's your first 4 through Jackass. And Leah waiting on the third place male at 38.
I've got some eyes on Ryan Montgomery coming into Rattlesnake here. Yeah, he looks good. So this is approximately about 3 minutes. John left about 3 minutes ago, and then Matt probably about 7 minutes before that. So he's about 10 minutes back from the lead, 3 minutes back from second. He looks good. I'm biased, though. Ryan's my buddy. Go, Ryan! He's glittery.
All right, so it's warming up. Both of our reporters tell us they've got a breeze going. You can see on Leah's feed, those flags in the back are moving pretty well, but it is hot. If you misjudged the heat, if you went into this race thinking maybe, low 80s is not that bad, that may not be the best strategy. You're going to want to do all the cooling mitigation strategies: ice, bandanas, hats, sleeves, getting in the shade when you can at aid stations and back here at the start finish. It's not going to cool down for a while now.
Yeah, it's definitely toasty out here, and luckily the runners seem to be taking care of themselves. But I've heard that lap 2 is the most brutal. If you don't take care of yourself now, it definitely leads to some issues later on. So this is probably the crux of the race for runners to really be taking care of themselves early on the lap, on these laps, like we have been seeing some of the runners so far.
Yeah, I mean, our good friend and colleague Brett Hornig talked about that a lot, that lap 2, if you fall into the trap of thinking, it's still early, I can keep pushing, you might end up in trouble, because this is really the crux, especially in terms of the heat, the exposure, and how different it is than it was just 4.5 hours ago when the runner started.
And especially with the pace that they're running today. I should note that, like last year at this time, it was still 10 minutes until Dakota and John came through this aid station. So we already have 3 guys running 10 minutes faster than that today. So I wouldn't be surprised if this pace breaks a few people out there, but I guess I'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, Finn Melanson came on very early this morning with Chris and I and made the bold prediction of 5 men under 13:15. I mean, if the race stopped now, that might happen, but I think that requires a lot of these men not to they have to bend and not break if we're going to see 5 under 13:15. But right now, Finn's looking pretty good with his prediction.
Superstar from the live stream land, because frankly it's not a live stream unless we have Goldberg on the chat. So. Have a seat on the stage. Kevin Goldberg.
All right, so just for the record, Corinne, we now have 4 replaced hips here on the show. You're the only one with your God-given hips, so enjoy
right.
that.
I don't have very big hips.
No, you don't. Kevin, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing great. Andy, Corinne, what are you up to today?
Nice to meet you.
My wife's running the 100. It's her second 100, first one in quite a while. So I'm out here crewing, pacing. Gonna do 2 loops later.
How's she doing?
She's doing great. She came in like 30 minutes ahead of schedule, feeling like really good.
30 minutes ahead of schedule. Wow.
Yeah, we never run like a flat. Like she doesn't do many flat races, so we didn't really know. But yeah, she looked great, sounded great, was quick in and out.
And
so.
what's her name?
Melanie White.
Melanie White.
Melanie White.
Yeah.
All
We'll
right.
make note of that.
Yeah.
Melanie White.
And does Melanie have as much of like following on the chat as you do?
I think Melanie wishes I didn't have that. I get made fun of a lot at home for the chatting while racing. Like one day I'm gonna fall and hurt myself. And anyway, but she's doing for her first 200 next year at Tahoe.
Oh, for
so
sure.
she's definitely curious about the crazy distance, and yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And how's the vibe, the Javelina magic,
Oh
the
man,
party?
it's so fun. Like if you haven't been out here to be a part of it, like I don't even know if I want to like run this race. I just want to be here every year to like.
It's almost more fun not to run it.
Yeah, it's just too fun here. It's like. Generally, like I feel like looped courses, sometimes they seem a little boring, but that is so it couldn't be further from the case here. Like this is the looped course to be at.
Yeah.
And I think I heard Arlen Glick say that like you think it's a looped course, but he said that every loop felt brand new when he ran it, and I think that's an interesting like observation that like they feel different because the temperature's different, the sun and it's just kind of like it's a long loop. So.
Yeah, and things change so quick in the desert. It gets dark in like 10 seconds, and it's like so
and it gets cool.
It gets cool. Seconds, so you are seeing like the same things in a different light, a different experience each time, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So as a with Melanie in her first 100,
second 100, first one in 5 years.
Okay,
first one in a while.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest unknown is usually nutrition. Does she have a kind of a solid nutrition plan? Or are you helping her with that? Is there like a plan A, plan B, plan C type setup?
Yeah, well, I'm useless because with the 200s, I'm eating like
Everything.
Mostly candy and burgers almost from the start. So like,
candy sounds like a good
I mean,
strategy.
it is good, but in the heat, sometimes it's harder. So she's got a plan, and so far it's working. We haven't had to stray or go to a plan B yet. It's like gels, fast working stuff early, and then I think on her plan it switches to it just uses the word fun for like later on.
Fun.
So what that means is it depends on the time. What's fun at the time? Is it candy? Is it French
Salted
fries? Who
watermelon.
knows? Yeah.
Right.
So far so good, but in the heat it can be a challenge. So yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So this is your first time out here.
We were out here crewing last year as well,
Crewing last
and
year.
that's what made
Okay.
Melanie want to run it. Like it was like I almost didn't want to come out and crew last year because it's like I don't know, something about the loop course, but man, I completely fell in love with this race. Like the vibe here is like it's unreal.
Do you guys have some sort of sweet over-the-top tent setup out here?
We flew out from Colorado, so we relied on friends, and we have a nice setup. But there's some out here that are,
oh my
pretty
God.
cool. Yeah. It's like
Which part of Colorado are you in?
Boulder area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got
It takes glamping to the next level. Some of these tents, there's like beds, couches.
Buffets.
The people next to us are watching football. I don't know how they're getting the service to do that, but like they have
that's why we're down.
Yeah.
We're getting the service.
They have an iPad Pro set up, like hung up on the wall. Unbelievable.
I've seen fire pits.
Right?
Like they're just.
It's so
everybody's
cool.
Got,
Yeah.
Well, and so then about you, what's next for you? Is this you're in kind of a downtime, I would imagine?
Thankfully, yeah, downtime for now. I just ran Tour de France, which
Wow.
I mean, I really.
Congratulations.
Thanks. I really thought I had my head wrapped around it, and it just like it humbled me to the extreme. Like it was so hard.
Yeah.
And last week actually, I signed up for Cocodona 2024.
There we go.
So I want to talk to these guys about. I want to be as involved in the live stream as I can. Maybe some like on-course reporting. Maybe like pretty good cell service in Sedona. What can we do?
All right, we're good with that. We'll take whatever we can get. That's 5 days of gabbing like
I'll
this.
take the 3 to 4 a.m. slot.
Well, that's good. I mean, because Tour de France, man, that'll take some recovery. One of the things that I remember when Jason Koop did it a couple of years ago, he almost fell asleep standing up.
Yeah.
Like, it takes the sleep deprivation thing to another level.
Yeah.
Compared to some of our 200s.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah. So my big mistake was, Tour was my 9th 200, so I really felt like sleep is something I'm good at it. I have a handle on it. Like I got that.
What is your sleep strategy in the long
to.
races? Not to?
Yeah.
Not to sleep at all?
Very little. I'm generally, depending on the
Dirt
race,
naps?
like 60 to 90 minutes total. So like little micro naps here and
Micro
there.
naps, okay.
And I had hoped to finish Tour in a little longer than some of my other 200s, but I was shooting for a ballpark of like 3 nights, maybe a little bit of a 4th night. So I budgeted my sleep in that way. And then it took me 5 nights, and I'm like going through night 2, thinking this is going to take 5 nights, and I'm sleeping like it's going to take 3 nights. So that was a challenge. I had to like backtrack, get more sleep, and it was hard. It's hard to catch up on sleep. Like once you've made the mistake of not sleeping enough, it's very hard to like stop that snowball.
It's interesting because that applies to so many parts of ultras. If
Yes.
you fall behind on electrolytes,
Yes.
if you fall behind on fluids, but
Cooling.
with the sleep, if you fall behind on cooling,
Yeah.
But the fall behind on sleep,
Oh, yeah. It's kind of like a lesson for everything in ultra running. Like, it's so much easier to stay ahead, even if you don't feel like eating or feel like putting on lube or sunscreen. Like, it's always easier to do it. Take the time to do it than vice versa.
And at Tour, does that turn into dangerous scenario with the
yes.
terrain?
Yeah. So it also rained in the later part of the race, and it's just so steep and rocky. And like, unlike here in the U.S., I feel like if you get like a 40% grade in the U.S., it's like loose and rocky, and there's like other things to like, kind of like, there's like things to bounce from one to another. At Tour, the trails are so old; they're just like slick rock walls of like, it's almost like you're doing like half dome in the middle of a 200. And it was sketchy. There were definitely a few moments. One of my friends dropped a trekking pole like off the side of a cliff and was like, oh, at least it wasn't me.
better that than me.
Yeah,
Exactly.
But and for anyone who's like 200 curious, Tour is a whole different beast where like they have life bases, showers, beds, restaurants. Like, it's almost like you're going to like chalets in the mountains along the way with like people cooking you things. It's wild.
I kind of heard that from Annie Hughes about the Swiss Alps.
Yeah.
Or not Swiss Alps, but the 330K. That
Swiss Peaks, I think.
Swiss Peaks
Yeah.
330K that she did. She said it was just next level in terms of like the sleep state, because there's established buildings everywhere, and
sure.
it's a little bit of a different vibe.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sounds luxurious.
It really was. And like, for me, it turned into like the second part of the race was like, I took my time. I took a shower at the life base. I got a massage like from a masseuse. Like, definitely a perspective shift. I'm like, man, can we get some masseuses and, hotels on the Cocodona course that are like,
a massage in the back of the Crown King
yeah,
Saloon.
right. Yeah. Perfect. That sounds great. That's a different kind of.
We're talking about something completely different now.
This race is R-rated, right?
It is.
Well, hey, thanks a lot for coming on. Good luck.
Thank
to
you
Melanie,
so much.
In
let us
her
know how
second
she's
100 and first
doing.
one in a while. And
Yeah.
keep us posted.
Keep us
I
posted.
appreciate you guys having me on. I'm so stoked for Cocodona.
Yeah.
Let's have some fun.
Let's do it.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Great to see you, Kevin.
Thank you to Chris too for getting working the crowd and getting some volunteers to come on with us. And Kevin's just one of those great guys in the sport for sure.
Yeah. We were talking.
All right, Leah, do you hear us?
I hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we were just doing a little interview with Kevin Goldberg. Any update on additional runners through Rattlesnake?
Yeah, I'll let you guys see Zach Bitter flying through, looking good. He looks awesome.
He does look awesome.
That is our 9th place male right now. And just in the meantime, we had Dan Green. We had a lot. We had Paul Jacobs came through. He was behind Ryan Montgomery in 4th place.
Yep.
And then we had it was Dan Green in 5th, and then Blake Slatengren and John Dean from British Columbia. They were together. Ryan Raff right behind them, and then Zach Bitter just followed that up. So we have 9 guys through Rattlesnake here.
All right, so no sign of Brett yet.
No sign of Brett. No sign of Preston yet either.
Okay.
Unless I missed him.
Is String Bean in that top?
No, not yet. Looks like we've got another guy or two coming through here in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, that was so String Bean's athletes, Blake and Ryan, are running ahead of him right now.
Yeah, we actually got Brett coming in here in 10th.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
All right.
Yeah.
At the top 10.
Yeah,
it's Brett Slatengren or Blake Slatengren?
Blake
Slatengren.
Blake.
Okay. Got it.
Yep. Yeah, and Blake took a second, filled his sleeves with some ice. Not a lot of other guys icing up, though. Some of them are dousing. Zach Bitter looks awesome. I think he's one of the best ones to roll through here so far. Other than Brett, of course. Looking good.
Are we kind of expecting Matt coming in at any time here to headquarters?
You might be. So that would have been about 30 minutes ago, actually. So probably.
All right, high five. You wanted to get a high five every lap, right, Leah?
I got it.
You got it. High five every lap. How do you see him? Did he say anything?
Oh, okay. He seems a little. Oh my gosh, we got Preston coming through here in 11th, and then Heather Jackson hot on his heels. So that's Heather Jackson coming through at 4:50.
Okay. Wow.
Good job, Preston. Let's go, Heather.
11th
All
or
smiles
12th overall.
Yeah, she's 12th overall right now. Yeah, so these are very similar to what Dakota ran last year. She's about 2 minutes behind what Dakota ran last year. He came through here at 4:49. This is currently 4:51. And I believe when Camille set the course record here, she came through here in about 4:55. So about 4 minutes up on Camille's pace through here.
Okay. Whew. That's moving.
That's fast.
Very,
she looks
very
good, though. She's all smiles. Looks like Brett is out of the aid station.
I see Heather filling.
Yeah, Brett.
Filling bottles.
Yep. Yeah, this would definitely feel warm if you were racing right now. Just the exposure. It's hot. A little breezy, but I don't think that probably does too much for the runners right now.
Maybe if you're wet, it helps a little bit.
A little bit. Let's see. We got Heather's out of the aid station, so I'll keep a little timer on that one. Yeah, and it seems like on that last section that Ragna did fall back a little bit from Heather's pace. So I'm curious to see what the gap is when Ragna rolls through here next.
We had Heather Jackson come through AGW.
All right.
12th overall.
Oh, there's a nice still cam on the start finish.
With buckets and
That must
water.
mean Matt's coming through soon.
It might.
Yeah, I'm guessing
they're
he
getting
is.
ready for cooling.
Let's see. It's
procedures.
been half an hour. Could be soon.
Mm-hmm.
I just took a moment to go out and just see some of the. I mean, even the folks that are sort of shooting for that 24 hours, the kind of golden number to finish your first loop is a little bit under 5 hours, and that's where we are right about now. And people looking good, trying to stay cool, but.
So, question in the chat about the top three. What are the top three looking like? So, we know on the men's side, Matt Daniels is leading by a decent margin right now. Number 2 on the men's side currently is John Ray, and number 3, getting cheers in the background, is Ryan Montgomery, correct?
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah,
so those are our top 3.
At Leah's aid station, Rattlesnake Mile 38, it was about an 8-minute gap between Matt and John, and then just 2 minutes back from John to Ryan.
And on the women's side, we've got Heather Jackson and Ragna DeBotts running 1-2 currently. And then we have some chase packs of individuals, maybe Riley Brady next. And then we have individuals like Nicole Monette and Seth Flippin and Lauren Peretz, all kind of Tara Dower making up those that chase pack.
And they're all headed towards Leah.
Yes.
I'm so excited.
We had a Courtney sighting. If you're just joining us, Courtney DeWalter's out there running with her mom.
In the 100K?
In the 100K, and her mom is dressed as her, so double Courtney's on course.
And mom is rocking the short knees.
Of course.
And a red Solomon pack, so appropriate.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Temperatures creeping up, 78 currently, but probably feels quite a bit hotter than that.
Katra Corbett's coming through the aid station here, and I think she might have to win best costume of the day.
I think it's her goal every year. I mean, it's so over the top. It's so complicated that, like, she's just amazing with the costume game.
I mean,
it's beautiful. Oh, my God. Good job, Katra.
Anybody who dresses up for this thing is competing for second place because Katra's gonna.
She is wearing a full-on mask too. That sounds painful in the heat.
Yeah, and it's kind of it's plastic.
Or it's not breathable.
It's not a breathable mask.
Absolutely not breathable.
So this shot looks like Coyote Camp. No. Oh, that's Rattlesnake. Right. Of course, you're at the point where you've got people on one loop, people on two loops, people in the 100K. Yeah, I should have known from that tablecloth.
I'm close to being 5 hours into this race. 5 hours into the Javelina Jundred. So Finn was guessing that how many would go under 13:15?
He said five men under 13:15 was his hot take.
And there's only been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men who have ever done that in the history of the race. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, Finn.
I mean, we know that Matt was significantly up on Dakota Jones's course record from last year with a long way
Yeah,
to
we
go.
probably have about 10 runners right now who are running under what Dakota ran last year.
Yeah.
So we need attrition of 5 of those to get Finn his goal. Yeah, it's gone out very fast, as we've seen in races over and over again in the last couple of years. They just seem to be trending faster and faster from the get-go, and maybe less, attrition at the front of the field in a lot of ways.
I think that's
and something you've.
Go ahead, Leah.
Go ahead, AGW. Okay. Something you see with a lot of the people who come out on top in this race is having like the least amount of positive splits on their laps as possible. So I know if you look at John Ray's splits from last year, he never went any slower than like 5 to 10 minutes on any one of these given laps from each other, so kept it super consistent. The same was true of Devin Yanko and Riley Brady, especially those laps 3, 4, and 5. It's really important to stay consistent and not lose time, because I think once you start losing time there on those laps, that's when you really start falling back in the field a little bit.
Yep, consistency is the name of the game, for sure.
Again, as we get right up to the 5-hour mark, one woman so far through Rattlesnake, mile 38. That's Heather Jackson. We're awaiting Ragna DeBots, Riley Brady, Nicole Monette, and Chase Pack after that, heading towards Leah right now.
Yeah, so just for context, last year, Devin Yanko, who ended up winning the race, came through here right now. So she was 4:57. And then Riley last year, who I'm assuming is probably trying to run similarly to how they did last year, came through here in about 5 minutes from right now, so 5:03.
Okay. I think Matt could be in headquarters area, according to Lindsay. We haven't seen him come through our area yet, but that kind of looked like.
I think that's a 100K-er.
Okay. I would expect big cheers if we see Matt Daniels through right here, and we haven't heard that yet.
As we've been saying all morning, it is fun to have the race literally taking place right over our shoulders.
Yeah, totally.
Tempting to just kind of turn around and spectate like
Chris
everybody
and I were
else.
turning around a lot. There was a lot of head turning happening.
So again, this Cam at Rattlesnake, keeping things honest in the aid station. Leah just at the entrance to it, awaiting second, third, fourth place, etc. Women.
Yeah, this race on the women's side is feeling eerily similar to last year when we had Heather Jackson off the front quite a ways, and then kind of that Chase Pack behind her. But I do think last year Devin caught up somewhere on this lap to her and pressed a little bit, and then we saw Devin take over for the lead. But I do think what's going to be interesting is this women's Chase Pack. I think there's really anything that can happen in the front of the race right here, and especially with the hot pace that it's going at. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some of those women who are in those like 5 through 10 spots move up the field a little bit later on.
For sure. It might be conserving, running smart, staying cool.
So we got Ragna rolling through here right now, and that is 9 minutes back from Heather. 5:01.
9 minutes
All
back.
All right. So not much gained since going through Jackass.
Was it 8 before?
It was 8.
So it's extended a minute.
Yeah, extended a minute, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays out when they get up here.
And when they get in, when we start seeing individuals back here at Javelina headquarters for the second time, that's going to be mile 41.7. So, Leah, you're out at 38?
Yep.
It's only 3.7 miles. I'm just wondering about Matt.
Really should be seeing Matt here.
I think we should be.
Unless we missed him.
I don't know. I feel like there would have been a lot of cheering.
Yeah. Bryce, do we have a cam at the start finish, and do we have a runner? Here's one. Do we have a runner coming through?
Follow
No.
cam.
A follow cam here?
No.
Just wondering if
We're
Matt
trying to
Daniels
track
has
Matt.
come through and we missed him.
Yeah.
We also just had Jeff Garmeyer come through here. I recognized his kilt before I recognized him.
Yep. Kilt gives it away. Doing some drone testing.
Yeah.
How many drones do we have out there on course? 3 or 4. One of them is actually being flown from the media house, from the balcony of the media house, and so we're doing epic innovation over here with flying drones from a house over the hill. That drone actually, fun fact, brought some like connector cables or USBs or some kind of connector this morning, literally was taped on it.
Really?
Flew it over here and dropped it at Jackass Junction. Like the easiest way to get to Jackass is to just go via drone.
Right.
So if we could ride the drone over there,
it's
that'd be good.
a lot harder to get there on land.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
It's amazing the amount of work and the amount of coordination that goes into making these things happen. Here we go.
We got some cheering.
Ryan Montgomery coming in.
All right, we have Ryan Montgomery.
We have to have missed
into the
Ryan Montgomery just came through Javelina headquarters.
Yep. So we're thinking either there's been a major shakeup, which I don't think so, or we missed Matt Daniels and John Ray, but we'll get confirmation on that. I asked Chris, who's out there on the field, to see if he can get anything on that.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting with so many people running different distances, kind of hard for the spectators to know these are the leaders of the 100-miler.
Right.
Like, it's a little tough to know where people
Especially
are at.
as runners get lapped. And,
Yep.
There was a 30-minute later start.
Correct.
There's 100K. Yeah. But we do know Ryan Montgomery has come through. He's probably at the turnaround right now and on his way back out for Loop 3. And as was mentioned at the outset, Ryan is running the race with a little bit less stress in that he already has a ticket to Western States based on his wonderful and really strong 10th place finish there.
Yeah, and just
last
made the bold statement. He's going for the CR, a PR, and the win.
Yes,
all
indeed.
three.
Yes, indeed. He's running hard.
Yeah. So we potentially have 3 men through 41.7 miles. That being Matt Daniels, John Ray, and Ryan Montgomery, all running blistering paces well ahead of current course record pace. As well as Heather Jackson on the women's side running ahead of course record. I'm not sure if Ragna DeBotts in second is also ahead of course record or not, but definitely Heather definitely is.
And there's Ryan heading back out.
Looked like he was fully wet.
Oh, yeah.
Cooled off. Looked smooth.
Yeah, he looked great. Oh.
Looked smooth and steady. Don't knock over our set,
I
AJW.
knocked over all the
Speaking
all the
of
set
our set, we got some Tannery sunscreen. These are sponsors. Shout out to our sponsors. I'm just going to name those off. Hoka, Goo, Tannery Outdoors, Gooder, Bring in the Sunglass Game, Squirrel's Nut Butter. As Andy Glaze said, eat, drink, and lube.
That's right.
Eat, drink, and lube.
Eat, drink, and lube.
Plenty of Squirrel's Nut Butter. And Game On Live Studios and West Networks. Thank you for all of your support in making the race happen.
Yeah, and for context out here from Rattlesnake, we've only had Heather Jackson and Ragna come through here so far, and it looks like Ragna's gap to Riley, who is in third, was about 17 minutes at the last accurate timing point that we had out there. So it's only been about 6 minutes since Ragna departed here, so I still imagine we won't see Riley for about another 10 minutes, and looks like they were running with Nicole Manette and a few others at that point.
17 minutes between second and third. That's huge.
That's a big spread. That is a big spread.
Go Ryan! Got Ryan and Joey Corsione running in together. Ryan Miller
and Joe Corsione running together. Sweet. Joey.
I bet you they're just chit-chatting away.
I heard that was what Sally McRae was calling Joe Corsione. Joey Corsione. Love it.
I believe it.
Is that Stephen Cornelius?
I don't think any of those lead guys are wearing cat ears, though. So
that's right.
Might not count.
Might not count.
Or it's at least a 10-minute penalty for no cat ears. Leah's back up on her. What are you standing on? A log? A rock?
It's a log. It's a log in my slides.
Someone said
good stability exercise.
Yes, someone in the chat said next year bring Leah a chair.
Yeah.
Or a stool.
I need a stool or a ladder.
Well, Leah, you spend a fair amount of time on a podium as a runner. Maybe we give you a podium out there.
There you go. Oh man. I'll stick to my log.
Whatever it takes to bring you these live streams, we do here. Matt Feldick spares no expense. I think he was out there last night placing that log there just to get the perfect angle. He's an equal opportunity producer.
Yeah, I think Jamil probably decided to run the race today just so he didn't have to deal with most of our questions today. So shout out to Jamil, who's out on the course right now, probably avoiding all of us.
Yeah, it's great to have Jamil out there. I mean, you probably have noticed he has chimed in on the on our group WhatsApp a couple of times, just asking for more equipment to be sent here and there. But that's Jamil. He never stops working. But when he did come through here, right around 4 hours and 25 minutes, he looked happy. He grabbed some calories. He changed his shirt, and he was back out after it. So, he's putting his 6 miles a week training to good use.
That's all it takes.
Chris and I were talking earlier. If you look at this large shot here, there was a fire late spring in the area of the Jackass Junction aid station. Things are starting to grow back. It was not a disastrous fire in that it didn't destroy any homes or structures, but it did run roughshod through the desert on the northwest corner of the park and into the Scottsdale Sonoran Preserve. And as you see on this drone shot right here, That's some of it, which is already taking the already limited amount of shade that you get on this course and making even less of it. So good on these runners, as we were mentioning with Zach and also Lee a little bit earlier. It's warm. It's warming up. The warmth and the exposure is a real deal. Just over my shoulder, I saw well-known ultra photographer Paul Nelson coming through. Paul, who's battled cancer over the last couple of years, has come in here fit and is finishing his first loop right now. That's very nice. It'll be about 5 hours and 15 minutes for a first loop. He and I shared a margarita last night, and he came in with a very positive attitude about the race and what his expectations are and what his goals are. And it's good to see him out here. He's looking very fit and happy. So he just went by our broadcast booth. So again, we have, we think we have first three men through. Matt Daniels, John Ray, Ryan Montgomery. I think we see Versteeg on the drone shot. Recognizable because he has come to the race dressed up as the guy on the Flotacam. We know Ragna came through 9 minutes behind Heather Jackson, Rattlesnake Bar, and yet to hear from Riley Brady and Nicole Monette, which we expect might be a few more minutes until those two runners and then the rest of the women's chase pack get there. Zooming back out on this drone shot.
Nora, the box of chocolates.
There's Matt Daniels coming out, so there was a switch. That's Matt Daniels leaving the aid station. Sounds like his crew was chatting a little bit about something or other. So what we do know is that Ryan Montgomery is ahead of Matt Daniels. We don't have an update on John Ray yet.
But Ryan Montgomery
could have been a major switch.
Overtaking sounds like Matt Daniels maybe had to spend some time in that aid, cooling, or potentially looks like he's being crewed maybe by Adam Marion.
Yeah.
Was that Jeff Colt too?
It was.
Okay, so
or at least someone who looks like Jeff Colt.
Yes, a Jeff Colt impersonator. That would be a very good costume. So they were discussing strategy, but maybe he just had to take a physical or mental reset, cooling reset. Either way, he is out of the aid station.
Leah, back out to you at Rattlesnake.
Hey guys, still waiting on our chase pack in the women's field. It's been about, 13 minutes since Ragna came through here in second, and Ragna was about 9 minutes behind Heather. So this is a decent gap between second and the rest of the chase pack. At the last aid station, I think I was saying it was about 17 minutes. So next 5 minutes or so, I'd imagine we'll see a big group of women come in because I think they're running, 5 deep in that chase pack.
Yeah, they certainly were as they came through Zach's area. So I suspect, especially with the nice downhill that they have coming in towards where you are.
There's Ryan Raff coming by.
Ryan Raff coming through fast.
They are moving. He was running, just rolling and looked like I don't know. He looked great. He looked bouncy.
Yep.
I'm really excited to see how he does. In his interview yesterday, he was talking a lot about how he wasn't going to be antsy to race early on. He's one of the youngest guys racing today, and I think it's easy to assume somebody like that might be kind of aggressive. But it sounded like he was going to sit back and race it smart. And I think he's got the leg speed to do something special in the second half. And with that being said, I see Riley Brady coming into Rattlesnake here. So that is about 15 minutes behind Ragna and about 12 minutes slower than their split here last year.
And third individual in the women's race.
Go Riley! Looking good!
That was Zach Bitter.
Riley Brady. We also had Zach Bitter come just behind us. that would be him moving up through the pack. I mentioned earlier, but it bears mentioning again now that we have Riley through mile 38. The best costumes here at headquarters so far that I've seen, the Riley Brady bunch.
I love that. I didn't know that.
and Leah, highlighted by Megan Morgan, who very much is a spitting image of Marsha Brady. I mean,
that is amazing.
She's got this beautiful, like, yellow and black, blue plaid, dress with a kind of a lacy shirt. It's hilarious.
That is genius.
The Riley Brady bunch.
Yeah,
Amazing.
Riley looks really good. I think, despite being 15 minutes back from Ragna right now, they look, I think, a bit better. Big smiles, big energy coming into here. And I should note that, Riley was pretty significantly far behind Heather and Devin in the field at times last year and just chipped away on each lap. So I think they know what they're doing. I think some of those runners could come back to them a little bit later.
Absolutely.
Totally.
And you recall, in addition to Riley making a strong close in laps 4 and 5, so did Nicole Bitter. She was, pretty significantly back after the third loop and, just fell a bit short of that spot. But, lots can happen in loops 4 and 5.
We've got Nicole Manette coming through here in fourth place. Good job, Nicole.
That's just a couple minutes.
She definitely does have some bloody knees, like Zach mentioned earlier. Nicole's has the fastest 100-miler of any women in the field, I believe. Ran 14:01. And has run in the 14:0s a couple times. So she was also on the gold medal 100K team at Worlds last year for the roads, running something blistering for 100K, like 7:20 something. So I think Nicole definitely has a lot of leg speed and doesn't venture onto the trails very often. So excited to see how she does today. And that might be proof of some of the blood on her legs too.
Yeah, we're getting a good shot, Leah, in the aid station of Nicole sponging down. Looks like she's rinsing a little bit of that blood off also, but taking a little bit of extra time to hit the sponge bucket. And now Heather Jackson off the front at 4:52. Ragna DeBot's 5:01. Riley Brady 5:15, and Nicole Monette, let's call it 5:18. Those are all unofficial, of course. They're just me scribbling on my pad here, but pretty good spread for those first four contestants in the women's race. So we'll see how it comes together or doesn't.
Yeah, the men's race is quite a bit closer. We just saw Zach Bitter leave Jackass Junction. Ryan Raff, Matt Daniels, and have we seen John Ray?
We have not seen him.
Okay. Or at least we haven't spotted him.
Right. Oh, no.
You're good.
No, feel free.
Okay, guys, it looks like we've got Shea Aquilano coming through here in 5th place.
And I know, Leah, you've had your eye on Shea for a long time. Very young, I think 22, is that right?
22, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice job, Shea, looking good. Yeah, she looks great. One of my favorite fun facts of this race is she's half the age of Ragna DeBot's, and Ragna is still like an epic crusher. 44 years old, holds the Masters course record at Western States, running 17:40 something. So I love to see the battle of the ages out here. And here comes Tara Dower.
All right, Tara.
Oh, Lauren, say hi to your husband.
Hi, Dale.
Hi, Dale. Go, Tara. Tara.
I just threw up and I've never felt better.
All right, Tara.
I like this.
Wow. I just threw up and I've never felt better. All right.
And Leah, quick update from back here at headquarters. Brett Hornig just came in with Matt with Matt McMonagle on his heels with his camera ready, and Heather Jackson came through.
Heather Jackson was right in front of. Basically, they were together.
So Heather, Brett's basically pacing Heather at this point.
Awesome. I was looking at their splits from last year, and it looked like they did something really similar to last year. So I bet you by the end of this Javelina, Brett and Heather are going to be best friends.
It's the plan all along. It's just for future media content and the connection. You just make a connection with someone out there.
Totally. Yeah, this is actually, I think, Corinne, you and I were chatting about this morning. Tara and Shay, I feel like they've raced a lot of the same races together, and
Yeah.
every race I see them at, they're always within 1 or 2 spots of each other, and
Yeah.
that's exactly what we just saw. Shay roll through, and then Tara a couple seconds behind her. So really cool. I think both of those women are extremely strong and are very up and coming in women's ultra running right now, and keep putting themselves in really competitive races and really showing up. So both of them, I think, have the potential to move up in a field like this by pacing it consistently and smart. So excited to see what happens.
Yeah, Lee, I had a blast with our interview with Tara yesterday, talking about East Coast stuff. She's at out of Virginia Beach, where her husband's in the military, but of course spends a fair bit of time in the West in Colorado, and of course had a great race last month at Run Rabbit Run. So yeah, excited to see how Tara does, and something that's got a lot of running.
Exactly.
She's
yeah.
not a stranger
Tara
though. She's run a very fast 100 at Umstead.
Oh, okay. That's right. She did tell us that.
Yeah. Wants to PR her 100-mile time at this race, so ideally.
We're getting some still shots. Sorry to interrupt, but we just have some still shots of Heather Jackson in her aid tent. She's up now. Devin Yanko, who's going to pace her a little bit later, is helping with the cooling strategy. Husband Waddy is there. She just took a little 1-minute sit, it looks like, and is changing her hat and cooling down, and I suspect will be on her way shortly. But good to see her taking a little extra time here, second time through Javelina headquarters. That's race leader Heather Jackson, who rolled through right around 5:20 elapsed.
Awesome.
Yeah, so Shay has run a 16:03 100-miler last October at Indiana Trail 100.
Yeah, she I peeked at her training while preparing for my single track episode, and I talked about it a little bit on there. But she has a lot of training that just resembles the early 2010s styles of training, doing 100 miles in the course of a 2-day period on a weekend, waking up doing a 50K in the afternoon, maybe doing another 10 or 15 miles, next day doing 20 miles. So really cool to see different training like that, because I feel like we see a little bit less of that these days. But it's been really exciting following Shay's journey. She got to represent Team USA at the 80K in Austria for Worlds this summer. And I mean, had a stellar race, especially given the fact that she was training in the flatland of Indiana. Recent college grad, I think moved out the Pacific Northwest. So huge fan of Shay's, and I think she's got a really exciting ultra running career ahead of her.
We got a shout out from Brett. He said, "Go live stream."
The 2010 style of training, I resemble that remark.
You mean resent? You resent that remark?
No, I mean resemble.
Oh, resemble and resent? You know resent?
I remember those days
2010?
of double 50 milers. Uphill both ways with ice on your back. No, Shay does do it a little differently, and it's kind of cool to see. There's lots of different ways to do this.
Yeah, and I do think this will actually be fun to see how it plays out later. But she and Nicole Manette raced each other at a 50-miler earlier late in the summer. And I think Shay came out on top by about 3 minutes or something. So it's pretty fun that we're seeing them within minutes of each other today out here too.
Right. So, I mean, it's clear it's kind of shaping up the way you predicted, Leah, with Heather and Ragna off the front, but separated by a good 9 minutes from each other, and then 9 minutes back to, or less than that, 13 minutes back. Sorry, not supposed to do math on these things.
No public math.
But back to now a quartet of Riley, Nicole, Shay, and Tara, all within about 5 minutes of one another.
And I just saw Preston Cates come through as well.
And I
Javelina headquarters.
Oh no.
Go ahead, Leah.
And I expect on the women's side, I imagine our next ladies through will be Steph Flippin, Lauren Puritz. I believe they were kind of part of that Shay Tara group last time we had a good timing stamp for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I saw Steph at the first turnaround. Man, she looked happy and comfortable and spring in her step, and frankly, just happy to be out here. So I know she's a good friend of yours, Leah, and it was and just so nice to see her smiling and happy and her bubbly self. We really hope Steph has a great race today.
Yeah, she's an extremely methodical racer too. Knows when to pull back, knows when to push. Extremely fast. She's one of the women, like Nicole Monette is, with one of the fastest 100-milers in the field, running 14-something at Tunnel Hill a few years back. And unfortunately had to DNF here last year with a sacral stress reaction. So would love to see her get a good one today. And, this is a bonus shot. We got Raj coming through here for the 100K.
All right.
And this is at 4:26 into the 100K. Good job,
Wow,
Raj. Crushing
that's
it.
Crushing it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Right, so putting that in perspective, when we know that Matt Daniels got to you at 4:25, elapsed in the 100-miler. Raj is at 4:26, elapsed in the 100K.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And Raj is probably about to break the course record today, so that means Matt Daniels was just running course record 100K pace for the 100-miler.
For a 100-miler, yeah.
Sounds
might
hard.
explain why I had to take a couple minutes here.
Might explain that a couple extra minutes. And there,
Preston
quickly,
Cates out.
Cates is out. Going in full costume, the Prince of the Desert, as he told us yesterday on our interview. Preston Cates from Flagstaff, born and raised in Boulder. Self-declared extrovert, says he loves it here because of all the people to talk to, hang out with. And that is true. There are a lot of people here.
I liked the quote that we took for Preston's Aravapa interview that he did with Mountain Outpost yesterday. He said, "The faster you run, the faster you're done. It's just black and white, baby." So
Right.
I like that motto. It's nice and simple.
For sure. And I will say he made quick work of this. I don't think he did very much because it was maybe 2 minutes between when we saw him the first time and saw him the second time. So
Yep.
good on you, Preston. First time 100-miler. I did ask him in the interview what's the longest run he's ever been on. He did say he did 88 miles on the track once.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, guys,
Why?
Question for my friends in the booth. Do we have timing from Sarah Beal out there today?
Sarah
I
Beal.
know she was in the mix.
That's good.
And I have
Yeah.
not heard of her.
I have not heard from Sarah, but let's see. We have.
Could be just a timer, something going on. It looks like her timer might be out.
It's like we got a Hal Kerner sighting. I think he and Brett have a good Ashland, Oregon battle going on today.
Oh, yeah.
But I think he reminded Brett that while Brett has run faster here, only one of the two of them have a win here, and it is not Brett.
So Sarah Beal was at headquarters 3:05. That was the last check-in that we are aware of. So it could be timer or chip isn't working. Could be, we don't know.
Cool. Okay, I'll keep my eye out here.
There's a good
Looks
shot
like we
of
got
Hal.
Lauren Currit coming through.
Our still cam at Rattlesnake obviously is interested in Hal. He's looking good. He
Nice
looked
job,
good when
Lauren.
He came through here the first time.
Okay, so that's Lauren Puritz coming through here. I believe she's a Colorado resident. She's been putting herself into golden ticket races for the last several years, and always in the mix. Usually in that 5th to 7th position, so always right there, never quite getting that golden ticket spot. But yeah, she's looking really good, really steady coming through here and taking a moment to fill her ice bandana and get cooled down.
And ran the race last year. I think she ran 16 and change for her first 100-miler, which is very respectable on this course. So I think looking to improve that. She said she was a little nervous coming in, but
There she's out though. Quick sponge, quick cool off, and there she goes. Leapfrogging none other than Hal Kerner. Just taking his time, revving the engine back up.
I don't even recognize Hal with the facial hair. Also looks hot.
There's Andre, local favorite,
Local legend.
runs everything here in the valley.
Do you guys have any string bean updates out there? I don't know if I saw him come through Rattlesnake, but maybe I missed him, and maybe keep an eye out for headquarters for an update from him.
That's a good
I
question.
haven't seen him.
We do not.
Yeah, this is the point in the race where you might start losing people. It's possible.
And I don't think anybody has more golden ticket attempts than Joe does. So really wishing him well out there today. My mom is a super fan of his, and every race that I go on the live stream, she always asks me if String Bean's running. So
he is. You can say
he
is running.
Yeah, he has I want to say at least 5 third places in golden ticket races.
Brutal. He's the bridesmaid.
Yes, indeed.
We just saw Jeffrey Stern come through here at Javelina headquarters running his first 100-miler. Looking good. He's got some veterans pacing him later. Lottie Brinks and Keely Henninger are pacing him for laps 4 and 5, and
he'll be well taken care
I
of.
loved his thought process. They've both gotten golden tickets, so I'm just gonna have them pace me, and maybe I'll get a golden ticket.
The good juju.
Yeah.
I asked Riley yesterday when they were offered the golden ticket from Craig after the race last year, how long it took them to decide to say yes, and they said 0 seconds.
0 seconds.
0 seconds.
He hadn't even finished the sentence.
Right.
Yeah, I really hope Riley can stick it today. I remember sharing a lot of miles with them at Western States training camp this year, and I remember coming home and telling Mike, like, everybody needs to watch out for Riley at Western States. They were going to be such a threat. So I know, unfortunately, they didn't quite have the day that they wanted there, but I think Javelina just plays completely to Riley's strengths, and I think this is such a good opportunity to get back there.
Yeah, I agree. Completely agree. And again, the way this race is unfolding, if there's any carnage out there, Riley will be there to sweep it up.
I just saw Ragna DeBots.
Ragna DeBots
coming through
into headquarters.
Headquarter 2.
So actually, depending on how long Ragna spends here, could get a little bit of time on
Did we
Heather.
see Heather go out?
We did.
Okay.
We did.
Missed that. Jeff was in and out.
Yeah.
Jeff Stern in and out.
Jeff Stern gone already.
I think I looked in the year that Devin broke the course record. She had like 20 minutes of total stoppage time in the entire race. I wonder what Camille had. I know she said she stopped at every single aid station, but I think it was for seconds. So it's, curious what that would add up to.
And I think seconds really matter in a race like Javelina, where
Totally.
you want to get cool, but you also don't want to stay in that aid station all day long. So I think I heard about a lot of runners just trying to be a little bit more self-sufficient out here, carrying some more stuff on them so they don't have to stop as much at aid stations. Oh, and it looks like we got Steph Flippin coming through. Should be 8th lady here into Rattlesnake.
All right, Steph.
Nice work. Hey, crushing it. Just kidding, guys. That's not Steph.
False news.
False news. That might, gosh, I don't want to get that wrong. I want to say, is it Rabbit Elite Runner? Might
Jill?
be McKendra. Oh, maybe Jill. That's probably Jill. Yeah, so that's 8th place.
All right.
Those are cool shorts. Those green ones.
Yeah, I like the whole color
Like that whole kit setup.
scheme.
We did a kind of informal, unscientific poll of our interviewees yesterday, and lots of road shoes. I would say probably 70-30 road shoes for at least the start, first 3 loops.
Wow.
Especially the Nike athletes.
Although Heather Jackson said that she ran in like the fastest road shoes, and she thinks she's going to switch to a little bit more comfort and this year.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the type of course that you can get away with either. It's, cruisy enough, not super technical, that I think road shoes would totally fly on this. But some runners want a little bit more traction, maybe if they don't spend a lot of times on the trails, just to have a little bit more confidence.
All right, Leah, we have a special guest coming into the studio. We're going to keep you on the line, but we want to chat with last year's winner of the Javelina Jundred and one of the true heroes of our sport, been at it for the better part of 2 decades, somebody who I've known for a long, long time, Devin Yanko. Devin, how are you?
I'm doing great. This is a different experience for me at this race, for sure.
So you are, so far you've been crewing Heather Jackson. You're going to run with her for a little while. We did notice, and I guess we're just getting a little bit of news from you. We did notice you spent a little time sitting down, a fair bit of time cooling off. She has a substantial gap for this early in the race on Ragna, the second place runner. How would you characterize Heather's stature at 41.3 miles?
I mean, I've watched like her YouTube from last year, so I would say this like is like they've leveled up, and like she's calm and collected. Like we have it dialed, so like we knew what she wanted. It's just getting in all the things that she wanted, and like none of that was like she took her time. We knew she had time, and like she feels great. So it's really fun to watch somebody just come in and be like, yeah, I'm collected. I'm now experienced enough to feel like I'm not frantic, you know, and like get her everything she needs and have her on her way. And like, I mean, I reiterated it to her over and over again. I was like, you have the time. You always have the time to do what she just did. Yeah. And like, it will always make a difference to not rush and to get the things that you need.
Yeah. She's running ahead of course record splits. we heard maybe Waddy was a little worried, but it sounds like she's feeling great. Like, she's just rolling with how she's feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it's as I just said to him. I was like, the difference between a person who is on course record pace and nails it, and a person who is feeling good and on course record pace and doesn't nail it. You don't know who that person is until the end of the day, right? Like, there's no discernible difference. Every time that I've had an amazing day has also been identical to the same point in a race I didn't have as easy of a day. Like
just one year it goes
exactly. Like sometimes you're feeling amazing and then you're like left hand turn into darkness. Or like for
no, that never happens to you, Devin.
And then we're crying and walking and whatever. You know, I find rocks in the desert to trip over. But like it seems like she is having a really solid day. And like yeah, we'll see. And I mean like I am pacing her, and it's like last year she didn't have a pacer, so it'll be interesting to see how that changes things for her when she has those harder moments. Just having someone there that's like, yeah, girl, that's normal.
Are you pacing which lap or both?
I am both laps, yeah.
Good
let
on
me get. I want to talk. I want to talk about that because we ran into each other in the gas station yesterday and exchanged big hugs, and you were like, I was like, what are you doing? You're like, I'm pacing Heather, and she turns and has a little glint in her eye, and she's like, I pulled out the big guns.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, yes, you did. So tell me, like, I want to get into what's your prep right now? You have 2+ hours.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not running the race, but you're going to run 40 miles, a little bit less than golden ticket for somebody. What do you do for for the viewers and the listeners, what do you do for the next 2 hours to get your act together?
And very much I'm like, I need to be hydrating, right? We got the hydration. I'm like, I need to remember to eat in the right time. I need to get my stuff together. I need to tell the crew what I'm going to need, put my headlamps where I'm going to retrieve them, and like get into that mindset. So like earlier, you know, we were talking about being talkative, but like it's in this next couple hours, it's me like getting to the frame of mind of like, I'm going to go out of the gun relatively swiftly. I need to be ready. And I learned from my experience of trying to pace Mike Wording at North Face 50 one year, where he came in and literally I was like 10 feet after we started running. I was like, I am literally about to be dropped. Like, you have to be ready.
Yeah.
And so I'm just trying to, you know, think through the things. She doesn't know what she needs from a pacer. She's never been paced, right? So I asked her yesterday, I was like, do you like talking? No talking. And
she's like, I don't know.
She's like, I don't know. And so I kind of coached her from my perspective. I'm like, whatever you need, you just communicate, and there's nothing that you can do wrong.
Yeah.
So it's like just prepping for what's to come, and like remembering, Sarah Beal came through on loop 1 and was like having a hard time, and I was like, I've been in that position, and like being like, oh yes, remember to pull from my experience and be like, you're fine. Like, this is how we work through this moment, and just kind of getting myself into that space to be like, let's go, let's keep the foot on the gas.
Let me ask one more about this, because I think pacing a front runner, especially someone who is like, that's been her plan all along, to run from the front.
Senses, I felt like somebody was right behind me, and so it's like making sure that information is accurate, and only giving it to her if she wants it, right? And not being like, so and so looks amazing and is coming for you. Like, that's not helpful, right? You just want to be able to be like, we're fine. Focus on your own race, like, and guide you through those moments.
You think you'll lie to her? Well, the big question: will you lie?
I mean, I have lied to a lot of people that I've paced in the past.
Have you been lied to?
I mean, everybody has always told me I'm beautiful and amazing, so I'm certain.
You are beautiful
I'm
and amazing.
100% certain that the people have been lying to me. So
the 30 minutes versus the 10 minutes was a lie.
I mean,
don't worry, Devin. You could always be in a worse mood than you already are.
I mean, to be fair, like the times that my husband's paced me, he does things like gives me tequila at the top of Hope Pass.
Oh,
so like
that's
my
a good
paces
idea.
are a little bit different.
He was at the top of Hope Pass?
He was pacing me the year that I won
at the top and
Leadville.
pulled it out. Wow.
And surprised me with a shot of tequila. Took a shot of tequila and moved into first place.
How'd
So
that descent feel? Just floated?
I literally took over first place after I took a shot of tequila.
Amazing.
So
amazing.
Guess it worked. I won't be bringing her any tequila today.
No, but let's suppose Heather gets the golden ticket, and she spends the day tomorrow booking her stuff for Olympic Valley and Auburn and training camp and so forth. Do you raise your hand and sign up for pacing there? Do you still have some?
I have my golden ticket.
She's running the race.
I know, but I was saying maybe you would.
I'm literally.
I
already registered, so it's already. I've already sold my soul. I don't think I can get my $450 back.
I was thinking though it would be more fun to pace than run.
I mean,
after the number of years we've been doing this,
they can still run together during the race.
I mean,
a lot.
Yeah, 100 miles of just running tall and small. It would be great.
Yeah,
blonde, tall and small. I mean, I am finding this way very enjoyably, like for, relaxation, like the stress, the race day stress. You're like, yeah, everything's fine.
Yeah.
Like not worried about what you eat the night before or anything, like
No.
whatever.
No, I'm not. I mean, I'm more worried that I'm like going to forget to eat all day and then I'm going to bonk like a mile outside of the headquarters here. But you know what? It would make her feel amazing if if she dropped me immediately.
Yeah.
I mean,
so,
that's...
On a serious note, though, I of course know you have a golden ticket. I thought it would be really funny to turn down the golden ticket and pay somebody instead. But I'd love to hear just real quick about your experience at the Grindstone 100K.
Yeah.
Because it was a new event with new ownership, same race director, Clark Zeeland, old friend of mine.
Yeah.
How was that experience for you?
I mean, I would have preferred not to do it in a tropical storm.
Yeah.
I found it, honestly, I've gotten Montreal Ultra Cup entries to Western States on the East Coast. I've run on the East Coast, but this was more of like the first time I've done, I don't think I've done anything in that area. And honestly, I live in Colorado now, so like my view of technical and, climbing has really changed. And so I went out there like, I think I'm prepared. I mean, I wasn't ever supposed to actually run that race, but the way my year's gone has been entertaining. So I thought it was really well done. And I mean, it's a good course as a Western States qualifier, in part because it's like, it is East Coast gnarly, but like it's still very runnable. It's still like the times actually don't reflect how fast it is because the course is actually 66 miles.
Yeah.
Which thankfully I knew before I started.
That's long.
Praise hands. I learned my lesson in 2015 here because I didn't know the course was 101.5 miles then.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, and I had Caleb Bowen on the podcast,
Yeah.
and a West Virginia runner, rugged East Coaster, and he said the same thing. It was helped to know that it's 66 miles right from the beginning, and that it's a bear of a course, and that the tropical storm was either a great equalizer or a massive bummer.
Yeah,
but
I
at
mean,
least everybody had to deal with it.
I brought so much stuff. I don't think I've ever brought that much stuff to a race. I literally had a neoprene like surf top because I was like, I'm not getting cold. I had these gloves that are made out of neoprene. Like I was like, I am not, I don't care how wet I get, I am not getting cold no matter what. I brought so many clothes, and then it was like the temperature was actually fine.
Okay.
I mean, it really started coming down like as we're standing at the finish line or whatever, and you're like, yay, can I go to my car now?
But better to be over-prepared
exactly.
than under,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Well, and one of the big reasons I ask is Craig has been hearing for years, ever since the Georgia Death Race was no longer an East Coast Golden Ticket, that we needed an East Coast Golden Ticket race. And for a variety of reasons, the existing events didn't really fit or didn't quite have what a Golden Ticket event needs.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad for Clark and the team that they're able to do that, and that people like you are able to go from the west to the east to run it, and people like Caleb are able to do something not very far from their house, because he's a college cross country coach. He can't travel around, and so to have that opportunity, I really appreciate Craig and those guys continuing to figure out how to do it, and for people such as yourself and others to make the effort to go to a race like that and give it the stature that I think it deserves.
And I mean, that's been kind of the hill I'm willing to die on in the sport, is like, just because a race is popular, it's like there are a lot of races, and I try to highlight those races. It's like Umstead, right? I'm like, Umstead is a classic, and everybody should run Umstead, and it's like, why doesn't it get the draw that it should? I don't know, but it's always been my mission to be like, we all focus on Western states or these races, but like the East Coast has a ton of amazing races, and like every time I hear people come into the sport and be like, I just discovered this race, I'm like, that's been going on for 40 years, you know? And it's like, there's so many amazing races on the East Coast, and I think bringing a Golden Ticket to the East Coast can just bring some of that media attention over there, and I do think it is giving more opportunities for every part of the community.
I got an email from a regular reader of I Run Far, and for the last 6 or 7 years, I've done kind of a monthly series where I do 6 or 7 around a theme. This year I'm doing Race Director Chronicles, and she suggested, how about you do under the radar races? And she was speaking specifically about the Uwharrie 40 down in North Carolina, and I was like, perfect, I've got my theme for 2024. Under the radar races. The only thing is there's a lot more than 12.
I actually wrote an article that is similar for Ultra Sign Up a couple of years ago. It was like races iconic races you've never heard of, and if you read it, you would have been like, Devin, you're full of it, and I would have been. But I'm like, part of the problem is that like some of these races that were a huge part of the last 10, 15 years ago, that are like, people are now like, what's that race? I've never heard of it, and you're like, ooh,
right? Ooh. You've never heard of Masochist?
Really?
Really?
Like, you don't even know what American River is? Like, what? How is that even possible? And so I think there is so much opportunity to bring people to those races, and I'm glad that you're gonna highlight those next year.
Well, Devin, you got to start your prep for these 2 loops with Heather.
Yes.
And maybe your first training run for the big showdown in June.
Get my heat training in October for me.
It'll last that
long. It takes one run, and then you're good, right?
For like 6 months.
The same as altitude.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to snow in Colorado tomorrow, so I think that's
3 to 6 inches.
I'm going to enjoy this while I can.
Do it. Soak it in.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for coming over.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming over.
And I think while we were talking to Devin, great to meet you. Nice to meet you. I'll see you in Colorado at some point.
Love you. See you out there.
We saw Riley.
Okay.
And
come through here.
And Nicole Monette, yes, come in and out just in that time. So.
Okay, so we have our top.
And this is Shea Aquilano coming in. So I believe,
That's Shea right there.
That's Shea right there. So then I believe Riley was first, and then
so we would
Nicole
we
Monette,
would expect to see Tara Dower any second.
Thanks, Steve. My friend Steve is in the chat. He likes my hat. Thanks,
Steve.
It's
a sweet hat.
Appreciate it.
The first of many.
That's the first time I've met Devin Yanko. I'm kind of starstruck. It's amazing.
So through headquarters on the women's side, Heather, Ragna, Riley, Nicole, and Shea.
Yes.
There's our top 5 through 41.3 miles. There's our 100K leader.
Raj. Bryce is going out there getting ready to pace.
Bryce is
Brooks.
pacing
Brett.
Pablo.
No, Pedro Gomez.
Pedro Gomez.
Yes.
Pedro Gomez.
Yes, for his last lap at the 100K.
Yeah.
And I think Pedro was running in second, maybe, to Raj. So
Professional triathlete. We had a great interview with him.
on the Air Viper Racing team.
Mhm.
Oh, there's camera on Bryce Brooks walking over there. He's warming up a little bit. Yeah, and we were actually talking on our little podcast that we do for Free Trail Rest Day Pod about a similar, not under the radar races, but what do you do if you've been trying to get into Western or Hard Rock for a really long time and you haven't? Like, what are the other options? What are all the other races? And so we definitely highlighted a bunch that just are amazing and beautiful spots, offer an outstanding atmosphere, and there's so many of them. So,
and I think we need to remember that while there is a lot of attention paid, there's
Tara Dower.
There's Tara Dower. Oh, with a little dirt on her right hip. Looks like she might have taken a little bit of a spill, but she was moving well. So there's our top 6 women now into the headquarters. But those races, just because the attention is on Hard Rock and Western States and UTMB, there are, believe it or not, there are people who run ultras who really don't necessarily aspire to run those races.
Yep.
They enjoy a 50-miler an hour from their home, or an area that they particularly care about, or a race that shares a mission of preserving the environment of somewhere where they live. So those under the radar races are the heart and soul of the sport.
Absolutely.
Are something that we should never take for granted or cease to support.
Correct. Totally agree.
Get some splits on here too. So let's say Tara about 11:54. So it is about a 30-minute gap from Heather in first place to Tara in 6th place. Drone back up, leaving Jackass Junction. Closing in on the 6-hour mark of the 100-mile first wave. The lead men are out on their 3rd lap. Probably somewhere between Coyote Camp and Jackass Junction. This drone shot is heading back towards Coyote Camp. They're looking down on a runner right here. See how close they can get, if anybody can identify. And by the way, anybody in the chat identify kits, or you're looking for a favorite runner, let us know.
Boy, it says it's only 80 degrees, but it sure feels a lot warmer
sure
than that.
feels a lot warmer
Even in
than
here
that.
where we're
Yeah.
shaded, I can't imagine being out in the sun right now.
Yeah, the drone heading further up the trail. So again, this is going against the direction of the course, as you can tell, obviously, heading towards Coyote Camp. We're assuming these runners are runners on their 2nd laps. Scanning back to see if we can find a runner on the leaders on their 3rd lap. That gives you a good idea of the sort of buttery nature of sections of the Pemberton Trail It's almost, you can almost run 3 across in some of the places.
Yeah.
It's smooth, very little off camber. Only a few sections where you might kick a rock or take a tumble.
Although we have seen some blood.
We have seen some blood, so.
And I think I'm going to
I
call it for the morning
all right.
here. I'm going to go check on my runner, Tara Dower, if she's still here.
Check on some in-person
See how she's doing,
and
we'll, get ready. And we've got Chris Warden coming back in. But, I'll be
we'll
back.
see you in a few hours with what I'm guessing will be another costume.
Tonight, so tune in after dark. Tune in after dark for the after dark outfit. Yeah, it's epic. But you guys are doing a great job. Keep it up.
All right,
awesome.
You too. Corinne,
right.
Thank you so much. We'll see you in a few hours. As we close in on the noon hour, noon Arizona time, 6 hours in. Corinne Chalvoy taking a break to go check on Tara Dower. Oh, that's right. Corinne is pacing before. Before we see Corinne again, she will have paced 1 or 2 loops. One loop. One loop with Tara. The dreaded loop 4. Oh. Yes, indeed. I'm going to slide over here. We'll just take a moment. I'm going to give Chris his normal spot, and bear with us for a moment.
I don't have that much time. My mic is hot? Oh, no. No, you're hot, Matt Feldake. Chris Warden back on the call here at Javelina Jundred. Welcome for those of you just tuning in. The word on the street is hot. It is getting hot out there. We say I believe that it says 80 degrees. Don't believe the hype. That's a shade reading. I've been walking around Javelina headquarters now for the past hour and a half. I took my break and did nothing but basically try and pull guests for AJW and Corinne. And sure enough, before I could actually sit down and take a quick nap, all of a sudden my duties came calling. So I'm back here getting a little bit hydrated. We're going to be here. I'm going to be here until about 3 or so local time, so about 3 hours, at which point Matt Feldake will be coming on. We've got some other commentators as well. Dan Ryan, for those of you familiar with Hard Rock, Dan Ryan is the communications director there, does a Hard Rock podcast. Dylan Bowman, Debo himself, will be joining us later as well. Corinne will be back on too. AJW stepped away from the booth. He'll be back on as well. Mael Beckhausen will be joining us too. So we've got an Aces crew here out at the Javelina 100. So for those just tuning in, man, it is an absolute party here. It's a huge festival. As you've seen, we've had many of our crew and pacers come on and hang out with us here on the live stream. We even had a runner, Mike Versteeg, come on. But what you're seeing right now is Coyote Camp. Coyote Camp is the first aid station on the course. So basically, it would be mile 3.8, and then at this point for runners on the second loop, it would be around mile 26. I got to actually do the trail math here somewhere along the way, but yeah, the operative situation for a lot of these runners is trying to mitigate the heat because it is warm out there. I've seen a lot of runners from the front of the Packers on their second loop to the back of the Packers in their first. They're all really warm out there, and I don't think it's going to let up because, frankly, it's still barely noon. So we'll see what happens as these runners progress through their days, but hopefully we're able to get some more intel out on the course from Courtney DeWalter coming up right behind us there with her mom. Courtney! Of course, she had to know that AJW was shouting her out, so Courtney is in headquarters with her mom, pacing her mom for the entirety of the 100K. It's not something that any runner, just any old runner, would do, but for Courtney DeWalter, it's just another day out on the course. AJW, welcome back.
Good to see you, Chris. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed a little time out there in the field.
My time out there in the field was basically spent saying hi, hugging people, high-fiving people, coordinating interviews, and by the time I actually started to sit down and think about closing my eyes, I looked at my watch, and it was about 11:46, and I'm like, oh.
Time to come back on.
Time to come back on. But you know what I did do is I did get some hydration in, so I should be good for at least a couple hours.
Just saw Hal Kerner come finishing up his second loop.
Nice.
Hal Kerner, owner, president of Rogue Rally Runners, legendary runner, 3-time winner here at Javelina, 2-time winner of Western States, winner of Hard Rock and other 100-milers, 47 years old now, being crewed and supported by his parents.
Jordan, will we be able to get the camera that's right behind us facing there so Courtney and her mom will be on when they come back through?
So that...
Because I know that people will want to see...
Keeping his effort level.
Yeah.
Daughter yelling to mother, "You love this. No one's bothering you." Great stuff. So
I did get a chance to talk to some runners who were heading out here for the first time or the first time in a long time, and they are either amazed by this race or amazed at how much this race has grown. Having 100 is truly a big deal now. Is that our next guest possibly making her way around here? Yep, it is indeed. So we're actually going to kick off the afternoon here with a guest. We're trying to get some camera situations straightened out. But if you want to just come around that, either or, if there's a way through there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there's one in there.
Just want to use that one. All right. How are you?
Our next guest for the day.
Grab that mic if you don't mind. Take it away, Chris.
The course record holder, a 2022 champion of the 100K, Lottie Brinks.
Yeah.
Welcome to the studio.
Hello, hello.
How's it going, Lottie?
It's going great. I'm glad I'm just pacing today and not running. Although I do have a little bit of FOMO.
Yeah.
It's hard to not have that FOMO, but you know what? The best part is that you're here to pace and not do 3 laps. You're here to just do one.
Just one.
And the rest of the time, all you have to do is basically stay awake, stay sober, and just soak it all in, you know? Of course, you are pacing.
You're probably not going to have to do too much talking.
No, he's great. I mean, he's done a whole bunch of research. Like, he's asked a whole bunch of people about their 100-mile experiences. Even though this is his first 100-miler, I feel like he knows what he's doing. He's very methodical. He's been coached by Pat Reagan.
Walter passing right behind us right now.
Oh, yay. This is so fun.
Yeah.
Courtney and her mom.
This
I love that.
Yeah. And of course, one of the cool things about our setup this year versus last year, of course, you had an amazing year. Like, we're right here for you. So, like, the runners, as they're passing by, we get to see them, and we've even had some come off course to hang out with us.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
It's kind of nice that this is kind of like see-through.
Oh, that's true too.
Yeah.
It's funny because in the morning when everybody started, like, they were able to see us, and we could just see like a bunch of headlamps go by because they were in the dark, and then it kind of pivots, and now we're able to see them, and they have to kind of peer in. So
yeah, it's fun. It's a good setup.
How is the weather compared to last year?
I want to say last year was hotter, but I think it's because I ran and I felt hotter on the course. I don't actually know what the temperature difference is, but it always feels hot out here. I feel like at some point it doesn't matter if it's like 85 or 95 because it's always going to be hot and exposed in the desert. And no matter if it's 85 or 95, you're always going to have to do the like ice bananas, like topical cooling, all of that. So I'm hoping that people are doing that even though it's not like in the 90s yet.
Beyond your obvious talent, what else enabled you to succeed here last year?
The people. It's really funny because some people don't like the loops because they're like, oh, it's so easy to like drop when you make it across the finish line again, and then you have to do it again and again and again. But it's honestly really easy to get out of here because like hundreds of people are just rooting for you and cheering you on and just like screaming. So I love this race. I love the loops. I think it's really fun to come through jet quarters and get back out. So yeah, the loops were great for me. I honestly really loved it.
Yeah.
Both for the 100-miler when I did it in 21 and the 100K. Like I didn't mind them at all. I think the challenge was mostly the heat. And I feel like it's not a technical course at all. And it's fast. But I feel like in the later loops, the little rocks can kind of ground up my feet a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's something that people don't expect because everyone is like, oh, Javelina, it's fast, it's not technical. But there's still like all these little rocks and those like
Those
washes.
little ball bearing rocks,
Yeah.
you slip on them a little bit, they kick up, they can get in there.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of people with like bust open knees already. Like it's not technical, but it can get you because you're not paying attention.
Right, you think it's smooth all the way. You get through some of those washes up there, hit a rock, boom, you're down.
Exactly. Yeah, and it, like also like the climb up to Jackass. Like it doesn't even feel like a hill on the first lap or the second lap
we
even.
were talking about
but then
that
on the fifth lap, you're like, there's a mountain.
Where did this climb come
yeah,
from?
Exactly. Yeah. But no, it's a great course. I'm sure everyone is having fun out there.
Oh yeah. What do you do? So I asked Devin this just before. You've got a pacing assignment. It's an important one.
Yeah.
It's you're going to do loop 4, right?
Loop 5.
Or you're doing loop 5.
Last
so you're
one.
going to do that. What over the next several hours? What do you do to prepare yourself? Obviously you want to have fun, you visit with people, you do stuff like this, but you are here in support of somebody, and they're going to depend on you, especially in that fifth loop. Is it the typical take care of your hydration, make sure you get something to eat, stay in the shade where you can, that kind of thing?
That's a good point because I have not been doing a great job. I brought my water bottle because I'm like, I should probably bring some water. I have not been drinking much today.
Oh, you got to hydrate.
I got to hydrate. But, first and foremost, we're making sure that our runner is, like, cooled down, calm, collected, ready to go for the next lap. And I'll manage. I'll figure it out. I can hang. But, yeah, I'm glad I only have to do one loop. Some people are pacing for 2. So
Now, am I right? Did you get a golden ticket last month?
Yeah, Grindstone.
Right.
That was fun.
So
it was very different from today. It was very wet.
It was a tropical storm.
Yeah.
A new golden ticket race on the East Coast after several years of there not being a golden ticket race on the East Coast after Georgia Death Race was not. It was a new event with the Grindstone 100-miler's been going on for a long time, but new start-finish area. I assume it was your first time out to race in Virginia? Mm-hmm. What was your experience like?
I loved it. It was really fun. It was different from what I'm used to, I guess. I've never raced on the East Coast, at least not like that, I guess.
There's some big rocks.
There's some big rocks. It was quite slippery with the rain. I actually really liked the rain. It was kind of nice. Like, it wasn't like people say tropical storm and it sounds like very like crazy and serious. And it was raining almost the entire time, but it was more like a nice sprinkle. Like I really enjoyed it actually. And yeah, it was super fun. I got to share some miles with Devin. I got to share some miles with the other ladies. It was a great race. I felt great from the beginning to the finish, and
as a transplanted East Coaster, I lived in Virginia for 12 years. I'm so happy that there's a golden ticket race back in the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
It gives Caleb Bowen, who got one of the golden tickets on the men's side, is a college cross country coach in West Virginia. He's too busy to be able to travel to any races, but he's super talented. It was just a 4-hour drive for him to go down to Grindstone. I mean, there's a lot of runners like that out there that if they could just be a little closer to home to do a highly competitive race like that, they would. I ask every golden ticket recipient this. From the time you crossed the finish line and knew you had earned it, how much time passed until you said, okay, I'm going to take the golden ticket?
Like 0 seconds.
Immediately. That's the same thing Riley
I was like, I came for the ticket.
You came for the ticket. You knew full well.
If I'm getting it, I'm getting it. I'm taking it.
When you got that little email from Craig that invites you to pre-register, you filled that out right away.
Yep.
I would assume it didn't even take that long. I was like, where's my ticket? Like,
before I even crossed the finish line.
Yeah. Well, it's so much. Of course, Craig is here, ready to present the golden ticket winners of today's race. It's just so much fun, this golden ticket season.
I agree.
And the excitement around it. I wrote about it in my column on I Run Far yesterday. Javelina marks the middle race of the 7-race series. It's one of only 200 milers.
Yep.
So, some people are not going to be able to run a top 2 at 100K like you are, but, add 6-7 more hours and they might be able to do it at a race like Javelina. So I love this season. I think it's exciting.
So fun.
And congratulations
Thank
for
you.
You can make your plans for June now. Probably you have already.
Yeah. It's nice to get it the year before, and I don't have to figure out Black Canyon.
It looks like we've got our shot. Can we pull up Lottie's shot? Because Lottie's in costume right here, and I think that this needs to be recognized. Because
I can't do it.
Okay.
There she is.
Yeah.
There she is.
So let's see the costume here.
We're going with I can't see it. There it is.
She's
Hi.
a Ghostbuster.
I'm a Ghostbuster. My runner, Jeff, he's dressed up as a ghost. He has like a white shirt, white hat, white everything, and a little ghost face on him. And the crew is...
So does that mean you're going to be chasing him
I'm going to be
around
chasing him. We have water guns and all that, so it'll be fun. We'll have a fun time out there. It'll really come together once we're pacing him.
Do you think you're going to come back and race this in the 100K or 100 mile again sometime?
Yeah, I want to do the 100 miler because I did it as my first 100 miler in 21, and I just feel like I can cut like at least an hour of my time. And I mean, the first 100 mile is always like your first experience with the distance. You don't want to go crazy with it. You just kind of want to dip your toes in the water.
Yeah.
And I want to come back at some point and really try and run a fast race.
Just heads up, Leah Yingling giving us some intel on the course. Top 5 men through Coyote 3, John Ray, Ryan Montgomery, Dan Green, Blake Slattergren, and Ryan Raft. So that Joe McConaughey
that has shaken up a lot.
Started to make its move. I'm assuming that Joe McConaughey is probably 6th unless they dropped him. Anything could happen out there. Lottie, from what you've seen out there, I don't know if you've been paying close enough attention, but you hold the course record, as we know, out for the 100K. Have you seen anybody out there and started to do the math in your head? Be like, oh, they might take it down.
I know Anna is out there, and I know Anna for sure can take it down. That would be awesome. I don't know. I've seen her come through. I don't know what her splits are, but I would absolutely not be surprised. She's so fast. I would love to see her take it.
Well, we'll see what happens as the day develops. Obviously, everything is still up in the air. It's still quite early in the day, and at this point, we're just kind of waiting to see what unfolds, because one of the aspects of this race that always comes true is that there is a certain amount of carnage.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, this course is not a hard course, but trying to fight off the sun. For those who are maybe hitting that point in mile 30, mile 40, what advice would you give to them for somebody who's watching and maybe thinking about coming out here? What made you successful in terms of your heat mitigation that you would like to pass on to the viewers?
I think the way the course is set up makes it a little bit easier to kind of get through lows, because you get out of headquarters and you leave with a good amount of energy from the people.
Yeah.
And then you kind of I was telling myself for all these loops that I've been racing here is just make it to Jackass. and then you just make it to Jackass. And like, it may take a while because it's a bit of a climb, but once you're at Jackass, it's almost like 3 miles to come back because it's nice. It's not like a steep downhill that hurts. It's just like a nice, like, flowy way back home, and then you just do it over again. So I think it's like, yeah, I've never really gotten into like that deep of a low at Javelina because the course is just set up so nice that you like get the climb out of the way in the beginning, and then it's just like coming back home.
Yeah.
You do it 5 times and then you're done.
That descent from Jackass is so buttery smooth.
It's
and
so
just
fun,
a gentle
yeah.
downhill grade, and it's a blast.
I've never done it the other direction. Like in 2020 or something. I don't know when it was.
There were some
like at some point it was like back and forth.
It was, yeah.
I'm kind of glad they picked this direction.
It's a slog going up to Jackass Junction.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like every time I ran down it, I'm like, oh, I'm really glad I don't have to run up this.
It's not fun going the other direction. So you can see right now we've got a shot of that is the Javelina headquarters aid station. Tons of volunteers and crew people helping to make this possible for all the runners. And now we're overlooking, that's the run to Coyote Camp right there, if I remember correctly. Looks like, or actually just out of Coyote Camp. So, well, Lottie, we appreciate you joining us here. I happened to, I saw her walking by. I was like, oh, we got to bring, we had Scott Traer on earlier,
awesome.
The 2022 men's 100K winner and course record holder. And we felt it was fortuitous that I happened to walk by and see you. I was like, oh,
that's awesome.
You got to come on and hang out with us. Lottie, thanks for joining us.
Yeah,
and,
thanks for
having me.
Really
good to meet you and have you on the show.
Yeah, it's super fun. Right.
Good luck with your pacing gig.
Yeah, have fun out there.
I hope I can hang.
Don't get dropped.
Lottie brings folks the 2022 Javelina 100K winner and course record holder.
And new golden ticket winner from
right.
Grindstone. Going to be going for her first Western States.
So she's going to be basically seeing who is joining her at this race.
Exactly. A sneak preview of the competition. Katra's costume, by the way, Corinne and I were talking about it.
Yeah.
Katra's costume's just insane.
Absolutely. One thing that I do want to do, not to bring it down to a moment, but I want to recognize a member. I found out yesterday, courtesy of a good friend of yours, Brian Powell, about a 2-time runner of this race, a 2-time veteran of the 100K, Chris Furman. For those who might be familiar with Chris, he was an ordinary old coot from the southwestern Colorado region. Always saw him whenever you were up there for the Aero Viper races or Hard Rock. He would come down here a lot. Spent probably ran in excess of 1,000 miles across the years. We found out recently that actually found out yesterday that Chris Furman, longtime member of the trail running community, had passed away at the age of 76. So
a real Hard Rock legend, a guy who's been around that race in a lot of different forms.
An ornery old guy, but at the same time lovable ornery old guy.
Lovable ornery is a great way of putting it, and he'll be missed.
Yeah, so thoughts and prayers for his family and those who were close to him. If you want to raise your glass or raise something of whatever you raise in toast Chris Furman somewhere along the way. Chris, this race and A2Y are definitely not going to be the same without you. So Godspeed. We are looking now over the trail. This is the area close to Coyote Camp. I'm not quite sure if this is coming or going. But
I wonder if he's flying back up, towards Coyote Camp, looking for runners. We do know that from Leah's intel, we know that John, Ray, Ryan Montgomery, Dan Green, Blake Slaughtergren, and Ryan Raff at least are through Coyote Camp the 3rd time. So that's about mile 45.
And I got to tell you what, I'm going to play the over on that temperature reading because it says 80 degrees, but you've been out here.
I'm agreeing with you. I think it's warmer than most of us expected.
And keep in mind, again, that reading is down in town in Fountain Hills.
Yep, not out here with all the reflected heat baking off this rock
and also in the shade as well.
And
so
no sunshine, no shade out here at all. Just rough. rough all the way around. Some questions in the chat about Matt Daniels. We don't know exactly what's going on with Matt Daniels, but I do know, Chris, before you came on, we did see Matt walking out here just beyond over our right shoulder with his crew, obviously doing sort of problem-solving mode, talking through, whether it's nutrition. It didn't seem like an injury, but they were obviously talking through some issue that Matt was facing as before he was leaving on his third loop. So if we get more information, we'll let you know.
Absolutely. We'll pass on everything we get as soon as we get it. And frankly, the best way to be as on it as we are is to pay attention in the chat, because as I mentioned before during my earlier shift, we try and leverage and utilize our back channels as little as possible in terms of passing on information. Like, we want everybody to know and be aware of everything that we're privy to, because we're not trying to,
Hey, get me on your left,
like a bombastic journalism situation. Like, we want to share what we know, and frankly, you can probably read it faster than we can say it.
Yeah.
So, and we're following the same runner tracking that you folks are out there. So if the runner tracking is glitching or if it's lagging behind, that's all we got. We found that out at other races, and we had to kind of figure out things and find ways to work around it. But the nice thing about working around it here at Javelina is that there's always something to see, always some great visuals. I'm not sure who that is that we've got on screen right now, but that's an example.
This is our bike cam, though.
Yeah.
That's doing a fantastic job. It was a little fuzzy in the first go-round, but this shot is wonderful. And by the way, back on that chat as well, if anybody out there in the chat recognizes, whether through drone footage or like this with the bike cam or even a follow cam, and you recognize a kit or a runner or somebody who you know, and we can give them a shout out, please let us know in the chat. We obviously can't ID everybody, especially from the sky, but we want to. We like to. And as Chris has mentioned before, we're here from start to finish. We'll be providing coverage here on the live stream all the way until noon, probably shortly after noon tomorrow. So still
is
a
that
full,
Ryan Montgomery right there?
Just under 24 hours left of coverage with every Javelina finisher. And keep in mind, while we pay a fair bit of attention to the Golden Ticket race, we also know that there are 900 runners here who want to get their Western States qualifier, who want to finish their first 100-mile race, who want to possibly run a 100-miler under 24 hours. There are 900 stories out there, and while we can't expect to tell them all, we certainly are interested in following them all.
So I actually saw Ryan when he came through after his second loop, and he looked like he was working real hard out there. I was actually surprised at how pressed he looked. I don't know if it's because he's maybe working through some stuff, or maybe it's just he's got a different goal than a lot of the runners here. He might be the only one with a very specific goal. Like, he's only going to be happy with one place, and that's first.
Yeah.
He's not here to get a golden ticket. He already has his ticket punched to Western States by virtue of his top 10 finish this year. So maybe Ryan is pushing himself with the thought that he's going for that win and maybe a course record here. But he's still, close to the lead.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see where the day takes him. And one of the things about today's race is that the lead runners are going out hot.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness, yes.
Lead runners are moving real quick.
In both fields.
Several minutes below course record.
I would say the chase packs, for example, in the women's field of Riley, Nicole, Shea, Tara, there's still a lot of miles left. And that chase pack of Dan, Blake, Ryan Raff, plenty of real estate left. He looked very
big
good.
old smile on his face.
Very good. And Preston Cates not far behind him, the Prince of the Desert. So
Preston Cates was so hilarious.
Yeah, what a character. What a character.
Very
Hope
cool
he's around
kid.
the sport for a long time, because he's one of those guys who and Joe Corcione as well. I haven't seen him recently, but
I saw him after his first loop.
Yeah,
He looked good.
yeah.
Perlia Yingling, John Ray into Jackass Junction in first.
All right. Thank you, Leah. That's moving.
See if I can get a split on that here. Yeah, I'm having some issues uploading the runner tracking. As I mentioned, the one advantage that we do have is we have boots on the ground out there. So,
yep.
And as soon as our boots on the ground have some information, they're paying or they're moving it forward to us as well. On Loop 3, Jackass Junction is at mile 52.2. So just over halfway done with the course at this point, and at 12:27. So that's by my math, that's a sub 13-hour pace.
Yeah. So thank you, Leah, for that.
For the running, stay for the math.
Yeah. This is also an exciting time of the day, Chris. Just obviously the fields are mixing together. The 100-mile. 6 a.m. starters, the 6:30 a.m. starters, the 7 a.m. 100K starters, those who are running for golden ticket, those who are running for 24 hours, those who are running just to finish, to get their Western States qualifier, and the crews. A burger bar over here, a taco bar just around the corner, a feed of college football just up the way.
Did they feed you this burger bar?
No, I got a whiff of it.
I see a Mike Versteeg
There's
sighting.
Mike Versteeg coming in.
He's going to go and cross the start-finish line and then come back and join us
he's
yet again.
Good. He's looking very good. But yeah, it's just this is that it's lunchtime, it's midday on a warm late October day in late October day in October here in the desert, and man, it's festive and fun out there. Again, if you're in range of our voice and you want something to do, you want to see Triumph of Human Endurance, come on out to McDowell Mountain Regional Park and join the fun.
Well, you get the opportunity to witness the trial of human endurance under the guise of a party.
Right.
I mean, if you were to come out here, like right now, with a...
you would think there's just a big party going on rather than a race. Yeah. I mean, and you mentioned Chris a little bit earlier I almost want to call it the Javelina Town Common here, this large hoka tent that's basically an all-comers, anybody can use it for crew, for shade, for hanging out.
A lot of people hanging out in there that aren't runners.
It's virtually full of people, strangers becoming friends and acquaintances and just enjoying and soaking up all that is the Javelina 100.
And of course, Soul Sports, the local retailer, was set up under there yesterday. They actually moved inside of the Big Top. So they're actually in the front half of the Big Top here. And have you seen the TV setup in there?
Oh my! It's like a movie screen.
We have a few dozen chairs that are basically facing this 140. That's what I said it was. It looks like it's about 140 inch diagonal. Screen that is also it's playing the audio and the video from our live stream. So we have an audience in the tent. I don't know if they can hear us, but if they started clapping and hooting and hollering really loud, I'm pretty sure we'd be able to hear them.
Yeah.
Over here. So maybe they can let us know that they're watching and listening and enjoying us, because they're just basically on the other side of that tent wall, maybe about 50 feet away.
That's right. That's right. Some of the human interest stories we are following. Maybe some of you in the chat have other human interest stories you're following. Hal Kerner has completed 2 loops in pursuit of his Western States qualifier, where he would likely take a spot as a result of being aid station captain at Western States 100. Susan Donnelly, who we spoke to yesterday, going for her 17th Javelina 100 finish, just 1 week after her finish at the No Business 100 miler, which was her 145th 100-mile finish. And Jamil Curry, who we broke the news first thing this morning that owner and president of Aravipa Running is in the race.
We're going to Zach Marion. All right, we're going to go live to Zach Marion, one of our on-course correspondents. Zach, how's it going out there?
I think Zach is at Jackass.
Oh.
There he is.
Yeah, there he is.
Oh, and he's changed costumes.
Fantastic.
I'm not. I don't have
got
Zach.
no audio on Zach at the moment.
Yeah, I can tell he's talking, but
hold on, Zach. We'll see if we can get your audio in.
Zach
this
is
out
out there.
The shot at headquarters live here. We'll see what we can do to get Zach up here momentarily. Oh, and we have a guest wanting to hit the studio as well.
Right on.
And
right on. Why don't we do a real quick interview, and then we'll get Zach lined up. So come on in.
Yeah, we'll get those audio issues worked out. But this guest can go pretty darn well where he pleases, and we're always happy to see him. And
Craig, can you grab that microphone over there? I don't think he needs the earpiece, does he, Jordan?
No,
he doesn't need the earpiece, does he? All right.
That's earpiece.
All right. Well, welcome, race director of the Western States 100, Craig Thornley. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Wonderful. This is a beautiful day. It's a little bit warm for my taste, but I'm not out there running, so I'm having a grand old time.
So it's been a few years now that the Javelina, or maybe two. This is the second or third year.
I think it's third year, maybe.
Third year.
Yeah.
Third year that the Javelina 100 has been a golden ticket race.
Yeah.
As I wrote in I Run Far yesterday, the golden ticket series, which started as the Montreal Ultra Cup now 20 years ago, has gone through many iterations. But the most recent one, I consider sort of what I consider the most mature. Right now it consists of 500K races, 200-mile races. This is one of the 100-mile races. It's the middle race in the series. You've handed out 12 golden tickets so far, and you'll hand out 4 more today and tonight. You've made it a custom. You can't make it to every single golden ticket race, but you've made it a custom to come to as many as you conceivably and safely can while keeping your marriage together. So talk about that delivering of the golden ticket at the finish of these races.
Yeah, that was a very good write-up you did on Friday's column yesterday about the history of the Montreal Cup and how we evolved to the golden tickets. When I come to these races, I try to just let the races award the tickets the way they want. Every race has their own feel. Some of them want me in there right away giving out the tickets. Others will do it at the awards ceremony. So I just kind of stay back, but I want to have interaction with every person who's in position to accept it.
Yeah.
So that I know what their intentions are. When I'm not there, it's often harder, and then I have to do it via email, and sometimes there's delays, and the runners are traveling home, so they're not on their phones like I am all the time.
Right.
They actually are athletes and they train, not just hang out on their phones all the day. But
we've chatted with both Riley Brady and Lottie Brinks. We chatted also with Devin Yanko, and I asked them all the same question. When you crossed the line and got that golden ticket, how long did it take to accept it? Riley was the best. 0 seconds. She was ready to push Jubilee out of the way they were ready to push Jubilee out of the way and get the golden ticket.
Last year, Devin didn't accept it right away. She said, "It's too soon, Craig." Like, what? You came here to get a golden ticket and I offer it to you and you say it's too early to ask? But most of the time the athletes know ahead of time. It's not always the case. Like Jonathan Albin at CCC, he didn't know that it was a golden ticket race. So he wasn't an automatic. Sometimes it's a surprise.
Yeah.
But most of the time, especially in the United States, they are here strictly to try to race their way into Western States. So they usually know right away.
Yeah.
Looks like we have another guest who has joined us in the studio.
Mike Versteeg is here to join us in the studio.
So this means Mike Versteeg is 2 laps into the Javelina 100.
2 laps and done.
You're done?
I'm done. Uh-oh. My body hurts.
Craig, another golden ticket question, if you don't mind,
Yep.
and then a Javelina question, and I'll pass it on to Chris.
Sure. Okay.
There were a few years where the East Coast of the United States was not represented in the Golden Ticket Series.
Really? I wasn't aware of that.
2 years. Well, and I think there were. It would be impossible for you to know that.
No,
because
we hear it from the East Coast.
The East Coast has a rather vocal group of folks. But but this year, after a few years away, the Grindstone 100, which you've run before, it's a race I've been around for a long time. Clark Zealand, a mutual friend of both of ours, is the race director there. They were able to create a 100K race, and it became a Golden Ticket race.
Yeah.
Did you get some positive vibes from the East Coasters?
We did. And it feels good. We want to have a race on the East Coast. We want it there, but it hasn't worked out. And after Georgia Death Race, we were a little gun shy to try to just put one in there. It needed to be the right race and the right time of year and the right race directors and.
Yeah, and if you take this year's Grindstone, Caleb Bowen, who I interviewed on my podcast a couple of weeks ago, he couldn't have been more grateful. He's a cross country coach at Marshall University in West Virginia, very busy with that life. Really doesn't have either the means or the time to travel to races, but is a talented runner and was just so incredibly grateful. A 6-hour drive down to Grindstone. He's able to put it out there. It's on his kind of terrain, rocky. It was muddy. They had a tropical storm.
Wait, when I ran Grindstone, I said it was really rocky. All the locals are saying, "Oh, this isn't rocky. Massanutten is rocky." So now you're agreeing that it was rocky? It is rocky?
Yeah,
okay.
I am agreeing.
I thought it was rocky.
And then zooming out to Javelina itself.
I don't want to. I apologize for interrupting, but I want to give a heads up really quick. Leah Yingling giving us a heads up that our top 5 women right now: Heather, Riley, Nicole, Shay, Ragna. So that's Heather Jackson, Riley Brady, Nicole Monette, Shay Acciano, and Ragna DeBotts are currently the top 5.
So that's a flip. That has Riley, Nicole, and Shay all leapfrogging Ragna.
Yeah, and. So, Heather and Riley, of course, they had obtained the Golden Ticket last year here, and Heather had been the lead for the first 3 laps or so last year, back in familiar territory at this point. So we'll see how things unfold, but that's where we're at right now in terms of the front of the women's Golden Ticket race as it approaches the halfway point. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you for that. Last one from me. Javelina also, in addition to the Golden Ticket and the drama around that, is a Western States qualifier. Has been a Western States qualifier. The 100-mile.
The 100-miler, not the 100K, just 100-miler.
The 100-miler is a Western States. Has been for a long time. 900 starters in the 100-miler. By my math, maybe of the Western States qualifiers, one of the largest starting fields of United States races. And so in addition to the stories of, there might be some larger...
No, I think you may be right in the United States.
900 stories of people. It's only a couple of weeks until the period ends, right?
Next weekend is the last one. Rio del Lago weekend.
These people are cramming for the exam, so to speak.
Guilty.
I hear from a lot of them.
That getting that Western States qualifier, as it's for some people it's an annual pilgrimage to keep those tickets going and so forth. Do you hear much about that?
I definitely. I hear that all the time. Yeah, but I hope they're enjoying this race by itself, right? Just stand alone. It's an incredible event and super fun, and seeing Jubilee in a different costume every lap, it is super fun here. God dang. Dancing the whole time? I sure as heck don't dance in Western States.
Wait, so I've never been to Western States. This is
No. You were there last year or this year.
Well, I was at the Memorial Camp.
Oh, Memorial Day.
But I've never been there for the race. So you don't do the costume changes the same way?
I haven't started that. No, it's all Jubilee. Is there anybody else?
The one thing I did have one thing. So you have run this race in the past, and I don't know if you knew this, but there's footage of this online.
Of my blister?
Of you running
I
video.
I remember that year.
I believe it's the 2007 running of the Javelina 100. But
Could be.
you and your several other runners with your double handhelds, Montrail
Oh
shirts
yeah,
and
we
everything.
were old school back then. Yeah.
Yeah,
Two
yeah.
handhelds.
And what's crazy is if you look at this video, I'll share it with you sometime.
Okay.
But yeah, the video. This is like literally the first video that Jamil ever did online, and it's got some really really kind of cringe old like rock music to it, but it's cool to kind of look and see how far things have come. But like it shows video of you hitting Jackass Junction several times, and Jackass Junction consists of just a table out in the middle. It looks these crew setups are far less extravagant than Jackass Junction, or are far more extravagant than Jackass Junction was back in the day.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll have to get you.
It was when we started at Pemberton. We did the 15-mile loop. So you did whatever 7.5 a loop, I think what it was.
Yep. Oh, yeah, and
Those are fun.
you might not. You wrote a fantastic race report about it and Conduct the Juices.
I probably did, but I don't remember right now. It's so long ago.
But yeah, we'll have to get you a chance to take a look at that footage, and I'd love to hear your thoughts about that sometime. So,
were you in that race too?
I was. I forgot all about it.
I don't remember.
Well, and our good friend Brian Wick does a two-loop Pemberton 50K in February.
Yeah.
Just 2 loops in the Pemberton.
I've done that a couple times too.
Done that a couple times too.
Fast.
Yeah. And then you're also hanging out with your brother Chris Thornley, president and owner of Squirrel's Nut Butter, one of the main sponsors of Javelina, been part of the race for a long time, as well as Black Canyon 100K and Cocodona 250.
Yeah, all the Aerovipe events.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, man, can't wait to see you hand out those golden tickets.
Thanks for joining us here.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks,
Can't wait to see you give those tickets out and enjoy the rest of your time here.
Thank you.
If you don't mind giving the mic to Mike. You've been a good opening act.
I just like sitting on the couch in the shade.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Versteeg also joining us here.
Craig.
Mike,
Thanks a lot.
Sounds like you've decided to call it a day here.
The most visited, uninvited guest you've ever had.
No, you're most welcome. Actually, as a matter of fact, we're happy to have you here. Frankly, you're a very recognized, very appreciated member of the community.
Stop talking to me. Go to the leaders.
How about we have Mike stay and do a little commentary with us? We're going to go to Zach out in the field.
Okay, sure, you got it. Yeah,
and you can hear him. Yeah. Mike's we'll have a third man at the desk, and all right. So we're ready, Jordan.
All right, Zach, we got you. Jordan getting the hook up there so the three of us can chat with Zach. Not at the moment, but
just trying to get Zach out in the field, I believe in the area around Jackass.
We'll see if we can get this audio in place.
The race is going really great right now.
Are you coming on to hand? Oh, I was going to say, are you handing him the mic? Or?
So, Mike, I just walked up. What on earth are you doing here?
I'm an ultra runner. I don't know if you've heard. I like to run ultras, and just representing ultra runners.
You're just waiting on Jamil to catch back up?
Yeah, we can't tell him that I dropped. He needs his Western States qualifier. Segue from that last conversation.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Well, hopefully he doesn't see you as he comes into his crew tent known as the live stream trailer.
But he hasn't done the same thing. He didn't drop and tell you guys not to tell me.
No, he's still out there.
No, he's still out there.
He actually looked pretty good after his first loop. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. Just basically once we get him on, just have him fire in.
Interrupt us.
Actually have him just break right in. So, folks, just tuning in. Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins, and Mike Versteeg. How hot is it out there when you're actually out on course? Is it?
On the ice.
Grab the mic so we can.
Sorry.
Oh, it's all good.
Technology. Do I just need this?
No, you're good. As long as you keep it in, because when Zach comes on, you'll be able to talk to him with the headset, because he'll actually come in through your earpiece.
I mean, the heat, I think, is the worst thing I deal with. It's why I dropped from Cocodona this year. It's absolutely my Achilles. So, I'm going to say that it's hotter than probably some other people would say.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. You probably need to come and visit your mom more often because she's actually become
Yeah.
a local member of our group
she's
runs.
told me she's been going to the Aravaipa group runs.
Yeah, I was so. What's funny is that she introduced herself, Mary is her
Yeah.
name, and she's like, "Hi, I'm Mary," and oh, welcome. You know, have you run out? She's like, "Oh, I run a little bit, but my son does a lot of trail running." And I said, "Oh, that's cool. Who's your son?" I said, "I know most of the runners around the state." She goes, Mike Versteeg, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, wait a minute, I know who you are."
Yeah.
Like we actually talked
Yeah, I
after
think you talked
Cocodona
to her
a couple
at
years ago.
Cocodona, yeah.
I said, "You had that ghastly Green Bay Packer sweatshirt because as a Bear fan," and she remembered. Yeah, oh yeah, that's right, we did speak. So yeah, no, she's a sweetheart. She has started to join us on some of our group runs now. So yeah, we're always happy to see her. So
yeah, that's awesome.
You got her involved in the sport in that capacity.
In the studio.
Not really. I mean, she was always a runner.
I'm hearing Zach.
Okay, we got Zach.
I'm hearing Zach.
Zach Marion
Zach
joining
Marion,
us
how
here on
are
the
you?
course.
You guys can hear me.
We
Yes.
can.
I'm glad I wasn't talking crap on AJW then. So we have.
Well,
with
the rest of us are, but
right, it's standard practice. I got a little bit of an update here from Jackass Junction. It is definitely has been hot. To Mike's point, it's been a really warm day. The heat itself, the sun is kind of baking everyone, but we are getting a nice breeze coming through, and it's picked up through the afternoon. So the athletes that are getting themselves doused with water and staying wet, it's going to help dissipate a lot of that heat. So they'll be able to offload some of that heat that the body core temperature is taking on. But what you guys all came for is less of my meandering and wandering around with words, but let's talk about John Ray, who just ripped through here with a sizable lead over Ryan Montgomery, Dan Green, Blake Slottengren, and Ryan Raff. We have not seen Zach Bitter yet, but that is your top five. The distance between John Ray and Dan Green, so first through third, it was 17 minutes here at Jackass Junction. So on their third lap, things are heating up as expected. John Ray had a little bit of his grimace on his face as he was making his way up this little hill to get out of the aid station. And he looked, I would definitely say, not worse for wear, but he looked like he was going to start leaning into some discomfort. And at this point in the race, there is obviously going to be some pain to be had. This is where the miles rack up, the effort racks up, the heat starts to rack up, and you're feeling the effects of the day. So that's our first 5 men. We are currently waiting to see Zach Bitter, Paul Jacobs, and Heather Jackson come through. So we'll see what's happening down here. We had to get out of the aid station just because it was a little loud and boisterous down there. Jackass is a party, but also we were losing our Wi-Fi signal through there. So we are perched up here just right above the aid station. So we got eyes in there to see what's going on. And we're also, every single runner that passes through us has to leave. They have to pass through us to leave the aid station. So we'll get an eye on every single one of them.
Zach, one name that's notably absent from what you said is Joe McConaughey. Joe had been tentatively trying to run with. I'm sorry?
You have a news on Joe?
Yeah. Sorry, this one?
No, the hand mic.
Yeah, I passed Joe. He was walking like mile 25. He was walking it into Jackass.
Well, he did say he had been dealing with some injury issues heading into this race.
And he's trying to keep up with his kids. You know, and it's like he can't. He's like
it's like running a daycare, like we said yesterday.
Yeah. So yeah, I think just us old guys are crashing and burning pretty fast.
Old
here.
as in like early 30s, you guys?
Yeah, I actually don't know how old Joe is. He's younger than I am.
He's like maybe 33, I think.
Oh, okay.
Well, you're 36?
38.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're all just young.
High mileage.
You do have high mileage,
Yeah.
that is for sure.
Yeah.
But that's because you're just out here doing what you love. I'll be honest, I was surprised when I saw you show up this morning. I was standing at the porta potties. I look over to my shoulder and I see you. Oh, he's here after all. So, but there was this like a motivational tactic to get Jamil out
Should
here?
we go back to Zach?
Yeah, let's go back to Zach. He's got some...
and save the mindless bantering, Versteeg bantering for later.
That seems reasonable.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot to update you guys with. Just basically speaking to the demeanor of the athletes out there. You can see like John Ray was working really hard. Ryan Montgomery, we actually completely missed running through here. So he must have snuck behind somebody and ran through. And we've been literally sitting here next to the side of the trail that they have to run past. So he was definitely sneaky through here. But Dan Green looked really, really, really smooth and comfortable. Didn't look like he was working too hard at all. Same with Blake Slottengren. He's looking really well. Ryan Raff was breathing a little heavier than we were anticipating seeing him. As he's come through the previous laps, he's looked really, really smooth and comfortable. This one, he looked a little more uncomfortable, but his stride looked really poppy still. He had a lot of bounce in his stride. And again, one of the youngest competitors here up towards the front. So he's learning a lot today. He's got a lot of miles left to learn a lot of lessons. But I also think he might be taking some of these kids to school. So it will be a lot of fun to watch him have his day out here.
Funny story, Ryan, he spends a couple days a week in Prescott. And so there's a guy in town who knows both of us and like mutually hooked us up to like go out on a run together. And I was like, I don't think I want to go on a run with that kid. But we went on a pretty good effort, a lot of climbing, a lot of up and down, and like he just occasionally peek back over your shoulder, and you can just tell he's not trying. Like he is not even breaking his. Anyways.
Yeah, he's very, very talented, very fast.
That's what made his demeanor a little shocking to me when he ran by, is because he does look so effortless every other time we've seen him throughout the week. And if you've ever seen him race before, he makes running smooth and fast and consistent look like just second nature to him. So to see him working a little harder was interesting. But again, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Things are heating up. Things are getting hot. It's not the course that kills you. It's the competition. It's the weather. It's the heat. It's the sun. It is not necessarily the course that is the crux of this race.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan will be the first to tell you too that he's never run a 100-mile, and he doesn't have distance. I mean, we actually talked about that specifically. Like, if we had continued to run together, like maybe he could encourage me to go a little faster, and I could encourage him to go a little farther. That sort of thing. But it's like, I mean, that's the big question mark with that kid is the distance. But I mean, if he can put it together, I don't know.
Yeah, tons of talent. Obviously, having success at NCAA nationals in cross country. I believe what did we say, 88th place last year.
Yeah.
And it means his career is just beginning. So it's really kind of exciting, and this is him leveling up, as you mentioned, in terms of distance, and maybe he needs that kind of guidance from more experienced runners, and thankfully he's in a place where he can get it. Like that's what's going to be cool to see with Ryan as his career progresses. What else?
Well,
we
he's
got
definitely
going on
surrounded
out
by
there,
a ton of amazing athletes. Ryan's surrounded by a ton of amazing athletes here today that are experienced on the course. I mean, you talk about Ryan Montgomery and John Ray, right behind him, Zach Bitter. All three of those athletes have extensive knowledge of this course and great success. So he'll be able to kind of peek around and watch, and that young mind just absorb all that this distance has to offer, and this race has to offer, in terms of he's going to be looking to a lot of other athletes and learning from them throughout the day. So hopefully he picks that up. Sounds like he's been running with Mike a little bit, so he might be picking up some wise sage trail wisdom for the long stuff. But make no doubt about it, he's got the speed, and he's showing it today.
Lord knows what kind of stuff he might be picking up.
Might not be the best example of he knows how to party. I'm sure Mike knows how to have a good time on the trail, and I think that's half of ultra running, right?
Oh my God, 3/4 of it. Hey, Zach, is that a Ken costume you're rocking?
It's, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be very, very honest right now. I raided my girlfriend's closet, and these are the hot shorts and button-up that I was able to find in that.
Okay.
So this, I wouldn't call it Ken, but thank you, Katie, for letting me borrow your clothes. I think it's the first time she's finding that out, so sorry, but thanks.
Well, if she was going to wear that outfit, she knows now.
Yeah.
Yeah, fortunately, I think she brought some other costumes. I had to sneak this one out. But she brought some other stuff to wear tonight during her pacing duties.
So again, we're chatting with Zach Marion, Mike Versteeg here in the studio. Zach is stationed just up a small little incline, maybe 200 yards from the exit of Jackass Junction aid station, which is about halfway through the 19.8 mile loop.
Zach, how are the mid and back of the packers that are a lap behind the leaders feeling out there? Are they are they taking it nice and easy and saving something for later in the day, or are they starting, maybe some of them looking worked as well?
I definitely think no one's going to get through the afternoon unscathed. I mean, this is the Arizona desert. It's going to take a little bit of your soul every single sunrise to every single sunset. But what taketh it does give it back. So when at nighttime, I think a lot of these runners are going to come back alive. They're going to feel that temperature drop just a little bit and get a little more excited. We're seeing a lot of heat mitigation techniques. We're seeing tons of ice in shirts, in packs, in vests, in hats. They're cooling themselves down really well. The one thing I am noticing through most of these athletes after that first lap is they're all having a good time in the mid to the back of the pack. And that's what Javelina offers, is a solidly good time. Nice work, guys. Tons of cheers. I think they're also getting really excited. I've heard chatterings of, oh my gosh, did you see Courtney DeWalter and her mom out here? And talk about all these other athletes that they admire. We're just having a good time. That's what this is all about here.
Who is that? Bib number 1151, was that?
I believe so.
We'll have to see who that is.
That's what Javelina is. That's the beauty of Javelina. You're getting all of these athletes who are having a dang good time, having fun, running amongst their peers, and these elite athletes that they don't normally get to share more than just a few steps off the start line with. In most races, they get to see them multiple times throughout the day, and they're excited about that, and they're having a good time. The aid station's having a good time. I mean, where else do I get to go to work and dress up in hot shorts?
That was Renee Caesar.
All right, Renee, good
1151.
work.
It's working.
Heather Jackson.
That would be a Heather Jackson right there, looking smooth and controlled. We're going to try to get a little bit of video on that. Yeah, she's looking great. Just, again, speaking of these athletes these runners who get to run with people that they look up to, admire, and respect. She just running with a small group of 5 to 6 athletes, and she's going to pass them and work her way through. And that's exciting. That is exciting. I can say, as someone who spent some time in the middle of the pack, it is really fun to see other racers and other runners have such a great day. And you feed off of that. You give them a little bit of life, cheering for them. It's a really beautiful relationship out here between the front, mid, and back of the pack.
Zach, if my math is right and you didn't miss anybody, and I'm sure you didn't, Heather would be sitting in 6th overall, correct?
I do believe so. That would have been 6 overall, because we were expecting a Zach Bitter sighting any moment and have not seen him.
Right, because the only ones you have by your spot, John Ray, Ryan Montgomery, Dan Green, Blake Slottengren, and Ryan Raff, unless we missed Zach, and I don't think we did, that would put Heather in 6th overall.
Yeah, that's exactly what that would mean. It looks like we're seeing So don't pay attention to the live feed right now, because it is showing Heather Jackson as 2nd place overall and Brett Hornig as 3rd place. That is incorrect. What you said was right.
As much as Brett would like that to be true, it's not.
Poor Brett.
Poor Brett.
But yeah, I mean, to be fair, last time I saw Brett run through here, he was the most excited and animated out of anybody on that 2nd lap in the top 20, 30 runners. So he definitely has his great spirits about him, which will probably pay dividends later. We know he's got speed, so
Rob Martin,
and being able to throw it down the last lap will be great.
Sorry about that. We just got a Rob Martin sighting locally. One of ours
in his first ever 100K.
So yeah, that's part of what has been. You'll see this if you come into the studio later, Zach. Like how much sensory distraction there is here, because you've got the monitor that we're watching you on. We've got our computer screens that we're following some of the action on, and then right behind us we have a palette of activity as well. So there's nothing like the headquarters studio. You were in here yesterday conducting interviews, but during the race. Oh man, it's intense.
Yeah, I don't. Jamil doesn't give me the cushy jobs. You guys have your amazing cushy studio set up there. I'm out in the thick of it, man. I got half a sunburn on this side, and I've been eating aid station food all day. I think I've had maybe one cup of Tailwind, and we're just surviving on that. We're bringing you the most true, authentic, as real as we can experience here. I want to get in the minds of these runners, and we're doing a dang good job with it. So
you're doing a fantastic job out there. Being able to stay ahead of the heat out there, you're doing a great job. Staying upright out there because you've got to be cooking.
It is really warm, but like I said, we have this breeze. Like, in fact, we changed our camera setup so that our audio wasn't picking up the wind noise. But there's a really, really nice breeze out here. It's a cool air. It's not a really hot, arid breeze, and it's warm. The sun is baking us from the insides for sure, but we are getting some great wind to cool us down. So I threw some sleeves on. So that I could keep myself out of the sun a little bit. And no more gun show. Sorry, guys. But the short shorts are. I'm gonna have some new sun. I'm gonna take some sunburns home to Denver.
Right on.
It'll last you through the winter, probably.
That's right.
Oh, I'll be back for Black Canyon.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Can't miss that one.
Do you see anybody maybe down the hill as far as our lead pack runners, or anybody? Maybe I'm trying to pay attention over your shoulder to see if we can see them, but
we are concluding though that the tracking is a little bit off.
Yeah.
the
So
tracking
for those
is
of you,
a little bit off. So
Yeah.
definitely don't look at that and assume that is where the athletes are. Don't want to take anything away from Heather Jackson, but she is not in second place overall right now. She is commanding women's first place, and you are correct with John Ray being men's first place, but those that's the only thing that stands. Other than that, it looks like it's been pretty mixed up. But yeah, we've got right over our shoulder, so literally just down the hill this direction is Jackass Junction. So we can get a good eye down there, and I can see what's going on. I can see what's happening throughout the aid station, and the trail is just right next to us, so you'll see every athlete. But if you just look down there, it's right up here.
Oh, there we are. Oh, yeah, it is right down there.
Jackass Junction. So we can see it perfectly. We just had to move up here so we can get the satellite signal.
Okay.
All right.
Leah, way to just jump in and cut me off.
Yeah.
Rolling through here right now.
There we go.
We got the whole crew on.
See you later, Zach.
It was fun. Thanks, guys.
No, I say
we'll
keep
keep
them both on. This
on.
is perfect.
Yeah, let's keep them both
this
on.
Is great.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Zach Marion at Jackass Junction and Leah Yingling at Rattlesnake Ranch. Like, we've got a simulcast, a dual screen of two of the aid stations here at Javelina 100. This is awesome.
And by the way, when I was on, Leah has a special stump that she stands on. When she needs to, she'll demonstrate it right now. See that?
Further.
Look, she gets up to a full 5. She gets up to a full 5'8", stepping up on that stump.
What's going on out there, Leah?
I can see a mile away. Yeah, we just had John Ray roll through.
Wow.
He is currently cooling down a bunch in the aid station right now. So this is about 7 hours, 4 minutes elapsed into the race. Last year, he rolled through here around, I think, quarter after or so. So he's about 10 minutes up on, actually, I think 15 minutes up on what he did last year, maybe 10 minutes up on Dakota's splits from last year. So still running under course record pace, taking a lot of time cooling himself down right now, which I think is a good move. And he's gone. Mike just spent maybe a half mile with him. And what do you think? He's cooking. He's moving. He's bouncing and he's good.
Yeah, the fact that he's so far ahead of last year's pace, leads me to believe that there's a genuine, assuming he's able to stay the course, he's shown he can do it and he can keep it at this pace, because running a 13:05 here last year shows that there's no doubt in my mind that it's entirely possible that we see him actually improve upon a record that I thought would take years for somebody to chase down. We'll see what happens, obviously. What else do you know out there, Leah? What else are you seeing at Rattlesnake Ranch? How are the mid and back of the Packers? I asked Zach earlier, how are the mid and back of the Packers handling the heat mitigation strategies out there?
Yeah, you definitely see the mid and the back of the Packers using the aid stations a little bit more than we see our lead pack. Like, the lead pack usually has all their nutrition on them. We see the mid back of the pack like taking their time at aid stations, taking a seat, really taking time to get cooled down. Definitely not like trying to be as efficient, but yeah, enjoying the aid station atmosphere and bringing a lot of energy. I know that we're starting to see some drops out here. I saw a couple of family members roll by and pick up their runners. So, yeah, I think we're going to start seeing a little bit more of that come the next couple loops.
Have you heard of any significant names dropping to this point? I haven't seen any confirmed, but wasn't sure if either you or Zach had maybe heard of somebody out at one of those aid stations calling it a day.
Yeah, I think Steph Flippin will be calling it a day at headquarters. When I saw her out here, Rattlesnake, she said she was going to call it. So,
was that a Brett Hornick sighting we just had?
You look so good, buddy.
That is Brett Hornick
a
right
hug
there.
with Zach. So that's Brett.
You keep going, buddy. You make it happen.
Nice big ice bandana.
He's got his ice band down. He says he got some new tape on the knee. He's trying to triage a little bit to get himself to that finish. He's not giving up. Running smooth, running tough. It's going to get gritty out there. But, yeah, he looks happy and determined still. So that's definitely a good sign. And as we all know, we go through ups and downs. Whenever there's a peak, there's a valley. Whenever there's a valley, there's one more peak to climb. And it looks like he's getting pull himself out of that valley.
And Zach, still no Zach Bitter. Is that correct?
Have not seen Zach Bitter come through yet.
Okay.
We're going to keep an eye out for him. Leah, there was a pretty significant gap between John Ray and Ryan Montgomery. He slipped by us. How did John Ray feel? How did he look when he ran through there? Because he looked like he was hurting a little bit leaving this aid station.
He looked awesome rolling through here, really focused, really smooth in and out, but still taking a couple seconds to take care of himself. So, yeah, I thought he looked great.
Oh, that is great to hear, and I can't wait to hear your update on Ryan. We will keep an eye out here for women's second place and keep an eye out for Zach Bitter. You keep eyes over there and let us know how it's shaking out.
Are we gonna?
Yeah, I'm excited for John Ray to. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Leah.
Okay. I know that he's had 2 Western states so far where I'm assuming he probably would have loved some top 10 finishes, and I think he finished just outside the top 10 on both accounts. So I think he really wants to get a golden ticket back. So hopefully once he gets in that golden ticket spot, and with Ryan chasing him, who already has a certain spot in Western states, hopefully he can relax a little bit, but still keep pushing the pace a smidge on these last couple laps.
And Leah, on the women's race, I think it was you who gave us this intel, but we know about Heather off the front, but we had a pretty significant shakeup. The last report from you, Coyote, with Riley, Nicole, Shay, and Tara, if we got our information right, all leapfrogging over Ragna. Was that right?
That's what I saw. Well, I'd like to see that in person one more time, but that's what the tracker was saying.
Okay.
So we'll see maybe once they get to Zach how things are shaking out. I would say Ragna didn't look super great when she was here earlier. She did tell us yesterday, though, like she likes the heat. She loves running fast. She actually thinks running fast and flat is one of her greater strengths, despite being like a world-renowned mountain and ultra runner. So I was really excited to see how she does out here, and like if her Western States is any evidence of how she can do on hot, speedier courses, it's evidence that she's got a really fast race in her. So I hope she's hanging in there and is still battling it out there.
Somebody was asking about updates at Coyote 3. Again, take this with a grain of salt. For the 100K, it looks like if this is led to be correct, Pedro Gomes and Anna Casius are the M1 and F1 at this point on the third and final loop
so
in the 100K.
Pedro pulled ahead of
Rajpal.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get some confirmation on that, because those runners will be hitting Jackass Junction sometime in the next 30, 40 minutes. So,
and that should be their last lap, too.
Yep.
And I would say when Raj was coming through here, he had a huge gap. So, yeah, I would love to see eyes on that. Hopefully Raj is still out there, because that would be pretty disappointing.
Go ahead.
Pedro was able to catch up to Raj, then I would be incredibly impressed, because Raj had a commanding lead out of here this last lap, and he was looking very smooth. So, yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye out for what's shaking out there.
I want to give a heads up on the update or the drops that we have confirmed of note. As you mentioned, Stephanie Flippin is showing as dropped. Thanks to Travis in the chat for giving me a heads up to actually go through and check, and Ryan Miller as well.
Oh, bummer.
So those two names are showing as withdrawn on our runner tracking.
Looks like we got Ryan Montgomery coming into Rattlesnake.
All right. So about
I'm
10
curious
minutes.
to see how he looks because Ryan has looked a little bit worked at every opportunity we've had to see him, but he's pushing. And I've seen Ryan at his going through some really rough times, like at Desert Solstice when he and Nick Curry basically had to pull off course. But you know what? I've also seen Ryan time and time again just get out there and push through everything.
Yep.
That guy has the heart of a lion, and seeing him out there still pushing to try and take this race down entirely.
Yeah, and
doing a great job.
10-minute gap is nothing.
Love you. Look good.
Yep. So with seven, if obviously unofficial, but 7:03 elapsed, and now 7:12, 7:13 elapsed. That's a 10-minute gap. That's anything. It's still anybody's ball game.
Yeah, I'd say Ryan's. Go ahead, Zach.
To comment on what Chris said about Ryan is, I said this and I'll say it again, Ryan, when I watched him at Western States, he has that look of grimace on his face. He knows how to work hard, and he shows it. He doesn't hide it on his face. He's a very wears his feelings on his shirt sleeve kind of athlete. And when he's working, you can tell he's working, but he'll still see you and give you a smile and be happy and cheery. And I think that might be mistaken for him feeling worse for the wear or rough, but realistically, that's just how he is. He puts his effort out there, and Leah, I'm sure you saw exactly that. When he's working hard, you can tell he's working hard, but he's by no means worse for the wear.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Ryan was coming into this with goals of sub 13 hours, and I think he's definitely still on that pace right now. He looks solid. Definitely looks like he's run 50 plus miles, but looks good and is moving pretty swiftly. Took a little bit of time. I think he knows the importance of cooling here, so took a little bit of time over there to do that, but he's already out of here.
Just a quick human interest. We've just had a visit from ultra running royalty, Lisa Henson, Tropical John Medinger, and Gary Wang.
I saw them.
Stopping by here to crew their friend Lindsay. Good to see you. There's Tropical John in full tropical regalia.
Popping up behind us here. Yeah, that's just kind of follows the whole festival atmosphere.
Absolutely.
People popping in
Absolutely.
and hanging out and having a good time. What are your thoughts on what you're hearing so far, Mike? You've been kind of quiet here.
Oh, yeah.
Any
I'm just enjoying sitting here. I'm falling asleep a little bit.
any surprises from what we're hearing from Leah and Zach out in the field, or is it pretty much coming to form?
No, I'm actually just like constantly impressed with the logistic.
You all look fantastic.
Like multiple reporters in the field, like
It's incredible, isn't it?
anchors.
Yeah.
It's sort of I've actually never had the opportunity to actually sit here and watch it. Like every race that I've been where there's live stream, I've been in the race.
Yeah.
So like it's actually kind of just like mind blowing to sit here and watch everyone talk to each other, and I don't know. It's just
We'd
crazy.
love to have you
I
on
mean,
the-
you know me. I mean, I've been running Jamil's races for forever, and it's like, to see what this has become is like pretty impressive and
I
pretty
can see
amazing.
you post up at Whiskey Row doing some corresponding work.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually like, sure, like I could go do another loop right now, or whatever. I could really screw myself up, but it's like, it's actually like I just sort of want to, like everyone keeps saying Javelina is about having fun, right? And if I go do another loop, like I won't have fun.
Yeah.
Right. Sounds more fun to like sit here and watch you guys do your thing.
We love having you here.
Go
seriously.
out to Jackass and like encourage shenanigans. Sounds like a lot more fun than.
I think you'd be good at that.
And this was a training run for me, so like I don't feel bad dropping. I mean, the only thing I feel bad about really is the waste of a good bib number, which Jubilee gave me.
What did you get? What's the number?
666.
666.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a good bib. That is a good bib number.
But you know, I'm super happy to be here, and it's actually really, really interesting to see this side of it.
Is
we're glad
there
you
any
can see it.
is there any truth to the rumor that if in fact Jamil Curry does go out for a 5th loop, that you've offered to pace him?
Yeah, we actually, I literally said that like when I was about to finish, like drop from the race and then pace later. Yeah.
It feels like I haven't seen a lot of runners come past you, Leah. Just a couple here and there. Or is it as the race pace as it's approaching Rattlesnake Ranch kind of slowed down a little bit, or am I mistaken?
I think so. We had this like heavy hit of a lot of runners coming through here, but now it's like tapered off quite a bit.
Okay.
So not seeing a ton of people rolling through right now, but you know, the occasional runner. Oh, we got Go Stringy!
Here's Raj Paul.
Way to go.
Where is Raj at?
Raj is coming through Jackass Junction right now.
Got it. So 10
Nice work, my guy. Keep it up, man. Yeah,
So
we
the
did not
track-
see Pedro.
So we know the tracker's off.
Yeah.
Okay.
The tracker is definitely off.
The
We
tracker
have
is
not
definitely
seen
off.
Pedro. We kept an eye out for him. That was Raj Paul, and he's looking great. So if Pedro can catch him on this last lap, kudos to him. He's going to throw down the fastest lap of the day. Raj knows where that finish line is. It is a light downhill from here to the finish, so he gets to roll his way on home, and he's doing it with some gusto right now. So I think that course record might be his.
That's fantastic. We'll definitely be keeping an eye to see how quickly he makes it from Jackass Junction to Rattlesnake Ranch, because that section is fast. That whole section is a nice, steady downhill. Nothing technical at all about it, and especially from where Leah's standing, she can see people, and she's going to see Raj basically just torching that section of the course.
Well, you can't miss him in those bright
Yeah, I've
shorts.
got a good visual here of runners coming in.
One of the best looking runners out on the course. So Leah, you keep an eye out for him.
Just a quick
I
shout out
will,
to,
and looks like I think we have a. Hi, Chris.
we have a
Thanks, man. Preston Cates.
Looks like we have our 3rd place male rolling through Rattlesnake here in a second, and I want to say this is. I'm not gonna make any promises. I'll wait till I see his face.
Dan Green, possibly.
So
I think
now the
it's Dan
suspense
Green.
is,
Yes.
in play. Leah's keeping us in suspense.
And
Yeah,
Zach,
it's Dan Green.
Zach, did I hear you? You saw Preston Cates come through you?
Yeah, that was Preston Cates, who just passed by
Okay.
a moment ago.
So Dan Green
Good job,
is
Dan.
our 3rd in the men's race.
Yeah.
Through Rattlesnake Ranch 3.
And six minutes behind 2nd place runner Ryan Montgomery.
Also, shout out to a runner I just saw go by a few moments ago here at headquarters, Lisa Pizzoni, finishing her first loop on the 100K. Lisa, assuming she finishes here, will be finishing her 100th Aravaipa running race.
Yep.
And this is, I believe, her first time. It's not her first 100K, but it's her first time running at Javelina. So we'll be following Lisa as she makes her way through as well. Not anybody chasing the lead pack. This is somebody who's a local, well-respected, well-adored runner, Lisa Pizzoni, running coach here in town. And we'll be following her as well as the other 1,200 stories that we've got
Well,
going on.
and I want to just jump in. We just mentioned Dan Green coming through 6 minutes in arrears of Ryan Montgomery. But keep in mind, he is in golden ticket position, given the fact that Ryan Montgomery has a spot in Western States already with his 10th place finish last year. So really, assuming Ryan Montgomery stays in one of the top 2 spots, 3rd place in the men's race gets you a golden ticket.
Yeah.
So we would expect to see coming by Leah shortly Blake Slatingen and Ryan Raff, because they were not far from each other up with Zach.
Exactly. And I think those are both athletes of Joe McConaughey, who is in this aid station, and I think he might be contemplating a drop. Not sure. Or maybe he's, I don't know. I haven't seen him on the tracker much today. Maybe you guys can give me an update.
No, we haven't seen Joe McConaughey since Loop 1. So yeah, he does
right,
coach. He does coach both Blake and Ryan, and he spoke about that in our interview yesterday.
Yeah, they were tentatively talking about running this race cross-country style and running it as a group. But Joe did express concern that he had some, I believe, Achilles issues that he had been working through for several months. And so as much as he thought that, if things went well for him, that he could be in golden ticket position, he also readily admitted that there was a possibility that this was not going to be his day.
Yeah.
So what's basically come to fruition is the fact that Ryan and Blake, who were running with him, have, I hate to use the term dropped him, but they dropped him.
Let me just take a second here.
Yeah, it almost seems like String Bean might be biding his time here, so maybe he can share some time with Blake and Ryan on this lap. He's like taking his time in the aid station, and he probably knows that they're not very far behind him here.
Somebody asking about Bryce.
Smooth downhill back.
Brooks in the chat. Where is Bryce? Bryce is pacing. Bryce is out there with Pedro Gomez, who was running in second place in the men's 100K, to my knowledge. So we'll expect Bryce back after a 20-mile jaunt through the desert and see him at that point. Looks like, do we possibly have an update from Zach out there at Jackass Junction?
Yeah, we've got second place female coming through. Ragna is on her way up. We're going to see her just shortly here on the trail, rocking her Kodiak bear costume. That is, if anyone's in the live feed yesterday, Cody's her nickname. Nice work, Ragna! She's
Ragna
looking good.
DeBotts has moved back up to second.
She is in second place. Yep.
I'm somewhat surprised. Are you surprised as well, Leah? Because it sounds like there's been a lot of shaking and stirring of that top five in the women's race.
I was sharing info that was strictly off the tracker earlier, so maybe that was Ragna's tracker not exactly tracking.
It's possible, but
so,
you want to tap the mic?
Yeah.
Is it mic okay, Jordan?
Okay, this is intriguing.
All right, hey, Zach and Leah, we're gonna interrupt a second because we have a very special guest in the studio. I'm sorry, but it appears as though a Sith Lord has joined us.
I believe that's a Mandalorian.
A Mandalorian. There, I got it wrong here. How are you doing?
Just enjoying the day.
I know the crowd at home, but I couldn't hear them at all. But here's the thing: head to toe, great outfit.
This is the way.
I feel we're being toyed with here in the studio. So you're out here. What are you out here to do? Do you have a task? Do you have a delivery, perhaps, or?
I'm looking for my little green friend.
Nice work. Way to go.
Have you seen him? He's about this big. Green.
So you're searching for a little critter?
Yeah.
Okay. What color?
Green.
A green critter. Any explanation on maybe what they look like? Or?
No, but he can move things around with his mind. Goes by the name Grogu.
Okay. I haven't seen such a creature, but if I do, I'll definitely be letting you know.
Seen such a critter you have not?
Yes.
I think he's out on the course. He's on lap 2.
Are we, Jordan, real quick, are we getting volume here, or can... I'm getting his audio, yeah. You're getting his audio. Okay. So, Mandalorian, you've been out here to Javelina a couple of times. You've been around the sport for a number of years. What's standing out in your mind so far, aside from keeping an eye out for that little green critter?
I got to be honest with you. I have no idea what's going on in the race. I have no clue.
Wow. For somebody as informed as you, that's quite refreshing.
I am the least informed of anybody here. I can guarantee you that.
And I want to be honest. I don't know who this is.
You don't know who this is. All right. Well, let's see if we can help you discern.
I see some guesses in the chat,
who
and it's possible, but I have no idea who is who our Mandalorian actually
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I think you've probably heard. I mean, you might, since you don't have no idea what's going on in the race. One thing that did happen in the 11th hour is owner and president of Aeroviper Running, Jamil Curry, is actually running.
Whoa.
Yes. And I shared the back of the RV with him last night, and he finally got into his bed at 3:30, because he had to go home and get his shoes.
That's a pretty Jamil thing to do.
It is a pretty
not
Jamil
have his
thing
shoes
to do.
with him.
But he's running. He's got one loop in the bag. I think he's on his second loop. Of course, he got out to Jackass and had to text us about needing some more filming equipment out there.
Of course.
Yeah. But of course, Jamil's been to Hard Rock before. He's been to Barkley. You've been to those places as well, right?
I have, yes.
You've been to both of those places, right? And and running those races is both an art and a science, isn't it?
It is, very much so.
And
very
being
different
more
than
of the
this
art
race.
guy, and you being more of the science guy. When you think of a race like Javelina, in the party atmosphere and everything else.
Yeah, it's a great race. I mean, I've been coming out here for years, and every year it seems to get bigger and bigger. Not so much from the runner's perspective, but from the spectacle of everybody else.
Right. And also, interestingly, there's Tara Dower, as I think has often been mentioned in some of our interviews. For example, it's a late season race. I mean,
Correct.
It's warm, but it's a late season race. Some highly competitive runners might have kind of burnt a lot of matches earlier in the season and kind of come here to sort of put a cherry on top, or come here for a golden ticket for Western States, or come here because it's a party and because it's a lot of fun.
It's interesting because some people will target it intentionally for the golden ticket and use the entire year as a ramp up, but then other people are almost using it as like a makeup race that they
Right.
put on the calendar at the very, very last minute, and that it's a very dichotomous way to kind of get into a race for the field.
Right. I often start, I mentioned this to you earlier, after Leadville, well, even as early as High Lonesome, after High Lonesome, Leadville, and the UTMB races, all of a sudden there's some activity on the Javelina entrance list because people might have disappointing results in those races and be like, okay, I've got to find one more thing on my calendar. I know some of the athletes I've coached have done that. I sense some of the athletes you've coached have done that as well. Are any of the athletes you coach in the race today?
I have 0 athletes in the race today.
Zero
this is
athletes.
One of the very few times I can come to a race and I have no responsibilities.
Oh my
okay,
goodness.
so that's a huge clue.
Oh my goodness.
As to who this is, because I think that kind of blows up a lot of the assumptions in the chat.
Well, the Mandalorian has taught me in my years as a coach. He taught me a rule. He calls it the rule of 4, where he tries, and it's tricky when you're the Mandalorian because you've got a lot of balls in the air, but he tries when he has 4 athletes in a race to get to that race in person. And it's interesting, you have nobody in the race, and here you are in person.
Yep.
And it must feel great.
It's great. This is only the second time in my whole coaching career where I've got to go to a race and I've not had any athletes in it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not in the same boat. I have 3 athletes in the race, 2 of whom are eager to get their Western States qualifier, a third who is doing this in large part as a training run because he's a 256 ticket holder for
Oof.
Western States, so he's pretty much in.
Yeah.
But how is it different coming to a race purely as a spectator versus as somebody invested in the race as an athlete?
I have a hard time processing it because I haven't done it all that much. I don't have to be here on time, so you saw when I showed up, I rolled in at like 10 a.m. and I didn't feel bad about it. I can go and socialize with people. I can kind of do whatever I want to, and it's certainly not as stressful because you've seen me at races before. I'm probably the most stressed out person out of the entire, aid station or wherever we're actually at. So it's a much more relaxing feeling just to kind of like just soak it all in.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's been I think for both of us, it's been a long summer. I know I've attended more races in athlete support this year than in the past. Western States, Hard Rock, Leadville, Run Rabbit Run. I had a couple runners in, but I was also doing some work for Aerovipa there. But, it's not easy. It's not necessarily easy doing, being in run support, working. We had a wonderful meeting with all the runners' crews yesterday. But it's, we're here working.
It is definitely working. It's not your time to go and run and race and doing everything. It is definitely a job. And I mean, to your point, I've always relished in it, and I've continued to kind of like reinvest in getting out to these things because I firmly believe that it's an ergogenic aid. Yeah. Like if we can come out here in a coaching capacity and just show the athletes that we care, that helps them in the race absolutely, just like any sort of training intervention that we could design for them.
Yeah. Chris, before we let the Mandalorian go, do you have a last question or two?
No, but it seems like everybody in the chat was much quicker on the uptake than I was.
Shocking.
And that's all I'll say about that.
Shocking. Well, Mandalorian, enjoy your time here as a spectator. Good luck with edition 3 of the book. I know we all can't wait to once again.
You already like making me obligated to do that.
We can't wait for the 26 hours of the audio version.
Oh, Jesus.
Just a heads up, we have Blake and Ryan through Rattlesnake pretty much together. So,
and ladies and gentlemen, Jason Coop, thanks for coming on the live stream. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for putting up with me.
And enjoy.
I'm going to go enjoy myself now. You made me work, by the way.
It took me way too long to figure that out. But then I heard him say the word processing, and I kind of gave it away.
Oh, that was great.
Wow, folks, the Mandalorian himself.
The Mandalorian himself with all the answers.
I have to admit I was a little bit confused when he said he didn't have any athletes. I was like, how often does that happen? It can't be very often that you're here.
It's almost never.
Yeah. That just seems unbelievable to me that you didn't have any athletes here in this race. But yeah. But you know what? I'm glad, and I know we're all glad that you're out here and being able to soak it in without those responsibilities.
Good job, y'all.
Like you said.
just Jubilee's 20 costumes. She is the best.
So thank you very much, Jason.
Thank you,
We'll see
Jason
soon.
Coop.
I
so
see we've
glad to have
got. We had a shot of Zach Marion out on course. It sounds like Zach might have some updates for us. We're keeping an eye out here for Jonathan Ray because
he's inbound.
Yeah, he's definitely inbound from Rattlesnake Ranch. But what do you have for us, Zach?
We did see Riley Brady come through, looking great, looking smooth. She either said this is the best race in the world or the worst. I couldn't quite hear. But it is the best something in the world, or the best something race in the world. So she's having herself a day. She's chasing down those top 3. I really, really know she wants one of those tickets. So let's see if she can put that day together. Outside of that, we haven't seen a whole lot of mixing it up, unless that was Pedro Gomez that just went by, quite possibly. I can only see his back at this point. Running really, really quick and smooth. But yeah, that's the only update that we have from here.
Good day, guys.
I think they're going to be heading to Leah, so I would definitely keep eyes on her here. They should all be getting there shortly.
Yeah. Did he go both directions, John? Yeah. So he's gone back by both directions?
Who's
They're
that?
saying that he passed right by us.
John Ray?
I've been keeping an eye as much as possible. That's why I missed the chat, Liam, because I was watching the course.
Liam, we have too much to keep up with.
Yeah, it's very different than any previous live stream we've done.
Yeah.
It really is. There's a
Especially
lot of moving parts
all
here.
these in-studio guests have just been an added bonus.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, I think I'm going to go get our next one.
Yeah, I figured you would here soon enough.
This one will be more easily recognizable.
Absolutely. What else we got going on out there, Zach? So we've seen Heather and Riley and who else at this point?
Those are the top 3 in the female category.
we have not seen, or we had Heather, Ragna, and then Riley.
Oh, that's right. Heather,
Those
Ragna,
are your
Riley.
top 3 women, which they should be hitting Leah very shortly. As you mentioned earlier, leaving this aid station, they have a smooth downhill, mostly downhill section of this course to the next aid station. So this is a very fast 6 miles. So they should be hitting Leah here in not too long.
I see Tara Dower heading out from headquarters on, I believe, to start her 3rd loop. As we mentioned, there's a lot of action in all directions here, and we're doing our best to keep things up. When you have 1,200 runners on course, give or take, and a whole lot of things going on, multiple camera angles, it's cool, and it's also daunting because this is the first time we've really been able to see things come to fruition on a whole level, all across the board. But also, it's a whole lot to take in. So, we got Leah down in the corner. Leah, do we have something out at Rattlesnake Ranch?
I'd imagine we should be seeing Heather Jackson coming through here very soon. In the meantime, we had Ryan Raff, Blake Slattengren, and perhaps one other person roll through. It was actually a pretty sweet moment. I think I mentioned to you guys that Joe McConaughey was having a rough day out here. Took some time, gave some people hugs here, and then waited for his 2 athletes to come into the aid station and left with them to maybe give them a boost of morale and hope that their days are going a little bit better than his. So nice to see, and hopefully you can see Heather here in a couple minutes then.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. We'd love to get eyes on her as soon as she comes through. Right now, Heather Jackson leading the women's race here at Javelina Jundred. It is a very warm day. It's actually popped up to the early 80s at this point. About 1,200 runners on course. Just a handful of drops to this point. Unfortunately, we know that will possibly change moving forward. We'll see how much trail carnage actually happens over the course of the race. Just a quick answer. Are there any rattlesnakes out at Rattlesnake Ranch? Oh, yeah.
I have not seen one yet.
You might not see them, but they're there. And to be honest, with as warm as it's been, I would not be surprised if some of them are sunning themselves on rocks not too far off the main course. Liam giving me a heads up that John just ripped off the fastest 3 opening laps in history, 7:32:05. Previous fastest was Tim Tollefson in 2020 with, 7:32:05. The previous fastest was 7:32:50.
Oh, wow. Very close.
And actually, that kind of gives me... So that's actually only 45 seconds off of Scott Trayer's 100K course record last year.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's unbelievably fast. And actually, that means we're probably going to see Raj here real quick, too.
I think so. If I see Raj anytime in the next 20 minutes, that means he's still on course record pace.
Yeah.
Because I think Scott last year came through here at about 2 till the hour. So got some time.
Yeah, we've got runners in the 100K, 100 mile. They're starting to converge, I guess, in terms of, you're going to have a whole lot of high-speed traffic coming through there. You're going to have lead men, lead women, 100Kers, 100 milers, and it's all just kind of coming together out there for you at Rattlesnake Ranch. It's going to be a hop in place here for the next little bit. Are you staying cool out there? Getting that sunscreen on?
Trying to. I put it on once. Probably need to put it on again. It's getting a little toasty, especially on my back. But yeah, it's definitely getting a little tough to notice who's 100K, who's 100 milers. They do have different bib colors, which is helpful. But yeah, we're having a slow drip of people at this point.
We'll be keeping eyes on what Leah's got going on out there, as well as what Zach Marion has got going on at Jackass Junction. We're basically the nerve center here at Javelina headquarters, trying to keep tabs on what's going on at not 1, not 2, but 3 aid stations all at once. And sometimes we're able to keep eyes on all 3 of these aid stations in real time, and that's a first. So Liam reinforcing how fast Jonathan Ray is going, 10 minutes faster than Dakota's time last year through 3 laps. So things are moving really fast, and Jonathan Ray, after last year's incredibly fast 13:05 here, which was the 3rd fastest of all time, looks like he could be improving upon that, which, again, as somebody who's been out here for 10 years, I thought that Dakota breaking 13 hours was going to stand for a while as a course record, but that record is under threat right now, and that's very real.
I've got eyes on Heather Jackson coming into Rattlesnake, and that's
Nice.
about 141 right now. So 7:41 on the race clock.
Heather Jackson, 7:41 through Rattlesnake Ranch 3.
She looks good. Definitely looks.
Ryan
Ooh, no,
Montgomery
she looks
hitting
good.
headquarters
Looks like she's
just
slowed a
behind
little
me right
bit.
now.
Yeah, Heather, looking awesome.
So we have the lead woman hitting Rattlesnake Ranch. We have the second man hitting, or second competitor in the men's race, Ryan Montgomery hitting headquarters. We'll see if we can get that static cam behind me to catch Ryan on their way around. Man, there's a lot going on here. It is hectic. I mean, I'm loving it. Don't get me wrong. I've got Matt staring at me, basically just showing off his pizza. Freak Brothers is here on duty. I don't know how many pizzas they've got left, but last I checked, well, they had, I believe, originally started with 1,000 ready to go. So, yeah, Leah, we're going to see if we can catch Ryan on his way back. And then we'll also see how far back the remainder of the women's field is, as well as our next in-studio guest is starting to make his way over to the couch.
Yeah, you do.
So we're gonna keep eyes on everything going on out here. I want to see if we can catch before we go to our next guest. The mic. Yeah,
you
the
don't need the
handheld mic.
earpiece.
Yeah.
Okay. What number 4? So before we go to our guest, do you want to just get one more?
I want to keep eyes on what we've got here. This is the Javelina Jundred static cam. It's right behind us. So basically, in front of the screen that is sitting behind us, that kind of shades us a little bit. We're expecting to see the second place competitor in the men's race, Ryan Montgomery, coming back through here fairly quickly. But Ryan's so this is maybe 200 to 300 meters from the start line. And Ryan's crew tent is actually in between here and the start line. So he's probably getting things set up and geared up there. And we'll see him come through here.
There we go. So we're going to see him right over our shoulder.
Somebody else coming from the other direction as well, it sounds like.
Yeah. Dan Green. So they're both in the headquarters at the same time.
Getting a heads up that Shea Acquiano is listed as a drop right now, so that's unfortunate. Definitely somebody who a lot of people were cheering for and expecting big things out of. We'll definitely confirm that, but usually if it's on the tracker, it's rare that they're going to have that go out there without it being 100% true. Well, we'll keep an eye out. So actually, can we just pop in maybe the in-studio picture-in-picture, and we'll keep an eye out for Ryan Montgomery, because I do want to bring in our next guest. Are we able to do the wide shot? Because this man needs to be seen by the people.
Yeah, we got to get that. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Tropical John Medinger drove down from Sedona today, here crewing for a good friend of his, along with his better half, Lisa, and adopted stepson, Gary Wang. John, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Great to have you here. How many times have you been down here to Javelina?
It's been a long time. I came a couple times in the early years when Jerry Kilcariff was still running the show. And seems like since we moved to Arizona, we've just managed to be out of town this time of year for one reason or another. So it's been a while.
So you haven't been out here in 10 plus years.
Yeah, so it's really seen now.
Well, I was going to say, what are your thoughts in comparing and contrasting what you?
Well, I mean, I watched the live cast a couple of times, so I kind of had a good idea, and I talked to people that have been here, and they're like, Well, the good thing, because I'm just crewing, I'm not pacing or anything, so you'll get a good workout just coming in and out from your car because you have to park a couple miles away.
Yeah,
and,
that's true.
And then we were late getting here because we just came down this morning. So yeah, that was good.
Well, I know your runner. Your runner is a first-timer here at Javelina 100, and if you're running a 100-miler for the first time, there's really not a better potential crew/pacer setup for. So Lindsay DeRoche is the runner that you're taking care of here.
Correct, yeah.
And what have you expressed her on what you've seen from her so far? How's she doing?
She's doing fine. She is probably going to do 26 or 7, something like that. She kind of had a little bit of 24-hour-itis in her brain, yes, which is pretty normal. And she's probably capable of doing that, but this is her first 100.
Yeah.
And she's, I think, only run 100K. She ran Black Canyon last year. So she's going to be out in the ozone a little bit tonight. And I think you need to get 1 or 2 of those under your belt before you start worrying about time.
I agree. I was actually at Hotfoot Hamster when Lindsay ran, I want to say about 54, 55 miles in the 12-hour there. So I think that's kind of what got her mental juices flowing because it was hot out there. And so she had a great day. And I think at that point, maybe it kind of opened up that 24-hour mindset. But you know what? This is a different animal. I mean, that Hotfoot Hamster Nardini Manor, such a controlled environment. You're passing an aid station every third of a mile.
Yeah.
Not like that out here. So, but it sounds like she's in good hands and doing well so far.
I think she's got her head on straight. I mean, we talked about it. I said, you can't even think about 24, just go run. And we gave her, sort of a heart rate monitor for the first lap and then said, just monitor the heat, lap 2 and 3. And, when you get to lap 4, we'll see what's going on.
Yeah.
If you're kind of close and feeling great, go for it, but it's unlikely.
Yeah.
Well, in addition to being here for the party in the desert, a lot of runners are here because of Western States. Two reasons. And for those of you who don't know, John was a 2 to 2.5 decade trustee of the Western States 100, probably longer, 2-time president of the board of Western States, multiple-time finisher there, still the finish line announcer along with Lisa up at Placer High School track.
And Andy.
And I get on there.
And Andy gives me a chance to take a nap for a couple hours.
Emergency bullpen, emergency call to the bullpen. But as a longtime person involved with Western States, you've seen everyone talks about the growth and everything else, but this race has this sort of double thing going on. Golden Ticket, one of 200-mile races that the top 2 finishers on the men's side and the women's side can get entry into Western States, and a qualifier, one of the last on the calendar before the period ends around early November. I think Rio Del Lago.
Yeah, next weekend is the last weekend to qualify.
Right.
Yeah.
So first on the Golden Ticket thing, because you were on the ground 20-plus years ago when it first started.
Well, it's funny that the sort of ancient history of Western States, way back in the 90s, it was mostly a California race, and it was still had a lottery, but the odds of getting in were about 50-50. And if you won the American River 50, first man, first woman, you got a spot at Western States. And then for a few years that switched to the Miwok 100K. And then way back when we started a series with Montreal, which was a sponsor in the early 2000s. And that's when the sort of Golden Ticket concept kind of got started. And it's turned into a really big deal. But I went for a run up on the Western States course and met Craig Thornley and Topher Gaylord for a beer afterwards. And we're just kicking around, so how are we going to do this? And that idea came up, and I can't even remember whose idea it was, but it was one of the three of us.
Is it assignment credit or blame here?
Yeah, right. So
maybe both.
And so we're like, yeah, that's a pretty good idea. We can pick a
couple
3 races, and then people can earn their way in, because we used to let some of the elite runners in through a process called special consideration. They would ask the board, if they could run, they thought they had a chance to win or a chance to place really high. And it was really tough on the board. We had a little subcommittee that voted on these things, and it was like really hard to tell people, well, you're really fast, but you're not quite fast enough, right? and especially coming from somebody like me who's the middle of the pack or so, it's like, so we decided to try to make it kind of legit, and if you win, you win, and then it ended up being first and second, I think a year later, and it's fair, it's out there. We tried to pick a variety of different courses that may suit different skill sets a little bit. Some were more mountainous, some were more like this, which obviously has a heat element, but the trail's pretty clean, and it's rolly, but it's not very hilly by Western States standards. So that's how it all started. It's evolved a little bit. There's a lot more international interest now, and a lot more international golden ticket races. I mean, Jim Walmsley, course record holder
in Nice.
And a couple of weeks ago, like a month after he won UTMB, he went down to Nice to run a golden ticket race because he wants to run Western States next year.
Yeah.
And maybe if you'd asked nicely, we might have let him in, but maybe not. I don't know.
He seems, he would. I would assume he's in the good graces and would have figured it out. But you know what? It's still cool that he ran it in through the golden ticket process, which has made these races internationally such high-profile events. I mean, there's absolutely no denying. I mean, Javelina 100 has always been a big event. It's always had big names. Karl Meltzer's, Hal Kerners have come out here and won the races. But now it's just elevated it to beyond that scope even. And to see the entry list every year, this is the third year as a golden ticket race, and being a part of these live streams, I can't wait to see what the final race roster is every year, because it's always a who's who of who really wants to go after it, because this is convenient, easy travel. It's anybody in the Western Hemisphere can get to Phoenix without too much difficulty. So I think that's really, and that's all because Western States has made it a golden ticket race. So now it's raised the Javelina 100 fever pitch. The race sells out the second week of January.
That's just awesome.
Well,
It's
and
insane.
the qualifier part.
Yeah.
I mean, people come from all across the country.
Yeah,
to
so
run the qualifier here
the
as well.
qualifier goes way back. Used to have to run 50 miles just to prove you knew what you were doing, so that you wouldn't get halfway out at Western States and have to get helicoptered out or something.
Yeah.
We actually had, in the early years, people show up with no real ultra experience. They saw the race on Wide World of Sports or something to say, I want to do that. Well, it's not that easy. So it's.
It looks like we've got eyes on Ryan Montgomery out there.
Cool. Oh, that's a nice shot, by the way. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Yeah, that's definitely Ryan.
Ryan was in second place last we checked. I actually did see Dan Green come through, and Dan Green is third through the 100K point here at Javelina headquarters. So those three, and they've built kind of a cushion on the rest of the field from what we're seeing at this point of several minutes. Obviously, with 40 plus miles or nearly 40 miles to go, it's still obviously a race. But I've noticed that there has been a little bit of a stop in the men's top of the men's field here. So, but we're probably going to be expecting to see some of the first competitors in the women's field here sooner rather than later too.
Right.
So the qualifying was you run a 50 miler.
Yeah, and it was like any 50 miler anywhere.
Any 50 miler anywhere.
And if it was a trail run instead of a road run, you got an extra hour.
Yeah.
Okay. So it was like 10 hours for a road run, 11 hours for a trail run, right?
Just a heads up, we just had String Bean McConaughey, and I believe that was I'm not sure who that was. Was it Ryan? No, it wasn't Ryan Raff. It was I'll verify who that was really quickly in just a moment. But yeah, there was String Bean and who was alongside him at that moment.
They were definitely sort of shoulder for shoulder coming in here.
Yeah.
So then y'all realized you had to tighten things up a little bit.
Well, what happened was somewhere in the late 2000s, the number of people applying to Western States started growing really fast. We had 369 spots for the race. There's about 50 elite spots and a few sponsor spots. So you're looking at something shy of 300 people getting drawn in the lottery, and the odds got longer and longer. And so somewhere around 2012, we decided to up the qualifying standard a little bit and make it 100K instead of 50 miles. And that bought us about a year. The numbers went down a little bit the next year. And then a lot of races in the U.S. that were all 50-milers became 100Ks.
Funny how that happens, right?
12 miles.
You know, which in a way is a good thing because 50 miles is really only a thing in the U.S.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the whole rest of the world is metric, and 100K is a really nice round number. It sounds great. 80K doesn't have the same sex appeal, right?
Right.
So and now the numbers are just crazy. I work on this throughout the year because I'm sort of the coordinator for Western States, coordinating with all the qualifying races around the world. And we set some standards. It's mostly based on the size of the race because we're not really in a position to be able to investigate the quality of races all around the world. So we're kind of letting the runners do that for us. If a race is popular, we figure the race director must be doing a good job. It must be well organized and stuff.
Just had Ryan Raff.
Ryan Raff just came
That was
by.
Preston Case that was with String Bean before. Just
Okay.
want to give a heads up.
Yep.
So that's where we're looking at, like as far as like the top 5 men's positions.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just wanted to give that heads up.
And so now the qualifier is a minimum of 100K, has to be a trail race. If it's less than 100 miles, it has to have a minimum of 2,500 meters of vertical, which isn't all that much, but we're not looking for, flat, fast, groomed trails that are going to be super easy to qualify because that's not what Western States is like.
Yeah.
And so we have about 200 and
Zach Bitter coming through.
Zach
Sorry.
Bitter, yep.
Apologize.
235 races around the world now. Probably 2/3 of them are international and kind of spread all over the globe. And it's become a thing. We get, contacted a couple times a week by races wanting to be a qualifier. And if they meet the standards, we add them. And if they don't, then we tell them what they have to do to meet the standards, and then they go try to do it.
I've heard of races that have actually gone out of their way to do things to court runners in terms of trying to become Western States qualifiers based on entrant numbers. Like I know for a fact, I heard about a race last year that basically slashed prices to the 100Ks because they were trying to establish themselves as a potential Western States qualifier for their 100K. The madness is real. Like, these race directors and runners know that once you make that status, your race's profile skyrockets. Even if you're not a golden ticket race, it's so important to some of these smaller events to get there.
Yeah, it is, and it's kind of interesting. I was on a podcast this week with some guys in Toronto, and as it works out, there's not a qualifying race in Ontario, even though it's by far the most populous province in Canada. When there's qualifying races in Alberta and British Columbia and Quebec, but so they really wanted one, and these are the Sulphur Springs 100, probably heard of it, and they're typically we get 50 or 60 finishers in the 100, and they need to about double that to qualify, and so they've really been working with the local running community to try to get enough runners entered, and they're up to like 200 entrants for next spring. So, and that's their thing. They want it, But for a lot of races, especially the international ones, we have, races in China and Thailand and places like that. And we may only get 2 or 3 applicants from the entire race enter the lottery. But, the race director's kind of a feather in their cap. It's like they belong to the club or something, and it's an elite race around the world now. And so I think a lot of it just, are excited on that level.
Well, it's raised the profile such that, like, when I'm going through my research, whether I'm trying to research for our Western States preview show, for our Hard Rock preview show, or for our Javelina 100 broadcasts, when I go through, the first thing that I notice is those Western States qualifiers. And it, again, don't have to be golden ticket races, but if somebody has a podium finish at Quicksilver or at Miwok or or Gorge or something like that, or Hennepin 100. Like, those are names that all of a sudden I'm instantly gravitating towards, because I'm like, this race brings out a higher level, a higher elevation of runner versus a race that doesn't have that status.
And yet, the little races, kind of the opposite of what's going on here,
right?
Where you can just kind of, show up and park 50 yards from the starting line and hit the porta potty and go. And there's still a lot of appeal to that kind of running to a lot of people.
The campfire culture, as we like to call it. Yeah.
And so, but it's nice. There's room for everybody.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right, Liam, we're going to try and get you that Western States qualifier in Ontario. One of our
shout out to the Sulphur Springs 100. You live in the Greater Toronto area. Go for it.
And
sign up for it.
Well, that's what you're telling people, is that when people ask why a region doesn't have the representation of Western States, it's not because in some cases, it's not because you're trying to be selective to the point where you're excluding them. You're like, well, if you can show us that you have the following and the stature in your community, then we'll see what you've got. Like, it's on them.
Exactly right. And the Toronto guys were like, well, yeah, everybody just goes down to run Burning River, or it's not that far away.
Yeah.
So it's not like they don't have something nearby, but it kind of sticks in their craw that there's nothing actually on the Canadian side.
For sure. And I also hear it personally from the upper Midwest. They feel that there's a little bit of lack of representation. Like, for instance, in the Wisconsin, Minnesota area, you've got like one each for those areas. Yeah. And they look at a state like, Arizona, where we have multiple Western States.
It's all Jamil's fault.
I know, right? Well, we'll heckle him as he goes by here. So, but yeah, I mean, this is kind of a reminder and a refresher to those out there who believe that they might be getting the short straw from Western States. You show us what you've got, and you join the club.
Well, Craig and I worked pretty hard on coming up with a sort of defensible standard, because we don't want to be thought of as allowing races in because some friend of ours is the race organizer.
Absolutely.
We don't, so we try to make it as objective as possible. And the standard is the standard. And if you can get there, you're in. And if you can't, sorry. It's like running 30 hours here. Somebody tomorrow at noon is going to finish 5 minutes over, and they won't be counted as an official finisher. Yep. And so, sad, but it happens, right?
Yeah.
So,
and it's always so heartbreaking. I mean, you know that because you're out at Western States every year. Me being out here at Javelina, I've run runners in with the camera behind them, knowing full well that they're going to finish at 12:05, 12:07. Just a handful of seconds per mile behind. It's heartbreaking. It really is.
I want to end with that, though, because you are in that booth with Lisa every year. And in the last 5, 7, 10 years, that last hour, what we call the golden hour at Western States, has become something of its own, have a life of its own. I think the statistics are something like 3 to 5 finishers a minute.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy the last hour. I mean, and one story going back 6 or 7 years was the Gunhild Swanson finish, which I think a lot of you probably, if you're watching this, are familiar with. 70 years old, never had a 70-year-old finisher woman at Western. Terrific runner, wonderful person, and she came into the stadium, and I think a lot of you are familiar with Western States, but you have to run about 300 meters on a track to get to the finish line once you enter the high school football stadium where the race finishes. And she had to run about 8-minute pace to make it. And she came into the stadium, and my heart sunk. It's like, she's not going to make it. Because it was taking everybody 2.5, 3 minutes to do that last bit, and she had like 2 minutes to do it. And she dropped her bottles and went to her arms, and you could tell she'd run on the track before.
Yeah.
She'd done intervals, she'd done the work, and she made it with 6 seconds to spare. And in my 40 years of being at Western States, that's still easily the most thrilling moment the last place finish by a 70-year-old woman. You got to love a sport where the most exciting thing that happened all year was the last place finish by a 70-year-old woman.
Or as our good friend John Trent said, you got to love a sport where the last place finisher gets a louder ovation than the first place finisher.
Well, and those moments are carved into our minds, whether it be Gunhild Swanson or Karen Bonet a few years later. You know, these are 9 seconds, 6 seconds left on the clock. You know, those are moments that really just hit the heartstrings. I mean, I remember watching, the Karen. I didn't watch Gunhild live. It was before I really started to pay attention. But the Karen Bonet finish had me in tears. Like sitting at home and following that just had me crying.
It's hard not to be. If you've done this kind of thing, you know how hard it is for everybody, right? From Jim Walmsley and Courtney and whatever to us, to the absolute 30-hour people, and to put that much effort out and then have it come down to. It's funny. I had an email this week from a woman named Jen Schultes who finished a couple minutes after the cutoff 2 years ago, year before last, at Western, and she and her husband are talking about putting a race together in the Olympics in Washington State, and wanted to know about the qualifying standards and stuff, and so we're kind of back and forth. And if she had run 15 minutes faster, I wouldn't have remembered her at all. Right? But she came in a couple minutes over, and I have a very vivid memory of her coming in and how hard it, she was in tears, and so was everybody else. And it was just, but sometimes that's what you need for your moment of fame, Jen. So
it's the magic of our sport.
Right on. And John has coined a phrase. He usually uses it once a year as you're announcing is, with apologies to Disney, this is the happiest place on earth. Placer High School on the last weekend in June. So, John, thank you for coming on.
Thanks, guys.
With us. This
is
fun. Great. I know you got to get out there.
Yeah, I got to go to work. My run will be around in another hour or so.
Take care, Lindsay, and soak in the Javelina sunshine.
We'll be here all day and all night.
All right. Thanks folks. That is John Medinger, a mainstay of the Western States community, the announcer for most of the. Well, actually, we have all of the announcing time here at Javelina headquarters here. But what you're looking at right now, that area right there is just outside of Jackass Junction. You can see some of the.
This is what we were talking about.
The fire damage.
The burn.
Yeah. This area was damaged by a fire here earlier this spring, summer, and now you can see that it's healing. Speaking of healing, our souls are going to be healing because we're going to talk with, did we see Leah Yingling out there possibly coming on with us?
Thank you, John. All right.
Take care.
Yeah, there's Leah.
Leah, how you doing?
Oh, I'm good. We just had Riley Brady rip past me at the mile 58 aid station out here at Rattlesnake. Looking amazing. Good job, Ragna. Looks like Riley had just passed Ragna.
Ooh.
They're probably in the aid station together right now, actually. That was a pretty big deficit that Riley just made up. I think Ragna had 17 minutes on them at one point on the last lap. I think last time we checked in, it was a 17-minute gap from Ragna to Riley. So I think this is what Riley does at Javelina, closes those gaps a little bit more on each lap. Really exciting stuff right now.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how the rest of this unfolds because, Riley told us that they were going to just kind of bide their time, and in the second half of the race and the last two laps, then they were going to do what they did last year and push
exactly.
forward.
And as Leah mentioned, while Riley's Western States was somewhat disappointing, you could tell they wanted badly to get back, and that this was a golden opportunity, literally, to do that. And you could feel their quiet confidence in the interview yesterday. Also, by the way, Lee, I don't know if you know this because you've been out there all day, but Riley's crew is the Riley Brady bunch. And
I love that.
I told you already. The costumes are just perfect. So if nothing else, they're getting a huge pick me up from that every.
I'm so excited to make it. I'm so excited to make it to headquarters later just so I can see Meg Morgan and the rest of the bunch out there. What a great support crew to have. I know Riley's got a couple pacers for the last laps here. I think one of her good friend Troy, and then maybe another person. Looks like we also had Jeff Garmeyer roll through here, so I know there's some very eager commenters in the chat wanting to know how Jeff is doing. He's out here. He's looking good. And looks like the ladies' race is unfolding before our eyes, and we should be expecting 4th and 5th in here pretty soon.
Has Jeff done a shirt on yet?
No. Nope.
Man, I got to say, that's commitment right there because, frankly, once the sun really started beating down, I was actually concerned about his costume.
So Leah, Riley, it would be safe to say Riley, Ragna, more or less together?
Yes, but I believe Riley's gonna surge a bit ahead after this aid station.
All right.
The energy was extremely good coming out of Riley here and a little less good coming out of Ragna. But Ragna's really strong. She's holding on. Maybe she can regroup once she gets back to headquarters with her crew. That is about a 28-minute gap from Heather to Riley and Ragna. So Heather is just slaying the course right now. I think Liam was going to get us a good update from headquarters, but when Heather passed by us, she was about 1 minute under Camille Herron's course record pace at this aid station at mile 58. So she can keep that up. It's looking pretty good for Heather. But really anything can happen. I think we saw Heather have a very similar strategy last year. She likes to race aggressive. She likes to race off the front. And I mean, you play with fire with that, but you also see some extraordinary results come out of that. So really hope Heather can hang on to it because I think this will be a great redemption race for her after Western States this year.
Agreed. And she's been doing about the first 2 times around about 35, 38 minutes from, well, no, the second time around because she didn't do it the first time around. So we could expect to see her within the next 5-10 minutes coming by our spot here.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye out. That's one of the nice things about where we're positioned is that we get to see when we're looking that direction.
And then she'll be accompanied by our good friend Devin Yanko from then on in.
That is right.
And Devin was on chatting with us earlier, and she's excited. She's
pacing 40 miles.
Yep.
That is a long way to
I'm
pace.
excited to see who we find in the women's field here next because I do believe Shea Aquilano ended up dropping out, and she was in that mix. I know Tara Dower's still out there. Might have run into a cactus, so I heard. So hopefully she's okay. Hopefully we see some good energy of the next runners coming into here.
Tara had fallen off the front group a little bit, and I was kind of surprised when I saw her here, but that would definitely explain why if that's what happened out there, that she had some issues with the flora out here on the desert. Because, frankly, for those unfamiliar with running out at Javelina, the course is not technical, and it's but everything out here is trying to kill you.
Heather Jackson coming by us right now.
Heather
Jackson. It's 2:13.
Awesome.
Can we go to that?
8:13 elapsed.
That's Heather Jackson heading off into the distance right there.
She's on her way to the turnaround.
So we'll catch Heather on her way back as she crosses the.
And Liam can look this up for us. She'll probably hit that timing at about 8:14, 8:15 elapsed.
I hope Liam's on the payroll. He should be. So this is a drone shot overhead of Javelina headquarters. We will catch Heather Jackson on the flip side as she makes her way back here because we do have a static cam right behind us, just on the other side of the shade.
A note about Heather's build-up. I did chat with her on Crack a Brew with AJW a couple weeks ago, and she did continue cycling a fair bit in the fall, being part of the Grand Prix gravel and mountain bike races. As I mentioned, even doing Big Sugar last weekend in Bentonville, Arkansas, doing the Leadville mountain bike race, doing Mid-South. But what she didn't do is she didn't do Ironman Kona. She did stuck to either cycling or running, and she felt in our interview that was going to set her up nicely. She's in that tent right there.
Wonderful shot. Yeah, she just stepped into the Hoka tent.
And
we'll keep an eye on this shot. Well, we've got a great shot of the overhead at Javelina headquarters. Heather is center frame. Those bright blue Hoka tents. Can our drone
going back up the row here, tent row?
This is a great shot as well. This basically shows what the Heather Jackson is per Skylar, 3 minutes back of Camille's course record pace. As you can see, the tents go 4 and 5 deep on both sides. It looks like at some point about 8 or 9 deep from the course. We are in that Hoka tent right there that is flying overhead. The runners actually take a hard right and go through the big top. And we're actually going to be waiting to see Heather as she comes past this camera shot right here. We'll definitely capture her there. Somebody was asking if Versteeg was in the race. He was, until he decided he wasn't.
He joined us on the couch a little while ago.
He joined us on Dylan Bowman a little time before that.
We've suggested him that he rest up and pace Jamil on his last lap. We'll see if that happens. Versteeg's number is still sitting here on the desk.
And he's probably going to roll. Oh, yeah. We do have his bib sitting on our table here. So we'll keep an eye out for Versteeg. I'm sure he'll come back to claim it here sometime soon.
Bib number 666.
Yeah.
So we're in the thick of it now. We've got probably our 100K winner coming along shortly. We've got people going out onto their fourth loops in the front of the pack, people in the guts of their third loops, some still finishing their second loops, especially those who started at 6:30. Again, elapsed time of the race is about 8 hours and 15 minutes. As we got the data from Skylar, Heather is just a few minutes behind Camille's course record pace.
It looks like we're expecting Raj in here very soon as well.
That would be the 100K winner.
Yeah, Raj Panu, assuming things hold to form at this point, and we'll do our best to make sure to capture that at the finish line as well. But we're also, as we mentioned, keeping an eye out for Heather Jackson, who will be coming into this
here she is, accompanied by Devin Yanko.
Perfect.
That's a great shot.
Last year's winner and this year's leader.
Last year's winner and this year. Out of the way, Heather! Keep her honest, Devin!
We're going to follow on the drone, but while we've got Heather and Devin on the drone, we're also going to bring in Leah Yingling here. Leah, who has wisely opted to grab some shade out in the desert.
Oh, look at that. Yes.
That is as much shade as you're going to find out on this course, and she can testify to that. Leah, what's going on?
Yeah, it's a heater out here, and looks like our good friend Brett Hording might even also be feeling the effects of the course. He's rolling into the aid station right now. We've seen top 3 women through here so far, and probably still working on about the top 20 men into Rattlesnake, which is mile 58. I do believe our top 2 guys made it through Coyote. Love you, Brett. And that's John Ray and Ryan Montgomery. It looks like there's a 12-minute gap between those guys, and usually it's been taking them under an hour to get over here to me from there. Oh, they had to go to Jackass first, I think, actually, so I might be wrong on that.
And Dan Green was in third. We don't have him into Coyote yet.
No.
Good drone shot here. You can see Heather and Devin making that little loop around. That's the Hoka Tent Village and the main aid station, ably captained, as always, by the irrepressible Patty Curry. Let's hear it for Patty. I saw her this morning in her tutu. She was having a little Patty stressful moment. I'm sure that's gone by now. So there's Heather, side by side with Devin.
And this first
out on loop 4.
This first part of the course, it's a very slight uphill coming out of headquarters. And as they head out, what they're going to do is they're going to follow the Shelmo Wash Trail about mile and a half out, and then take a hard left onto Pemberton and be on the Pemberton Trail as it loops around for just about 15 miles. Heads up from Skylar Hall, Skizzle Fresh, wish you were here. on our live stream, buddy. But Camille ran in 2:54 and 2:55 for her final 2 loops. So you're looking for Heather to be back at headquarters at 10:10 or so to slip ahead of course record pace. So those are the benchmarks we're going to be trying to follow. So we would need, so just underneath 6 hours for Heather's final 2 laps if she is indeed going to eclipse the current course record held by Camille Herron. As we mentioned, Corinne Chauvoy keeping an eye out for Raj Paul.
He
sprinted
we
by.
might have our 100K.
I want to confirm that. It sounds like you're right. Raj, oh my goodness. So actually just a couple moments ago while we were trying to keep eyes on Heather, they basically crossed. I didn't even realize it. So Raj Panu has finished the Javelina 100K with a blistering course record of 7:15:53. 7:15:53. The previous course record was held by Scott Trayer
last year.
Of last year at 7:31:46. So Raj dropped 15 minutes off of last year's course record. And the thing is that Scott had dropped 28 minutes or 27 minutes off the previous course record. Yeah. So the course record for this race has gone down 42 minutes in the previous 2 years.
Yeah,
Absolutely
I think the 100K.
insane.
I think the 100K is definitely becoming a thing.
Yeah, it's
it's not just the JV race anymore.
Shout out! We saw local runner Henry Ward come by the headquarters broadcast tent, keeping an eye out on him as well as all the other runners in the mid and the back of the pack as well. Because we're out here for another. Let's see, we're about 8:22 in, so we've got about another 21 hours, 40 minutes left of time. Actually, no, about 22 hours because we do have 2 waves of finishes for the 100K or 100 mile.
The 6:30 starters get until 12:30.
Yeah, so the Raj Paul has taken down the course record for the 100K with a 7:15. We're expecting Pedro Gomez in second here. We'll keep an eye out for him as well. But there was a sizable gap between them at Jackass Junction. I believe that Pedro had hit Jackass 3 out at 7:11. So it's going to be a while before we see anybody else.
I think someone needs to talk to old Raj Paul about thinking about this 100-miler.
Raj was 55 minutes ahead of Pedro at Jackass
I mean,
Junction.
that is
55 minutes.
insane. There's courses for horses, and this is obviously just given that this is a course for Raj Paul. I would encourage him to go for the next 40 miles next year.
We'll have to see if we can get Raj to come in here and join us in the studio.
Absolutely.
When he's ready, more than what? Oh,
when he catches his breath, or even before then.
Yeah, of course. One of the nice things about being out here all day and all night is they have all the time they want. Well, if you want to come out, right after your finish, or maybe further down, then you got the time. As the Macho Man has just run by us.
Yes,
somebody
indeed.
in costume.
A lot of skin.
Yeah, those are wrestling tights that person is running in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised. Mm-hmm. Like that's got to be a chafing issue there. At least I would think.
Love this drone shot here.
So Leah Yingling back on here with us. Leah, what you got?
I am still awaiting our 4th and 5th place women in the field out here. This seems like a pretty sizable gap from Riley and Ragna. Not really sure who we'll be seeing next. I know in the mix was Tara Dower, Lauren Puritz, Nicole Monette, and I think we had unfortunate drops from Steph Flippin and Shea Aquilano. So that was a very hot pace earlier on today. I think we saw at least the top 10 women going out at paces that, maybe only the top 1 and 2 were doing last year. So not surprised the hot pace is getting to some people. But yeah, very curious to see who we'll see next coming through.
What are your thoughts on what we just witnessed here at the Javelina headquarters where Raj Panu finishes in a blistering 7:15, chopping off 15 plus minutes off of Scott Trayer's course record from last year.
Yeah, I felt listening and talking to him yesterday that he was ready to do something special today. He's done a lot of like faster 50Ks, 50 miles, and then to the Carbon X event a couple years ago, running a blistering 100K. So I was really excited to see him transition a little bit more onto the trails because he was telling me yesterday that Way Too Cool this past year, where I think he got 6th place, that did him in pretty good. So Javelina isn't as technical as some other trail races, but man, he just really did what I thought he was capable of, and it's really exciting to see just how much he brought that course record down because he does have some serious leg speed.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that we had missed him behind us because we were keeping eyes on Heather Jackson, and apparently they passed one another, and it was
right here
instantaneous.
in the final shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm curious about Anna Cassius. She was leading the women's race, was probably 3rd or 4th overall. Haven't been able to get a timing update on her in a little bit, and she either passed by too quickly here and I missed her, or she's still out there somewhere. So I'd imagine we'll see her probably after Pedro, if anything. But if anybody out there who's following along has any updates, feel free to provide those.
All right, thanks, Leah. We're going to keep on. We've still got you right here, and we've got some drone footage out. A runner out on the course, recognizing, acknowledging. It's got to be fun for some of these runners. Leah, you've run races that have been covered by drones. Has it changed, like, what your mindset is? Are you excited to see the drones? Are you cursing them, like, if you're maybe in a dark spot? What's your mindset when you see a drone on course and you know that they're probably zooming in on you at one point or another?
It's a great question.
Well, I have to ask you because I can't ask AJW because he's like pre-drones.
I end up having used the. Yeah, I end up having to use the bathroom quite often in my longer races, and I'm super cognizant of like where are these drones right now if I have to pull over for a second. So yes, I've thought about them a lot. If anything, it impacts my bathroom behaviors and not necessarily my running behaviors. Sometimes it makes me run a little bit more than I was probably planning on because you're like, oh, the eyes are on me. But unfortunately, in most of the races, I end up in like the 5th through 10th positions, and the women really get the short end of the stick when you're in the 5th through 10th positions. So hopefully being the Airvape live coverage team, we're doing a little bit more justice to the women's field and coming a little deep because, yeah, I don't really think I've got drones on me too often in my races.
Well, we'll see what we can do to keep the coverage as balanced as possible out here. We're obviously doing our best to try and ensure that our coverage is split amongst as many runners as possible, and making sure that the fields get the credit they truly deserve because that's what brings the sport forward by rising all
right, and
tides.
We know about the challenges of it, but that's also part of why Leah's going to be posted up at Rattlesnake Ranch for 10, 12 hours today. Zach similarly up outside
all day.
Jackass. That's really our goal. End-to-end coverage of all finishers, but also as even coverage as we can possibly provide. Sometimes the race dictates that. You take, for example, this scenario. Heather has probably about a 30-minute lead, and then there's a group, let's call it a group of the 2 through 5 that are, spread out over another hour or so. The men's race is a little bit more dense, but getting less so, and that impacts the way in which we can cover.
Yeah.
But we definitely do the best we can, and certainly with excellent commentators in the field like Leah and Zach, we know we're getting as close up to the action as we can as well.
Well, between the two of them and what we've got here in our setup, we're actually keeping eyes on 3 of the 4 aid stations in perpetuity.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing is that we're doing our best to cover the course, and Leah and Zach are both doing an amazing job of keeping tabs on everything going on out there, and also not only like keeping tabs on their own situations out there, but also keeping tabs on ours too.
Yeah.
Because they're really probably in a better position to follow a lot of what's going on as well than we are.
Yeah, I will say this has been the best live streaming experience so far. I've been like set up at the same spot all day, and I just can't believe how far our coverage has come since Bandera earlier this year. So being able to have good Starlink and be in one spot all day is like just such a gift, and makes this a lot easier. But yeah.
The visuals that we see right now are just awesome.
Leah, isn't it hard to believe that Bandera was only 10 months ago?
Oh, I know. That's probably why Jamil is out on course right now running this, because he has too much PTSD from that whole day spent with me.
Oh, yes. But we've come a long way, and we continue to work to come a long way. The team, Jamil, Matt, Bryce, the whole team is always thinking of ways in which to enhance the coverage. We had great experiences both at Run Rabbit Run and Mammoth Trail Fest, branching out to events beyond Aravaipa events like we did for the first time at Bandera. So more good stuff to come here, live stream fans.
To that end, Leah, have you seen Jamil a second time?
Yeah, yeah. Where is Jamil?
That's a great question. I have not. I'll keep my eyes out, but yeah, I have not seen him a second time around yet.
Is he
I'm
just
a little bit
hanging out at
surprised.
Jackass filming?
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe he found Courtney and her mom and is doing a lap with them.
That's possible as well. Maybe Jamil has posted up with a couple of people. Somebody suggested maybe hanging out with Courtney and her mom.
Actually, Jordan did give me a heads up. You don't know if any of that's true. Okay, got it.
Wild speculation time here in the Javelina 100 broadcast. Because we've already speculated that Versteeg is going to jump back out onto the course after dropping and pace.
The one report we did here is that Jamil may have stopped at Jackass to provide some medical support to an athlete who was struggling.
Oh, okay.
So it could very well be that he took his runner hat off for a little while to help support.
That right there is the other side of Rattlesnake Ranch. Basically, that shot looks like it's coming from right behind the camera shot from Leah. So basically, that is right there. If you were looking one direction,
what Leah sees.
And if you turned around, you'd see Leah's
log
set up right there. I see a Taggart Van Etten appearance in the chat. Congratulations, Taggart, on having a heck of a race at Hennepin earlier this month. Threw down. Why ain't you come out here yet? Where you been, Taggart? We'd love to see you. Maybe we'll see you at Solstice.
Nice work.
It looks like we got a group of runners coming into Rattlesnake Ranch there, where Leah is posted up.
Just tuning in, Heather Jackson.
Yeah, we've got a mix of 100-milers.
Mm-hmm.
You can go ahead, AJW. I was just updating on the stream of people rolling through here.
As we hit the 8.5, just past the 8.5 hour mark, Heather Jackson is through the start-finish for her third time, is out with her pacer. Devin Yanko was about 6 minutes behind Camille Herron's 3-lap course record pace. Had spring in her step, was looking good. Fans of the sport will recall she was in a similar position last year. And I think most Heather Jackson fans are hoping that she stays out front. So we are awaiting the next round of competitors in the women's field here to the Javelina headquarters shortly.
All right. Let's see. John had an interesting question. I kind of want to clarify if I can explain, because I kind of see where he's going with this. Asking if the pacer jump in start and saying that it seems vague. So this is how it works here. You can have a pacer for laps. Anybody can have a pacer for laps 4 and 5 in the 100-mile. Anybody can have a pacer for lap 3 in the 100K. Now, lap 3 in the 100 miles is a little bit confusing, and I'm going to try my best to give it the way I interpreted it. So you can have a pacer for loop 3, quote, after sunset. Now, the term sunset, obviously defines a very specific time. I believe the sunset for today is technically supposed to be 5:41. However, they don't want runners waiting around headquarters for sunset if you're close to it. Yeah. So it's kind of been extended out to kind of recognize, I believe that the official, unofficial sunset as far as Javelina is concerned is 5 p.m. Now, again, that's not a hard and fast rule, because if you come in at 4:56 and are ready to go out, we don't want you to stand around for 4 minutes waiting for sunset. So it's more of a judgment call. I mean, if you try to take a pacer out with you at 4:30, they're probably going to raise an eyebrow and whereas at 4:58, they're not going to say no. At least that's my interpretation of it. I'm trying to remember what time I finished my second loop back in 2016, because I did have a pacer, and I would have been maybe a little bit behind that, but I don't think it was. I'm trying to think. That would have been 6 a.m. Help me with the math here. That would have been 10 hours. No, I would have been
4 p.m. That would have been long before sunset.
Oh, yeah, and I had a pacer. Uh-oh. But I DNF, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
So,
good question. Reminds me a little bit of Western States policy, which is at Michigan Bluff, the mile 55 mark.
Yeah.
If you leave Michigan Bluff after 8 o'clock, you can have a pacer. But if you leave before 8 o'clock, you have to wait to have that pacer pick you up at Forest Hill, mile 62. So, it's probably a spirit of the law, letter of the law type thing.
So, yeah, exactly.
This is more
it's a
spirit
judgment.
of the law.
Yeah, and John actually is following up by saying he's getting 100K in tonight by that rationale. So I do believe I did see a name, Herzog, in the runner roster. Are you maybe running for or pacing a relative here, or we'll have to follow up on that. But Leah,
nonetheless, enjoy that 100K.
Leah, what's going on out there at Rattlesnake Ranch? It looks like there's been an influx of runners there from what we can see on our bigger shot, but we've still got you there in the corner, and we kind of want to see what's going on out there.
Yeah, I'm just chilling. Not much happening over here. I'm still waiting for our next women. This is actually really interesting, because I remember last year was the deepest and fastest top
Riley
10
Brady
we've
coming
ever
by us
seen
right
at
now
Javelina.
behind. So Riley Brady just hitting
Awesome.
headquarters aid, or having headquarters the start-finish line. Will verify exactly how far back they are in the women's race.
And then we'll try to get a gap to Ragna as well.
Sorry about that, Leah. Just wanted to get that out there.
That's okay. Nothing new over here. Yeah, not much happening. Oh, we got Matt Daniels coming through.
Oh,
so Matt Daniels had a rough sit, I believe, after his last lap. Looks like he rallied, and he's moving. Nice job, Matt. I won't say your name. He said, do not say my name.
There he is.
See, that's an amazing thing about 100 miles, is that there's so many ups and downs, some peaks and valleys that that somebody looks like $1 million and they might be wrecked a few minutes later, or vice versa. You know, the right bit of ice in the right spot, boom, you're feeling great.
He's
And Matt Daniels, he did have a reincarnation at another race this past year. I believe it was at Gorge this past year, last year, where he had a little sit down, a little moment of oh my God, and regrouped, and then ended up just crushing the last little bit. So I think he's got it in him. Perhaps the leaders are a little too far off now, but I mean, I've been really inspired by Matt this last year with his ability to grit things out, because we all know the type of fitness that he has and what he can throw down on a course like this. And it really takes someone special to keep digging like he is on a day like today.
Keeping an eye out for Riley when they come back through here. I don't know if we've got drone eyes in the sky, but I keep on tilting my head. I am going to need a neck brace when all is said and done after this race. But
we might reposition the desk next year. But nonetheless, it looks like Heather's lead, depending on when Riley gets out of their Brady Bunch cabin, will be somewhere in the range of a 36 to 38 minute advantage Heather left here at 8:12 elapsed. We're currently at about 8:39.
I see a Finn Melanson sighting walking past the aid station here as well.
Well, he's going to have a pacing gig with Brett Hornig.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what they'll talk about.
Plot out a year's worth of
Brett
podcasts,
looked like
perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. Brett looked like he was a little bit in the pain cave. Looks like he had some taped up knees whenever he rolled through here. So hopefully
Riley
he's
back
in one
through, coming back, hitting the big top, and coming out the other side.
Yeah.
All right,
Nice
guys.
job.
Looking good.
We got our fourth woman into Rattlesnake, you guys. It's Nicole Manette.
All right.
Oh, and her knees are nice and clean. She's no more blood. Good job, Nicole. Crushing it. Fourth lady, you got this. Looks pretty
Did
focused.
Nicole
Looks like
have
she's
a
hurting
spill
little bit,
earlier?
but
I guess I might have
focused.
missed that.
Yeah, she had
Okay.
a spill.
Yeah.
Both knees were bloody.
Well, like we said, everything in the desert is trying to kill you.
Yeah.
So,
So Ragna third, Nicole, sorry, fourth.
wonderful overhead drone shot of runners as are those runners heading from? They're heading to Coyote Camp, aren't they? Oh, that's out of here. Okay, so yeah, they are heading to Coyote Camp, just not quite there yet. So actually, that's just that's probably Shalmo Wash then.
Yeah. Just
So the
west of
Shalmo
here,
Trail.
Going up that nice trail.
Yep. Very slight uphill, enough that you notice it, but not really enough to slow you down. Oh no! That's actually I stand corrected. That's the finish at Cinch Trail. So they're coming back in. So right there, they take a hard right. So if they were to come back, you can see it's kind of a T intersection. The straight section is Escondido. So they
Okay,
would be
yep,
coming in
there
from
you
the
go.
top of your screen on loop 1, but loops 2 and 3, they're coming from the right, and then they're taking a right turn, or from the left rather. They're coming in from the left and taking a right turn, so they'd be heading actually downward on the screen towards the finish
so
line.
they are past Leah's aid station. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Andrew, it's really hard for us to say about the back of the pack finishing for the, or under whether they're on pace for the finishing the 100-miler. You'd kind of have to just kind of look at those names and kind of push or kind of calculate them against a 30-hour finish. I don't know where the cutoffs are this early in the race.
Yeah, I think the first cutoff comes after 3 loops.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it is.
And that makes sense because really in a looped race such as this, the idea of an early cutoff is really not as urgent.
Yeah.
So, of course, I see somebody mentioning Finn and Brett just bad-mouthing carbon-plated trail shoes for 20 to 40 miles. Maybe they'll be recording their conversations and just use that as a...
it would be a very entertaining podcast.
Absolutely. Yeah, it looks like there's a fairly large pack.
We
of
had
runners.
our fifth place woman rolled through Rattlesnake out here at mile 58, and that was Lauren Puritz.
All right.
She was probably only
Looks like Anna
2
Cassius
minutes,
is
minute
approaching
behind.
the finish line.
Pretty close to Nicole, right?
Oh, wow.
Hold on. It looks like Anna is approaching the finish line here. Do we have a camera at the finish line? Do we have a camera at the finish
That might
line?
be a different runner because I'm seeing Anna come through my aid station as we speak.
Oh, okay.
Good job,
Then-
Anna.
Okay, so
That's not Anna then, because Anna just went by Leah.
okay, perfect. I was going to say I thought it was pretty quick after that would have been on pace for an absolute thrashing of the previous course record. But it's still under threat for sure.
Yeah,
So
that's
Anna hitting
7:44 elapsed right now.
7:44. The current course record is last year 8:36. So 52 minutes for the last 3.8 miles.
Yeah. she should
Assuming,
be, yeah.
well, you know what, that right there, assuming that nothing goes haywire over the course of this last stretch of race, it looks like Anna is going to, in all likelihood, come
100K
away
course
with the
record as well.
brand new course record.
Yeah, she looks really, really good, very smooth. I think leading into this race, when I was doing my research, I thought she was signed up for the 100-miler for the longest time, and she was one of my favorites to win it whenever I was thinking that way. But when I saw that she was signed up for the 100K, I knew that this course was going to suit her extremely well. Upon talking to her yesterday, she's like, back in February when I did Black Canyon, where she came out with a 4th place finish, just missing a golden ticket by 1 spot. She said she wasn't ready to do 100 miles yet. And then when Javelina rolled around this year, she's like, oh, maybe I could do 100 miles, but said that she's going to be going after a Black Canyon golden ticket this February in hopes of getting an entry to Western States. So I think she'll be ready for 100 miles when that rolls around.
Well, we'll definitely have to take note of that as far when we're making our race preparations and predictions for February. So,
well, and just a note on golden tickets, in addition to today's race being a golden ticket race, with as we've been speaking with both Craig Thornley and John Medinger, as well as a couple golden ticket recipients, this year's golden ticket competition includes Black Canyon, which this year goes 3 deep. Rather than all the other golden tickets that go 2 deep, which is adding to the intrigue and competitiveness of that great February classic that we're gearing up for in the next couple of months.
So you guys haven't been out there yet? Out to where you're headed tonight? Yeah. You guys are going to be out there with Pete, serving it up? Hope so. You got a minute to talk about that? Come on in. We're going to have a quick little guest spot here, greet a couple of friends of the community and friends of mine.
Just if you guys each grab one of these mics, you don't need the earpiece. That's just for us to hear the folks out on the field. But
we've got two notable longtime friends of our community here in the studio. We've got Peter Curry, the last name pretty familiar, and Trent Collicott. And so these two are going to be out at Jackass Junction here this evening as a part of the madness that is Pete's Meats. Welcome, guys, to the show. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
We're doing great.
Good. Glad to hear
Trent,
it.
Go D-backs.
Go D-backs.
It was a rough one last night.
Brutal loss last night.
Brutal
Gotta bounce
one,
back
but-
tonight.
Yep, it's bounce back night. They are the bounce backs.
That's right.
So you two have been out there, I know, for years as part of the Jackass Junction crew, making sure that runners are fed. I mean, you guys are flipping burgers out there, basically for several hours. On a typical, Jackass Junction shift, how many burgers do you think that you flip and serve over the course of the evening?
We'll go to about 200 burgers. But then Pete Mortimer comes out with Pete's Meats, and he's got a whole array of different meats and things that he does too. So it kind of becomes like a joint effort. So it's a smorgasbord.
Yeah, it's going to... Oh, go ahead.
I was just say, I think when we started this 4 or 5 years ago, it was just hot dogs and hamburgers, and now it's turned into the... I don't know, Pete always surprises us with what cuts of steak he's got and other meats that he brings. So it like Peter just said, it's a whole smorgasbord.
He actually posted his menu, I think.
Yeah, there are restaurants that don't have the selection, like full-blown restaurants that don't have the selection that Jackass Junction has this year. I'll pull that up here in just a moment.
So when you guys are heading out there in about an hour or so, right? How long is this smorgasbord open for?
It'll probably get started about 4, and they usually close
4 or
around
5,
10 or 11.
We're there until about 11.
Yeah. Okay, so an extended dinner hour.
Everybody should, in theory, see us at least one loop in some capacity.
And then we have Jackass John out there as our DJ this year.
Jackass John.
Yeah, that's his call name, he said. So
yeah.
And then Noel will be out there manning the beer garden.
Yeah, Noel Kingston. Yep.
And I think if custom is the same, Mojo will be out there too with his massage
Mojo's
table.
already out there.
He's
I'm
already
sure.
out there with his
taking
massage
care of
table.
runners.
Yep. So a lot of these folks, these names we're rolling out are just old-time Arizona runners who keep coming back, and just wonderful stuff out there at Jackass
We never
Junction.
retire. We just shift our capacity.
Exactly.
That's true, because you two have both been a part of this community for a long time. Obviously, Trent, you've been out here to run. You've run these trails for, for decades.
Yeah.
And Peter, you've been a part of the Air Vapor community for a long time as well. So when did you find out that Jamil was running this race?
I knew a couple weeks ago.
Okay, I heard that there was.
I wasn't sworn to secrecy, but I knew he would want to make the announcement.
Oh, so the truth is out. I was made to believe that it was kind of like a last-second discovery.
He's
thing.
always under the radar, you know.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I only found out 5 minutes ago.
Yeah,
not everybody knew.
We found out 5 minutes before the start.
Yeah. I see Spider Pena going by, one of our Cocodona filmers. Shout out to Spider. So I've got the Pete's Meats menu out there, and this is going to be.
Let me know what I'm eating tonight.
Yeah, what you're eating, what you're serving. So we got hamburgers and cheeseburgers, got hot dogs, Beyond Burgers, veggies in a blanket, aka spring rolls, herb crusted spanakopita. Is that?
Sounds close enough.
It's the spinach
Yeah.
pastries. Crack mac and cheese, herb roasted potatoes with garlic and ghee, because butter itself just isn't good enough.
Right.
Peppered flank steak, honey mustard chicken, teriyaki chicken, barbecue chicken, brat bites, a.k.a. the Jeff Browning special, honey smoked pork belly, and fire grilled New York strip.
Well, it sounds like he's done it again, because that's more variety than we had last year, and more than the year before, and more than the year before. So.
Yeah, it's only
looking forward to see how that all
He
this
marinates
goes.
it all ahead of time. So it's delicious.
Yeah, he starts during the week, whether it be for here or Cocodona. He takes it seriously. Like, people might think that the whole concept of Pete's Meats is a joke. It's not a joke.
No, not at all.
He works very hard to prepare this. And he's out somewhere in the wilds of Yavapai County running man against horse earlier today. So I don't even know when he got done with that. He was running a 50-mile race this morning.
Does that mean he didn't do Humphreys today?
No, for once he didn't do Humphreys, so he's stalled at 42 summits for the year. So,
and the other thing with Pete is you always want to know what Halloween costume he's got on, because he never fails to disappoint with the costume either.
Pete's 2021 costume was an all-timer. The Freddie Mercury, where he shaved his facial hair in to look like he looked like a dead ringer for Freddie Mercury.
It must have been 2020 when he was Borat.
Yes, yes. He was suited Borat, not swimsuited Borat.
Yes.
So I just want to clarify that.
Yes.
Well, Peter, Trent, I just wanted to have you come on and talk about. Well, actually, one more thing before you go. What brings you back out here other than family duty to come out and be a part of the Jackass Junction experience? I mean, you could be helping this race in any capacity, but you two keep going back out there, and you've been going back out there for a long time. Why do you do it?
I think for me, it's camaraderie, and the community gave me so much when I was running, so it's a way to give back. I'm not out as much as I used to be. This kind of is my one volunteer race that I try and volunteer at least one race a year, and I really am down to across the years is really the only race I still participate in. I've gotten old and fat, but
yeah, but you're being modest because how long is your run streak now?
My run streak is almost 6.5 years.
All right.
Yeah, so he's doing it, and Peter.
What's your minimum?
1 mile.
1 mile? You
Yeah.
got to do 1 mile?
Yeah.
All right.
Peter, and you've been a part of the Jackass Junction experience, for as long as I can remember as well. I'm pretty sure you served me a burger or 10 back in 2016. So, why do you keep on heading out to that particular spot?
I really enjoy interacting with the runners out there, because usually when they come through there, they're in need of aid.
Yeah.
And when we show them the food that we have out there, they get so excited and they just love it. And just like any time you're out there, you hit an aid station and you got to refuel, and it's just something really different at this race. So
yeah, they're blown away by what they see out there, and
we
not just the food, but the rest of the events.
Well, the
you think,
atmosphere
there's a bar out there. There's a
you think you're hallucinating at mile 10 to find you're halfway out on the loop.
Well, and
I
then
guess.
all those folks who come out to do the night run,
right.
they all arrived.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's complete. I didn't even think about how that probably affects your dinner rush out there. The Jackass night runs bringing an extra few hundred runners out there who are probably a little bit more energetic, a little bit more charged up, and probably hitting the bar as much as they are the buffet. So, Pete, Trent, thank you very much for coming on with us. I just wanted to have you come on and share your experiences here. Obviously, you two are two of my favorite members of this community, and have fun out there. And
thank you guys, and we appreciate you guys being here so much with our live stream. It just keeps blowing up more and more. What a team!
Yeah, this is great. This studio is.
We're
this
so
is really cool.
Excited to be trackside this year, and this is great. We're
Right
loving
on.
it. So
Well, you guys keep up the good work too, and we'll
right,
be
guys.
watching the rest
All
of the
right.
time.
You guys have
Thanks.
fun
All right,
out
buddy.
there.
All right, thank you very much. That is Peter Curry, patriarch of the Curry family, and Trent Collicott, I guess honorary Curry brother probably at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
Been around
For sure.
the community as long as I can remember.
And Peter's another fellow hippie. He's got an artificial hip in there and still able to get around.
And I never fail to forget that when he passes me at Crown King on the downhill pretty much every year at this point. Okay. So I know we've been having a blast, but it is time for us to take pause. We're going to have a new commentary team coming on. I believe it is Matt Feldake and Dan Ryan. Dan is dressed ready for the occasion.
But Chris, before we close, I do want to thank we've one of the most fun parts about this 5-hour segment are the guests that we've had.
Yes,
and it's been a little bit it's been a whole lot of fun. So, and I know sometimes people scroll back through the live stream to some of these interviews are really gold. So thank you to Jason Coop, Lottie Brinks, Kevin Goldberg, Craig Thornley, Tropical John Medinger, Devin Yanko, and most recently Peter Curry and Trent Collicott. Thank you for joining us on the couch. We are going to get a little rest. I'm going to go check out the Arizona Diamondbacks game and sleep a bit, and we will be back for Aravaipa After Dark.
I believe one more thing before we go. It looks like we're going to have a guest to. Okay.
So we'll do.
All right,
that
we're going to have a
after
guest kicking off with Matt and Dan here in just a moment. So we're going to switch streams, and they're going to come on. We'll see you soon.
Chris
Thanks for tuning
will
in.
see you at 10 or 11, and I'll see y'all at midnight.
Yep.
Take care.
Thanks.